Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, yesterday on the show, if you were listening closely, after one of Marcus's reads, we delved into the archives for one of the all-time great voices in the history of this station, the great Tom Tolbert. And since we did it yesterday, I'm going to do this again with the great salute to the legend that is Tom Tolbert, who, of course, nobody ever wanted to see leave here. Frickin' beam counter decision. So, in honor of that, I say...
It's tourney time.
I didn't know Marcus was going to play that right there. One more time. I stepped on him there, buddy.
It's tourney time.
I hope Tommy's okay with us copywriting that. Tommy, if you want us to stop, just let us know. He's like, you think I'm listening to you at 6:01 in the morning?
There's no chance that he's even awake at 6:01 in the morning.
In fact, I remember when I started with Tim Lyotta, and we started at 5:30 in the morning, Bob Agnew was just hell-bent on trying to get us going. He's like, you guys need name recognition. I'm going to get Tolbert to come on your show so people will listen to your show. And he called Tolbert. He's like, I want you to do the morning show. And Tolbert's like, I'm not getting up to do the mornings. What are you, crazy? He's like, no, I just want you to do a guest hit like at 7 a.m. Nah. We finally got him at and the hook was what Tommy does with his Christmas lights. This was Christmas of 2004. And Tommy came on, I don't know, 7:15. I mean, the guy was an absolute freaking zombie.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? Yeah. Oh, my lights? Yeah. Yeah, they're cool.
Yeah.
Is that it? Can I go back to bed? So Tommy is not up at 6:02.
I mean, I remember when I was still working as a producer during the last Warriors championship run, and we would try to have Tom on every Friday to talk about the Dubs.
Right.
And man, oh man, it was pulling teeth just to get him on at like 9:30, 9:45 towards the end of the show. But yes, to your point, tip of the cap to the great Tom Tolbert, who we're all thinking about this morning because it is indeed tourney time.
You hear that, buddy? You hear that AMSR?
Ooh.
You hear that?
Oh,
That's my bracket.
I know what
that
is.
ASMR?
I know what it is.
ASMR? What's
Yeah.
AMSR? What is that?
Yeah.
Like a chemical or something?
Yeah, close enough. Who knows?
ASMR?
Yeah, ASMR.
Whatever.
That's the Gabe
Kids and
Kapler.
your silly stuff.
All right, you kids, what are you talking about?
Walk.
Yeah, you're talking to the king of ASMR.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
You got any others?
The
boots?
Yeah, no, the boots are in the system. That's in the
okay,
ASMR folder that we got back there.
Here's my bracket. And it pisses me off to hold this up because I did something against my ethics and my soul, and I picked the Arizona Wildcats. Hey, Tommy!
There you go.
Hey, I did it for Tolbert.
In honor of Tommy T.
I mean, this is really against everything I stand for in life because Arizona basketball is on the list, and I say this, Tommy would just, and Kerr would, and Bruce Frazier would be like, who are you? Something on the bottom of my shoe. But I really dislike Arizona basketball. Like, I really have a dislike for it. It's not Dodger dislike. It's not USC dislike. It's not Seahawks dislike. Dude, it's not Laker dislike, which, by the way, cool the blank out. Lakers have won 7 in a row. Luka's scoring 40.
Dude, LeBron's making 13 of 14 shots last night.
Dude.
Super efficient.
I do not need a Laker run this spring.
No,
okay?
No.
Go Thunder. Go Spurs. And bother the Rockets, the gutless Rockets.
KD.
They lost too. But anyway, back to the point here. I'm holding up my bracket for everybody to see. And I did something that's against my ethics and my heart, and that's I took the Arizona Wildcats. I just tried to win the money.
Damn.
I just tried to win the money because I think Arizona's probably the best team. And it hurts me to say that. Now, I will say that since they left the Pac-12, Pac-10, Pac-8, whatever we are, they were never in the Pac-8.
Whatever it was, they packed it up.
Well, actually, we left the Pac-10,
Yeah,
12-8. So they're now in the Big 12. It's different. So the rivalry has dimmed a little bit because we don't see them in the same conference. But still, they've always been this school that, because, UCLA basketball, we're freaking royalty. Like literally one of the great American sports dynasties. Like almost on a Yankees level, right? Like it's that iconic.
You
right?
think college basketball, you would think UCLA basketball.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Then Arizona rose up in the 80s as these kind of gauche, nouveau riche people who came out of nowhere. They had none tradition. None. And they just all of a sudden started winning. And then the fans, here come the fans. And then they come into your building, U of A, U of A. And you're just like, blank this, blank these guys, blank this, and blank Arizona. And here I am, taking Arizona.
Wow.
There it is, Marcus.
How could you go against your own ethics, Murph?
I guess I should have just for fun, but I think they're probably going to win it.
Sounds like a Benedict Arnold dude.
Yeah, dude, trust me. He doesn't want to see this bracket.
How could you, dude?
Oh, wait, did you say something there? Because I filled out a second bracket. Here we go.
Okay, now.
That's right. Here it is. See this bracket? UCLA national champs, baby. Here it is. Look at that right there for all y'all to see.
Now, how quickly before you're tearing that bracket up?
Well, maybe as soon as tomorrow.
Now, be honest with me. You realistically think UCLA has a chance? Because I know they've been playing better towards the end of the season, or is that more of just a super fan bracket?
This is a super fan bracket with a 0.0001% chance of actually happening.
Yeah, but if it does happen, you want to be the one guy who has the bracket.
I mean, the rest of the Final Four, I filled out fair. I did Houston, Michigan, and then I had fun in that one, have Arkansas knocking off Arizona in the Sweet 16.
Ooh.
So, Marcus, I have revealed in my Final Four would be so boring. Obviously, Arizona winning the West. I got Michigan winning the Midwest. Sorry. I think they're really good, even though my kid, Rory the Greek, has Iowa State knocking them out.
Ooh.
And then in the South, I decided to have a little fun. I have the even though UCLA beat this team, they do have two, either Croatian or Serbian, some sort of Eastern Europe, Slovenian. I don't know. Once you get over there, man, it's all the same.
Some big dudes who like to drink vodka.
By the way, was that racist of me to say that? It's all the same? Croatia, Serbia, Slovenia?
It's all right. You're Caucasian.
Yeah, so
it feels like you're allowed to say that.
That's what I'm saying,
yeah,
right?
Uh-huh.
Caucasian on Caucasian crime.
Yeah, exactly. No one's going to
They have these
worry.
two Eastern European twins, and I'm talking about the Illinois Fighting Illini. These guys get every freaking rebound. Every rebound. So I have fun them knocking out Houston and Florida. So I have them in the Final Four. They also shoot the three. And then just incredibly boring. I have Duke winning the East in the real one. So 3 1s and a 3. All right, Marcus. How about you, buddy?
I'm going 3 1s and a 2, Murph. A little chalky in my bracket. It's essentially the yearly tradition that I have that I just kind of pretend like I'm in high school or in college, trying to cram as much bracket knowledge as I can into one single tournament.
Bro, your bracket is as worthy as mine.
I mean, that's the thing. I know
And
that
as Rory
there
the Greek.
are diehards out there. Like, I really want to see Rory the Greek's bracket because I know he's in on college basketball every single day.
Yeah.
I'm the type of guy where I show up for March Madness. I'll sit down, I'll drink all day, and I'll bet on pretty much every single game. But,
Sure.
Murph, I'm betting on my Final Four looking like this. I'm taking Duke as a 1 seed, of course. Arizona as a 1 seed. Michigan. I've got Duke over Michigan in the championship game, but I am mixing in Houston to get in there as a 2 seed with a little home court advantage. And really my big upset, I've got Vandy taking down Florida just like they did a couple weeks ago by double-digit points.
Those are all really good picks. I mean, you can't argue. You might win the whole damn thing. Anything fun in the first round? Anything wacky in the first round?
You know, I like always going with the 9s over 8s because I feel like most of the time they're going to lose in the first round anyway. So I always like taking that as an upset. A couple 12-5 matchups as well, but nothing too huge. Who's your big upset of the day, Murph?
Cal Baptist over Kansas.
Ooh.
Just for fun. So here's the couple. I mean, yeah, it's wacky, and of course Kansas is going to win. But 2 things going on. One, Cal Baptist has a dude. His name's Dominique Daniels, and the guy is capable of scoring like 50. Okay, so you got a guy who might make everything. And Kansas went 3 and 4 down the stretch. And the Darren Peterson story, even though he might be the number 1 pick in the draft, has been weird. And he's never really given his all to the team. So that's my wacky one. I have a couple others. Texas as a play-in team, winning their game over BYU.
Yeah, I took Texas, took the Longhorns in that
so
one.
that's not too crazy.
Yeah.
VCU over North Carolina.
I like that one.
Okay, and then that's about it.
I took Akron over Texas
Rory
Tech as
has
a 12 over 5.
Rory the Greek is proud of you. He has Akron in the Sweet 16.
I love hearing that.
He
I
has Akron
love
in the
hearing
Sweet
that I'm on the
16.
same page as Rory.
And then obviously Santa Clara.
Yep.
Took the Broncos as a 10 seed. Go Broncos.
10 over 7 Kentucky. I like that too.
And that might be it. And then by the time I get to my Sweet 16, it's pretty darn chalky. I hate to say that. So your most fun Sweet 16 team is well, let's see, your most fun Elite 8 team is Vandy.
Yeah, I got Vandy with the upset over Florida to kind of make it interesting, and I think that's Houston's bracket to lose.
So just to get everybody ready to go, here's the roadmap for today, man. In fact, I had it. There it is. I had it all planned out, and then I misplaced it.
Where's that map?
Okay, here it is. 9:15 a.m. CBS, TCU, Ohio State. Overnight Dave's parting words were, he didn't even know. I said TCU, Ohio State. He said, go TCU, because he's a Michigan guy.
Yeah, anti-Ohio State.
So TCU, Ohio State at 9:15, and the spread in that game is Ohio State by 2.5. Then 9:40 a.m. True TV, Troy, Nebraska. And if you're excited for Nebraska's a 13.5-point favorite in that game. Right into a 10:30 game, South Florida, Louisville. That's the one a lot of people have South Florida over Louisville because Louisville's leading scorer is out. That one is getting very trendy for South Florida. That spread's only 4.5 for Louisville.
Let me write that down. Florida plus the 4.5.
Yeah.
I'll keep an eye on that one.
South Florida. Yeah. Keep an eye on that one. High Point, Wisconsin, and 10:50 a.m. on TBS. And that one, Wisconsin's a 10.5-point favorite. That one, some people, but Wisconsin's good. I would not pick the upset there. And so we're off and running. So I just gave you CBS, True TV, TNT, and TBS. Will you be able to juggle 4 channels today?
Oh, I will make it work, or I will tell the people at the sports bar that I'm going to make it work.
What is the best sport? I mean, here we go, free plug for everybody. I mean, we love our friends at the Final on the bus stop, right? Those are our guys. In fact, I recently had an encounter with a very pleasant encounter with Joe Wallace, the man, the founder and godfather of all those bars. So everybody go to Final and bus stop. Also, my buddies who run Shanghai Kelly's and North Star, Mark Jennings and the crew. And then, of course, you got your crew down at Splash, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've got my spot. I would say if you're down in the Dog Patch, Mission Bay area, the best place to go to is Splash right outside the Chase Center. They have all the big TVs on the other side of the stadium. You've got Harmonic, where I'm sure they're showing games. You can get a couple beers there as well. I am a little disappointed now that we are in Daly City because I used to just love getting out of work when we were still in the financial district and then just walking up to North Beach and then just bar hopping from bar to bar to bar at 10:30, 11 in the morning. So I'll have to adjust my plans just a little bit this year.
Well, you're not far from San Francisco here in Daly City, too. So you could hop into the nearest and just kind of find a new. I just asked Google, what's the nearest sports bar to me? What's Carlito's Club? Everybody know it?
Ooh, I have not been.
Sounds good, though.
Carlito's Way.
Carlito's Club, 7 Mile House Sports Bar and Grill in Brisbane.
Carlito.
Malloy's Tavern in South City. These are all the ones that AI is sending you to. So there you go, man. All right, well, listen, it's tourney time, and we're excited. Other things going on today on this great Thursday. The Giants played the Dodgers yesterday, got a little cold water in the face. Shohei Ohtani. And the Giants had an open house and unveiled some new stuff, including new Saturday unis. We'll have to discuss that.
Yes, we will.
And the Golden State Warriors lost a basketball game, as they do. They've lost 6 of 7, and they're 6-13 without Steph Curry.
6 of 7.
That is
6
correct.
of 7.
Boston 120, Warriors 99. No win package here. They're 33-36, and Steve Kerr just kind of blew a fuse last night. They're down to the 10 seed, and I think the signature anecdote was from Danny Emmerman's Gamer in the SF Standard, where he says, as Draymond Green was slipping into his post-game outfit, somebody told him, "You're now in 10th place in the West. Quote, you've slipped into 10th. Quote, damn, did we? That sucks." Draymond Green said. Damn, did we? That sucks, Draymond Green said. Dude, he summed it up right there.
Yeah, a little different than his previous quotes.
No, it's fun.
Yeah, that pretty much summed it up. Damn, did we? That sucks.
Here we are.
All right, guys, the 10-seed Warriors. We'll get the guest list from young Tony. Happy tournament day, everybody, on The Sports Leader.
It's tourney time.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Baby Friday. Our question of the day, Murph was just kind of talking about it, with the Warriors sitting in the 10 seed. Obviously, they've lost 6 of 7, and there's 13 games left this season. Should Steph Curry even return before the end of the season? Is it even worth it at this point? Do you want to risk his long-term health? You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The pitch. Line drive, base hit, left center field. That'll get a run home. Rojas around third. He'll score. And going to third is Freeman. And the Dodgers have 3 straight hits to start the game.
2-0 Dodgers, last of the third. Freeman, it's a high drive out towards deep right center field. And it is gone. I was trying to time it up with John's allergies. I think I nailed it. Freddie Freeman takes Landon Roop deep, and it's 3-0 Dodgers, a towering fly ball.
Here's a swing and a high drive deep into center field, way back there, and gone. A home run for Maiocco with a 2-strike count, and he just destroyed that one.
Yeah, a little bit of little ice water to the face. Yeah, who cares? Spring training, right? No, what I mean is Shohei Ohtani's a Dodger. Like, you kind of forget these things. You're like, hey, World Baseball Classic's cool, and Giants are playing better, and I kind of like what they're doing with, trying to run the bases a little bit more. And oh, yeah, Shohei's a Dodger. He stood on the mound yesterday and shoved for 4+ innings and just said, I ain't going anywhere, bro. And if you need me, I'll be here kicking your ass. Young Tom, what do you got here? What's your tune? I don't know it.
This is Time to Pretend, MGMT.
Okay.
We're trying to pretend that Shohei Ohtani's not a Dodger.
Gotcha.
I would like to pretend that it's not normal for a man to show up in spring training and pitch for the first time and to just effortlessly throw 99.9 miles per hour. Like, this guy is such a freak of nature, showing up in his first start of spring training, nearly hitting triple digits like it's absolutely nothing.
And it's just, I still can't freaking get over the fact that he spent 6 years in Anaheim. I mean, how can a guy who now is so clearly only one, maybe the greatest baseball player of all time. He might be. And in fact, you can make an argument he is.
Yes.
If he's not, he's one of 2 or 3.
Yeah,
okay?
I mean, you can make the argument right now, talent-wise, yes, he is the greatest baseball player we've ever seen. The question is whether or not he'll accomplish enough to put himself on that mantle.
Yeah. So we're talking about that, and he spent 6 years down in Anaheim doing nothing, just with his fangs taken out, just doing nothing, wasting away.
With another all-time great Mike Trout hitting right behind him.
There needs to be like a freaking international investigation as to how the Angels were that bad with Shohei and Trout.
I think I know how. Ipe must have been betting against the Angels.
Oh, my God. Oh, dude, what's Ipe doing today? He's eating that spread.
He's eating some of that spread.
That spread that your buddy's eating.
He's got the top bunk in CB4.
Oh, dude. Oh, man. Okay, so let's spend a couple minutes here talking about those Giants because, yeah, okay, whatever. One spring training game. But Landon Roop started and the Dodgers kind of smacked him around a little bit. Shohei shoved and you were like, wait a minute. It's the first inning. It's like you're down 2-0. Shohei's shoving. Giants lose to the Dodgers. Both teams fielded the starting lineup. So, again, now we can get into it, like recalibrating everything. Like, do you really think they're going to finish ahead of the Dodgers this year? Listen, we'll talk about this at the roundtable next Wednesday, obviously, what are realistic. But, let's be realistic. The Dodgers remain the gold standard. And yesterday was just a small reminder. But other things went on with the Giants yesterday, including their media open house. So that's when Larry Bear goes out there. Hey, here's what's new at the yard. And by the way, the yard is now, 26 years old? 27th season? And I mean, to me, brand spanking new, right? It looks unbelievable, in my opinion. I mean, some stadiums, age out pretty quick. I read the White Sox are already looking for a new spot.
Oh, they're trying to get out of the south side.
No, they're actually trying to build something on the south loop.
Rebuild now.
Yeah,
wow,
yeah.
That's shocking.
They are the south side, buddy. They're not leaving the south side, but they have that new Comiskey thing that, the last stadium built before Camden Yards, right? So they're trying.
They got that Levi Stadium thing.
Was that your out loud voice?
Too soon?
Yeah. So the Giants have done new stuff. Apparently, there's a new LED sign at the Willie Mays Plaza. All right. Is that cool?
Yeah, they're sprucing up the joint.
Are we down with an LED sign at Willie Mays Plaza?
Sure. I don't know.
All right.
I'll probably never enter through there anyways. I'm a media entrance kind of guy anyways.
New food? I mean, listen, honestly, how many times do you try the new food items?
Every day.
You do?
Every game.
Okay.
Well, I'd say somebody who goes to 70-plus Giants games per year, I need a little variety. I need to mix it up. I need to cleanse my palate every once in a while.
Don't you just, if I were you, I'm just bringing a pack of seeds and then eating at home. You know what I mean?
sometimes,
save some dough.
Yeah, sometimes I do try to be responsible and cook up dinner before going to the game, and then I'll be irresponsible and still buy beers at the game.
Well, that's okay.
But still, every once in a while, I'm a single man. I don't got a lot of groceries in my fridge. Sometimes I don't have the tools to cook a nice meal before a game. Okay. So I'll buy a game. I will indulge, and I will try out some of these new options.
Okay, so here, Lucky Fries. Waffle fries topped with sweet and spicy tenders, miso ranch, and scallion.
You had me at fries topped. You could have stopped there. I love loaded fries. Throw some hot chicken on there or anything. Give me some fries. I'm down with that.
New place called Butcher and Batter, a new carvery and dessert concept offering freshly carved hearty meats alongside comforting sweets. One is the bomb cheesecake fried egg roll with strawberry drizzle. Wait, cheesecake fried egg roll?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
What's going on here?
Okay.
That's a hell of a combination.
Now there's a new thing. There's a new Orlando Cepeda. Shout out the Baby Bowl. Flame-kissed jerk chicken, plantain and red cabbage slaw, lime and cilantro, fresh mango salsa on a Dutch crunch roll.
Oh, I do like me some jerk chicken, and I love a Dutch crunch roll.
Okay. All right, Mark. You're all in on
these.
Yes,
I'll grab one of these at stadium.
Good stuff, buddy. There's also this orange and black dog with orange and black sauerkraut.
I saw that.
That was a little creepy.
I'm not a huge sauerkraut
Who's
kind of guy.
Who's going to order that one?
I don't know. Also, did you see now they have the official 999 challenge that they're selling at the ballpark?
It's funny? I first saw that the Mets were doing it.
Yeah, a bunch of teams are doing it.
And now the Giants are doing it. Mm-hmm. Listen, we've talked about this a lot, right? The 999 that I in 2000, what year was it? I forgot. I sent you guys the column. I wrote about it on ESPN.com.
The bone matters. The bone matters.
So this is something we were on 25 years ago, and now it's reached the mainstream. Where 9 hot dogs, 9 beers, 9 innings, and I watched a guy do it back in the day in its infancy in the early 00s, and the guy just kept saying the bun matters. He was glassy-eyed. He was swaying. He just couldn't do it. The bun took him down. He did do the beers, but I think he got to 6.5 dogs or something. And he kept saying, the bun matters, man. The bun matters.
Yeah, I've never partaked in the actual challenge just because it would traditionally be way too expensive at a ballpark. But I definitely think I can do the 9 beers. The 9 hot dogs would be the bigger challenge.
Yeah.
But I got to ask you, as an OG in the 999 game, how do you feel about these mini hot dogs and what looks like mini beers? That's it looks like it's a smaller version. Maybe that was just a display, but
inside joke here, 999 featuring the $9 beer.
Oh my God. You get $9 beers, yeah.
99999.
Yeah. And that's the question. What is this 999 challenge going to cost at the ballpark? I don't know. They're not giving
$99.99.
Exactly. It might be a $100 challenge.
Actually, 9 hot dogs and 9 beers. Literally, if you do that, so what's it? Beers it's called beers $20, right?
Yeah, close
enough. So that's
enough.
$180 for the beer alone. And what's a hot dog these days?
A hot dog's still going to run you close to $10.
$10? Yeah, so that's 90s. That's $270.
Yeah.
$270. It retails for $270.
Round it up to $280 and just call it the Highway 280 price.
That's why they do the little mini ones?
Yeah, I guess that's why they're doing the mini hot dogs. So I'm guessing it has to be cheaper. But yeah, it doesn't count if you're doing mini hot dogs and mini beers.
I might as well eat those little Vienna cocktail things or whatever with a toothpick in
give me
them.
little pigs in a blanket.
Yeah, and then the other big thing they unveiled was another New Jersey. Around the New Jersey.
Another one.
Shout out the great state of New Jersey, because the Giants should be playing there, because all they do is do New Jersey.
There's another one.
Once again, Yankees, New Jersey? No, Yankees keep them the same jerseys.
No, but there's our guy Sergio Romo showing it off yesterday.
Well, we're
at the
looking at it on
media day
YouTube,
event.
Twitch, and Twitter. There it is. YouTube, Twitch. Oh, God, they did this in the big room yesterday? I didn't even realize that. I didn't go. Russ Stanley texted me. He said, "Where are you?" So I'm not here.
We're playing
anyway,
hooky, Russ.
I was playing, yeah. So there's these Gigantes jerseys. Now, they've had a form of the Gigantes jerseys for 20 years now.
They have.
But they're going to wear them every Saturday. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I mean, whatever.
Tell me how you really feel, man.
I mean, I'd just rather wear what Willie Mays wore. That's what I always say. Just wear what Willie Mays wore. Whatever. I mean, I've hated the Black Saturdays and the Orange Fridays for a while. And sure enough, they're just going to, they're tripling down on them.
Yeah, see, now, Murph, because I know your style, I know your taste, I knew that you weren't going to like these new unis, but I got to say, I'm down with them.
Okay, give it to me. What do you like?
No, I'm a black uni guy. Like, I think the black look is a clean look. Some of the black and orange jerseys are already some of my favorites for the Giants. That's not putting down the creams or the road grays. I think those are great also. But in baseball, when you're playing 5 games a week, when you're trying to constantly sell jerseys, we've seen these City Connects over the last couple seasons. I would say if I'm putting this jersey into the category of the last 2 City Connect jerseys we've seen, these are probably my favorite, no doubt about it.
Did they say anything about City Connects on Tuesdays?
See, I did not see any updates on the City Connect stuff, but according to my professional investigation down in Scottsdale, I saw Harrison Bader wearing a lot of purple, so I'm guessing they're still bringing back the purple.
Wait. What's Sergio wearing on his head?
So that is the hat that they're wearing on Saturday. Also, that's the one I have a bit of a question mark with.
That looks like a San Jose Giants hat.
It does, and that's the first thing I said, too. With the gray front panel, the rest of it is black, but it's just a black and orange logo with no white trim.
I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm a Giants fan, but apparently I got to go to the frickin' I got to go to the mall or something. I don't know what I do.
At least there's no purple in these unis.
I don't. Yeah,
but you'll still get those on Tuesdays.
And they wonder why they haven't won a World Series in 12 years.
Yeah. It's got to be the unis.
Old man yells at uniform. I get it. All right. I just wear what Willie Mays wore. All right. Guest list on a Thursday, March 19, 2026. Sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We are family. Young Tony, good morning, brother.
I like the jerseys. I'm not going to lie.
Well,
I mean, the hat,
glad,
I will say the hat, it looks like they just kind of threw it together like, hey, last minute thing.
We forgot to do the hat.
Yeah, exactly. But it sounds like it's a local artist who put a lot of work into this. And, it's a big emphasis on the Latin community, which is a big thing for Sergio, a big thing for me. You want to see him, on the field. And it sounds like they're going to do it every Saturday home game. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what it's going to be like during the summer when it's very hot. But
it's not hot here in the summer.
Well,
it's not. It's cold here in the summer, so they're cool. They're down. They're cool.
All right, well.
They're all set. And they're not wearing those on the road. So
unless there's another heat wave coming through this summer.
Oh, geez, that's right.
It has been warming up lately.
By the way, I saw a wisp of fog on the Golden Gate Bridge this morning.
Ooh.
Is it breaking? Because I heard it was going to go through the weekend, but there was fog on the Golden Gate Bridge this morning. So maybe the weather, maybe Mother Nature's trying to call off the heat wave early.
Cooling down a little bit.
Although I don't think so. I think it's going to be hot again. Listen, I don't have to tell you guys. Listen, you know what's ironic is that when I was growing up, the Giants did actually wear black jerseys in 1980. Willie McCovey's last game ever, he's wearing a black jersey down at Dodger Stadium. So when I say wear what Willie Mays wore, well, wear what Willie McCovey wore. Yeah. He wore a black jersey, and they wore orange, too, in 78. In fact, they had orange sanitaries, bro. Orange sanitaries and black stirrups.
Huh.
How about that?
Orange sanitaries.
Yeah.
That's not very sanitary.
Did you ever wear sanities?
I did, dude.
Okay,
I was a big
right.
stirrup guy.
Good.
I loved wearing stirrups
Good.
because I was a pants high guy.
I bet young Tony doesn't know about sanitaries.
Oh, what does
too
young Tony know?
They've stopped wearing them.
Yeah, no, they don't. Nobody wears
Do you know about
sanitaries anymore.
The stirrups?
Well, no, the sanitary sock underneath the stirrup.
I think I do, yeah. The white sock underneath?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
They were called sanitaries because back in the day, way back in the day, when they wore stirrups for design, they were dyed in like very, very, very unsafe, unhealthy dye. And the dye would sometimes seep into your skin. So they decided to invent a sock underneath it to be between the dyed stirrup and their skin, hence the sanitary sock. There's a little trivia for you there.
Hell yeah.
Now,
That's like Andy Dolich saying Vespucci thought Venezuela looked like Venice.
Venezuela. And you'll probably get a kick out of this as a younger baseball fan or I guess player that actually wore stirrups and sanitaries. I didn't go full knee-high sanitaries. I just started wearing like my crew socks underneath. So I like my Nike crew socks.
Oh, why is that?
Because I had like low sanitary, so it'd go up just to like the Nike logo, so I didn't have to wear the entire sanitary.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had those.
Yeah.
Okay. So a sanitary only went mid-shin.
Yeah, because like we had at least when I
didn't
played in college.
Didn't it come down?
At Mission, the hook only went up to like the Achilles. Like
Oh.
I've had some high stirrups, but most of the time they were lower stirrups where you only showed off a little bit. So the crew sock got the job done.
I got you. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I could talk about that for hours, to tell you the truth. All right, what do we got,
We're
Tony?
talking socks.
Crew socks.
We're going to be talking Warriors around 6:50 this morning. Danny Emmerman going to stop by the show, recap that Warriors game last night.
Damn, that sucks.
Yeah,
Draymond
dude.
Green, Boston, Massachusetts, March 18, 2026. Yes.
Yeah. We'll talk to Mike Krukow at 7:30 this morning, get his take on the new jerseys. We're going to talk to...
Whatever.
You're not open to change.
Baseball, the pleasure of baseball is the tradition of baseball. That's the pleasure of baseball.
There's this thing called money, though. They want some more money.
I mean, the Warriors have now, I don't even know what the Warriors are wearing. Who knows what they're wearing? I mean, 49, it's just, listen, guys, you'll get to my age once you'll be like, I don't even recognize, you want to turn on the TV and recognize a team. You know what I mean? That's what is that? What do the Raiders do?
Mm-hmm.
What do the Raiders do?
Tradition.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Raiders and Yankees. I'm with Marcus's guys.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Way to join the club, Murph.
Are the Raiders out here rolling out purple unis? No, they're not.
Now, let me ask you, will you at least accept the Giants black unis over the 49ers black unis?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, you can at least give that a thumbs up.
Yeah. Well, listen, they've worn black forever. So, I mean, that's why I don't have a huge reaction to this. I'm not, if you're just trying, I'm not super upset about this. They've worn black on Saturday nights for the last X number of years.
Well, shout out
I've
when they
disliked
used
it
to,
for the last X number of years, too.
Back when I remember they used to do Black Fridays.
Yeah, any of them. Just where,
Way before they switched to Orange Fridays. And young Tony, I got to ask you, as a man whose favorite color is orange, do you prefer the orange unis or these variations of the black unis?
Oh, dude, it's not even close. I'm an Orange Friday guy. I love the old script, too. The orange jersey is one of my favorites of all time.
With the City Connect on Tuesday and an Orange Friday and now the Gigante Saturday, when can I see my uniform?
Well, okay, bro. Here we go.
Maybe once a week if you're lucky.
Now when they wear their home unis, it's like a special day.
Yeah.
It's like, they're wearing their home unis. They got to go to the yard.
Mondays, Wednesdays.
It's Willie Mays Day. We get to wear
It's a home uni Thursday.
Anyway, go on, buddy.
It's a good point. You're not wrong. All right, we're going to talk some college basketball at 8:15 this morning with Brendan Marks. He's a national college basketball writer for The Athletic.
Nice.
Curious to get his take on all the games. Games starting at 9:15 this morning, by the way. TCU, Ohio State.
Bright and early.
Yeah, 9:15, buddy.
On CBS, we'll have cooler content at 8:30 and then Matty Maiocco at 8:50.
All right, Warriors and Steve Kerr putting his foot down and Danny Emmerman all coming up on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Malika, there is cautious optimism that Stephen Curry will return to the lineup at some point by the end of the month, and that's after I'm told he had a strong on-court workout Tuesday afternoon in Boston, starting to run, cut, move, take some slight contact like the Stephen Curry again that we know. The most important part, though, is he's not experiencing the swelling that he's had over the last several weeks or a month ago when he needed to get a PRP injection, from my understanding, due to those knee issues. So now it's about him building on this conditioning, getting more and more comfort in that knee before he's able to make the call to make it back on the court.
Damn, Young Tone. Yacht Rock rejoin for Steph Curry? Because there's something in everything about Steph Curry, man. Damn, you down? You're a Yacht Rock guy?
Baby, come back.
Yeah,
Absolutely, dude. Yeah, this is the first thing I thought of when I was thinking about it.
That's for Steph Curry, who's been gone since January 30th. Huh. Yeah, we were wrong, and we can't live without you, it's for sure.
And I am putting the blame on Steph Curry for not being in the building and having to watch the Warriors go 6-13 since the last time he was on the court, January 30th.
I mean, they're 33-36, so they were 27-20. Wait, I'm sorry, I'll do the math again. They were 27-23 when he went out, and now they are officially in the 10 seed. And, oh, by the way, at Detroit tomorrow night, back-to-back at Kuminga Saturday. So Detroit to Atlanta is not that short of a flight either. So it's like, got to lose in Detroit on Friday. Oh, wait, did I say that? Did they lose that? Yes, they're going to lose to Detroit on Friday. And then get on a plane and have a back-to-back down in Atlanta where the Hawks have won 11 in a row.
Where you got to take on Steph Kuminga, Johnny Kuminga hitting full-court shots like he's Steph Curry in a pregame warm-up.
Yeah.
Did you see that yesterday?
All over Twitter.
That was insane. Tony, did you see this?
I actually missed that, no.
Well, go look up Jonathan Kuminga full court. It looks like he's trying to throw a baseball pass to a teammate on a fast break, but he actually swishes the baseball pass.
Dude, a line drive
and he
through
looks,
a seed looking like he's Aaron Judge throwing out Fernando Tatis.
He looks almost embarrassed after it goes in. He's like,
oh no, what did I do?
That's a 3, buddy.
What a mistake.
That's a 3. 3 of his 16 last night, too. Yeah.
All right, Johnny.
The Hawks are, by the way, the Hawks are still only in the 8 seed, but they're playing for a 6 seed, so they're playing for something. They're 38-31. They're on this incredible run now. Now, it's not been all Kuminga. He has been injured, and he's missed a handful of games since he got there, so it's not that 27-point outburst against the Wizards that everybody's so excited. But here it is, buddy. 33-36. Portland's 34-36. LA Clippers are 34-35. So believe it or not, they actually have a chance at the 8 seed. I mean, insert loud cough here. They ain't getting to the 8 seed. Now unless Steph comes back and something happens. But, dude, the rest of this trip is brutal. I mean, you got to assume they're going to lose the next 2. I know they're going to try, and I know they've had surprising games. They gave Oklahoma City a game. They beat the Nuggets. Like, things have happened. But being realistic, they're likely to lose the next two, and then they'll be 33-38, and they're looking at a 10 seed. And now you're looking at a 10 seed and going to Portland for the 9-10 game, losing and hopping into the lottery, which I think is the best case scenario. And I'm not a tanker. That's the crazy thing, is I'm not a tanker. If anybody's listened to this show for X number of years, I'm always like, listen, life is short. Try to win a game. Yeah. You know, and who knows how you can blow a draft pick. As I was just saying to my good friend James Wiseman, you know, you can blow a draft pick. Or Trey Lance, or do you consider Joey Bart a blown draft pick?
Yeah, because of the lack of payout for the San Francisco Giants. Yeah. Like, I know he's got a starting gig now with the Pittsburgh Pirates. He didn't really blow them out of the water last year either. But yeah, it's definitely when you invest a second overall draft pick. Yeah, that's a guy you want to be a cornerstone of your franchise.
They said that Buster Posey said on our show, which, by the way, he'll be back every 4 weeks in a rotation with Tony Vitello, Zach Manazzi, and Larry Bear. And Buster will be our first guest a week from today. A week from today, we'll have him after the nighttime opener, the Netflix opener. By the way, another time to remind you guys, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week is Big Boffo Box Office Radio. Wednesday, we're at the round table with the Dirty Work crew and with Greg Silver from 2 to 4, and we're going to be doing our round table. Come by and see us at 58 Social, and then first pitch is 5:05. Then Friday, Marcus and I do the traditional morning show at 58 Social. 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Come on by. That's a tradition unlike any other. And, oh, by the way, the beer taps will be open at some point. Mm-hmm. And then they have a day game that day, the day opener. And then the Thursday in between, Buster makes his debut on our show at 7:30 for the season. I mean, not his debut appearance on the show. But anyway, the point is that where was I on the Warriors there? The 10 seed. Anyway, I lost my train of thought because I digressed on the Giants.
Yeah, we did.
Where they're going to lose the next two, get to 33-38, go to Portland. And I'm not a tanker is what I was saying. Yeah. Life is short, right? I don't ever want to tank. But this one is just overwhelmingly realistic. Like, the realism of their situation is just, it just ain't happening.
Well, it's getting to the point where it's almost frustrating to watch his team right now with Steph Curry, but I also think it's pretty pathetic that we're even talking about these guys being a play-in team or a playoff team. Like, that was one of my biggest gripes when the NBA expanded to this play-in tournament. What the hell are we doing talking about a Warriors team that's 3 games under 500 with a potential matchup against the Portland Trailblazers, who are 2 games under 500. Like, we're talking about 2 teams with losing records that people are just pretending to be excited about an actual play-in game. Like, the play-in bracket shouldn't exist. The Warriors should be a lottery team. The season should be packed up and over with already, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, you want to give me a little Fox News here?
Oh, what do we got? Breaking news?
Well, thanks to some listeners. This just all hit the web in the last hour. Pistons star Cade Cunningham suffered a collapsed lung that is expected to sideline him for an extended stretch, according to ESPN. That's just all new news.
That's scary.
That is scary. Yeah, this is all breaking news this morning. So that obviously could change the map for tomorrow night. But, man, oh, man, we wish the kid well. What a great young player. He's so fun to watch.
Yeah, that changes the map in the entire Eastern Conference.
Jeez, man, that is scary, scary stuff. So, all right, well, listen, we had a Kerr cut all ready to go about them playing for the play-in bracket. We'll get to it later because that Cade Cunningham news is pretty serious. So, just wanted to get that out there. Okay, Danny Emmerman, former KNBR.com writer who's now made it big at the SF Standard covering the Warriors. He was in Boston yesterday. He's the guy who has the Draymond quote, and if you missed it, it says Draymond Green, this is his lead, Draymond Green, Dateline Boston, Draymond Green threw on a sweatsuit, slipped on his sneakers, and snapped on a purple banded timepiece. This was the arena in which he celebrated his 4th world championship. This night, he was in a rush to catch the first bus out. Now, they've slipped to 10th place in the Western Conference. Quote, damn, did we? That sucks, Green said.
Damn.
It's my favorite quote of 2026. Damn, did we? That sucks.
Yeah, it does, Draymond.
Danny Emmerman next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, we've had our eyes on 6 for a while, and that's out of the question now. I mean, we're not getting there. If we can string together some wins, try to get to 8, that'd be ideal. Get 2 cracks at it. We're not getting to 7. We know that. I've been talking about this theme, not in such precise words like I just used, but over the last few weeks, I've been telling the guys we have to build our habits and be ready for when we get guys healthy again, and because then we can just really have the firepower that can be complemented by a foundation of good habits, good fundamentals. And like I said, I think there's a lot of stuff we can improve upon. And the base of all that is your spirit, energy, confidence. You got to work on that too.
There you go, Steve Picture going big. Steve Kerr going big picture. Steve Big Picture. Steve Kerr going big picture, 30,000 feet. Yeah, we're not getting to 6. Yeah, Denver's at 6, 42-28. Warriors are 33-36. That's 8 losses in the loss column with 12 to play, or with 13 to play. And he goes, yeah, we're not getting to 7 either. I'm like, I just love it, man. Just laying it out. Now, they do have a chance at 8, but they also have to play at Detroit Friday night, at Atlanta on Saturday, and Kuminga. And to talk about all of that daunting stuff is our buddy, our former coworker, Danny Emmerman at the SF Standard. You read him at sfstandard.com. I'm a subscriber. Support local journalism, everybody. I believe a homecoming for Danny back in Boston/New England. So, Danny, well, I'd say welcome home, but, I'm not from your hometown. But good morning, brother.
Hey, what's up, Danny?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Bay Area. From sunny Boston here. I'm chilling on the couch with my dog. So please say hello.
That's awesome,
Nice.
man. Wait, who's the dog?
My dog, Mookie.
Mookie.
My parents here.
Mookie was clearly named before the trade, obviously.
He was.
Yeah.
How far was your hometown from Boston proper?
My parents moved into the city. So I
right.
grew up about 30 minutes south, and now I'm in Beacon Hill.
Awesome. So they did a little empty nest. We're gonna go live our little urban life in the city. I like it.
That's right.
Oh, beautiful. And a dog-friendly place. So, all right, buddy. Well, Steve Kerr, it feels like last night, brother, I'm giving you full credit. Great lead quote in the Standard this morning. We did. Damn, that sucks. Draymond Green on slipping to 10. I mean, honestly, Danny, it just seems like it's just sinking and sinking and sinking. And I don't know. Did last night feel like, I don't want to call it a bottoming out, but did it feel like a bottoming out?
I think there's been a couple moments this season that have felt more like rock bottom. I think of even the recent back-to-back losses to the Bulls and Jazz. That was worse than this. I mean, Boston is the best team in the East. They're kind of a machine. The Warriors didn't expect to win last night. They thought if they really paid attention to their game plan and executed, they'd have a shot. But no, I mean, Steve was pretty pissed about some of their mental lapses and attention to detail. So last night was not great, and damn, that sucks has kind of been the story of this season.
We just played the soundbite of Steve Kerr talking about dropping down to the 10 seed, and he said ideally they would like to get up to the 8 seed. But Danny, the way that they're playing right now, realistically, do you think they can climb up to the 8 seed?
No, I don't think that's realistic to expect. you can be optimistic and hope that you get there. I think one thing working in their favor is that Portland isn't very good and that Denny Avdija hasn't been playing that great. But, yeah, I mean, they're in the 10th seed right now. Climbing up to the 8th seed would require getting Steph Curry, Al Horford, Moses Moody, those guys back. And it would require the guys on the court now playing a lot better and a lot more on a string.
Yeah, for sure. It does sound like 10 might be the option. 9 could be the ceiling. Who knows? The other big story, of course, Danny, is Steph Curry. And, Shams Charania gives us these updates every now and then. It's been since January 30th. Your view of this whole situation, up to and including should he even come back?
Yeah, I mean, I think any other team in this exact circumstance would probably behave a little bit differently. But no other team is the Warriors, and no other team has Steph Curry. At some point, Steph is the one calling the shots, and we know him well enough to know that he's going to want to come back kind of no matter what. This guy who came back in a 50-loss season. So he's going to want to come back, and he's going to do everything he can to come back and hit the ground running. And I don't think that there's any concern internally about bringing him back too soon. But, yeah, I mean, other teams in this scenario might shelve him. You see the Milwaukee right now. They're trying to shelve Giannis for the end of the season. Again, he doesn't really want to sit out, so we'll see how that situation plays out. So, no, I mean, Steph's going to come back. They're going to take a swing in the playing round and try to have a puncher's chance in a series. I think that isn't the most fruitful path, but there are benefits to it too.
There's 13 games left in the season. I saw the report that the Warriors are optimistic that Steph could potentially return before the end of March. Danny, have you heard anything about a potential game plan on how many games Steph would like to get in before the play-in tournament?
I have not heard something laid out like that, but they map those things out internally, and I have heard that he's probably on track to return before April, so that tracks with my reporting. But it also is pretty consistent with what the team and Steve has been saying publicly. So, yeah, I think we could see him when the team returns home at the end of the month, and from there might be 9 or 10 games, maybe see him in 7 of them. So we'll see. And again, he's going to come back with very little risk of re-injury, and he's going to come back conditioned. I see him working out before these games, and he's putting in all the work, so he's not going to put himself at risk.
Danny Emmerman's voice you hear, of course, Warriors beat writer for SF Standard. In Boston, Warriors lose 120-99. They fall to the 10 seed. They're at Detroit tomorrow night. We just got the news from ESPN and Shams Charania that Cade Cunningham, the star Pistons player, has a collapsed lung. Sounds very serious, and it obviously won't play tomorrow night. I don't know how that changes that game. The Pistons are 49-19. Then they go to Kuminga on Saturday, which is crazy. And then they go to Dallas to see Clay on Monday before coming home next Wednesday. They actually play the night the Warriors play the Giants play the Yankees on opening night. So maybe Steph there. I don't know. They also then play Friday and Sunday next week. Maybe Steph comes home for those. Kristaps Porzingis. I need all your thoughts. How's the fit? What's the future? Is this just an expiring contract that they're going to let go? Or do they actually think maybe come October he's a Warrior?
There's a lot there. First of all, the Kristaps Porzingis reunion tour is in full strength, full swing. He's playing all of his former teams. Like you mentioned, there's a reunion with the Kuminga game coming up. There's a reunion with the Clay game coming up. There's also kind of a mini reunion going on now because the Curry brothers are flying over to Charlotte for Dell's retirement ceremony. So there's lots of reunions going on. As it pertains to Porzingis, the next 13 games will really determine a lot about his future. And I don't think his next contract is a long one. And I think the next couple of weeks will determine how much of a financial commitment it will be. If he can prove that he can stay on the court and remain productive over the next month, then maybe a team might be a little bit more comfortable giving him $10, $15 million a year for 2 guaranteed seasons. maybe that team is the Warriors. I think they like Porzingis as a guy that they've targeted in the past. He clearly fits, and they're excited to see what he looks like next to Steph. And he says he keeps saying that he feels better after every game. He's getting his legs back under him. He's recovering better. His system is feeling better. But he said all these things in the past. So we've got to see him string together a full month of good health before making any real judgments.
Yep. Well, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So add Porzingis to the list of to-do items for the Warriors.
Yeah,
Marcus, yes.
In the middle of the Kristaps Porzingis reunion tour. Danny, you and Murph both mentioned a name, Jonathan Kuminga. How much are you looking at that matchup against the Hawks this upcoming weekend as a revenge game for Kuminga against the Warriors?
For sure, yeah. I think it's definitely a revenge game for Kuminga. It's more of a revenge game for Kuminga than it is for Kristaps Porzingis. He played 17 games for Atlanta, and there's a lot of history between Kuminga and the Warriors, as you guys know, as you guys have covered. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that he's anticipating that matchup. I sure am, and I'm excited to see him. I'm excited to see Buddy Hield, and it's going to be fun in Atlanta.
I mean, they've won, I think, 11 in a row. Is that right? I mean, he actually missed some games with a knee injury, but was your immediate reaction to seeing his first few games? I know one of them was the Wizards. I get it. But was your immediate reaction that looks like a liberated Kuminga, and are you expecting him to thrive down there?
A little bit, but I do want to caution people. Just like the talent has never been an issue, and his ability to have good games or 3, 4, 5 games in a row that are awesome, has never been an issue. We've seen that happen over and over again in his career. So I think everybody is eager to make determinations one way or another, depending on which camp you're in. I'm more of a, hey, let's see this thing play out kind of guy, because his tenure with the Hawks so far has been kind of exactly what it was with the Warriors. It's some good, some bad, and a lot of injuries and availability questions. So we'll see how that unfolds, and I'm wishing him the best. I always got along with JK. I think he's a good dude. It didn't work out with the Warriors. It was never going to work out with the Warriors. I don't blame him or the Warriors necessarily. So I hope his career advances in the way that he hopes it does.
You know, Danny, it's funny. We were just joking about this the other day about how big of a deal people made it after Kuminga scored 27 points in his first game against the Wizards. Then Kristaps Porzingis drops 30 against the Wizards. Then Bam Adebayo drops 83 on the Wizards. Which of those three performances do you think is discredited the most because it happened against the Washington Wizards?
It depends on if you're on Warriors Twitter or not. Who discredits it the most.
Speaking of Warriors Twitter, public enemy number one is Brandon Pajemski. It seems to be that Steve Kerr in the front office, and they like him. Fans, a large number of them, don't like him. Danny, you're there. You watch him play all the time. You're a more level-headed guy than most knee-jerk tweets. What's your evaluation of this guy as an NBA player, and should the Warriors have faith in him?
Yeah, man. I sent out a tweet maybe a couple weeks ago, something to the effect of, if the only people who think Pod stinks is people who only follow the league on Instagram. And I stand by that. It ruffled some feathers, but, the guy does not stink at basketball. And I think that's the baseline that people need to all come to a consensus on. He does a lot of productive things on the court. He takes charges. He's a good team defender. He rebounds. He can shoot off the catch from deep. And then from there, he has a lot of flaws, like almost every role player in the league does. And like almost every 19th overall pick in the league does. I think the outrage over his fault is pretty outsized compared to what the expectations should be. And part of that is his fault. He talks a lot, and some of it is the Warriors' fault. They talked him up a lot too. But no, Paz is a good player. He probably doesn't have the highest of ceilings of players his age, and that could be frustrating. But he's also not the clown guy who is throwing up air balls and bricks all the time. And that's what you would think he is if all you did was search his name up on X, the everything app.
No, you're right. I have an 18-year-old kid, and he sent me a clown reel on Pods just last night, where it starts with Kerr saying something like, "We believe in Pods," and then they strung together like 2 straight minutes of him like dribbling off his foot or passing it out of bounds or shooting an air ball. It's like, I don't know, man. Is it the hair? Is that what it is? Maybe if he came with a new do or something. I don't know.
I think it's the white Otani. I think it's the I want to be better than Steph. I think it's Joe Lacob saying he's going to be a future All-Star. And that's a lot to put on a guy. All of it is, and a lot to put on yourself. And he's a confident guy. He believes in himself. But I think maintaining perspective would be good for him in some respects.
All right, man. Good stuff. Well, look at you. You got your dog Mookie. You got your mom and dad. You're in Boston. I hope you're not flying until tomorrow. You get a full day in Boston, I hope.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Flying to Atlanta on Saturday morning.
Skipping a little Detroit.
Yeah,
all right. To Maximum. This is what you do. The SF Standards, like aristocrats. They're like, I'm going to pick and choose what I cover is what they do. Well, that's great. So
we'll have you covered.
What's on the docket then? I mean, you going to the North End? Or
maybe a trip to Magic City?
Wait, no, I was talking about Boston.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Atlanta.
Marcus is jumping ahead.
I'm getting ahead. I need to review those lemon pepper wings.
What?
Hey, we might do Magic City in Atlanta once I leave my parents.
We doing Regina. We doing Santarpio's. What are we doing?
We did Monica's for lunch yesterday. Fantastic sandwiches in the North End, and Mike's Pastries afterwards, which is a staple.
Yeah.
I'm more of a Santarpio's guy than a Regina's guy.
Yeah.
But tonight we're going back to the North End for dinner with my family and my uncle and aunt. So
this is warming,
it'll be great.
Warming my heart, Danny. You and your home turf there, buddy. We'll give Mookie an ear scratch for us, and tell him that we're sorry that we traded him to the frickin' Dodgers. And then we'll wish you a great trip to Atlanta, and we'll keep reading you, buddy. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Danny.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Follow, subscribe to SF Standard. We've got a cool new feature story up on the Warriors today. If you're ever curious about what kind of music the Warriors listen to on the road, we've got some answers for you.
All right, there it is.
I like that.
Danny Emmerman with the tease. All right, so sfstandard.com. Support local journalism, everybody. Danny's out there working, bringing you the stories. You got to pay. People go, oh, it's behind a paywall. Yeah. Yeah, when you get a sandwich, you get it for free?
Yeah.
When you get a Coke out of the vending machine, what do you expect it for free?
Everything in life has a price tag on it, except KNBR Radio.
You know what, my man? That's a hell of a thought. That's a hell of a thought.
How about that?
All right, guys. On the other side, we got Mike Krukow at 7:30. Giants, under a week to go. Let's get ready for Mike. We can recap a little what Danny had to say if you want. Text line 415-808-5627. Porzingis and Curry and all that. Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We'll see if you guys want to talk about that or get ready for Mike. I did jock blog about the Giants and Bryce.
Did you jock blog about those new Gigantes unis?
Bro, I mean, what are you going to do? That's a battle I lost a long time ago.
808 KNBR if you got thoughts.
On the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
All right, Provident Credit Union is what we're going to talk about because it's a local financial institution with good people right here in the Bay Area, local people helping local families. I got my mortgage with Provident. I know all the guys at Provident. You are in good hands at Provident Credit Union. And if you want to grow money in a short term, 3, 6, or 12 months, Provident Credit Union has a pick a term certificate. And you're going to grow your money and earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. That's a solid rate that helps your savings do more. Maybe you're saving for a home improvement project or a trip or just a rainy day fund. Provident has a safe and secure way to do it. They know what they're doing at Provident Credit Union. Newsweek knows this. They named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions, so you can feel good about where you save. Learn more at providentcu.org or stop by a local branch. That rate's effective February 25, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Or it's 103 degrees out.
Yeah.
You have any problem with just playing 8. Here's a ground ball to short. Basabe up with it over to first for the out. For us, right at the moment, we're just going to go to our normal break, but the Dodgers are not taking the field. So it looks to me like that's going to put an end to it. But we still need to do our break, right, Brian? Okay. What do you think, Dave?
Let's take our break and regroup.
The Giants were confused because they stopped the game after 8 because it's too damn hot. It's going to be 103 down there today, 104 tomorrow, 102 Saturday. That's if the Apple iPhone is to be believed.
Yeah.
And this is just too, let's get the hell out of here.
It was so warm down in Scottsdale that they've actually moved the first pitch of today's spring breakout game down in Scottsdale to 6 p.m. our time.
To get out of that sun. By the way, you need a spring breakout game. You talk to Marcus, the water boy Boucher.
Your guy.
Yeah, he loves a spring breakout game.
Dude, it's a glimpse into the future, and it's a glimpse into my past of seeing all these guys play down with the San Jose Giants, and now they're getting an opportunity to showcase their skills as the top prospects in the Giants organization will be playing today in today's spring breakout game. And seeing this roster, this is the most excited I've been about the Giants farm system in a while.
It's funny you say that. One of the websites I was on last night, who was it? Athletic, did their all under 25 team. Starting infield, starting outfield, bench, starting rotation, bullpen, honorable mention, all that. Not a single Giant. Not a single Giant.
Not one.
No, not one single Giant is on the all MLB under 25 team. Damn. So these guys are, we hear about them, but they're a ways away, and we're not there yet. And Bryce Eldridge is one of those guys who did not make it because he's only had 28 at-bats.
Exactly. But a lot of young talent, guys like Luis Hernandez, who was the #1 international signing this past weekend, or should I say this past winter meetings. He's 17 years old. He's the youngest player in the entire spring breakout showcase experience. Joshua Gonzalez, I don't think he's going to be playing today, but if you want to take a look at any of the recent draft picks by Buster Posey, Gavin Keeling, Trevor Cohen, a bunch of those guys, they're all playing tonight in this game.
All right, is it on TV?
Yeah, it should be on TV. I believe it's on NBC Sports Bay Area tonight.
It's going to be up against the tournament, though, buddy, because we did this early this morning. We did our tournament brackets here.
It's tourney time.
And we'll talk to Brendan Marks from The Athletic at 8:15. And in honor of Tom Tolbert, I actually, against my ethics and my heart and soul, I took the Arizona Wildcats to win it all. I know.
At you.
I'm trying to win the money.
Going with the Wildcats.
I also have a secondary bracket. See this one? I have UCLA winning it all. That's just $20 that's like buying a lottery ticket. You know what I mean? A buddy of mine said, some people call a lottery a tax on the stupid. Some people say that. You know what I mean? I've heard that before. Yeah. Other guy says, I pay $1 to dream. Pay $1 to dream.
Yeah,
right?
that's true. I always had the line with my buddies, and they would always call me stupid. Anytime we talk about the lottery, I'd be like, yeah, dude, just buy yourself a lottery ticket. You got a 50-50 chance to win. And they're like, no, Marcus, that's not how odds work. I'm like, what are you talking about? I either win or I lose. That's 50-50.
That's one way to look at it, buddy.
That's how they're taxing the stupid.
That's definitely.
That's me. I would say UCLA has a 50-50 chance of winning it all, Murph. They're either going to win or they're going to lose.
I'm going with that.
50-50 option.
What do the Giants have going into the playoffs?
A 50-50 chance. They got a 50-50 chance.
Getting us ready for Mike Krukow at 7:30. So yesterday was their open house media day. They unveiled all their new food. Do we care?
Yeah.
I mean, you'll go. You'll try the new food?
Well, I care because I eat dinner damn near every night down at Oracle Park as I go to so many Giants games. So, I always like seeing new options pop up on the menu.
By the way, that's not to be confused with Rory McIlroy's Masters menu, which got some traction yesterday. Young Tone, can I talk to you golf to golf here, buddy?
I saw the announcement. I didn't get to look at the menu. What do we got?
Appetizers, you got 4 of them. Seems like a lot. Peach and ricotta flatbread with a bacon-wrapped date. You know what? Bacon-wrapped dates are actually pretty good.
I do like some bacon. I mean, I like anything bacon-wrapped.
Rock shrimp tempura with a creamy sauce and grilled elk sliders.
Ooh, elk sliders.
That's all for your appetizers. We're going big on appetizers. And then for the main, then there's an opener, yellowfin tuna carpaccio. And then your main is you can either choose Wagyu filet or seared salmon.
Oh, you got to go Wagyu.
And then the dessert is a sticky toffee pudding with vanilla ice cream and warm toffee sauce.
Sticky.
Do you approve of this menu?
Sounds like a hell of a meal. My God.
Yeah. Some people were criticizing it. I don't know, because then you show your face in public anymore, you get criticized. But anyway, back to the new Giants food options out there, including a dog that's called the Orange and Black dog, and it's got orange and black sauerkraut. Listen, Larry Bear, I feel you, buddy, and everything. That one looked weird. That would look weird. Did you guys feel me? That one looked like radioactive.
Yeah, it looked like a Halloween prop.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, like I get it. You're repping the Giants colors. Now, I'm not a sauerkraut guy to begin with. Are you down? Will you throw some sauerkraut on your dog?
Not really.
Yeah.
There's other things, though, that are worth it. How about the Peruchin? Am I saying that right? Peruchin Peruchin sandwich. This is in honor of Orlando Cepeda. Flame-kissed jerk chicken sandwich with plantains on a Dutch Crunch roll.
That sounds phenomenal.
You like a Dutch Crunch roll.
Oh, I love the roll, and I also love me some jerk chicken.
There's a mini cooler cup you can buy that says it makes you feel like you're a player. I don't know about that.
I saw that, the mini coolers. I feel like we need to get a couple just for the cooler of content.
Here's the orange and black dog. It's just a foot-long dog with orange and black sauerkraut. That seemed weird. A char siu dog, S-I-U. That's a foot-long dog glazed in char siu sauce, topped with Kewpie mayo, fried onions, and green onion.
Ooh, like a
rice
Korean
bowl.
dog or something.
I like a good rice bowl. But to eat one at a ball game,
Oh,
though?
dude, I'll take one. You need a nice little healthy option every once in a while.
Believe me.
Like, I love myself a cha-cha bowl.
Okay, if you don't judge me, I'll get a rice bowl.
Oh, this is a judgment-free zone.
Right.
Oh, yeah, they got like bulgogi bowls now, right? That Korean beef?
Yeah, they do have bulgogi bowls.
Yeah,
Good knowledge
dude,
there.
sign me up. I'll get
They
one
also
of
have
those for
chicken or whatever. And then they got banh mi. Oh, I like a good banh mi.
Yeah.
Oh, man, my life changed when Tiny took me to Clement Street in the late 80s, early 90s. I had never had a banh mi. I was 21, 22 years old, and we were going to the Giants game. And he goes, I go, where are we going? He goes, we're going down Clement Street. And I said, why? He goes, we got to get some banh mi. I was like, what are you talking about? This is my buddy Tiny, the late, great Tiny, food Buddha. We lost him. Great chef, opened restaurants all over the world. He was my apartment mate at UCLA, a kid from Lemoore, California. His dad was a Navy cook. He knew food like no other. He's like, what's a banh mi? He's like, just follow me, man. We walked into this. This is 89, 90. So it's, there's no Instagram telling you where to go or anything like that. The place was empty. It was like there was no decoration. It was just a guy and like a counter. And then he's like, yeah, give me 3 of these, whatever. And the guy handed us these beautiful French rolls.
That's how you know it's good.
With the pork, the marinated pork. And Tiny just said, eat that.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, by the way, it cost at the time, $1.75.
Yeah.
He goes, get like 4. He goes, get like 4 or 6 of those, and we're taking those to Candlestick.
Oh, dude, smuggle them in.
Yes,
that's the way to do it.
So I'll always have a fond spot for banh mi. Will you get one at a Giants game?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
And I'll do it for Tiny.
Those are some of the ones. But anyway, thank you for doing that. And but this is on the Oracle Park Instagram. Literally the first comment underneath it with all the new. How about a beer under $20? J.R. Hubbard. That's what he wrote on Instagram. First one. How about a beer under 20? Hey, you know what? That's not a bad comment. That's not a bad comment at all.
Yeah, they're unveiling a lot. I would like them to unveil some lower prices. But hey, maybe if we're going in a group of 9 to the ball game, you might be able to save a couple bucks if you buy the 999 challenge that they're now selling as a package at Oracle Park.
Which is, we've talked about this. We were on this 25 years ago. And how are they going to actually realistically charge for that thing? Because if you buy 9 beers, that's $180. 9 hot dogs is like $90. You're talking about $270 for this thing. So I don't know what they're going to do.
I mean, realistically, the only time you can ever do the 9-9 challenge at a ball game with actual size beers and actual full size hot dogs would have to be like back in the day when they had like $1 hot dog night or $2 beer night or
go to
something
like a college game or something or a high school game. Yeah. Meanwhile, we buried the lead. They got new Saturday night jerseys. And young Tony, you got the video ready to go on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. That's why we are a multimedia extravaganza. And there he is, our buddy Sergio. I was on the dugout with him and Copes on Saturday. Sergio was in a great mood. Spoiler alert. Shocker. And here he is. So listen, they've worn these black jerseys on Saturday nights for years and years now. So it's not totally new. And they have had Gigantes jerseys, but it's been kind of inconsistent when they wear them. Was it always just around Cinco de Mayo? Or
I think you're correct, or like a Latin Heritage Night.
Anyway, so it's a Gigantes jersey, which, I got no real problem with that. It's just whatever. To me, Marcus. I don't know. Listen, listen, they've been wearing the black jerseys on Saturday. I've been mad about the black jerseys on Saturday nights for years and years. So at this point, this honestly doesn't even affect me that much.
Now, would you say these are an upgrade or a downgrade over the last black unis?
Nothing. I'm actually beaten. I'm a beaten man.
See, I will say
just wear whatever the hell you want.
These because I love the nickname Gigantes for the Giants.
Yeah,
so
I do.
I like them embracing the culture and putting that on the front of the jersey. Also, looks like they're just going to be wearing white pants, no all black pants. So it's not going to be looking like a softball jersey or anything like that. Going white pants. The one question mark I do have is about the hat, the black and orange logo, and kind of the front plate being gray with the rest of the hat being black. But overall, I will say I actually like these unis.
Why does that hat look like a San Jose Giants hat to me?
I think it's because you can't see the actual S and the F without the white outline.
And that's also kind of changed. Dude, is Tony Vitello going to start wearing that one? Because remember he wore the wacky one all of his first month when he was hired?
Yeah, who's going to be the next big signing that sits down in that hat, just like Rafael Devers in the City Connect last year?
I don't know what we're doing here, buddy. I mean, where's my Giants hat? Where's my Giants jersey? I don't know. If it's too loud, you're too old, buddy. Yeah. If it's too loud, you're too old.
Well, I will say you did bring up a good point earlier. If you're looking at like a 5-game homestand, there's a good chance that they wear these alternate jerseys more than they wear their actual home jerseys at home.
Bro, I've been on this for a while. You can't see the jersey. You can't freaking see the home jersey. The one Willie Mays wore, you can't see that. Because on Tuesday, they're wearing purple, and on Friday, they're wearing orange, and on Saturday, they're wearing this. I don't know when they're going to wear. Just give me the freaking jersey. You got a great jersey. Just wear it. You have a great jersey. Just wear it. And then I go, hey, look, there's the Giants. Cool. Look at that. I turn on my TV. Look, there's the Giants. I turn on my TV any other day. I'm like, who's that? I don't know. I don't know who's playing. Maybe it's a team in from freaking Czechoslovakia. I don't know. So that's my take.
Well, Murph, I've got great news for you. The Giants have just announced that they will be doing a weekly Home Cream Thursday event.
Of course, they're mostly off on Thursdays.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't you know?
So you'll get them once every 3 weeks.
I mean, whatever, bro. Listen, whatever.
Young Tone.
You know what? Win some games.
Your thoughts from the younger generation. Your thoughts on these new
I
unis.
like them, dude. I'm open to change, Marcus. You know, I'm not an old head where you're just like, hey, let's just get the same thing out every freaking week.
I'm going to interrupt you right now just to say, so it's 1997, okay, and the Oregon Ducks start wearing these wacky ass uniforms.
They got great jerseys.
This is 97. They went wild.
Changed the game.
And I was like, what the hell are they doing? Where are the Oregon Ducks? What are they doing? You know how old I was? I was 30, bro. I was younger than this guy. So what I am is I'm consistent, okay? But you couldn't call me an old head in 97. What I am is a guy who likes his sports teams, looking like his sports teams, and I liked it in my 20s. All right, buddy? Stuff that in your freaking millennial pipe and smoke it.
Ooh,
all right, bud?
He's actually a Gen Zer.
Stuff that in your Gen Z pipe and smoke it.
Yeah, take that, young Tony.
Just look like a team, buddy. Just wait. I turn on the TV, there's the Raiders. Hey, look at that. There's the Raiders. I turn on the TV, hey, there's the Yankees. I could be in Singapore and the Raiders could be playing. I'd be like, hey, there's the Raiders. I could be I'm in San Francisco. I turn on the TV. I'm like, is that the Giants? I don't know. They might be from Serbia. I don't know.
Could be.
That's all I'm saying.
Could not be.
That's all I'm saying.
I will say, though, Tony, now that I think about it, the irony of you calling out Murph for an old head type of take when he sounds like the old man yelling at clouds when he was literally yelling at a City Connect uniform that had clouds on it a couple years ago.
I want to emphasize to you that these were my takes in my teens, 20s,
you've always
and 30s,
been this
buddy.
way. Absolutely.
Because that's how I like my sports.
But listen, this
You know what I
honors
mean?
the Latin heritage.
Which is
It's
great.
a local
Fine.
artist.
Yeah. So do it in.
Sergio Romo was a big proponent of this as well.
That's great.
It's your guy.
Great.
We're trying to sell money. It's all about money. We're trying to sell jerseys.
And to be
here.
honest, this isn't new. They've worn Higante's jerseys for years and years and years. I'm just like, it's just like, so I don't even know. I'm really reacting to not just yesterday. I'm reacting to the last 10, 15, 20 years when they started wearing orange and purple and black. And it's like, just slow it down.
Well,
do you need me to go off on the City Connects now, Tuesdays? I mean,
I can't wait to see your reaction to when Rory and Declan have these new unis on their
they can
Christmas
do it,
list
whatever.
next year.
I just, listen.
They like them, right? I'm guessing they're down with them.
You're going to turn on March Madness today. What's Duke wearing? You're going to turn on March Madness. What's Kentucky wearing? What's St. Mary's wearing? What's Santa Clara wearing?
What's Oregon wearing?
Is Santa Clara coming out in the greens today? Is that what they're doing? Is Santa Clara going with the alternate greens today? Is that what they're doing?
We like to mix it up. There's a lot of games.
Yeah.
There's 162 games.
Hey, is that Santa Clara? I don't know. They're wearing green. Could be the Broncos.
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, well, shocker. They're going to wear maroon and white today. How about that? That's Santa Clara. How about that? Oh, my God. Sharks are coming out in navy blue Saturday. Bro.
They got some black jerseys. I like the black jerseys the Sharks wear.
Whatever. Yeah, it's fine. All right, bud.
Go beat Buffalo today, San Jose.
Yeah. Who else we got? Who's on the tournament too here? What is it? Michigan State. Michigan State's coming out in yellow today. They're gonna come out in their mustard yellows.
Hell yeah,
all right,
mustard!
Buddy? All right. So Mike Krukow next on the Sports Leader. All right, bright and early on a Thursday morning, our tax attorney friend Steve Moskowitz. It's getting to be that time of year, Steve. What if you can't pay your taxes? That sounds like a big deal, Steve. Can you help them? Good morning.
Good morning, and we want to help all your listeners. You know, a lot of people, they just can't pay their taxes. And sometimes this is the first year because something special happened, or sometimes it's been a bunch of years. The bottom line is a lot of people make a mistake and think if they don't have all the money to pay their taxes, that's it, nothing they can do. And they make bad mistakes, like they don't file their returns, or they run and hide, or they just ruin their lives and they live like a criminal looking over the shoulder, or it is today the day the IRS agent comes and gets you. Folks, there's no reason to live like that. We want to cut you a deal, a good deal. There's all kinds of deals. We'll explain them. We have a free consultation. We'll listen to you. We know you got kids to feed and expenses to pay. That's okay. Everybody does. We'll make a good deal for you, and then you can have your life back. You can enjoy life. You can see any color jersey you want, and the only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, "Hey, Steve, take care of me."
Nice, Steve. Nice. Steve wears, you know what Steve wears? He wears a coat and tie to work. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we can't wait, man. We're under a week to play. And starting next week, we go to Mike 3 days a week. With a little bit of a quirk in the schedule, Mike will do Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday next week, and then eventually Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But man, oh man, we can't wait to talk Mike Krukow baseball all the time. Mike, we're under a week to go. They played the Dodgers yesterday, got a little Shohei Ohtani. They'll be in Sacramento Sunday. They'll be in San Francisco Monday. So it's getting real, Mike. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Hey, yeah, it is getting real. I mean, this is a very, very tight time of spring training because some really hard decisions have to be made. And, everybody starts to take on a little more of a different approach with their starts as a pitcher, with their at-bats as hitters. You're starting to see better stuff. You're starting to see more command of better stuff. You're going to see, sharper sink on sinkers, sharper snap on sliders and breaking balls. I mean, everything starts to come around right now. And, you start to get this is when you start to get excited because they're going to start to set the team. They're basically, even if guys aren't getting set out, they're being called up, and they're called into the office and saying, basically, you're not going to go. You're going to go back down to AAA, but you're going to stay with us the rest of the way. So some of the verdicts are going down, and now's the time where you start to look at who gets hot with the bat. Because, it's easier, I should say. It's never easy, but it's easier the first start of spring when the pitches aren't as quick, as sharp, and the breaks aren't as acute. And the hitters that get hot now, I think, are the guys that really are going to project to do well once the season starts. And the same thing for pitchers. You want to see what type of command, what kind of movement, what kind of control you have, and how the ball is hit. You want to see how much loud contact you're giving up. So a lot to be determined this week, but I just think it's one of these really interesting weeks of the year, and I look forward to it. It never fails to entertain.
Well, Mike, one of the Giants' hottest hitters right now actually just got back in Scottsdale after tearing up the tournament in the World Baseball Classic. That would be Luis Ariz, who shows up in camp with a gold medal around his neck. Mike, haven't had a chance to talk to you since that Tuesday matchup. What were your thoughts on Luis Ariz, Jose Butto, and Team Venezuela taking down Team USA in the WBC?
Oh, I thought it was beautiful baseball. I mean, who gets a playoff game in March? And just when you saw what that game meant to both teams, it was brilliant. I mean, they were digging deep. They were digging deep, and they wanted to win for their countries. I mean, it was such an obvious. And when Bryce Harper hits the home run and ties it, and you go to the top of the ninth, and the place just went quiet from the majority of the fans, but the Venezuelan fans just stunned out of their minds, and the American fans lost their minds. It was just so cool. It was just that's baseball. That moment right there. I mean, Harper didn't get many hits, but he got probably the biggest hit of the tournament for the USA team, and it was short-lived. Credit the Venezuelans for coming back next inning and going ahead, and they got the big hit. But I just loved it, and it isn't a bad thing that the USA did not win that game. I mean, we're all disappointed, but when you saw what it meant to the Venezuelan team and to the country of Venezuela, you can only imagine what it meant. It was humbling. It really was. So I loved every bit of it. To be able to crank it up, to get that type of a ballpark filled with fans that passionate, I just thought that was brilliant.
Absolute home run for baseball, no pun intended. Just incredible advertisement for the great game of baseball. I don't want to dwell on the WC because we have more Giants questions, but the last one I leave you with is the talk of it's so successful. Do you support moving it to the middle of the summer in All-Star week? So there's this whole proposal where every 3 years, maybe you sub out the All-Star game. You do pool play in March with the pitch limits and all that. But when you get to the quarterfinals, you can spend that whole All-Star week playing the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the finals with all pitchers ready to go and full attention on baseball in the summer. Do you support something that's a pretty dramatic move? Are you open to a discussion, Mike?
No, I'm not, and I'll tell you why. The one thing about baseball, and remember the old saying, if you miss 1 day as a player, that's fine. You miss 2 days, you miss 3 days, and the guy in the stands knows it. So the point being that your skills erode so quickly that a 10-day period is catastrophic, and you really subject your players to injury, because you cannot assume that if you take a 10-day break, that your guys are going to stay sharp. Some guys aren't going to do anything. I mean, we saw it in 1981 when we were on strike for over 50 days. Some guys did their homework, some guys didn't. Some guys got hurt and never came back. So that period of break, granted, it's 5 times longer than the 10-day period you're talking about, but it ruined some guy's career. So I don't think that there's any way that you could keep the rest of the guys that aren't on the teams. I don't know how you keep those guys sharp. So I'm not for it. I'm all for the WBC. I love the fact that you have to wait 3 years to do it. I think they've got this system down to where it's perfect. But I don't envision a scenario where you can take the majority of baseball, give them 10 days off, come back and expect to see good baseball, and not subject your players, your athletes from injury.
Mike, the Giants have announced that once again Logan Webb will be the opening day starter. We talked earlier this week about his performance in the World Baseball Classic. He was named to the All-WBC tournament team with his other co-ace, Paul Skeens. And I got to say, that was one of my favorite moments of the tournament during the championship game, just seeing Logan Webb and Paul Skeens on camera, chopping it up in the dugout, showing each other different grips. Is it possible that we're going to see Logan Webb show up this season with one of those Paul Skeens splinker-type grips this season?
Well, you never know. I mean, grips are so important. And, when you're learning new movement and you ask a guy, how do you throw this? Your thumb position, if you move it a quarter inch either way, I mean, that's a big deal. And then all of a sudden, if it feels good, you can take it right into the game. I mean, you've learned a new pitch. That's how fast you can learn a new pitch. You see the grip, you place your finger on the seams, you get a feel of it, and it's like, damn, this feels good. And off you go. And all of a sudden, you've got a new movement in a changeup grip, or, you've got a new movement to a cutter grip. And the other thing, too, is you have your grips already. But every once in a while, the feel of a pitch can go stale. And if somebody gives you another way to hold that pitch, another way to grip the seams. It's a whole different feel. You can get that pitch back, so that pitch doesn't go into a long slump. So, and you know, when you get to the big leagues, it isn't always the coach that's going to turn you on to something. I mean, a guy, Steve Rinko, was a pitcher that I played with, who was a veteran when I got to the big leagues, when I was a rookie with the Cubs, and he showed me the knuckle curveball, and I was like, wow. And why it was so important to me is I had a curveball and a slider. When I threw the grips that I was using, I would kind of lose the quickness and the hand position of a curveball, and it would get lazy. By holding the knuckle curve, it forced me into a proper hand position, and it just tuned that pitch up and became one of the really good pitches for me, and it became consistent. And I got that from a fellow teammate. So teammates, are very, very important in the growth of not just pitchers but hitters as well. The dialogue never stops. Pitchers talk about pitching, hitters talk about hitting, and you learn a lot. You're learning from the best players in the world. So it's a very cool thing. And, you don't get to see an all-star team play 7 games or have the chance to play 7 games like you do in the WBC. Usually when you meet with the other great players who are having great seasons, it's one night in the middle of summer. But when you're playing 7 games, you really get to know these guys. And you're curious, okay, how do you do this? What are you thinking when you throw that? And they'll tell you. It's the greatest thing ever, and that's how you get better. So it's just another little side perk to getting on those WBC teams, because in all likelihood, you're going to get better.
Yeah, really cool seeing Logan Webb and Paul Skeens doing that stuff. Mike, just kind of back to the Giants here before I let you go is, there's some talk of, we're getting down to roster time. And the bullpen remains a question mark, although Jose Butto looked pretty good for the World Baseball Classic for Venezuela. And, Kerry Crowley was in for Marcus on Monday. He also does weekends, pre-games. And others have suggested that the Giants trade somebody like a Casey Schmidt for a reliever. And then FP Santangelo had a pod with Susan Slusser, and he said, I think something's coming with a reliever. He said that yesterday in his pod. He goes, I think, and FP talks to people. So, I don't know. Do you feel like Buster Posey has a move left in him before opening day?
Oh, yeah, and I think he has moves left in him after opening day. I don't think that process is ever going to change all the way through the trade deadline at the end of July. It's just what you do. And the things that really has been apparent this year is that you have a lot of talent in the minor leagues for the Giants. There are people in the minor leagues that the other teams want. So that's an opportunity to get another player that can really help out your team. If you sense a little bit of a weakness, and by this time in spring training, you know what you have. And if you feel you can improve yourself, you're going to start looking. So I would never be surprised at a deal now, the next week, or any time after opening day. It's just the way it's going to be. And when you're a team that contends and feels that you have a chance to get to the playoffs, you're more likely to do that. And that's exactly what the Giants are. They're a team that has a feeling that they're going to be able to get to the playoffs this year.
And Mike, to your point, a lot of that talent from the Giants minor league organization will be on display tonight. It's the spring breakout game for the San Francisco Giants, where their best prospects will be playing tonight on NBC Sports Bay Area down in Scottsdale. You can see names like Dakota Jordan, Gavin Keelan, Trevor Cohen, Maiocco, Walker Martin. So many of these prospects will be playing today, including Luis Hernandez, one of the top international prospects. Mike, is there anybody you're keeping an eye on or anybody you want to see in action tonight in the spring breakout game?
No, I want to see them all. It's a great way to get a feeling of what you just actually have down there. I'm kind of old school in a way, is that somebody can tell me how great a guy is, but until I see him, until I see his swing, until I see his arm stroke, until I see him catch the ball in the infield or the outfield, see him throw out of the outfield, see a catcher throw, I don't believe it. So, it kind of serves me well, because I get a lot of requests now from radio shows and writers that want me to give them a perspective of this Giants team, and I really tell them I can't. I haven't seen them enough, and that's honest. I mean, it keeps me having to do a lot of interviews before the season, but it actually is true. Until I see a guy, until I actually see him play, and get a sense of what he's got in my own eyes, I don't trust it. So, yeah, tonight I'll be watching and I'll be taking notes.
Well, you can't watch too much, Mike, because you got, let's see here, Kennesaw State, Gonzaga, St. Louis, Georgia, Penn, Illinois, Idaho, Houston. These are our nighttime tournament games. Who's your bracket? Who's your Final Four?
Oh, Murph, it's baseball season, man. I'll watch it when he gets to the Final Eight, but until then, it's just I'll read about it. I got too many things to see in baseball. That's the greatest thing right now. With the MLB thing, the MLB app, you can go back in there, you can watch every game. And I do. I can't get enough of it. I just love it. And, it allows me an opportunity. And the other thing, too, it's pretty cool. And I suggest this to all Giants fans. Go on YouTube and just start bringing up the coaches on this new Giants staff. Find out what they're at and what they're all about. I mean, Hunter Mintz, who's the hitting instructor this year, you go on and he'll give you a 30-minute dissertation on how he has these drills that he uses to give guys more control, more body control, to be able to have an ability to hit inside pitches, pitches up, pitches down, off-speed pitches. It's really interesting. And every coach has it. And it really does give you, and certainly if you're a manager or a coach in Little League or amateur baseball, check it out. You'll learn a lot of things, and it's really interesting. And this staff here, they've got some ideas. A lot of these guys don't have a lot of big league experience. Doesn't matter. They're teachers, and they can help you. So that's what I do.
Okay, so no Kennesaw State, Gonzaga. More YouTube with the Giants to learn.
No, is Cal Poly in there? If Cal Poly ain't in there,
I think they made a little run, but they got denied. They got denied at the last minute. So when the Mustangs make it, we'll get you in there. All right, Mike. So great stuff. Have a great weekend. Hey, listen, breakout game. Giants come home. By the time we talk to you next Tuesday, man, it's going to be the eve of opening night. So bone up on all that information, and we'll talk to you Tuesday.
That's it.
Mike Krukow, it's baseball season, damn it. No St. Mary's, Texas A&M for him.
No, it's spring breakout time, not tourney time for Mike.
Tourney time for me, though. I do love it. You do it all. You can do it all. We'll do it live.
And we're right around the corner from the first game tipping off this morning.
9:15, TCU, Ohio State. And at 8:15, we'll talk to the Athletics college basketball writer Brendan Marks on his bracket. But we do have a big hit. The Warriors played last night. There was news on Steph Curry, and Steve Kerr kind of put his foot down. We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
A good question to ask heading into the big hit with the Warriors sitting in the 10 seeds, that little spot right there in the Western Conference standings. Should Steph Curry even come back this season? There's 13 games left. The Warriors have lost 6 of 7 games, 6-7, something like that. You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627. That's 808-KNBR, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Marcus Boucher back on a Thursday morning, and it's not just tourney time. It's time for me to tell you about a great new product that I just discovered, Zellman's Minty Mouth. If you're like me, you're worried that sometimes the smell of your breath interferes with your life. Maybe it's your social life, maybe it's your romantic life, or maybe it's your professional life. But it's not your fault. The foods that we eat can really affect our breath, especially if there's garlic or onion in it. And you're desperate for a solution because bad breath can kill your confidence. You've tried gums, you've tried mints, now it's time to try Zellman's. It cleans your breath in a way that other mints don't and can't, because Zellman's is not just a mint, it's a functional breath freshener that you actually swallow. And it's clinically tested against the toughest offenders, even garlic and onion, and it even works on coffee and smoker's breath as well. And trust me, I'm about 2 cups of coffee deep this morning. The boys don't want to smell my bad breath, so that's when I pop in a Zellman's Minty Mouth. To find out more information about Zellmans and all their products, go check out Zellmans.com. That's Zellmins.com. And use the code KNBR at checkout for 15% off your order. That's right. Take advantage of this 15% offer right now by using the code KNBR.com at Zellmans.com. Zellmins, Zellmans.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today. or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Malika, there is cautious optimism that Stephen Curry will return to the lineup at some point by the end of the month, and that's after I'm told he had a strong on-court workout Tuesday afternoon in Boston, starting to run, cut, move, take some slight contact like the Stephen Curry again that we know. The most important part, though, is he's not experiencing the swelling that he's had over the last several weeks or a month ago when he needed to get a PRP injection, from my understanding, due to those knee issues. So now it's about him building on this conditioning, getting more and more comfort in that knee before he's able to make the call to make it back on the court.
Shams Charania leading young Tony to go yacht rock. He wants Steph to come back. It's like player, buddy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the big hit today, guys. Stephen Curry and his chances to come back this year as the Warriors slip to the 10 spot. No, not the 10 spot like what you'd hear on like the radio, the 10 spot. No. They're in the 10 seed in the Western Conference. Now, don't get the wrong idea. They can't fall to 11. Memphis is 8 losses ahead of them with only 13 to play, so that's not going to happen. But can the Warriors get out of the 10? I don't know. Steve Kerr was laying out some goals for this team. It's just all slipped away right in front of our eyes. They're 1-6 in their last 7. They're 6-13 since Steph went out on January 30th. Marcus, do you want to see him come back? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I hit the post there.
Perfect.
Unwittingly. Kerr also talked about we're not getting to the 6. We're not getting to the 7. They have a shot at the 8. The Clippers are only 1 loss ahead of them. 35 losses to the Warriors, 36 losses. However, the Warriors are going to Detroit tomorrow night. Now, Cade Cunningham, who's got the news this morning, has a collapsed lung. That's kind of scary. And he obviously won't play tomorrow night. I don't know if it gives the Warriors a chance in Detroit. Then they go to Kuminga, not to Atlanta. They go to Kuminga on Saturday. They've won 11 in a row, the Hawks. So these are 2 very difficult road games that would push them further and further from anything other than a 9-10 play-in, buddy. So do you want to see Steph come back? Do you feel anything about that take a swing, win a play-in game and take a swing? Are you feeling it?
I mean, people like the Santa Clara Broncos as a 10 seed in the tournament, man. I mean, the Warriors got a shot. They're playing, I mean, listen.
Nicely done, Tony. But to answer your question, Murph, yes, I need Steph Curry back in my life. This track has been playing on a loop every single day since January 30th. This has been a soulless Warriors team without Steph Curry. They're damn near playing meaningless basketball. We talked about the play-in purgatory that they were in when Steph Curry got hurt. And guess what? Here we are nearly 2 months later, still talking about that play-in purgatory and teams with sub-500 records trying to sneak their way into the actual playoff bracket. I need Steph Curry in my life. Now, I also need Steph Curry to be healthy. So that's the question. How many games do you want Steph to get in before the season ends to prep him for that playing game, if that playing game even means anything to you at this point?
How much do we miss this guy, man? Just seeing him on the court yesterday in Boston going through workouts.
By the way, keep your greasy hands off Steph Curry. You saw some of those Boston fans grab Steph as he was walking through the tunnel?
Yeah. Keep your greasy hands off Steph Curry.
What are you doing, Boston? Keep your chowder fingers off Steph Curry.
Keep your freaking lobster roll fingers off of Steph Curry. Steve Kerr last night just kind of laid it out about where they are. They're going into the play. He just conceded the play-in bracket last night and laid out their roadmap here.
Yeah, I mean, we've had our eyes on 6 for a while, and that's out of the question now. I mean, we're not getting there. If we can string together some wins, try to get to 8, that'd be ideal. Get 2 cracks at it. We're not getting to 7. We know that. I've been talking about this theme, not in such precise words like I just used, but over the last few weeks, I've been telling the guys we have to build our habits and be ready for when we get guys healthy again, and because then we can just really have the firepower that can be complemented by a foundation of good habits, good fundamentals. And like I said, I think there's a lot of stuff we can improve upon, and the base of all that is your spirit, energy, confidence. We got to work on that too.
There you go. Spirit, energy, confidence, all that. They have shown some. I will give them credit. They have fought. In fact, I heard Doris Burke last night at the start of the game when the Celtics kind of pulled up by like 10 and the Warriors like cut it to 4. She goes, the one thing the Warriors will do, they will fight. They will fight. Then I looked up and they were down 26. But you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader and Cumulus media station. We'll see what they do tomorrow night against Detroit. So Steph Curry, yes, we need him back. We want him back. I don't care what anybody says about tanking. You're not getting to 11. You're not going to fall out of the – you're not going – mathematically, you're going to be in the play-in bracket.
It's almost like the Warriors are being punished with a play-in game this year.
Seriously. Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Like, you're going to play in the play-in tournament, and you're going to like it.
It's unbelievable. Exactly, dude.
Eat your vegetables and play in the play-in tournament.
We were joking about it. Danny had this great quote as Draymond Green was – putting on his expensive timepiece and slipping into his shoes and was scooting out of the locker room. Danny Emmerman from the Standard said to him, you guys fell into the 10 seed today. It's a quote from Draymond, quote, damn, did we? That sucks.
Yeah, it does, Draymond.
Damn, did we? That sucks. So, very much so.
It's almost like when we had Baron Davis on the show. Damn, it's Monday. It's Monday. I didn't even know it's Monday. Draymond Green had no idea that they fell into the 10 seed.
All right, guys. This is out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 209 says, Steph has jumper's knee. 50% of all professional athletes play with patella tendonitis and other Bay Area sports medical casualty keep players out longer than they need to be. I don't know. He seems like Steph Curry is not the kind of guy who's going to jake it or tank it, I don't think. 503 says, the only way I want Steph coming back is if he's wearing a gray and red Chinese New Year's jersey. That person clearly is riffing and listening to our show. 707 says, are we getting to Murph era fighting Golden State Warriors? Are we getting to that era?
I mean, once Steph is gone, get ready. Brace yourself for that era. It's going to happen all over again.
Brian, hi. Brian Murphy. I'm from Mill Valley, California. I'm a 20-year-old junior major in English. And I'd just like to say we still love those fighting Golden State Warriors.
You and the 3 others. No, never mind.
We had Manute Bol and Chris Mullin. That's what we had.
And we found out earlier this morning, even back then as a 20-year-old, you still loved your fighting Golden State Warriors
in the jersey,
and you still hated alternate jerseys.
In the blue and gold jersey. It was Oregon. It was the Oregon Ducks who pioneered this. And I remember having a conversation with my buddy. Shout out Ebby. He worked at Oregon. He worked for the Oregon Athletic Department. And I was like, bro, what are you guys doing? You guys look like idiots out there. And he goes, hey Murph, we're not designing these. He goes, these uniforms are designed for 18, 19-year-old cool kids. He goes, they're not designed for sports writers who are 30.
Ooh.
Dude, 30.
Yeah.
They're 30.
Trust me, dude. 30 is unk status, Murph. I'm there. I'm living it every day now. I'm living it every day. You tell somebody you're 30, like, you were born in the last century? You were born in the 1900s?
I'm consistent. The other part about the uniform thing, by the way, just to digress back to what we were ranting about, or I was ranting about at 720. And listen, it's nothing personal against these particular Giants jerseys. They've been doing these alternates for a while because you guys tried to poke me. Murph, what do you think of the new contest? What do you think of the new?
Give us your thoughts.
And I was like, dude, I'm just kind of done with them all, right? But also, maybe the most egregious thing is the only reason they're doing it is money. That's it. That's the only reason. And you guys are hypnotized. You're like, yeah, I'll spend my money.
They got us.
Anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar. Everybody wants more money.
I get it.
I just want enough money.
I get it.
You're full of shit. It's never enough. You know when it's enough? When you're dead.
You're full of it.
That's when it's enough.
Uh-huh.
Gene Simmons likes the alternate jerseys. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, throw a KISS logo on the sleeve.
All right, back to this. 916 says, if Curry is healthy enough to come back this year, then yes, he should come back. It's not always about only caring if the game matters. There may be a kid in the stand getting to see him for the first time and maybe the only time in person. And yes, I'm selfish because my son and I have tickets to Kings Warriors in April. Yeah. There you go, man.
Yeah, well, good news is it sounds like he could be back before the end of March.
Yes, correct. So just laying out the schedule here. Warriors are at Detroit Friday. He won't play in that. They're at Kuminga on Saturday. Won't play in that. They're at Clay next Monday. So they're talking about when they come home. They actually play the night that Logan Webb takes on the Yankees.
Ooh, a little Terry Francois two-step on opening night.
And it's the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah. So a little New York media in town.
Yeah.
So the 17-52 Brooklyn Nets, by the way. It's a 7 o'clock tip. Then they have the Wizards on Friday. So they should win those two games, Friday and Wednesday, to get maybe back. Maybe Steph comes back to one of those games. So you're looking at a week from yesterday or a week from tomorrow.
Let's give him that soft landing of a Porzingis-Kuminga style matchup against the Washington Wizards.
And Marcus, check it out. Yeah, because Curry might go for 100 against those guys.
He might break all the records.
Another Terry Francois two-step, because that Friday game against the Wizards, in which a scoring record will go down, is the same day as our day opener. That's a true Terry Francois two-step, because you go day game, Arrow, cocktails at Thrive City or whatever, and then Warriors game against you're all over that.
Dude, might have to stop by the new Fieldworks setup right outside McCovey Cove, right alongside Terry Francois.
Good chance for us to remind you guys that we are doing our traditional 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Friday morning broadcast from the 58 Social. Come on by. Come see us. Now, what will Kristaps Porzingis be doing at that point in time? We asked Danny Emmerman about that, because he had like an emotional homecoming to Boston last night. They had a video for him, a tribute, the whole deal. It's kind of funny. They're saying this road trip, he's playing all his former teams. He played the Wizards. He played the Celtics. He's playing the Hawks. He's playing the Mavericks. All his former teams. So anyway, what is the deal with Porzingis? Like, will he be a Warrior next October? Is he simply an expiring contract? We asked Danny Emmerman.
The next 13 games will really determine a lot about his future. And I don't think his next contract is a long one. And I think the next couple of weeks will determine how much of a financial commitment it will be. If he can prove that he can stay on the court and remain productive over the next month, then maybe a team might be a little bit more comfortable giving him $10, $15 million a year for 2 guaranteed seasons. Maybe that team is the Warriors. I think they like Porzingis as a guy that they've targeted in the past. He clearly fits, and they're excited to see what he looks like next to Steph. And he says he keeps saying that he feels better after every game. He's getting his legs back under him. He's recovering better. His system is feeling better. But he said all these things in the past. So we've got to see him string together a full month of good health before making any real judgment.
So that's even a mystery. And it's funny. Somebody texted in earlier, said, some people are saying we need to see Ricky Pearsall for a full year, where we're saying we need to see Kristaps Porzingis for just the next 10 games, right? I mean,
yeah, but
I don't know.
Some people try to slap Ricky Pearsall with the injury-prone label already this early in his career. There's no question. Kristaps Porzingis is the walking injury-prone label.
I mean, I was talking to my buddy about this yesterday. He's a huge Warriors fan. He said he's just discouraged and disappointed, and maybe understanding that it all played out like we thought it would, because the Warriors bet on old players. They bet on old guys. Jimmy Butler went down. Steph Curry is down. Kristaps Porzingis is game to game. So you're going to go into next year and try to play 82?
Yep.
Like that? I mean, that's just, we were saying this when they traded for Chris Paul. Yeah. We were saying, hey, the Warriors need to get younger, and they got older. I mean, the cynics are saying that about the 49ers, that they needed to get younger, and they signed Mike Evans and Dre Greenlaw and Osa Odigizua and Mike and Christian Kirk, none of whom is younger than like 28.
Yeah, but I will say it's a little bit different when you're looking at Steph Curry and where he's at 38. And that's why it makes more sense to go all in right now. You're still looking at the 49ers where Brock Purdy's still under 30, Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey, all those guys. They do have some pieces that are getting older, like Trent Williams. But it's different for me because you are trying to capitalize on this last kind of sliver of the Steph Curry window. It's something that we've been talking about for the past couple of years. And I will give credit where credit is due. The move to bring in Jimmy Butler last year looked like it was a success. I mean, hell, they went into Houston and upset the Rockets. Then Steph Curry goes down with the injury and they get bounced from the playoffs. Earlier this year with Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry on the court, they were winning some ball games. And then Jimmy goes down, and that's the one thing that derailed the entire season, which is a risk when you bring in a 36-year-old Jimmy Butler. It's a risk when you bring in an older guy like Al Horford. It's always going to be a risk, and that's why even going to this season, we said that the Warriors were setting themselves up as a playoff team and not really a regular season team. And now here we are, just kind of hovering around a 500 record all year long, begging for Steph Curry to get back just so he has a chance to go out and put on a Steph Curry type performance in a playing game just to get to the blanking postseason.
In a red and gray Chinese New Year's jersey.
Don't forget.
All right, guys. Well, there's your big hit, Warriors fans. You got them back tomorrow night, but they're up against something pretty mighty in my world. March Madness. I love it. I love it. I love it. We have our bracket right here. I can't believe I did this. It goes against all my soul and ethics, but I have Arizona winning it all. I know. I know. I'm talking to my fellow Bruins there, but they might have the best team. But we'll talk about that. By the way, if you need a
what a Benedict Bruin, dude.
Well, guess what? Here's my alternate bracket. Cost me $20.
Oh,
UCLA goes all the way in this one. So you pay $1 to dream, buddy. My lottery ticket.
Yeah.
My lottery ticket. $20 lottery ticket, by the way. Hey, I'm giving to the fund. You know what I mean? $20 for sport and entertainment, or one beer at a Giants game.
Exactly.
Or a Warriors game, for that matter. Let's let the Warriors off the hook here.
Or a 49er game.
Or a 49er game. All right.
They'll charge you.
Well, Brendan Marks covers March Madness for The Athletic. He's got his brackets out. He's got his scouting reports out. Let's get you guys ready. 9:15 is the first game. Are these all on Mike Holler's 1050? They're all on Mike Holler's 1050?
We have Kyle Shung here, so yeah, the first one's on for sure. Ohio State, TCU,
Ohio
absolutely.
State, it's a whole barrage coming our way on The Sports Leader.
It's tourney time.
Oh, let's talk El Cerrito Honda. Man, the sun is out. The weather's great. Makes you want to go get a new car at El Cerrito Honda. That's where I would go because of my great experience I had there with Sharif and Sylvia and the whole crew, and how much I love my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. They've really come a long way. Gosh, I haven't even seen the 2026 yet. I'm going to check those out. I'm going to be jealous of you when you get the 2026 at El Cerrito Honda. Where is it? El Cerrito, California, right off of 80. On San Pablo Avenue, 11755 San Pablo Avenue, or online at 24/7 at elcerritohonda.com, meaning that you can just wake up at 2 in the morning, go to elcerritohonda.com and start seeing the car you want. And they have them. They have them. And when you go to El Cerrito Honda, tell them that your boy Murph sent you. Say, hey, Murph was talking about this, and yeah, come on in, because you're going to find the car you want. You're going to get the great deal you want, and you're going to get treated well. El Cerrito Honda is more than just a car dealership. We're family.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our question of the day: with the Warriors sitting in the 10 seed, should Steph Curry even return this season? I was just looking at the schedule. It looks like there's a nice 5-game homestand starting on April 1st against San Antonio. That feels like the likely spot for Curry to return based on the reports we've heard from Shams Charania, so stay tuned. But the question here is, should he even return at all? Do they, even want to risk his long-term health? You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Ooh, the sweet sounds of March Madness. Let's have some fun, man. Talking to Brendan Marks, a college basketball writer at The Athletic. He's in Greenville, South Carolina. He's got some games. He's got Ohio State, TCU. He's got Duke, Siena. He's got a possible upset, VCU, North Carolina. And he's got Illinois, Penn. I love it. I love it. I love it. Brendan, welcome to the Murph and Marcus show out here in San Francisco. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, where the Bay Area is claiming two teams, St. Mary's Gales and the Santa Clara Broncos, going to the dance. But, hey, happy March Madness Thursday, one of the great days of the year. Brendan, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Brendan?
I'm doing very well. Thanks so much for having me, guys. It is truly one of the best days of the year.
And it gets going in less than an hour, Ohio State and TCU. So here we go. This is what we all do, every single American with a bracket. We all look at each other and say, who you got? Now, you get paid for a living to do this, and you've put it in public. So am I reading this correctly, Brendan? You're going 4 number ones in the Final Four, huh?
I am. I'm really daring, guys, as you can see. You know, and this is actually the second year in a row that I've predicted all 4 number 1 seeds to make it to the Final Four. And a large reason why is just because the top of college basketball has never been as good as it is right now. And I think, you know, some macro trends have finally seeped over into the rosters. You look at the transfer portal, you look at NIL. It is easier for elite teams to hoard talent than it has ever been before. And so you look at Duke, you look at Michigan, you look at Arizona, you look at Florida. They're as good as anyone in the field, and they would make for a potentially all-time Final Four.
Yeah, well, Brendan, you made the right call last year as all number 1 seeds did make it to the Final Four. But in this year's tournament, which number 1 seed do you think is most likely to blow up your bracket and everybody else's bracket out there?
Yeah, you know, I think it's the one that I'm here with in Greenville. I think it's probably number 1 Duke, and a large part of that is due to injuries. The Blue Devils are without 2 of their starters, Patrick Ngongba, their center, and Caleb Foster, their starting point guard, due to injuries. Ngongba was supposed to be able to play for the NCAA tournament. He is out today against Siena. It sounds unlikely that he would be able to play against the winner of TCU and Ohio State in 2 days' time. And you might be able to get through the first weekend without him, but you almost certainly are not going to be able to get through the likes of the East region with St. John's or Kansas or Michigan State or UConn. I mean, all those Hall of Fame coaches. I just don't know that you're going to be able to do that with the injuries that Duke has. So if they can, it's a testament to Cameron Boozer, the best player in the country. But I do think that Duke is vulnerable by nature of its bracket and its injuries.
Yeah, Brendan Marks, the voice you hear from The Athletic. He's in Greenville, South Carolina. And it's true. I mean, Duke, there's a path where they would have to beat Rick Pitino in St. John's and then Tom Izzo in Michigan State or Danny Hurley in UConn or even Mick Cronin in UCLA. Who knows? So it is a tough bracket, I think, by any measure. In fact, don't the metrics say that is the toughest bracket, Brendan?
It is. It's the second most Final Four berths from the combined coaches in any regional in the history of the NCAA tournament.
Great stat. Stat.
I mean, you look again. You've got obviously Dan Hurley's a champion, Tom Izzo's a champion, Rick Pitino's a multiple-time champion, and then you've also got Bill Self's a multiple-time champion, and then you've got John Shire and Rick and Mick Cronin. So it's a juggernaut. Whoever comes out of the East, I've heard a couple of people say they're going to be battle tested. they're also going to probably be beat the heck up. I mean, that is a brutal, brutal bracket.
Yeah, I left Bill Self in Kansas out of my first run through. All right, well, today and tomorrow are the really, 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 really fun days. And it used to be, Brendan, we all grew up in eras where, man, a 15 might beat a 2. A 14 might beat a 3, but I'm looking at your picks in the Athletic, and really, as far as you go, is 11 seed South Florida beating Louisville, and the new darlings from last night, the Miami of Ohio Redhawks at 11 seed beating Tennessee. That's as far as you go in terms of upsets, huh? You want to expand on that?
Yeah, I wish, I feel like such a wet blanket picking so many chalky picks, but again, to my earlier point, because of the transfer portal and the NIL era, a lot of those mid-major darlings that we think of historically back, whether it be George Mason, be it be VCU, be it be St. Peter's, a lot of the stars of those teams have already been gobbled up by high major teams. And so it's not quite the same extent where you had, in the case of a VCU or George Mason, for instance, you had guys who were together for 4 years and they took some lumps. And by the time they got to March as seniors, they had scar tissue together and they were able to put sort of this, camaraderie, and it was enough to beat maybe superior talent. It's just not the case this year. A lot of these mid-major teams are being, kind of pillaged on an every off-season basis. And I'll give you guys another nerdy stat here too. There's one that I love. It's called net rating, and basically it just measures how elite a team is, sort of standardized for style of play. So that way, if you've got a slow team like Virginia when Tony Bennett was the coach, or Alabama now who chucks 100 threes a game, you know how good they are. There are more quote-unquote elite teams who have a net rating over 30 entering this postseason than ever before in college basketball history. Again, you put it all together, it just does not look like a field that's right for a lot of those upsets we love.
Brendan, 2 upsets that I see in your bracket in the first round include 2 Bay Area teams. You've got Santa Clara upsetting Kentucky, but you also have Texas A&M upsetting St. Mary's and Randy Bennett. So how do you think those 2 matchups play out here in the Bay Area?
Yeah, I think Randy Bennett is one of the most perennially underrated coaches in the sport. But their opponent, Texas A&M, plays a style that if you are not familiar with it, it can be incredibly jarring. Texas A&M head coach Bucky McMillan came from a couple of years at Samford, and he plays his trademark buckyball style, which is 40 minutes of pressure. We are going to pick you up as soon as you score a basket. Like, we are going to absolutely exhaust you. And conditioning-wise, it's something that a lot of his teams have had to adjust to. But again, if you're not familiar with that, as the Gales aren't, I do think that it can be pretty jarring. So, it's less about St. Mary's and more, I think, about Texas A&M's style being so unique. I think it can help them get a win. They've got great athletes. And as for Santa Clara and Kentucky, I just think Santa Clara is better. It doesn't matter that Kentucky spent $22 million on the roster. They've been inconsistent. They've been beat up. Quite frankly, it looks like Mark Pope is done with this team and wouldn't be too upset if he was upset. And I think Santa Clara, obviously, you look at their pieces, they've got shot blockers, they've got NBA talent coming off the bench. I really do like Santa Clara to get an NCAA tournament win over the highest paid roster in college basketball.
By the way, I didn't comb closely enough, Brendan, because I forgot to say that you have Hofstra beating Alabama. Is that because of the recent arrest in the Alabama roster?
You know what? I'm going to fly my flag on this one. I had actually picked that before the arrest of Aiden Holloway, and it only made me look a little bit smarter because I certainly am not. I will say this. I think that Hofstra shoots the ball really well. They have really sound two-point defense. They're going to stylistically try to slow the game down against Alabama. And now, especially without Aiden Holloway, I can 100% envision a world in which Hofstra is able to keep up three-pointer for Alabama. The Crimson Tide can bury a lot of teams. I think that Hofstra has an ability to match them there. Speedy Claxton has beaten high major teams already this year. Hofstra beat Syracuse back in the non-conference. And again, he's a guy who knows a thing or two about winning games in the tournament from having been a player under Jay Wright back in 2001. So that's probably my most ambitious upset, I would say. I picked it before the Holloway news, but that only helps my case, I think.
I love it. Good stuff, Brendan. Okay, before I let you go, just a little quick synopsis of each of the 4-1 seeds on why they can and will. Why would Duke win the championship?
Yeah, I think it starts with Cameron Boozer. A lot of people last year were sort of entranced by Cooper Flagg, this generational one-and-done player, and statistically speaking, Cameron Boozer has been even better. He's the reason why Duke is 7-2 in two-possession games this year. They've beaten 2 other number 1 seeds in Florida and Michigan, and again, other than health, they've been the best team in the country. Arizona, sort of similarly, They've beaten 12 ranked teams entering the postseason. That's tied with Duke for the most ever in the history of college basketball. Incredibly balanced. They don't shoot a ton of threes, but they absolutely destroy you in the paint. If not Duke, I think Arizona has probably the most fans nationally in terms of people who think they can win the national title. Michigan, it's their defense. Dusty May plays 3 guys 6'9" or taller. Yaxel Lendeborg is the best transfer in America on the wing for them, and they just absolutely bludgeon people to death. They beat Gonzaga by 40 back in November. It was the worst loss of Mark Few's career at Gonzaga, and as someone who was out in Las Vegas for that game, I haven't been able to unsee it since. And then lastly, Florida. They're the national champions. They brought back their entire front court from the national title team. They don't shoot the ball particularly well, but they've got a guy in Todd Golden who's won a title. They have players who have won a national title. And before their SEC tournament loss to Vanderbilt, I think they'd won 12 or 13 games in a row. So analytically speaking, they've also been one of the best teams in the country. Again, any of those teams could win it. I like the 2s too, but the 1s this year are just so good. And again, if they do make it, as we hope they will, then it would be an all-time Final Four.
Great stuff, man. You clearly know your basketball. Everybody read him in The Athletic, Brendan Marks. You can follow him on social media. Hey, last one, just a little pet peeve here. You're in Greenville. There's morning games. Do they clear out the arena and then make the evening crowd come back in? Because, Brendan, I'm old enough to remember you could walk in the morning and stay there for 4 straight games. Are they clearing out the arena now?
They do clear it out.
Damn.
They do clear it out, except for us poor media folks.
Yeah.
We're in here for 14 hours, hunkered down.
Well, it used to be. I mean, if you were a hardo, man, you'd go in the morning and just say, I'm done. Don't bother me. I'm here till midnight. So that now, of course, the money. It's all about the money.
The money. It's always the money.
Hey, enjoy the heck out of it. You're going to get 4 great games, and it's awesome time of year. We like reading in The Athletic, and thanks for hopping on Murph and Marcus out here in San Francisco.
Yeah, thanks, Brendan.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. Hope you enjoyed the games today and tomorrow, and appreciate you having me.
Yeah, good man. Brendan Marks knows his stuff. Good reasons for all those guys. You know what's funny about Duke, man? They got injuries. Their point guard's injured. He's hurt. You have that.
I do, dude. I'm just betting on Cam Boozer.
I know. He's
I'm
awesome.
taking the best player in the tournament.
Dude, Florida, don't forget, Todd Golden, former USF Dons head coach, San Francisco Don from the Hilltop. I was Michigan all the way until I sat down and did my bracket last night. Yeah, and then just something I had been denying in my gut all year, that Arizona has the best team, because I was in denial. I was like, come on, man. Come on, Arizona, lose. Every time I watch them, I'm like, damn, they're good. And finally, when I sat down and the rubber hit the road, I'm like, they're the best team, taking Arizona.
How could you, dude?
I know. Well, don't forget my lottery bracket here where I have UCLA. Winning it all, baby. Right here. There it is. $20 down the drain.
I also forgot to ask Brendan how many brackets he does. Now, as an expert, I would assume he has to be one and done, right? This is the one he's putting out to the masses.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you do one.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you should do. But there's also, like, at least my second one is a silly one where I took my alma mater.
Yeah.
If you do like 4 brackets where you take Arizona in one, Michigan in one, Duke in one, and Florida in one, we're going to have to blow the whistle.
I know people like that. They'll do their entire bracket, and then they'll pick each of the 1 seeds to win a championship. You can't enter 4 different times if you're playing for a cash.
Well,
it's got to be one and done.
You can if you're playing the numbers and you want to win the money.
Come on. Where's the loyalty these days?
Where's the ethics?
I'm a 1 bracket kind of guy.
All right, good man, good man. Hofstra over Bama. We'll see what Rory the Greek says. Rory the Greek has Akron in the Sweet 16, just FYI.
That's the bracket I want to see. I've got Akron as a first-round upset as well.
I walked by the kitchen table, and there was just a bracket filled out in very clean 8th grade pencil writing.
Yeah.
And it's so cute because he put his name at the top. Rory.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, yeah, there's your bracket.
Yeah,
you put your name on your paper, you know?
Yeah. And then you went to the backyard. You're like, where'd this brand new go-kart come from?
It would actually be, why are these charges on our credit card for all these new video games?
Yeah, all these new Fortnite skins.
Exactly, dude. All right, here's the deal. Cooler of Content is stacked with great sound. Matt Maiocco at 8:50 to talk about the story that came out of Tampa that Mike Evans was offered more money to stay in Tampa. So much for that substation theory, guys.
Yes, so much for Gene Simmons saying everybody wanted more money.
That's right.
Mike Evans does not.
Exactly. All right, that's all coming up on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back on a Thursday morning, but it's not just any Thursday morning. It's a tournament Thursday morning because the NCAA first round is kicking off today, so it's the perfect time to shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's right, you heard that read correctly. Prize Picks is now giving you $50 in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance right now to get started on America's #1 app for sports picking. You just heard us breaking down the bracket in the last segment. I'm taking Duke to win it all, and I'm doing it because they have the best player in the tournament, Cam Boozer. And get this, right now on Prize Picks, they have a special pick, a special promotion for Cam Boozer. All you need is for him to score more than a half a point in today's first round matchup. That's it. A free throw, a dunk, a layup, whatever it is. If he scores a single point, you can cash in on Prize Picks right now. And they have plenty of other options from all the games in the NCAA tournament available on the app right now. So what are you waiting for? Download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Tell them to bring me my money. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, happy beautiful Thursday. Happy Tournament Thursday, everybody. We're less than an hour away from one of the great days in American sports, if not the greatest day in American sports.
Ooh.
I used to write my column. I invented Cooler Day.
Yeah, you did.
Literally dozens of people climbed on board, which was the Monday. It used to be that the Monday in April that featured the Final Four championship was always opening day in baseball. And at the same time, it was the first day of Masters Week, too, which was just practice rounds. But still, it felt like Masters was coming. So I used to call it, because the column is called The Water Cooler, so I called it Cooler Day. And I had this little cadre of readers who got really into it. Like, those guys made, like, greeting cards and stuff. Meanwhile, Bill Simmons had millions and millions and millions of readers.
Well, one of those readers was the now very famous and successful fantasy football host on NFL Network, Adam Rank.
Dude, it's Brian Murphy.
Dude, look.
It's Brian Murphy.
You know what? One of the great, like, I was so down in
Brian Murphy.
I talked about this on the off-air pod, just how Simmons, and I've talked about this on the air, just, he and I started from the same place, and he just exploded. He's got homes in Malibu and Nantucket and all that stuff. And I'm here working with you guys at 6 in the morning.
Yep.
Clearly just absolutely lost the battle. But Adam Rank came on and goes, no, man. He goes, it's an honor to be on your show. He goes, I used to read your column, The Water Cooler, all the time. He goes, what was the setup? He said something like, he goes, we would go to school in the middle school or high school and read the column and say, dude,
it's Brian Murphy.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
Just not buying it.
Adam Rank, a part of the Diesel Army.
Oh, there you go.
It's Brian Murphy.
There you go, buddy. There you go. Hey, the Cooler of Content is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Is he now has he arrived, Adam Rank?
Yeah, he's a big-time deal on NFL Network.
You know
I would
about him?
say he's probably the top fantasy analyst they have on NFL Network.
Dude, it's Adam Rank.
It's Adam Rank.
It's Brian Murphy.
You want to rank these players, you go to Adam Rank.
We got to get him back. He's
He's good too because he'll dress up, he'll do bits. He does like this surfer voice thing, I think, on Thursdays.
My kind of guy. My kind of guy.
Yeah, he learned from the best.
Well, listen, we were talking about brackets.
It's Brian Murphy.
All right. We were talking about our brackets. Here's my UCLA lottery bracket, and people, we were paying tribute to the legend, Tom Tolbert, who used to say at all times around this time of year,
it's tourney time.
And Tom will get royalties from us playing that.
Yeah.
But hardcore listeners said that's not the only tournament sound you guys have. How about your midday icon, one of the greatest voices in the history of Bay Area media, Gary Radnich, yelling at now program director Mike Holler.
This still holds up, by the way.
Go.
Mike, can you put your bracket up your ass for a minute and produce the show?
Oh, we need one more. Gary Radnich to Mike Holler.
Run it back.
Mike, can you put your bracket up your ass for a minute and produce the show?
And now that guy's running the station.
Unbelievable. Sound like me on the uniform, Sydney. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, can you put that bracket up your ass and start running the station?
Last one. Just one more for my ears there.
Mike, can you put your bracket up your ass for a minute and produce the show?
The pounding, right? The pounding.
That's too
all right.
good.
Very, very good.
That's
All
too
right.
good.
Last night, Jonathan Kuminga. So this is for our YouTube crowd out there that's watching and seeing the good-looking Murph and Marcus show. And Jonathan Kuminga, the Hawks are just rolling. He's back from his little knee injury. He gets a rebound. There's only 5 seconds left in the third quarter, so he tries to throw a baseball pass down the court to a teammate and swishes it. I read that this is the 6th longest shot made in the play-by-play era.
Ooh.
Since they were keeping stats.
The play-by-play era.
Watch this on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Watch this.
Kuminga, 4 seconds. There's time. Jock at the other end. Hey, Kuminga threw it in. It's a three-pointer. Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, my God.
He threw it, trying to hit Jock Landale. The ball goes in the basket, and the Hawks can't believe it.
Everyone is in shock. I mean, watch this play. Jonathan Kuminga sees Jock Landale, decides to try to throw it to the big man, and it goes in.
From the opposite foul line.
Man.
What a shot.
Oh, my God.
Because we have a clock malfunction, the clock should stop on a made basket. We will review the play to see how much time is remaining in the period.
Jeez, if the refs here.
Okay, you can have whatever time, but watch that play.
I'm just so glad Jock didn't touch him.
Right, my God. And Jonathan Kuminga was like, I can't believe it.
It counts.
I guess.
Landale is going up and then pulls his hands away like when you get shocked on an electric rug or like when you're up in Tahoe and you're walking on a shag rug and then you touch the light switch and you shock, you pull your hands away. That's the way Landale's like, whoa, I don't touch it.
Never touched it. Never touched it.
So crazy. Because he doesn't want to get a cylinder violation, right?
Not at all. But no, that was not an alley-oop. That was a full court pass that turned into a full court shot. And Murph, I think I've seen enough. The Atlanta Hawks have officially won the trade. Between this and dropping 27 on the Wizards.
Yeah.
Thank you, Warriors.
By the way, can I just digress here? Why is the heat on in here?
Dude, it is so warm in here. It's like
freaking heat wave.
It's
What's going on?
76 on the thermometer right now. I know it's hot outside, but who the hell broke the AC in
somebody
here?
sabotaging us in here?
I mean, I'm sweating.
Is this you, Young Tone?
No, this morning, I was just telling Gurley, this morning it was like 60 degrees in there. It was like freezing.
I'm getting pissed.
Freezing? Dude, I've tried to turn down the AC like 3 times in here. Tell Curly Construction to get on the case.
I'm getting some sweat pits.
Dude, check it
going
out.
here,
It says,
man.
what does that say, 74, 75?
Yeah, come on,
That's a little too warm. Here we are bitching and complaining about being inside doing a radio show
No,
when there's
no.
actual people working
No,
outside.
it's worthy of bitching and complaining.
Yeah,
'cause
thank
it's
you.
too hot.
We will bitch and complain.
All right. This is so LeBron has taken up golf, as we know, because we saw him at the Olympic Club. Somebody surreptitiously filming him chunking one, which happens in the good game of golf.
Happens to all of us.
But he's now. Do you guys like LeBron? People don't like LeBron.
I
right?
don't.
What don't you like about LeBron?
Oh, dude, I don't think we have enough time left in this segment.
Okay.
Where do you want to start? LaFraud James team jumping, the boys and girls charity when he made the decision. Like, the list goes on and on. He's always reading the first page of a book.
Okay.
I've got more options, too. We can keep this going.
He's also 41 years old and dominating out there with Luka.
Yeah, that's true.
Of course. But
Yeah,
anyway, the
hell
point
of a
is,
player,
he's
yeah.
taking up golf, and he's now doing an ad for Nike Power Beats Pro 2. They're getting a free spot from us here
They got
without
us.
spending any money.
They got us.
Because LeBron does a self-deprecating ad of going to a golf course, not playing well, and ignoring everybody's advice by slipping in his power beats and listening to the Commodores sing Easy, which, by the way, is not a bad song to have in your head for a swing thought. Not a bad song. I may have it today. I'm going to play today. I might have Commodore's Easy in my head today. I usually do Frank Sinatra's Nice and Easy Does It. That's usually what it is. But here it is. Check out LeBron. Is this Tom Kim? Is that the golfer?
This is Tom Kim. Yeah.
Who I think is in the new Chasing Sunday that I just turned you on to. The golf world is a buzz. NFL Films went to the Players Championship and did a PGA Tour film, like NFL Films treatment, which is, top of the line treatment, right?
I was wondering why there was so much like NFL crossover at that tournament.
Well, there's getting anyway, people are loving it. I sent it to Young Tone. I got to watch it. It's all inside PGA Tour, like all the caddy and player conversation, all the cool NFL film stuff. But anyway, just a little LeBron golf here, just because we all struggle with the great game of golf, and sometimes you need to listen to the Commodores instead of the advice. Yeah.
You really got the golf bug, huh?
Man, hooked.
Everyone giving you advice in your game? It's the worst. Just remember, it's all in the hips. Keep that grip loose.
I got you. Thanks, Tom.
Don't swing too hard.
Swing easy, King. Let the club do the work. Remember to rotate on the down.
No, it sounds funny, but I just can't stand the pain.
Yeah.
Girl, I'm leaving you.
Gotta remember to keep your head down, LeBron.
Seems to me,
Mr.
girl,
James,
you know I've done
remember, nice and slow.
Bad
You
putt.
see a big stone and I bother.
Ooh, baby. That is out of bounds.
I don't even know how you get it over there. That's crazy.
I'm easy like Sunday morning.
Keep rotating your hips.
That's why I'm easy.
Play it left, bro.
Hey, look at me. He cannot hear you.
I'm easy like Sunday morning.
Yeah, Bron, that was good.
Why are you talking like you know him?
He knows me.
Look, he just looked over.
You see? He see me?
Dude, he just gave you a friendly nod. What you just stop?
No, that's a confirmation of friendship.
Then go over there and say hi. Go say hi.
Friendship.
I'm paying my dues to make it.
Goes on for a couple more minutes here, a couple more seconds here. We'll duck out here. So the YouTube crowd gets to see the whole thing. What'd you think, Marcus? Are you a LeBron hater? Do you endorse the ad?
I will say this is actually something that I think I endorse by LeBron James. It's good to see a little self-deprecation. It's one of the best forms of comedy. LeBron James knows that he's a bad golfer, so I actually like that he's leaning into the bit about him being a bad golfer.
Okay.
Like, this is the first time I feel like I can actually relate to LeBron James.
What do you say, Young Tone? Yes,
I thought it was really well done. Really kind of a cool comedy spin on the whole thing. I think we all get so many tips and tricks from everybody on the golf course. It's kind of annoying, and you want to just throw some headphones in. You got to be careful because you got to have a head on a swivel out there, guys. They're not very good, and you can get hit in the head. by a slice or a pull. But yeah, it was well done. I liked it. It was cool.
All right, LeBron stock up on the golf world.
I enjoyed it. Young Tony, I don't know if you can help me out or not, but that one cameo where it's the two guys in the golf cart talking to each other, those are two of Tyler, the Creator's homies from Loiter Squad in Odd Future. I don't think it's Jasper the Dolphin, but two guys I've definitely seen before. So a little bit of a crossover with LeBron James and Golf Wang, a.k.a. Wolfgang, a.k.a. Tyler, the Creator.
That was an incredible description. You used about 6 different people I don't know. Jasper the Dolphin, the Loiter Squad.
Loiter Squad used to be a TV show, kind of like the Chappelle Show. It was kind of like a skit show that Tyler, the Creator, did, and some of his buddies that were characters on the show were in that commercial with LeBron James.
And the older guy is somebody, too. The one who says, keep your head down, LeBron. He's somebody, too.
Yeah, I couldn't recognize him.
All right. Well, listen, there's your cooler of content, everybody. We didn't put the one where Steph got his arm tugged in Boston. Just keep your hands off LeBron, or Steph, pardon me.
Yeah, keep your chowder fingers off Steph.
Yeah, keep your lobster roll hands off Steph.
I don't need it.
Also, there's a restaurant in Boston where he was eating, and they brought out a mini hoop and made him, like, shoot mini hoops. He's like, I'm just having my dinner here, man.
Hey, what is he, a circus animal?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, perform, Steph. Perform.
559, once again, 559 is one of the great listeners. Is if only TB12 made a cameo and picked up his golf ball.
Oh, dude.
True story.
Yes, 559.
And I'm wearing the shirt today. All right, Matt Maiocco on the other side. Is he just all Oklahoma City St. Mary's Gales right now? Is that what he is? Or is he going to talk to us about Mike Evans taking less money to go to the Niners on the Sports Leader?
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Oh, we're still buzzing from Peter Cooperstein's visit from Amici's yesterday. Epic visit to the studios where he brought the brand new menu items, the 3 new pizzas, the MVP pizza, the mozzarella and the pesto, the pepperoni and the pesto, and then the salami honey one was a real winner. My gosh. And then the new penne alla vodka, and then the new sandwich, the Italian chopped sandwich. So we are buzzing. It was awesome. And you can get all these items half off during March Madness. How about that? So today's March Madness. And today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, all the games are on at Amici's. Multiple big screen TVs showing all the action. Tell them Murph sent you and say, I want the Madness deal. Half off all those new menu items. I recommend every single one of them. All right, so half off the new menu items. If you're if you're picking up or delivery, enter the code MADNESS. When you pick up at Amici's.com or use the app, enter the code MADNESS. When you place your order, half off of all of these new menu items. Trust me, everybody loved them. We were in heaven yesterday, and you get half off. Just enter the code MADNESS or tell them in person during basketball you want the Madness special. Amici's delivers.
Madness, madness, they call it madness.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLE.
Marcus, you think you're a Yankee fan? You think I'm like a 49er fan? Nobody's a fan like Matt Maiocco is of the St. Mary's Gales, because he is coming on our show right now on the UMA guest line, live from Oklahoma City, where he's going to watch the St. Mary's Gales play basketball because he's that kind of fan. Oklahoma City, tell me where to go.
Doesn't matter.
Book the hotel room. Live from OKC, Matt Maiocco. Matty, happy Tournament Thursday. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, Matty?
I'm doing great. Yeah, went to Mickey Mantle's Steakhouse last night in Oklahoma City, seeing the sights around this fair town. I've never been here before, so check this one off the list. So yeah, gonna have a good time here today, and already had a good time for the couple days we've been here.
It's flat, right?
It is flat. Yeah, there's not a whole lot.
I've been to Tulsa. I've been to Tulsa
you've been to Tulsa
for the
Tulsa
2001 Southern Hills PGA Championship. Yes.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we were going to walk to dinner 2 nights ago, and it gave me 2 routes, and the one route it said fewer hills. I didn't get that one. It honestly showed up on Google Maps, like this walking route is fewer hills. There are no hills within hundreds of miles of here.
There's no hills. It's like in St. Louis where they call the old Italian neighborhood the Hill, and we go to eat at Charlie Gito's. I'm like, where's the hill? They're like, you're on it. I'm like, no, that's not a hill.
It's like a speed bump.
Exactly. Well, anyway, it'd be fun today at 4:35 our time, 6:35 Oklahoma City time. 7 seed St. Mary's against 10 seed Texas A&M. Matty will be all over it, just like he's all over the 49ers. Yes? You had something?
No.
I was going to say, my first question is this report that came out of Tampa from the Tampa Bay front office saying that they offered Mike Evans more money. So what did you make of that story? That guy literally said that he wanted to play with a better quarterback? Is that, wow, Baker Mayfield's going to stand here and take that? What'd you make of that whole story, Matt?
Yeah, no, I mean, it kind of went with what he was saying. I think, after being in the league for 12 years, sometimes guys just want to start over. They want a fresh break and see something else. And so, for that to come from the Buccaneers side was interesting, because usually that's something an agent puts out to like endear the client to the new fan base, like, oh, he wants to be here. But it sounds like it's honest. It's true that when he was hitting free agency, he was looking around, and it sounded to me in our conversation with him that he had narrowed it down to the 49ers and the Bills. And ultimately, he just kind of decided like 49ers were the place he wanted to be. And the feeling was mutual. When Kyle Shanahan got on the call with him that Monday morning and kind of outlined what he expected, how he was going to use him, all that stuff was music to his ears. So it was initially reported as a 3-year, $60 million contract. That's not even close to what it is. It basically amounts to a 1-year, $14.3 million contract, and then year to year after that. But maybe he feels like he earned his money. He doesn't need to go out there and beat the bushes for every last million that he can get. And I think it sounds like he feels like there's a lot left there for him as far as being in a good offense with a quarterback that can get him the ball, and learning how Kyle Shanahan runs things, the route concepts and everything else. So it certainly endears him, I think, even more to the fan base and to the 49ers organization when something like that gets out there.
Mike Evans is not the only new wide receiver joining the 49ers this offseason. They also signed Christian Kirk to a 1-year, $6 million deal. So, Matty, how do you see Christian Kirk fitting into this offense, and how much better you think this wide receiver room is now with Mike Evans and Christian Kirk in it versus what we saw at the end of the season?
Yeah, Christian Kirk gives the 49ers something they really haven't had, and that's a true slot receiver. They've had guys who play the slot, but you don't know from down to down who's lining up in the slot. To me, now the receivers have very defined roles. It's Mike Evans as the split end, it's Ricky Pearsall as the flanker, and it's Christian Kirk as a slot receiver. So the offense is, for the passing game, the wide receiver room, quite a bit different than how it ended the season. And we can argue or debate, Mike Evans or Juwan Jennings, an older Mike Evans, a 33-year-old Mike Evans. But he is such a technician at the wide receiver position. Juwan Jennings is still out there, which is a surprise to me. I thought he would have been one of the first guys signed, but now here we are nearing the end of week 2 of the open negotiating and free agent signing period, and still I haven't heard anything about what's going on with him. But I think having a true slot receiver, that's an immediate upgrade. Obviously, Kirk and Evans are toward the tail ends of their career, but it is a much better room right now than it was when the season ended. A key, we've talked about it before, and we'll continue to talk about it until he proves us wrong or proves that he can get out there and stay healthy. If Ricky Pearsall, he's kind of the key to this thing. If he can have the kind of season the Friars would expect him to have as the first-round draft pick of a couple of years ago, if he can have that kind of impact, all of a sudden that wide receiver room went from being a liability and a weakness in 2025 to perhaps being a strength of the offense in this coming season.
Matt Maiocco is the voice you hear. You listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Niners add Mike Evans, Christian Kirk. Pretty wild. No Juwan Jennings. And just to kind of follow up real quick, there's no scenario where he comes back.
Boy, I wouldn't think so. They've already paid Mike Evans. He fills that role. So I can't imagine it. He would have to really swallow his pride and take a much lesser contract than what he wanted. And he might have to do that anyway with another team, but I don't see a scenario where Juwan Jennings comes back to the 49ers.
All right, well, tomorrow's March 20th, and we were told that's the Trent Williams $10 million date. What's the latest, Matt?
Yeah, I think today is a key day. Whether they do something to come to some agreement to just kick the can down the road, I would think that Trent Williams' side would want this resolved sooner than later. And it's either way, right? It's either let him know. It's either get the contract that both sides agree to, or it's cut ties and let Trent get out there and find a new home, or negotiate with the 49ers off of what other teams are bringing to the table. So I would think today would be a day that there should be some movement. We've seen endlessly how deadlines spur action. And so this is the deadline that you talked about, March 20th. That's when that $10 million option bonus is due. So I would think something would be happening today, that there's some sort of resolution and both sides can kind of move on and know what the situation is going to be for the 49ers at left tackle. Obviously, if they don't find a contract solution, the 49ers do the unthinkable, which would be to release Trent Williams, then it would be very much up in the air how they approach it. But, I can't even imagine there being a plan B that's anywhere near as good as what plan A is, which is make sure that Trent Williams is on the team for this upcoming season.
Matt, the other can that the 49ers have been kicking down the curb is the Brandon Ayuk can. Do you think it's actually realistic to think the 49ers can get something in trade compensation before next month's draft?
That would surprise me. Every team knows he's not going to be with the 49ers. The 49ers announced it. They basically said it in November or whenever that was when they put him on the reserve left squad list. John Lynch said it again at the combine that they were going to do something with his contract after the start, do something releasing him at the start of the new league year. They haven't done it yet. They must feel like there's a possibility they can get something for him. It seems, I don't know. I don't know how realistic that is. If I can't imagine that there'd be a team that'd be clamoring to get him. I know all the word is about the Washington Commanders. That seems to me to be kind of a buyer beware thing for them to bring him in with Jaden Daniels there as his close friend. So I don't expect a resolution on that until they have to do something. But if you'd asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have thought at the first possible time at the start of the new league year they would have released him. But they must feel like somebody wants him enough to give them something. Obviously, it'd be a 7th round pick, probably in 2027. But from their standpoint, picking that up is better than just releasing him and allowing whatever team wants him to go get him.
Matt Maiocco in Oklahoma City watching his St. Mary's Gales tonight at 4:35. By the way, they're 10 minutes away from the first tip. Ohio State, TCU. Got the CBS up there. And then got Troy TV up for Nebraska-Troy there, too. So we're in the same boat as Matt, getting ready to watch all the basketball. Matt, two-part question that you can answer. One, what's the cap situation? And two, if it's good enough, can they sign Joey Bosa, and will they?
The cap situation's okay. Yeah. I mean, that Evans contract only takes up $4 million, 4.3, I think, on the salary cap, 4.25 on the salary cap this season. So they can structure deals in a way where it has very little impact for this season. So can they sign Joey Bosa? Absolutely, they can sign him. And I think they got to be involved in that. When you look at the edge rushers that are out there, I think he's the best one. And it wouldn't preclude them from going edge rusher in the draft as well. I think they probably have to kind of figure out what Joey wants. He started every game last season for the Bills. He appeared in 15, started all of those. They would have to kind of figure out what they would want to do. Is he ready to become a situational pass rusher? Because I would think, all things being equal, if both guys are healthy, Nick Bosa would be a starter and Michael Williams would be a starter at defensive end. So I think there is a possibility more this year than last year that the 49ers could sign him. Last year was all about cutting salary and trying to get younger. This year, it's a completely different mindset for the 49ers. It's like, they kind of sense that this group isn't going to be around too much longer. And so it feels to me like they're really gearing up for this season, basically bringing in Mike Evans on a 1-year deal and Christian Kirk on a 1-year deal. It just kind of feels like this is a year that they're really pointing to. And I think that there's a strong possibility that they can pull that off where they sign Joey Bosa for this one season.
All right, Matt. Well, that's good. Well, we got to let you go, man. Hey, but first you got to tell us about your bracket. Like, when the rubber hits the road and, you love your Gales, but if they win this game, which I have them winning this game, it's likely they face the Houston Cougars in the second round. Does your devotion to the Moraga mob get you past the Houston Cougars into the Sweet 16?
I'm not on my bracket, but in my heart. Yeah, absolutely.
and really, the heart is where the home is, right?
That's
it's really
all that matters,
dude.
Yeah.
How big is the crew out there? How big is the Moraga posse?
I think there's 350 tickets accounted for here. I will say this: we're in the same hotel as Vanderbilt, and late into the evening last night, there was not a Vanderbilt person to be seen in the hotel lounge. It was a very St. Mary's dominated gathering. Yes.
Well, God is
God is a Gale. There's a lot of
God was at the bar
Nebraska
last night,
folks.
Yeah. Oh, Nebraska.
A lot of Nebraska folks. A lot of Nebraska. I think I heard somebody say that they bought they have 6,000 people here. So yeah, so Nebraska tips off. I think it's really soon, right?
I think they have the second game. They have the Troy Nebraska game at 9:40 our time. 11:40 your time.
Yeah.
So my question is, I think the stat is that Nebraska has never won a March Madness game, right? Isn't that right?
That is correct.
So
and neither is Troy.
Okay.
But
all right.
But yeah, so there's a lot. I mean, this place is crawling with Nebraska people.
It's like a damn Tom Osborne football game, man. So
yes, exactly.
4:35 our time, 6:35 your time. Hey, man, just play that St. Mary's ball, strangle them on defense, make a couple threes, play some defense. And
That's right.
and then you're back to the hotel bar tonight, baby, raising a celebratory drink. All right.
Let's hope so.
And then getting ready for Houston. Watch out, Kelvin Sampson. Maddie's coming for you.
There we go.
All right. Hey, enjoy the hell out of it, Matt. Always enjoy this time of year,
guys.
bud. Take care.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right. Appreciate it. Take care.
Yeah.
Thank you.
God is a Gale. Matt Maiocco is a Gale. He did not go there, He's a Humboldt State grad.
That's right. I've never really thought about that crossover because we've talked to him about Cal Poly Humboldt, as you know, young Tony.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just reps Moraga, huh?
No, young Tony, you want to
He didn't go to St. Mary's?
No, he's a Humboldt State guy.
Bro.
He's a Cal Poly Humboldt guy.
Yeah, no, he's a
Humboldt guy, Marcus.
He's a Cal Poly
He's a
Humboldt
Humboldt guy, Marcus.
So,
he's a huge St. Mary's guy. He didn't go, so he's got any family connections?
No,
the dynasty?
He lives in Lafayette, not to dox him, but he lives in Lafayette, and that La Miranda thing, when you get into La Miranda, bro, things change. Talk to as I was saying to my water polo cult people out there, dude, La Miranda has a pull and a culture, and Maddie loves sports. Maddie loves sports. He loves events. And I think he got a whiff of down the street, down at the barn, McKeon Pavilion. He had some basketball, and one thing led to another. And I'll tell you the story. At least I think it goes this way. But back in I was asked to help do their banquet. And Matt Maiocco was doing it with me. And, dude, you want to talk about a squeeze? We've never talked about this. And Maddie and I are great friends. But I just did the event, took my check, and kind of went home. Maddie's was all starry-eyed and was like, this is my hometown team. I think he kind of drove the knife into me. Because the next year around, I'm like, hey, you guys need me for the bank? They're like, no, we're good. We got Maiocco. We got Maiocco.
Whoa.
And all of a sudden, Maiocco, he did the year-end banquet every year. And all of a sudden, I was out. And next thing I know, he's on the team plane.
Wow.
Yeah, he's on the team plane, dude. Yes. So they just said, you know what, take your hairy ass and get out of here.
Wow.
Yeah.
At 2, Maiocco.
Yes.
At 2.
But you know what?
How could you?
It's okay. It's all meant to be. Besides, I got to devote my energy to Mick Cronin in my voice. Are you raising your voice at me?
Oh,
Marcus?
no,
Is that what you're doing?
no, I would never.
You raising your voice?
I would never, Murph.
So,
I would never.
All right, guys. So yes, he is what they call. There's a phrase called freeway
Are you
alumni.
raising your voice at me? No, I'm. Yeah, you are.
No.
That's my guy.
No.
There's a phrase in college sports called freeway alumni. You probably don't know that, Tone. Do you know that one? Freeway. You know who would have freeway alums? Kentucky basketball would have freeway alums. These are people who didn't go to the school, but they drive by on the freeway.
Huh.
You know who the ultimate freeway alum guy is? Lee Hammer in Stanford.
Oh.
Lee did not go to Stanford. You'd think he freaking built the farm.
Yeah.
You'd think he built the farm.
Well,
He's a San Jose State guy.
Oh, okay.
Like Bill Walsh, same thing. Rest in peace to the genius, but he did not go to Stanford. He went to San Jose State. You'd have thought he went to Stanford.
Yeah.
The way he acted.
I mean, surprisingly, I've had people ask me if I went to Stanford, which is comical enough, but because I go to so many games that had sunken diamond, I guess I'm kind of a freeway Stanford baseball fan.
You do it in yours is very reasonable though. You just like college baseball. It's the local team. You grew up down there.
Yeah, I went to Stanford baseball camps as a kid.
You could have gone to San Jose State baseball games.
Yeah, I could have, but Stanford's got the better program.
You're an elitist.
I am. Very elite. Very elite. And I live right in the middle of Palo Alto and San Jose, so it's kind of hard to pick and choose. And let's be honest, as much as I love old San Jose Muni, Sunken Diamond's one of my favorite ballparks.
I've never gone to a game at Sunken Diamond.
Wow.
It is one of the biggest. You know what?
Blows my mind.
For a young Tony bucket list, what's the one place? I might put Sunken Diamond at the top of my list.
You gotta get down to the Sunken Diamond.
I've walked past it on my way to a water polo game.
I was going to say, they have a great pool right next door.
Yeah, that's the Avery Aquatic Center where the JOs are all over
facilities.
And where UCLA just won a natty over USC. And the number one school for freeway alumni is? The number one school in the nation? Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Notre Dame is the all-time freeway alumni school because, 90% of their fan base did not go there. But the mythology of Notre Dame, Newt Rockne, Rudy, the whole deal.
And if you're Irish, you just kind of claim Notre Dame.
Exactly, dude. Because they got a freaking leprechaun going like this.
They
You're
got
like, that's
John
my
Joe
guy.
Curley as the logo.
Yeah, Curly looks at the logo. He's like, hey, that's my cousin.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Looks like that guy.
I just saw him at the Irish Community Center last weekend.
They're like, is that Kerry Crowley on the hat? Is that him on the hat?
It's exactly who it is.
Actual size?
Yeah,
Actual size? Yeah. all
Pound
right.
for pound.
All right, guys. Well, Curly's written in our producer out that we usually blow off entirely. He wants to get into the ethics of grabbing Steph Curry. He thinks that's a hot topic.
Ooh.
How should you behave as a fan?
808 KNBR
Why
if
don't
you
we
got an
honor
issue.
Curly and do this segment and see how it goes? Line them up. How should you behave as a fan? What's crossing the line? That's Curly's hot button topic. Next on The Sports Leader.
Are you raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Maddie Maiocco did not go to St. Mary's. That's kind of breaking news to Curly and myself. I mean, we've all heard about Maiocco and St. Mary's. That's kind of wild. I don't know if I like that. I'm not going to lie. He's a Humboldt guy. Not Cal Poly Humboldt, just regular Humboldt, everybody. The question of the day with the Warriors sitting in the 10 seed, should Steph Curry even come back this season? There's 13 games left. You can join the conversation by giving us a call. What do you think about the fan grabbing his arm as well? We're going to get into it next. Give us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Boston sucks! This used to be our 6 a.m. rejoin music back in the day when it first came out from The Departed. It was so fresh. I confess, it's been a little played out at this point in time, but it is Curly's theme.
Oh.
If you want to go Boston songs, Young Tony, you might want to go Dirty Water. Love that dirty water. Boston, you're my home. But hey, this one still has that St. Patrick's vibe to it.
I was going to say, I've heard this song at least a dozen times this week.
In a cab with Curly, right?
Oh, dude, in the back of our Uber ride, John Joe Curly screaming this song at the top of his lungs. I'm not even joking.
What was the guy's name?
I think I still have bruises on my thighs from John Joe just screaming the entire time. Turn it up! Give me more Dropkick Murphys!
So good,
the
man.
entire Uber ride.
Gotta love when the switch flips and the alcohol
Dude, he was like
kicks in.
hanging outside the window, screaming at people on the street to
Honestly,
sing along.
this
like,
is all time.
It was awesome. It was one of my favorite Uber rides ever.
Happy drunk Curly.
Yes. Very drunk, very happy.
That is so
He
great,
was
man.
in his element.
All right. Well, to honor that happy drunk, a Celtics fan, the reason why we're playing this is just for Boston, because Boston sucks! The Warriors were in Boston last night, lost a tidy 120-99 game that they were never in, and they fell to 33-36. They're the 10 seed. But is this after the game, guys? Or is this at halftime or what? Because I see I see a halftime act walking out to
Early saying
perform.
halftime.
Or maybe even before halftime. Steph Curry is in street clothes. He's walking, and a fan reaches out, and you can see it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, grabs his left wrist and gives a little tug. Gives a little tug. Once again, if you want to go back and look at the play-by-play, first it goes on the elbow and gives a tug. Steph, you just don't see that face too often, right? The salty
Definitely
face.
a little disgruntled by another man putting his hands on him.
So Curly wants
like a
to
woman, to be honest with you. The hand.
Oh, was it?
Curly says
Somebody grabbed him.
Curly says 808 KNBR, what does it mean to be a passionate fan versus an entitled fan? And has modern fandom crossed a line? Because of social media, access, and proximity, is it ever acceptable to make contact with an athlete?
Come on, Boston. Why you did my guy like that?
Wow.
Manny Ramirez.
Manny Ramirez. Wow. Yeah, I don't know anybody in the world who would endorse this.
No, well, here's the thing. Not even just athletes and celebrities. If you don't know somebody, you probably shouldn't be grabbing them. Especially when it's an NBA superstar like Steph Curry, who's dealing with an injury walking off the court through the tunnel.
Yeah, 831 says everybody wants to be important these days, and it feels like a weird form of insecurity where everyone thinks they can become a big shot in the moment by touching a superstar or snapping a quick selfie. It says we're one weird incident from having hockey-style glass at NBA games. I don't know about that. Has this happened more than once?
Well, I would say there's been incidents, especially post-pandemic, with people saying certain things in the crowd. I believe there's been a couple spitting incidents. Like, it does seem like today's fan culture is at an all-time high, but a lot of the time, too, it's people trying to film a TikTok video or an Instagram reel, and a lot of these guys are trying to go viral by talking or grabbing some of these NBA players because they're so close to them on the court.
Now, I do want to sort of like caution a little bit about today's fan and go back on the old, I do rely on my good book, the Bible, my friends. There is nothing new under the sun. there was a brawl at a Boston Bruins New York Rangers hockey game in the 80s where it got so insane. You think Malice at the Palace looked like a freaking tea party compared to this one in the 70s where fans reached over the ice, reached over the glass, and were making contact with Boston Bruins. It wound up with the Bruins in the crowd, and his famous scene is, I think the guy's name was Terry O'Neill, the old hockey is. He's fighting like a stockbroker who's in a coat and tie, and he gets him down, and he takes off the guy's loafer, like his Ferragamo, and is beating him on the head with the loafer, dude. And that's because a fan touched another fan. I mean, I think back to like a disco demolition day in Chicago where the fans were like chucking records onto the field and things like that. So Malice at the Palace is now 20 years ago. So it's maybe not necessarily a unique modern phenomenon. Dude, I hate to tell you guys this, and I thought it was funny at the time, but now as a grown-up with kids, I can't endorse this. But in the 70s, when the Dodgers were playing the Giants, Reggie Smith, future Giant, came over to the right field line to catch a foul pop. You ready for this? While he was under the ball, guy poured a beer right in his face. Because Reggie was up to that he wanted to go in the stands. Yeah. And I think Steve Sachs actually wanted to go into the stands at one point, too. Mike Marshall of the Dodgers also wanted to go into the stands because Giants fans were chucking batteries. That's why Jim Rome calls Frisco fan, battery chucker, because of that double header.
I see you, Frisco fan. So bunch of battery chuckers.
Because on Tuesday night, they had a Tuesday night. They called it Black Tuesday. It was so bad. Mike Marshall wanted to fight Roger Craig, the hum baby, and Giants fans were chucking. Mike Marshall said that they were throwing batteries at him in left field.
You don't got to chuck batteries at people.
In other words, as bad as this is, there's been a lot of bad fan behavior.
Well, yeah. I was going to say, as an example, I was in the building at the stadium, World Series, Game 4, Yankee Stadium, where down the right field line, you had that Triple E lookalike try to put Mookie Betts in an armbar.
I mean, dude, that guy had his hand on Mookie's wrist.
Yeah.
I mean, exactly.
Yeah, almost put him in a Kimura or something.
And then there was a weird sort of like, they made him into a little bit of a cult hero, like, remember that? Because
he started doing radio hits.
Yeah. And then he did an interview. He got ejected. He went to the bar across the street. What is it, Jack's? Is that the name of the bar?
Stands and Bills. I had a few drinks at Stands.
And they went and kind of interviewed him like a celebrity. I mean, it was great because nobody got hurt. And in one weird, perverse way, you could kind of see it as hilarious Yankee fan run amok. But in reality, it's a no-go, bro. You can't be,
No, but that's the problem. Probably for that guy, even though he was not able to show up for Game 5, probably better off that he didn't show up for Game 5. But like those type of fans almost think that the juice is worth the squeeze. They get their 15 seconds of fame. They get to be on TV. Everybody's talking about me on social media. I'm doing radio hits. I'm the guy because I reached into the field of play and grabbed the athletes. You should never put your hands on another athlete.
Yeah, but again, this is not new. 310 says, don't forget, Reggie Sanders of the Giants was hit with thunder sticks in Anaheim chasing a ball down the right field line in the World Series. Yeah. They were banging thunder sticks on him. So
look, I'm just saying you should have the same type of mentality and rule set when you go to a game that you do when you go to a gentleman's club. You can look, but you can't touch.
Oh, my God.
Well, it's a good line.
Are you saying leave with stitches? Is that what you're saying?
Oh.
All right.
I don't know if I'm saying that.
No, I can't say that.
Careful.
I can't say that.
Careful.
So, multiple people checking in on the Reggie Sanders one, too. Stan Tim checked in and said, guys, I promise, although our relationship is purely textual, I won't touch anyone. I have a person who shakes hands for me.
Yeah,
all right, very good.
Hands off at 50th Social, all right?
559 said, Steph is a bit of a god. Maybe the fan just wanted to touch the hem of his garment.
There it is.
Too.
That's exactly what it was.
So everybody chill out. What's the closest? Have you ever high-fived? Well, you met Jeter? Did you?
No, just a quick little dap up with Jeter. He walked by me, and I just said, damn, it's the captain. And he looked at me and said, what's up, buddy? And then he actually patted me on the shoulder and just kept walking.
Well,
still one
that's
of the
a good
best,
story. I hadn't heard that one.
Still one of the best interactions of my life.
And I'll use this just because I want the audio. You said, damn, that's the captain. In my world, as Mill Valley Golf Club Winter League is coming to an end this week, I only have one captain, and that's Captain Cush.
Oh, of course.
Even though the year has not gone the way we wanted, we still have something to play for down the stretch, and we got to take heart in the
you got to.
Inspirational words of being on his club.
Because we are THC, you're in the lineage. It's like being a Niner, man. It's like just knowing that your stock and your blood and your heart and your soul are fucking champions.
I'm going to use that today. Use that today in my final match.
You need to send that to every team playing in the first round of the NCAA tournament.
And the 559, who's just a hot texter, says the person who touched Curry might have been the grandma who said, "Oh, Steph Curry.
Oh, wow.
Do you have that one?
Steph Curry.
So anyway, Curry says, should fans who touch or interfere with players face permanent bans?
Yeah, but even so, how do you kind of enforce that? I've always thought about that. Like, people who get banned from the stadium, you can just show up wearing a hat and glasses, and nobody's going to know who the hell you
honestly,
are.
how do they ban you from buying a ticket that because of your credit card or something? Or like, is there a facial ID now? Facial ID, you could.
Yeah, they were running the clear system at Oracle Park last year, but not sure if that's coming back.
Have you experienced some of the latest facial ID, bro?
I don't want to do facial ID.
Great. I was at where was I? At some airport that had the latest and greatest. I mean, and I barely had entered the camera, and it's like, just had my entire CV came
They got
up,
you.
dude.
They got you.
Born, raised,
Yeah,
Fred Linds's favorite player, the whole deal.
You just remember picking up your credentials for Radio Row? Like, you just walked up to the screen,
That
dude?
was the place.
Dude.
That's where it was.
And, like, you didn't even have to stand there for a second.
Dude, they heard my voice.
Yeah.
They're like, here comes this a-hole.
Oh.
That's what the CV said.
Hello, Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, it said a-hole coming. Dude, yeah. Dude.
Beep, 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 a-hole incoming.
Make sure you don't give this guy parking.
That was crazy. You barely entered the portal, and it had your frickin' third grade teacher up there. Yeah, it was nuts. So anyway, welcome to the future.
Yeah, they're out here stealing your face, and it's not the Grateful Dead.
No, very good. All right, we finished strong here by wrapping up here. Get you some Giants talk to get you ready for a little bit of tonight's breakout game. Also, some March Madness tournament update, baby. We're underway. We got TCU and Ohio State going on. Troy and Nebraska is about to tip off at 9:40 on the Sports Leader. I do rely on my good book, the Bible.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, listen to that. Sublime, buddy. You know where they're going to be.
Oh, yeah.
At the Aftershock Festival. Win your tickets right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento, Discovery Park, October 1 through 4. Call Curly. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Danny Wimber presents full music lineup for the 14th year of Aftershock, October 1 through 4, scenic Discovery Park in Sacramento, California. My Chemical Romance, Tool, Limp Bizkit, and Pierce the Veil headlining the West Coast's largest rock, punk, and metal festival. Featuring 140-plus artists, the largest Aftershock lineup yet, along with the addition of a 5th stage to the expanded festival site. All types of tickets, including 4-day, single-day, GA, VIP, and more on sale now at AftershockFestival.com. And the other bands on the lineup include Sublime, who we like to play, Wu-Tang, who apparently are for the children.
Oh, always for the children.
Baby Metal, Danny Elfman, Public Enemy, AFI, Cypress Hill, Zach Sabbath, The Offspring, A Day to Remember, Queens of the... I finally remembered yesterday I was driving. Kruger was talking about The Offspring. I'm just a sucker with no self-esteem. Oh, hey. And that finally came to me when I was driving. Because remember he said it?
Yeah.
That's it. Why don't you jump over to The Offspring Self-Esteem for Kruger? Because you know he's listening.
Oh, always.
925 says, Murph, I need your 2 cents. Copes called Jose Ramirez a Hall of Fame player yesterday. What's your take on that?
Wow, how did that conversation even come up?
I haven't really thought about it. I'd have to do some digging. This is it right here. This is for 707 says, you think next year Captain Kush is going to have to make the hard decision to cut Murph from the team? If he's smart, he would. If he's smart, he would. But he likes getting on the...
Well, you're going to win today, so it's not going to matter.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. So you want to come loop for me with that positive mindset?
Hell, yeah, absolutely. Might as well, yeah.
Yeah. You need a caddy in your ear talking. By the way, just everybody, this is the song that Kruger likes. Speaking of golf, there is news this week. People are buzzing about NFL Films did a PGA Tour episode. They brought the NFL Films technology and microphones and cameras to the Players Championship, and it's an hour-long thing on YouTube. I've heard people say it's the best golf content they've ever seen. So, really?
I'll definitely have to give it a watch, and then if it's good, we should use some of our cooler.
Yeah. I'm going to watch it.
We'll see if it tops Bryson DeChambeau and Steph Curry at the Olympic Club. That was some of the best golf content that I've personally seen.
Right. You're right. That is good stuff. But this is the real deal, too. So, okay, we teased the tournament, which is underway. Greg Silver was making sure. I told him, I said, TV1 is True TV. TV2 is CBS. TV3 is TNT. We only have 3, and there's 4 channels. So I don't know how we're going to kind of handle all that situation. But if you are
Stick and move.
10 minutes to go in the first half, TCU 14, Ohio State 13. That's an 8-9 game. And then just in about 2 minutes, Troy is going to tip against Nebraska, where Matt Maiocco says there's about 6,000 Nebraskans in Oklahoma City. They've never won a tournament game.
That's crazy.
You want to go over our brackets one last time here, buddy?
Yeah, why not?
Because we filled them out and we started the show. People, of course, they're dying to hear our bracket. Like Gary Radich would say, Tony, to Mike Holler.
Yeah, what are you going to do with that bracket, Mike?
Mike, can you put your bracket up your ass for a minute and produce the show?
Yes. Here's mine, buddy, and it hurt. It went against my soul and my heart and my ethics, but I took Arizona to win it all. Don't tell my friends.
Oh, man, I'm telling everybody.
Don't tell my friends.
Oh, I'm spreading the word.
I'm anti-Arizona in general because they are a fierce rival of UCLA in basketball, but I think they have the best team, unfortunately. They also have a pretty darn easy bracket, buddy. The 2 seed is Purdue. I mean, I got love for Purdue, but not that much love. The 3 seed is Gonzaga. Not a great Gonzaga team at all. In fact, I think the hardest team Arizona has in their bracket, and if they're going to stumble, could cap it in the Sweet 16, Arkansas. But I got to tell you what, Arkansas has a second-round matchup if they win over Hawaii, which they should. John Calipari's back. Dude, they would play Wisconsin. Now, some people are taking High Point because 12-5. I got news for you. Wisconsin's pretty darn good, and they're playing really well right now, and they shoot the lights out. Wisconsin-Arkansas second-round match is like a Sweet 16 game around too early. It's a really good game around too early, and that was a hard game to pick. I went with Arkansas just because Darius Acuff and Calipari, and they would play Arizona in the Sweet 16. Now, I would rate them a puncher's chance to knock out Arizona. But other than that, Arizona waltzes to the Final Four.
Yeah, Murph, that's all great reasoning, but all I'm hearing is blah, blah, blah. We have a Benedict Bruin in the building. That's all I'm hearing.
No, you don't, because here's my second bracket.
Oh, bracket number 2.
UCLA wins it all.
Look at that.
Would you call this one the waste of a $20 bracket? Yeah, $20 to enter Jen Violet's pool.
Yeah. See, that's fine, though, because I never mind throwing down $20 on a wager because to me, it's just like going to the movies. You spend $20 for a ticket, and yes, sometimes you like the movie, sometimes you don't like the movie, but the $20, in my opinion, is worth the experience.
Entertainment.
Yeah, it's entertainment.
My entertainment is at UCLA. There it is right there.
Yeah, get a little skin in the game.
There you go, buddy. Look at that. Look at that. It's not going to happen, but... Hey, listen, we're pretty good. We're playing better. And I think our big thing, if you're going to be into the bracket, it's probably too late to make your picks now because the games have started. But UCLA could beat UConn in the second round.
That was the matchup I was looking at.
They could.
Whether or not UConn would squeeze by them.
It's like Wisconsin-Arkansas, a really good second-round match.
I was thinking the same thing.
And as people have noted, maybe the most hilarious coach temper tantrum match in years. Danny Hurley and Mick Cronin going at it.
You raising your voice at me?
Are you raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
You must have some Dan Hurley in there from the cooler.
Yeah. Oh, there's got to be a bunch of Dan Hurley.
By the way, for the record, I support these guys. I told Greg Silver this, and he got very upset. I also like Kim Mulkey, the LSU women's coach. To me, the crazier the coach, the
It's a
better.
zero-sum game. The one that wins is going to have temporary relief. The one that loses is going into a hellhole of suffering.
The crazier the coach, the better, in my mind. Yeah.
Well, because you got a little crazy coach inside you also.
I ain't going to lie. I was influenced. My high school coach was intense. And he brought the best out in us. So while we didn't like it at the time, I realized, wow, he made us better players.
Yeah, definitely.
Have you ever had a crazy?
Oh, dude, my father. My dad was a crazy red-ass coach in Little League. It's the reason why I'm so damn competitive.
Well, you guys had some disagreements, too.
Yeah. We've told those stories before.
Yeah.
We've told those stories.
Tony, did you ever have a crazy coach, wrestling or ultimate frisbee?
Oh, yeah, I think I've talked about it. Coach Rudolph. I hated the guy. I thought he was an a-hole because he was just, like, against me for everything. I thought he was just, like, like legit had a vendetta against me. But it turned out just tough love,
Did he make you better?
I was just going to say, he made me better. I look back on it, I'm, like, glad that happened. So.
Would you compare him to any morning working with me?
Never, dude. I love it. Come on now. There's no hostility here.
That's Coach
funny.
Murph in the building.
Oh man, that's fun stuff. So anyway, the four in the real one where I'm trying to win the money. I mean, it's just so hard to find that upset this year. I took Duke in the East, although that is a gnarly bracket. Whether you're talking about UCLA and UConn, or Michigan State, or Kansas, or St. John's.
Who's in your guys' Final Four again?
Well, I have Duke in the East, and I have Arizona in the West, and I have Michigan in the Midwest. The only time I had any fun is Illinois in the South as a 3 seed because of the frickin' Balkan twins. They have these 7'3" Balkan dudes who grab every freaking rebound, and they can shoot the three a little bit. And I don't know, as good as Florida is, it's hard to repeat. So I took them out. You, Marcus, so that's Duke, Arizona, Michigan, and Illinois in my real bracket.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I got 3 number 1 seeds. I got Duke winning the East. I've got Duke winning it all over Michigan, even though they are dealing with a few injuries. I think Cam Boozer's the best player in the country, so I'm going with Boozer and the Duke Blue Devils to win it all over Michigan. Like I said, taking Michigan in that side of the bracket, taking Arizona as well as my 3rd 1 seed, and I'm taking Jim Nance's Houston Cougars playing down in Houston. Little home court advantage, get the crowd behind them. I have them representing the South.
Can't go wrong with that at all. I mean, Dave Fleming came on our show and he thought he loved Houston. And Calvin Sampson's done it over and over and over again. But I have them losing to Illinois in the Sweet 16. That's my upset. Other than that, it's a lot of chalk.
I would say my big upset is Vandy taking out Florida and knocking them out.
I thought about that.
I mean, they just beat them a couple weeks ago by like 20 points.
Very familiar foes.
Very recent.
Very familiar foes. So that's not a bad pick at all, buddy. Now watch all of us be out in the so many people are going chalk. We had Brendan Marks from The Athletic on. He was very good. If you missed it, you can go find it on KNBR.com. Dude, so many people are going chalk. That what if a couple of these ones get knocked out, which could easily happen? They don't call it March boring time.
Yeah.
They call it March Madness, right? There's going to be madness.
Oh, there's a reason why there has still never been a perfect bracket all the years of the March Madness tournament.
Somebody's lurking out there with like 2 3s, a 2, and a 4 in their Final Four, and they might have the winning bracket.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the ones. I mean, you could make it. Here's the argument against all the ones. Duke has injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan's not playing their best right now, and they also have an injury, LJ Case. And Arizona doesn't shoot the 3 that great, and Florida's trying to repeat. So there is an argument against each of the 4 ones, but still, in the end, you gotta go with these guys for sure. So
you gotta play a little chalk.
Yeah. All right, guys. That's a little tournament for you there. I also teased the Giants. Tonight's the breakout game. You're going to watch it. I'll be watching March Madness.
Oh, I'll be tuned in.
Just a quick one on the Giants before we get out. Were you discouraged at all that the Dodgers rolled out their A team and just kind of routinely slapped the Giants around?
I was discouraged to see Shohei Ohtani back in a Dodger uniform. Like, it was a nice little breakaway to see him pitch, or not even pitch for Team Japan, just play Team Japan, and I didn't have to see him in a Dodger blue. But yeah, it's a bit demoralizing when he shows up and pitches for the first time in spring training, and he's already close to hitting triple digits, 99.9 miles per hour on the gun. That's going to be a problem. He's not going anywhere. The Dodgers, breaking news, are going to be a problem for the Giants and everybody in baseball this year.
I mean, the Giants got 1 hit off of him in 4 1/3 innings. It was Elliot Ramos.
Yeah.
With a double.
All right, Elliot. And shout out your boy, Victor Barracuda, going deep again last night in the 8th inning.
I mean, we got to start talking rosters pretty soon. I mean, we're having some fun with the tournament and everything, but we got to start talking rosters. I did jock blog about Bryce Eldridge. One day they'll post it. And I'm just at the point where I'm kind of where I am where I was at the start. It's okay to start him in AAA. It is okay. And also they need roster flexibility with Matos and Encarnacion. Now, mind, this is not a don't start. If Bryce Eldridge makes the roster, I will be thrilled as everyone else. It's to be exciting as hell. But I'm also understanding that a couple of roster moves, Matos and Encarnacion, maybe don't want to lose them. Now, some people aren't into Encarnacion. I don't know. And it's okay just to get him 4 to 5 at-bats a game for the next month. Just get more and more and more reps. The spring training numbers there's good and there's bad. He leads the team with 19 strikeouts and 39 at-bats, but Kerry Crowley sat in that chair on Monday and said, so?
He also leads the team in walks this spring, I believe.
He does lead the team in walks, that's correct. And he's second in doubles behind Matt Chapman, who's having a hell of a spring, by the way. Yeah.
Just going oppo field every single
Kerry's take on Monday was, don't tell me about Bryce Eldridge's strikeout numbers. He's going to strike out a lot, like Reggie Jackson or these guys. Some guys he's going to strike out a lot. Yeah. Accept it. Now enjoy the other part of him, which isn't the strikeouts. Enjoy the 113 exit velocity and the 4 doubles and the bomb and the triple and all that. So there's good and there's bad. And you still want him on the opening day roster?
Yes, I still want him on the opening day roster. The lineup is better with Bryce Eldridge in it. I know that some people still have concerns about him starting the season as a DH or if he's developed enough at first base. This is another topic that we can get into on another day. Do you think it's more valuable defensively for Bryce Eldridge to go and get reps down in Sacramento or to be hanging out with Ron Washington at the big league level every single day?
Yeah, probably more reps. I mean, it'd be great to be with Wash. Probably more reps. But by the way, at a certain point, we're going to have to address the elephant in the room because let's say Bryce arrives fully and by June, he's a full part of the team. We're going to play the next 7 years with both Eldridge and Devers?
Sign me up, dude.
I mean, but they're just going to constantly rotate first base and DH?
Who cares, dude? We've been begging 20 years for a 30 home run hitter. Those guys both have the potential to hit 30 home runs this season. That's the type of power that Bryce Eldridge has, where he can go for 30 as a rookie if he's in the opening day lineup.
All right. And then can I get a little Fox chime? We got a little breaking news here. Netflix announces they've added Barry Bonds to the broadcast team for next Wednesday night.
Hell yeah.
For the Netflix opener.
Friend of the program, Barry Bonds.
I will not be here because I'll be at the game. The Murphy family first draft pick.
You think we can get Barry to swing by the round table Wednesday night?
He's our buddy.
Yeah.
We had a long chat with him last June.
Come on down, Barry.
All right. Fun stuff, man. Tournament. By the way, just give your latest. There's Jamie Dixon giving an interview. What are we at right now in the tournament here?
Ooh, 9:49. That means we got 2 games kicking off, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Tipping off, I should say.
Give me a little scores.
Don't want the grammar police coming out.
TCU 23, Ohio State 18. 6 minutes to go in the first. And Troy 9, Nebraska 6 in the first. Dude, Nebraska? Come on, man.
Come on,
It's
Nebraska.
early. It's early. On the Sports Leader.
I haven't retired. Thank you.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Bigelow tea time. Every season is Bigelow tea season, whether it's March Madness or baseball. Every season is Bigelow tea season. That's why Bigelow's the #1 tea in the Bay Area. It's a 1 seed. One of the first things we do every day is reach for our mug full of Bigelow tea, English breakfast, Earl Grey, chamomile. Shout out Gwen. I love all of their different flavor options. It's true. They're all tasty, and they're all perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone. So keeps me going, keeps you going, keeps everybody going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here at the Sports Leader. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the Sports Leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I love it. Let's play it for all our CYO practices when we made the playoffs, which Kerry Crowley tried to poo-poo, and I refused.
Oh.
Yeah, he did.
How could he?
He did. He goes, everybody makes the playoffs. I said, only 12 out of 26. He goes, half the league. I'm like, yeah, well, 14 guys didn't make it.
Yeah, do you watch the NBA? Everybody makes it in the NBA also.
Kerry was being spicy. Hey, we need to return to our last take on these new uniforms. So the Gigantes uniforms, MLB posted it, the new Gigantes uniforms. Now, I don't know if these are bots planted by the Giants, but look at these first 10 comments underneath. I'm usually not into these alternate uniforms, but as a whole, this seems pretty cool. Somebody wrote, nah, this is hard. Gigantes just hits different. You can feel the culture and energy in it. Here's another one says, loving the homage to the city and culture with this bold new alternate uniform. That sounds like a bot. Cleanest jerseys in the league, period. 100 fire emoji.
Period.
The Giants just leveled up with the new Gigantes look. Orange and black never looked this fresh. Again, some of these are... That's the same guy who wrote the other one that I thought was AI.
Oh, it might be that AI BS.
Gigantes on a Giants jersey just makes sense. Clean look. Somebody wrote, where do I get my jersey? Somebody wrote, not going to lie, these jerseys are pretty tough, but the hats suck.
Yeah, I'm a bigger fan of the actual jersey than I am the hat. I will say that.
Somebody says, then somebody wrote, it's ASS NGL.
Ooh, not going to lie, Murph.
Then somebody wrote, those look really good. And then somebody in the middle wrote, by the way, Garrett Whitlock just walked this guy.
Oh, no free 90s.
So anyway, he was talking. It was Luis Ariz.
Yeah,
because the pictures of Luis Ariz.
Nice. That's a high quality. See, that's not AI, Murph. That's an actual tweet from somebody.
But there were so many that were so positive.
Yeah. Well, I gotta say, I am positive on these jerseys. I like them. Now, I've always been a fan of the alternate black unis for the San Francisco Giants, but I'll say the same take that I said earlier this morning. Like, outside of the home creams and the road grays, these are probably the best alternative jerseys we've seen over the last couple of years when you take into account the City Connects and all the other jerseys that they're rolling out there.
Yeah. Again, we went on the rant, and it wasn't against these specific jerseys. It's just these jerseys, they've been doing this forever, and I just want to... You can't go to the yard and see their uniforms anymore. You can't find me a day. They're off on Mondays. They're off on Thursdays. Not on a Friday, not on a Saturday, maybe a Sunday, but sometimes they're off on Sunday too.
It's a home cream Thursday.
Oh, man. The other ones, we didn't get into the story about Jack Hughes and the puck. Is that story? We should get into that. I know we're running out of time here.
But
but
steal the puck from the Hall of Fame.
He was quoted on ESPN saying, it's bull S that the Hockey Hall of Fame has my puck. Why would they have my puck? I don't see why Megan Keller or I shouldn't have those pucks. And then he walked it back.
Yeah, I was going to say
He said, no, I'm honored that it's there.
Yeah, the reason why it's there, it's because it's the Hockey Hall of Fame.
And do you know where the Hockey Hall of Fame is? It's in Toronto.
Oh.
It's in Canada.
Yeah. Now I sign with you.
So why would you have the USA? I mean, it's like us going to the ballpark and seeing Steve Garvey's uniform or something, So
I don't need that.
Our Shohei Ohtani's. Young Tone, let's go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea. Proudly, Young Tone. Maybe if you want audio with this, you could play the rap song from 2010 when they made the Sweet 16 with Omar Samhan.
Gail's gone. Wow.
When Maiocco was knifing me out of the St. Mary's banquet. And we had Maddie on. He was great. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com.
We have Maddie on all the time. And you're like, yeah, St. Mary's, we play this all the time. And it's like St. Mary's, St. Mary's, St. Mary's. And I'm like, hell yeah. And then at the end of the interview, you just dropped this bomb on us. You're like, he didn't actually go there, right? And I'm like, wait, what? I've been lied to my entire life?
Well, no, he never said he went there.
Never claimed him.
He never claimed
him.
him.
He does claim him, but...
You're rocking their merch.
Yeah. Oh, and he's on the team plane.
He's on the team plane flying out the games.
So you've been rattled by this.
Curly and I both. We had no idea.
And
literally
you're rattled.
Zero clue.
Does it change your view of the man?
A little bit. Not gonna lie, I love Maddie, but a little bit.
Now, real quick, before we end the show, I gotta ask the question, Tony, do you know the reason why they spoofed this song with Gail's Gone Wild?
I don't think I do, no.
Shout out their original, Girls Gone Wild.
Oh my God. Dude, I've been doing this show show so long, we had the St. Mary's cheerleaders in studio.
Oh, Gail's gone wild.
Yeah, we had them in studio.
Was Maddie here as well?
Before the live stream, huh?
Maddie dressed as a St. Mary's female cheerleader that night. Well, listen, let Matt be Matt.
Hey,
all right,
man.
buddy?
Yeah. And it's not Cal Poly Humboldt. It's Humboldt State.
Yeah,
all right, everybody?
He is a Humboldt State guy. He'll do a banquet up there, too, actually, by the way.
All right, hell yeah. Shout out Danny Dunn, too. Humboldt State. Not Cal Poly Humboldt. It's Humboldt State.
Cal Poly in the building, baby.
I was set to do the Humboldt State banquet, then I got word that they didn't need me anymore.
Oh, you got Matty pipped.
That's if you're listening. All right, Papa and Silver is next. JD is filling in for Papa. Enjoy your tournament, everybody. TCU up by 12. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's tourney time.
Mike, can you put your bracket up your ass for a minute and produce a show?
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Here's a swing and a high drive deep into center field, way back there, and gone. A home run for Maiocco with a 2-strike count, and he just destroyed that one. Here's a ground ball to short. Basabe up with it over to first for the out. For us, right at the moment, we're just going to go to our normal break, but the Dodgers are not taking the field, so it looks to me like that's going to put an end to it. But we still need to do our break, right, Brian? Okay. What do you think, Dave?
Let's take our break and regroup.
Malika, there is cautious optimism that Stephen Curry will return to the lineup at some point by the end of the month, and that's after I'm told he had a strong on-court workout Tuesday afternoon in Boston, starting to run, cut, move, take some slight contact like the Stephen Curry again that we know. The most important part, though, is he's not experiencing the swelling that he's had over the last several weeks or a month ago when he needed to get a PRP injection, from my understanding, due to those knee issues. So now it's about him building on this conditioning, getting more and more comfort in that knee before he's able to make the call to make it back on the court.
Hey, there we go. We need Steph Curry back in our lives. We're going to get the Giants back in our lives coming up. They are coming home after the weekend, and we got all sorts of madness happening in front of us. It is my favorite multitasking operation of the entire day. TCU cooking Ohio State early, up 15 at the half. We got a little Troy, Nebraska. And Matt Maiocco, of course, going to be supporting the Gales. Hope everyone wishing them the best of luck on their bracket challenges. Go win some money, or at the very least, a little bragging rights. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 to join our conversation. Young Tony hanging out in the house. JD hanging out for the 3rd straight day. And as we detailed on Dubs OT last night, JD, you were on the 13-day stretch, so you're looking fresh as ever, my friend. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you. It's day 11 of 13 consecutive days of JD. No double today, just with you as the Warriors are playing tomorrow in Detroit. No Cade Cunningham, but we'll have Dubs OT for you. Win, lose, or draw, as we have here the best Dubs coverage in the Bay. And great to be with you again for the 3rd consecutive day. Feeling good, my man.
Good. No, I mean, you look great. We're all feeling good. Got a little bit of sleep. Not that anyone wants to dive too deep into my personal life, but 2 nights ago was not the best sleep. You know, living in an apartment complex, and some people had the St. Patty's festivities going a little bit late, to say, by the time I walked out the door in the next morning. So a little bit interrupted there. Finally got some reprieve last night. I'm feeling good. I've got my NIT gear on with the California Golden Bears. And, of course, everybody focused on the 64 remaining in this one. So, man, you mentioned it with Cade Cunningham. Obviously, Shams Charania, we came in with that sound on the Steph Curry injury update. Now I'm kind of thinking about the 65-game minimum, too, where I'm like, man, Cade has had such a phenomenal season. The Pistons are a fantastic story where they were in the dumps for how long, and now they're on the rise, and we're going to talk all about youth today with our Bay Area teams. Collapsed lung, that's just brutal, and obviously wishing him the best and a speedy recovery, because The NBA is a product that everyone's got a lot of opinions on these days, but nothing's worse than when the stars, whether it be your Steph Currys, your KDs and LeBrons and the older players, or your young and up-and-comers who could be future faces of the league, like Anthony Edwards sidelined now, and now Cade Cunningham with a scary situation. Just wishing those guys speedy recoveries. That is never something you want to wake up to.
Yeah, it's the biggest issue in the NBA currently is the lack of star power being able to consistently play, and for the most part, it's unfortunately legitimate injuries. But the Warriors have been hit by it with obviously an older team, but it's not just the old guys. To your point on Cade, on Ant. On others. I mean, Jalen Williams has missed a ton of time this year for Oklahoma City, and he's not alone in that. Obviously, guys that got hurt in the playoffs last year. Tatum's back. He looked good last night against the Warriors. Tyrese Halliburton won Game 7 of the finals. Like, it is just an epidemic, and really, I think the number one thing hamstringing the NBA in terms of night-to-night watchability.
So 808 KNBR is our number, and I want to do things a little bit differently here in segment number 1. I'm just going to get right to it and talk about the chance to win Sharks tickets. You can win April 1st, 7 p.m., SAP Center. Sharks taking on the Anaheim Ducks. It is Grateful Dead celebration night. Go and check it out, and at some point between now and 1, I will tell you when it's time to call, and all you got to do, save the number right now if you haven't already, 415-896-KNBR. That's 415-896-5627, and you will win. Now, thinking about last night, JD, I know I popped on Dubs OT with you. It was great to hang out with you and Kyle, and I was way overdue to say what's up to the chat and our lovely community that we built, started in 2023 of November, or I think it was early December. I mean, that thing happened out this fast. And I'm thinking about where we were at with the Warriors and that loss to the Celtics and everything we've been getting into with the 49ers and free agency. And now we got Giants coming right around the corner. We are less than a week away from opening night against the freaking New York Yankees. And what a celebration that's going to be with Netflix of all streaming services taking the spotlight. And I actually was thinking a lot about the San Jose Sharks, because if we were to give away Sharks tickets, say last year or the year before, well, people would have been like, that's cool. I love free tickets. I'll go watch the Sharks. But now all of a sudden, there's this real gravity and excitement. And it's because they have not only a young foundation, they have a transcendent superstar. And look, they paid the price for it. I'm not saying that every team that is in the dumps for a good 5 to 6 years is automatically going to hit that. We've seen teams like the Hornets or the Kings. It takes a while, and sometimes you're just stuck in this purgatory. And then we've also seen the other side of it, like your New England Patriots or your San Antonio Spurs, where you bottom out for a little bit and then quickly, sooner than a lot of people think, you get right back to it because you have the chance to rebuild by being in the dumps and getting all these high picks. So the Sharks right now have something that I don't think is really, you can confidently say about any other team in the Bay Area. That's a strong young foundation that you feel like is going to help you win for years to come. Now, I want to be very clear. I am not implying that the Giants or the 49ers or the Warriors have exactly 0 pieces combined of anyone that's a foundational piece. The San Francisco 49ers have taken care of the most important position with a young quarterback who I think we could say, based on the return from the turf toe, seemed like worthy of being the guy that you paid. But the San Jose Sharks have this young foundation that you feel like, wow, this is amazing. We can win for years to come. And even if they don't make the playoffs this year, they have shown their ability to win and compete and fight enough to where you're like, hey, it's okay. The future is absolutely bright. What can we say about the 49ers or the Giants or the Warriors on that front? We have a piece of sound from Lou Williams and Chandler Parsons on Run It Back TV by FanDuel, which we're going to play a little bit in the next segment. But today, JD, without any true pressing headline, and I'll give you the credit for this term, it's somewhat, and no, we're not getting political, but it somewhat is our State of the Union operation when we look across the Bay Area about the futures and everything that we're looking ahead for, in addition to what we have right in front of us in the present.
Well, it hit for me last night, as it has a lot here recently, with Steph being out for the Warriors, and obviously Jimmy Butler went down 2 months ago now today. And, we're talking about Steph potentially coming back and all of that. But last night, specifically for the Warriors against Boston, they just have no shot. in the game. And you look around and, Tatum's back and Jaylen Brown's doing his thing, and the Celtics are just a well-oiled machine by comparison in terms of the talent level. And it just kind of makes you look at the Warriors and you go, yeah, I agree with Lou Williams. Like, they don't have any foundational pieces, and we've kind of known that they don't have any foundational pieces. And the closest player potentially to that was Kuminga, and we all know that didn't work out, and he's gone now. Mm-hmm. They believed maybe it would have been James Wiseman. So they don't have any foundational pieces that have the potential to be carrier-type players deep into the future. So then it kind of becomes about, and this is not the conversation for today, but it comes about, how do you maximize the time that Steph has left? But separating from that, like, the future appears pretty bleak for the Warriors. And then you start to look at the Giants, and look, the Giants have a lot of good players up and down their roster, but truly the reason the Giants haven't been better over the course of the last decade is the fact that they have not been able to develop or draft the next crop of foundational pieces that are carriers, not only for the pitching staff, but really the everyday players, right? Go back to even the Buster Posey, obviously would be an extreme great level of future Hall of Fame player, but even the Belts and the Crawfords, they haven't been able to develop, let alone others. Now, depending upon who you read, the Giants have retooled and Bryce Eldridge could be a guy. We'll see. It may not happen in 2026, but they've reworked and they've stocked the farm system to an extent where there's a belief, all right, there's at least some interesting young players that could be on the come. Ultimately, the sustainability of what the Giants' success is, and they could be an 80-something win team or even a low 90s win team if a bunch of things break right, but the long-term sustainability, viability is going to be, are a lot of these young guys you're starting to hear about, are they going to be dudes here coming up in the next 3 to 5 years? Jury's still out, but I think Giants fans are of the mode of, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it, because it's been a decade or a decade and a half since the Giants have been able to produce, that level of player relatively consistently. And then you brought up something, which I'll let you address, about what Matt Maiocco said regarding the 49ers and just where they stand, because I think you can look at the Niners right now, and other than Brock Purdy, which of course is important, I don't know that they have a single other star on that timeline right now. They've got a bunch of guys and some future Hall of Famers that are on the back nine, but do they have another guy of the age group of a Brock Purdy that can continue? And so that kind of makes you wonder, like, how do they get to that? Because the Sharks did the pain, right? The Sharks sucked and sucked and sucked again and got the 1 pick, got the 2 pick, got the 2 pick again, missed out on a pick, were bad again.
Got the best possible number 1 pick that you could get in that cycle.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so the Warriors have had opportunities to do that a couple of times and whiffed. The 49ers and the Giants have never truly been bad enough to get to that point where they've had the repeated picks. So there's a pain that comes with sometimes looking at a roster moving forward, as we do about the Sharks roster, and go, oh my God, like they're loaded, like young player here, young player there, right? All-time great at 19 here. And it's just, so they're set up in ways in which either the other teams in the Bay have missed when they've had subtle opportunities to do it, or just haven't been bad enough for long enough to truly be able to keep getting those repeated hits. And so it just kind of, it was kind of making me wonder just where everything stands for really the other three teams, because we know the future is bright for the Sharks. Yes. It's just, where do the Giants ultimately stand? The Warriors look like they don't have a whole heck of a lot of hope. And then the 49ers, I feel like, are kind of somewhere in between, but they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to want to be able to maintain this thing.
808 KNBR. That's 415-808-5627. Here's our question, as everybody enjoys the multitasking and the festivities and baseball season right around the corner. How optimistic are you about the future of Bay Area sports? And again, to JD's point, we're saying Giants, Niners, Warriors collectively. 1 to 10, I'll give you the number. 1 we'll say bleak, like how you might have felt watching the Warriors last night. And 10 would be the most optimistic, oh my gosh, Macklin Celebrini is a superstar before he's even legally able to drink a beer. 1 to 10, optimism level 1, bleak, 10, ultra optimistic.
And just real quick, we're taking the Sharks out of the equation.
Yes.
Because we know the Sharks' future is the brightest right now, obviously.
Giants, Niners, Warriors.
This is not a, hey, if you want to vote, like, we know it would be Sharks. So they are separate from the conversation for the reasons that we have mentioned here.
100%. Yeah, I mean, come on. If we did a poll on that and the Sharks were anything less than 98%, I'd be like, what is wrong with everybody else in this voting poll? Just general, combined among the three, Giants, Niners, Warriors, level of optimism. Let's get into it, and let's play that sound from Lou Williams and Chandler Parsons to jump off as we get rolling here on a Thursday. It is Papa and Silver with JD, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, today we celebrate the great youth and potential of the future in our games, or maybe in the case of Bay Area sports, a little bit of apprehension. Right now, we got all the madness going on. Nebraska has never won a tournament game. They're up 8 in the first half on Troy. TCU up 39-24 against the Ohio State Buckeyes at the half. Everyone fill out your brackets. How we feeling? We feeling good? All right, cool. We'll revisit it throughout the show on The Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us on this Thursday. It is Papa and Silver. JD hanging out for the third straight day. And as he detailed in segment number 1, 11 out of 13 in a row for my man doing it all. Dubs OT, Papa and Silver. He's our Swiss Army knife. I say it all the time, and I truly mean it. And we are grateful while Papa is out there healing. And by the way, another Papa update. He was texting me from March Madness advice, which I told him was a terrible idea, but another sign that he is doing just fine, and he's going to be continuing to get stronger. Everything is going well as it could be for right now. So we love you, and we're thinking of you every single day. All right, JD, so how we got on this discussion, and really it started last night between us about the youth and the future, and looking at the futures of the 49ers, Giants, and Warriors, levels of optimism about all of that. Well, we're going to read some texts. We got some calls we can get to throughout the show. Here's the sound from Chandler Parsons and Lou Williams on Run It Back FanDuel TV when they had a brief discussion on the Warriors, and the words they used were foundational piece. How many foundational pieces does this team have moving forward? And it got us thinking about the larger Bay Area. Here's what they had to say on FanDuel TV.
Now that Kuminga is gone, the Warriors have blank young foundation pieces. We need a number here. We need a number. Anyone? Bueller? Like,
I like Will.
Are we doing zero here?
I like Will Richard from the Gators.
Oh, dear Lord.
I think he's a good role player. Pods, listen, I'm not ready to say Pods is a franchise player. I like his game. I think he's a solid 6th, 7th man, and I think he can obviously get in some starting lineups and have career years, but
So 0.
maybe 1.
Maybe 1.
Like Moody, I feel like had his time.
I got 0.
That's not it. Lou?
Chandler's dancing because he got a gator over there.
Yeah,
I
he
got
doesn't know
0.
what to do. You got 0.
Well, foundational pieces, like, yeah, I would love Pods on my team coming off the
young
bench.
pieces is
Foundational.
just everyone. So
Franchise
what's wrong with saying 0?
Franchise pieces,
we're talking
0. Foundation pieces, yeah, I think they got 1 or 2 guys that they can find rotation.
What's the
minutes
difference
from.
between a foundational piece and a franchise piece?
Like young youth all-stars, potential all-stars, that would be closer to 0.
No, there's no closer to 0. It's 0.
Well,
and
again,
then
these
there's
kids are
1.
young. I'm not just going to be like 0. What if they come in?
Oh, now you're worried about being nice to somebody?
Will
That's
Richard from
fresh.
Florida is a stud.
Please stop doing that.
Did anything speak louder in that clip of 1 minute, 15 seconds than the 5 to 7 seconds of silence that we got after the question was initially posed, JD?
Yeah, we could have cut the clip right there, to be perfectly honest. I kind of dozed off toward the end there. The answer is none.
Yeah.
The answer is none. And yeah, it just, do you want to be nice about it? Do you want to be not want to be nice about it? The answer as it relates to the Warriors is none. And so, we can get into the debate about maybe some of these other teams that aren't named the Sharks, but it's just that, and it's not even it really isn't even debatable. I know they were trying to have a debate, but that was the vintage, like trying to have a debate when there's really nothing to debate. Right. So, you give them credit there, but I mean, yeah, it's the answer to this point is none.
The answer is none, and that gets to the larger conversation of general level of optimism. Now, I want to be clear, foundational pieces, the answer is absolutely none, because it's not to say that Moody or Pods or Will Richard or insert any other young name doesn't mean they're bad players, but we're talking about foundational pieces as the ground floor. Who you are building around, who is clearly the focus of your next chapter of the franchise. And as much as I like certain attributes of some of those other players, they are 100% expendable. It's not a personal attack. It's not an indictment on who they are and their work ethic. It's just the reality of the situation that you look at a game like last night, and why did it feel bleak? Well, because Jaylen Brown was far and away the best player on the floor. Peyton Pritchard is someone that has become a really good player on a team that the Celtics were thought of to be a gap year team because of the Tatum injury. Dude, they might win the East, and certainly now that Cade Cunningham has this situation, they very well could be in that discussion, whereas the Warriors, a lot of it really is just about, well, Steph Curry going to come back or not, because we already know no matter what, they are headed right toward this play-in spot. 49ers, how we feeling about it? Giants, how we feeling about it? These are other layers that we'll continue to dive into. Couple of texts to get to right off the top. 530 on the Warriors front. All good things have come to an end. The amount of moaning and griping from Dub Nation is overwhelming. Appreciate what you all had and be happy. After the Giants run, I felt like I filled my cup enough to last 20-plus years. I was unsure I'd ever see one in my lifetime, let alone 3. 925 on a similar sentiment. Warriors are not unusual. Most dynasty teams go to the bottom after their older stars leave. Look at the Spurs after Tim Duncan, Ginobili, Parker. Now they are good again. And going back to what I said from the first segment, well, sometimes you get the Spurs treatment where you bottom out and it's a short-lived thing. Sometimes you get the Charlotte Hornets treatment where you're just kind of stuck in there forever, or the Sacramento Kings treatment where maybe there's a glimmer of hope and then really it doesn't turn into anything. And then sometimes you get a little bit of the Boston Celtics treatment where you're good. You have a moment where people think you might be on the downslope, and then you just find a way to stay good over and over and over again and be one step ahead of everybody with your front office and with your draft selection.
Well, the sustainability of success is based on young players and young talent and those foundational pieces and the ability to draft and develop. And again, yes, I think we all realize where the Warriors are. The conversation isn't necessarily about lamenting the fact that the Warriors, once great, are now kind of cooked in terms of their future, viability. It's more kind of looking at the fact that, yes, all good things do come to an end, but it's also kind of looking at the fact that, where does everybody sort of stand? Like we know the Warriors are a play-in team that doesn't have a bright future after Steph, and they're going to figure out what they can try to do for next year. Where do you feel about where the 49ers are at, and where do you feel about where the Giants are at in terms of, kind of examining the same conversation? Because the Niners have a lot of those really good players, as we talked about in the first segment, that are future Hall of Famers, that were young foundational pieces. But is it a little bit more fragile than maybe people think with the 49ers because they don't have that next group? In some ways, they're kind of similar, going back to the Colin Cowherd take, they're kind of similar to the Warriors in that, they've got the guys that have helped get them close to the top of the mountain, but those guys are trending toward, at this point, aging out. And then where are the reinforcements? I think that's where, as you start to look at the 49ers, that's where this year really becomes a big year in terms of the draft. The Giants have, I think you could make the case, the most solid to good players. Like they have solid players.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily have great players anywhere. Devers is obviously a guy that's been at a high level. Logan Webb as a starting pitcher has been, but the true longer-term sustainability is going to be, what has Bryce Eldridge become? Like, Bryce Eldridge needs to, maybe not this year, but at some point here in the next 2 years, let's say, become their best player, right? I mean, that's what Buster Posey did, right? And that kind of foundational transformation, like Buster Posey came onto the Giants roster and very quickly was their best player, and then was their best player for quite some time. That's how you continue to elevate and have sustainability, in addition to others within the farm system that have been drafted or signed and are starting to be able to develop. Like, you can have all the good players you want, but I'm kind of thinking about it in terms of the Giants. And look, baseball prospects, it can take a little bit longer, but you look at it and, Eldridge is the guy that everybody's sort of, fixated on right now, and rightfully so. But, how do you feel about the Giants in terms of their, future core pieces right now? Like, they don't really have any either, you could make the case. The Niners don't necessarily, other than Purdy, have any. It just kind of made me wonder, are some of these teams, individual success level aside in a given year, a lot closer to the Warriors than maybe people think?
So going back to our scale from the Giants, Niners, and Warriors on optimism level with the youth, 1 being as bleak as possible, 10 being I feel like I have the next Macklin Celebrini. And again, we're not including the Sharks in this because that's fairly obvious where they're at and the 6 years they had to suffer to get to that point. 916 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, I'm a 6. The Warriors do bring it down, but the Niners understand the shaky draft history, but there's at least security in the most important position. And then on the Giants front, says might not be this year, might not be immediate, but I'm optimistic with a side of patience, which I think is a good way to put it. So let's continue this discussion when we come on back. It is Papa and Silver. We got JD hanging out with us. We got madness in the month of March, and we are rolling through on this Thursday on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
415-808-5627. Come join the conversation. It is Papa and Silver, Greg Silver, John Dickinson, Walter Balsetta with you on this Thursday. We are rounding the corner right into baseball season. It's making us think about the future of the San Francisco Giants in addition to the present. We are watching the Warriors try to stay afloat without Steph Curry, and it's had a really honest conversation about that future. And with the 49ers in free agency, Matt Maiocco also had some comments with us yesterday that made me even think about the 49ers future beyond just this next season. So we're doing the scale between the Giants, Niners, and Warriors, your collective level of optimism. 1 to 10 on the futures. And we're talking about near future of the next 3 to 5 year window. 1 is super bleak. 10 is super optimistic. I just shared a text from the 916 who put it right there at a 6. We had another one coming from 707 that was saying 4, which was a little bit lower. But JD, I think that how we address this conversation is going to really depend a lot on what we get out of the Giants in this season. And definitely by the time the 49ers play football again, what players in their second year or third year or even this year's rookie draft class, what are we going to see from those guys in terms of, I feel comfortable about the ability to win right now? Because with the Warriors, we know our answer. We're watching it play out real time, night to night on this road trip.
Well, and we know with the Niners who the foundational pieces have been. And I think it's a matter of, can they start to develop? And that's not to say that the Niners can't, by the way, be very good again this year or even this year and next year. Like they showed it. It's the longer term future in terms of, are they going to have 4 or 5 guys that are the next, Kittles and Warners and Bosa's and those types of players. Again, the Giants have some guys, especially in the lower minor leagues, coming up that could be potential to huge impact players here in the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years, 2 to 4 years, however you want to characterize it there. But for me, it's the combination of and we can get into it at 808 KNBR. The Warriors' future looks bleak, yes, but also which team's future is the brightest when you factor the Sharks out of it, because I think that's an obvious answer considering everything that they've gone through. It's really honing in on the Niners, the Giants, and the Warriors, because none of the other three, when you take the Sharks out of the equation, Greg, have shown a willingness to do what the Sharks have done, which is, be bad and basically kind of tank and be bad and get the number 1 pick and get top lottery picks repeatedly to get to a point where you're loaded with that young talent, where you're kind of at OKC, right? To use an NBA example, you're one of those teams. But that's the thing that I would say. It's just, who do you trust that 3 to 5 year future to be the brightest? And it's interesting because the Warriors had little hit or miss times where, because of their plight and some of the injuries, they could have hit to be able to extend this thing and have a couple of foundational pieces, maybe have the second most young foundational pieces had they hit on a couple of picks, but then they whiffed on a couple of picks there, and so they find themselves with the future looking extremely bleak.
Well, it's funny you bring up the OKC example, because just thinking about those 3 franchises, it's not really the personality of the people calling the shots, is it, right? Like, it's not really the personality of Joe Lacob. And I'm not saying that decisions that he has made haven't led to this reality for the Warriors, but he has never committed to tanking. It's always been about the Steph Curry timeline. And when Steph is done, will he commit to tanking? It just doesn't seem like a very Joe Lacob thing to do. That's certainly not Buster Posey, because as much as some of us might have wanted to see the Giants go and get another player for this starting rotation or build up the bullpen, he did trade for Rafael Devers, and he did sign Willy Adames to, at the time, what was the largest contract in franchise history. Like, it's not like Buster Posey has ever demonstrated that he sees losing as acceptable. It doesn't really seem like Jed York either, for that matter, because he showed a much more patient approach with Kyle Shanahan following that Jim Tomsula, Chip Kelly consecutive one-and-dones, where it didn't start all that pretty with Kyle Shanahan, but it was also an understanding of, hey, we kind of need a roster to make this thing work, and we kind of need a quarterback. And then you seem to have one with Jimmy, but then he got hurt, and then all of a sudden, between getting the number 2 overall pick, hitting on that number 2 overall pick, and getting some offseason signings and having that thing come together in year 3, Jed York with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch at the helm has also been pretty hell-bent on competing. And the years that the 49ers didn't do it, it wasn't because there was some active mission to try to reset. It was everybody got injured, and it was off the heels of nearly capturing a Lombardi.
Well, and the NFL can fluctuate. You can go from being really good, as we saw the 49ers in the Super Bowl on 2 different occasions, and then be the next year a 6-win team on 2 different occasions, going back to 24 and then obviously before that back to 2020. So you can get to that point where you're in a tough spot and then quickly with some of the talent and injury luck and those things, find yourself right back on the other end of it. But it's interesting because I think we've had the debate about the Niners coming off the 12-5, and are they really a 12-5 team, or were they more like a 10-7 team considered? But then they've got so many guys coming back off of the injuries, but those are the older players that have been those foundational pieces. I just feel like there's a pressure on the 49ers to find more of the guys in the Brock Purdy age range that fit the mold as the next group, the next core, the next, the next era, essentially, of 49er football. Because what you don't want is to find yourself in a position where you feel like here in 2027, I don't think it's necessarily this year, but I think with the 49ers, it is year to year. If they don't come up with some other young players that can kind of be the carriers, that they do wind up having to go into this 3 to 5 year, kind of what the Sharks did, where you feel like you need to rebuild it. Again, in the NFL, you can get out of it quicker, but in the NFL, you can also find yourself in it quicker. But are the Niners closer to kind of being at that point where they maybe need to rebuild as opposed to continuing to springboard? I think this draft and the development of the young players they have on the roster will go a long way toward telling that story.
Well, it's interesting, and I hadn't really thought much about what you just laid out until we had Matt Maiocco on with us yesterday, and he said, I think the 49ers are preparing for the inevitable. And just to make sure I'm not twisting our buddy Matty's words as he's getting ready to support the Gales, he wasn't implying that the 49ers are gearing up for some kind of rebuild, but there is an understanding with a lot of these veteran signings, these one-year contracts, even going and getting someone like Mike Evans, like phenomenal player, he's going to wear a gold jacket, but it's 1 year of guaranteed money. I think there's an understanding that this core, and as we use that word of foundation, okay, so Brock Purdy's part of their foundation, right? But Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, you can go up and down the list, and a lot of players there are certainly in an older stage, or at least by a brutal sport of football, older players in terms of football years, like bringing back a Dre Greenlaw, for example. 818 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line just isolated a confidence score to the 49ers, JD, and went pretty high. Said between an 8 and 9 in terms of the future of the 49ers. Says this is a front office and coaching staff that has several times overhauled the roster on their way to being a true title contender. Maybe not the group of Hall of Fame level talent that they currently have, but they are always going to find a path to find young foundational players. And I do think that's interesting when you factor in, yeah, it might not necessarily all be the typical homegrown talent and through the draft, but whether it be via trade, whether it be, making moves in free agency of signing, not necessarily like rookie level players or second year players, but younger players like the Romeo Doubs versus Mike Evans equivalent in terms of the age factor. I think 818 is saying pretty optimistic because through the Kyle Shanahan era, now 3 different times he has taken a different level of a core and gotten them to being a pretty competitive team in the playoffs.
Yeah, they have, but that's been, I think, with the foundational pieces that have been around, I think for the most part through all of it, really. It's the Boses, the Kittles, and I know you look at all 3 of those guys when you add Warner into it, injured by the end of last year. But to me, it's that the ability to do it with different quarterbacks, I think, has been, in many ways with Garoppolo and now with Purdy. And Purdy is the one player that has the ability to make the whole thing a lot more sustainable. But I understand that the confidence because, as you sort of laid out there, the Niners were, I think, the worst roster in football when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch took over. By 2019, they were in the Super Bowl. They ended up having to take a step back, but built it to a point where in 24 they were good enough to get back and into the Super Bowl. And again, winning playoff games in multiple years in the lead up to that, had to take that step back in 24, but then got right back to being on the brink of contender. And I think had they been healthier, would have been legitimate Super Bowl contenders even last year. So now it comes down to, Are they going to continue that trajectory where they're back in NFC championship games for the next couple of years and ultimately in a Super Bowl again? We'll see. But I think it's interesting because you're right. They have shown an ability to build it, take it on the chin, get back, take it on the chin again, and now they are right back pretty close to, at least in terms of wins and losses and seeding and all of that, right back closer to where they were when they were a Super Bowl team than where they were when they were a 6-10 team or 6-11 team was the 17-game season.
No doubt, no doubt. And, I actually think about Papa's call when Brock Purdy was getting ready to take that final kneel down in the great NFC Championship comeback against the Lions. And everyone was kind of starting to feel the moment, but it wasn't quite the explosion yet. And he's like, Christian McCaffrey is going to his first Super Bowl. Brandon Ayuk is going to his first Super Bowl. Trent Williams is going to his first Super Bowl. And he kind of went down the list, and I'm thinking, yeah, you know what? At least between the Super Bowl appearances, there was kind of an overhaul of the foundation. Now you went from Joe Staley to Trent Williams. That wasn't your own draft pick, but a fantastic trade during COVID. You had Raheem Mostert, the guy who went nuts in 2019, to Christian McCaffrey in 2023. Obviously, Debo was a rookie for 19, and then it was Debo and Ayuk in 2023. And then to where we started this whole conversation, it was also a different quarterback and not the one you necessarily planned on it being, because it wasn't the guy you traded up to the number 3 pick to go and get. And so maybe it's a little bit different now, understanding that you would expect Brock Purdy to be the guy and the one in the driver's seat moving forward. But I think when I go down those examples, like for the 49ers to get to that next Super Bowl, and for Papa, when he gets back in the booth, and it's going to be freaking awesome, who's he going to be saying as so-and-so is going to their first Super Bowl? So-and-so is going to their first Super Bowl, and going up and down the list of the impactful players and that new foundation, because it's going to be Brock Purdy. And other than that, we don't necessarily know beyond. So,
well, let's in the next segment coming up here.
Yeah.
We did it for the Warriors, right, with the Lou Williams, and I think we all agreed like they're the easy one, kind of in the opposite way when you look at the Sharks, right, in terms of all the loaded young players that they have. The Warriors right now, I think they got nothing. Let's dive a little bit more into the 49ers, and I'll just ask you the question. Like, do the 49ers have any, other than Brock Purdy, which of course is important, do the 49ers have any current players right now that you feel can be foundational players? We know the draft is a month away, but who are the guys that you project to be foundational players for the 49ers? Or is it a more similar conversation like where the Warriors sit, where they don't have bad young players, but they don't also have guys that necessarily are going to turn themselves into stars and carriers and foundational blocks of a Super Bowl contending team?
FP Santangelo is going to join us at 11:50 coming up in about an hour, so that'll also be a good chance to dive into what are we getting out of the Giants in terms of the immediate future. Is Eldridge going to start the roster on the opening day? Is it going to be Jung-Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos helping lift up this outfield, which struggled collectively, especially on the defensive side last year? So much we can get into. It's all about the near future. 415-808-5627, the number to join the conversation. We'll get into JD's question when we come on back on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
The sports leader, indeed. We've got the madness going down. By the way, TCU was smacking Ohio State. All of a sudden, kind of a close game happening. So everybody be going monitor that pen to paper, or I guess we do brackets digitally now. Either way, go win some money. We'll talk all about that coming up a little bit later on in the show. It is all about the future of the big three in the Bay Area. Giants, Niners, and Warriors. Obviously, if you put the Sharks in this discussion as we let it off, well, it's pretty obvious where they stand in terms of their future. And after being in the dumps for 6 years, they've got this guy, Macklin Celebrini. They've got Will Smith, Colin Graff, Sam Dickinson, Askarov. I can go up and down the list. But now we're focusing on, is it Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody, Will Richard? What do you have beyond Brock Purdy?
Don't do that.
Don't do that. No, I'm not comparing them.
Don't name all the Sharks guys and then go Pajemski, Moody. Like, it's not. Like, it's not.
I'm not calling them equal. I'm just categorizing the young faces of each franchise, and obviously the Warriors and the Sharks, they're on pretty opposite ends of the spectrum to your point right there. So 808 KNBR is our number. Ray from Aberdeen, Washington checks in, says, I'm going to go confidence level in the Warriors at a 5. Wow, that's pretty good. Confidence level with the Giants, 7.5. And then for the Niners, it is an 8. So now a couple of messages, JD, where it seems like among the three, the Niners still have the highest rating in terms of our scale on 1 to 10. And I know you kind of teed me up to get into the Niners in particular with their future right here in this segment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the question is, do they have among their young players any guys that you project right now to be the level of, say, Fred Warner or Nick Bosa or George Kittle? I think Brock's kind of in his own, unique category because he is, the quarterback, and he is still relatively young by comparison, obviously, to the guys who've been around and helped the Niners get to a couple of Super Bowls. Trent Williams got to the one Super Bowl. He is a foundational piece, but he's an older one, right? And he's, we'll see what ultimately happens with his contract. But among the Niner young players, and I was talking to Walt a little bit during the break about this, and I mentioned it before we took the break. Are the Niners, with a lot of their young players, closer to the Warriors than maybe people think?
Ooh.
Because they're held up by Purdy, because they're held up by the older guys, and again, that's not to say that they aren't good players. It's just, can any of them become great players? Like Brandon Pajemski, for as maligned as he is, doesn't stink. Moses Moody's a solid player. Guy Santos, we've seen, none of those guys stink or are even bad players, but none of them are foundational pieces or potential future stars in the same vein. Where are you at on the 49ers as it relates to that?
That's a good question. And when you put it in the light of, are they closer to the Warriors than we think, that all of a sudden makes it feel pretty heavy, but it's a fair discussion when you go up and down the list. And I know we did this on Dubs OT last night, right? We're saying best players on the Warriors this season. Yeah, if you went up and down the top 5 or 6, everyone's pretty old, right? For the 49ers, everybody not named Brock Purdy is pretty old. I think Deommodore Lenoir, even though he could have been better at various points this year, has shown enough to where I trust him to be a corner that can be really, really, really successful on a good team. I would put him in that group. Outside of that, though, I don't think anybody is there yet. Now, it doesn't mean that I can't be proven wrong. I think Upton Stout had great progression this year. I think he made a lot of growth, and he kind of got thrown into the fire. I don't really know what to make of Maiocco Williams because, by and large, he was a pretty nice stability piece on the defensive line. Maybe he wasn't like a star pass rusher in the way that Nick Bosa was ever going to be, but just in terms of being a guy that can force teams into second and long, third and long, can control the run. All of that, I'm very optimistic about Maiocco Williams, but we didn't really get to see enough. Same kind of goes for Collins and West. Loved what I saw at various points. Didn't really get to see much of that. Is D Winters there? Well, D made some great strides. I want to see D alongside Fred again because he certainly was playing his best ball when he was alongside Fred Warner, as you would expect. D Winters is kind of in that mix of, yeah, certainly could be. But then beyond that, I don't know if I'm ready to say that your Mustafas or your Jair Browns or even Ricky Pearsall, we love the ability. What's it going to look like from start to finish this year? Like, in terms of the best in the conversation to join that group of the next foundation alongside Brock Purdy, I'd go Deommodore Lenoir. I would say Ricky Pearsall because we've at least seen what he's capable of on an NFL field. And I would probably go Upton Stout because I love the growth of start to finish. And just his mentality is exactly what you want in an NFL locker room, even if he's a smaller player.
Well, and you could make the case that, or at least ask the question, is Lenoir already there just based on the fact that he's more experienced? And I know it was maybe more of an up and down season in 2025 for Lenoir that would make you potentially question that. I think, yeah, Upton Stout among the super young players, obviously coming off of his rookie year. I think that's interesting. Maiocco Williams for sure. I mean, they've got some guys that could turn into guys, but we just haven't seen it yet. And look, they're not as far in their career trajectory as the Warriors guys are. I mean, we're talking about guys that are year 3, year 4, year 5, and coming up in terms of Moses Moody. So I think it's interesting because I don't think Winters is that. I don't think I'm trying to go through some of the other names you mentioned. Mustafa's not. I think we kind of know. Upton Stout could be. Maiocco Williams could be. Lenore maybe. Need to see more a little bit from him. Although I kind of feel like Lenore, I just feel like Lenore should be a little farther along at this point if he was truly going to be in that. Like Lenore, for as good as he is not in the Warner. He's not in the Warner Bosa Kittle category.
He's not, but I do think about how his year was impacted by those two guys going out when you had one player that you had extended to beyond a rookie contract on each level of the defense. And you could say one star if you wanted to give Lenore that category. Then on the other two levels, those guys go out. And we've talked about it a bunch on the show. Like when you don't have a pass rush that's reliable, that makes life a lot harder for your secondary.
No, and then on the offensive side, I mean, Pearsall has the talent, but he has to be able to stay on the field. So there's kind of I would be maybe the most optimistic on Pearsall, believe it or not, if he can stay on the field among everybody that we've mentioned. But he can't necessarily stay on the field. So then you have a question as it relates to that. So they have some guys where I think that the jury's still out, but I also think they have some guys. It kind of goes to the point in relating it back to the Warriors. It's like typically, and the NFL can be different, but typically I'm of the belief that the true guys that become foundational pieces, they do it relatively quickly. They do it, either because they were expected to, like a Nick Bosa where they were drafted, or like a George Kittle who, basically by his second year, you're like, oh, damn, this guy's like a really good tight end and is ascending, in his career trajectory. I think you could say the same thing about Fred Warner. Like by the end of his second year, you're like, damn, like this dude's really good and potentially heading toward all pro. Go back some of the Giants. Buster Posey was immediately the Giants' best player, right? It's like it's that like guys figure it out. Like you don't wait around for 3, 4, 5 years to say could it be, like the whole Kuminga thing with the Warriors, and Moody's in year 5 now, and it took him that long to just become a capable and competent role player. So to me, it's that's kind of I'm of the belief that, and the Niners still have some guys that I think I'd give them another year, to especially the guys that were rookies last year. But I think, this is a year where, like, by the end of this year, you want to say, oh, yeah, Upton Stout is a dude, and Maiocco Williams is a dude, and Alfred Collins is a dude, right, based on where they were drafted. So, to me, that's I will hold some room because of where they are in their careers. But I think, to this point, the Niners have some guys that maybe project toward that path, but not enough of them that are clear-cut already there, maybe from the drafts prior to 2025.
I think I have an answer to your question to sort of tie this all together with what we started in the segment. I actually think the Niners are closer to the Giants as it relates to this discussion than they are to the Warriors. And what I mean by that is more players where it's harder for me to draw conclusions right now. Jung-Hoo Lee and Elliot Ramos will give us a lot of information this coming season. Landon Roop is going to give us more information if he can make it through the full 162. Eldridge has 37 plate appearances at the major league level. That's nothing. Like, I'm not really even counting that for right now. Pearsall, Pooney, Collins, West, Maiocco Williams, those are kind of also in that group of like, yeah, we've seen some of it. We're going to get a lot more information over the course of this next season. And by the way, we're going to be able to gather information where they don't have to be relied upon as being that foundation for this year's team in the year of 2026. I think with the Warriors, we kind of know what Brandon Pajemski is right now. We know what Moses Moody is. We know what Guy Santos is. And that's not to say that these guys can't get better or evolve their games. But I just think in terms of the murkiness and the what-ifs and the question, I actually would equate the Niners a little bit more to the Giants in that regard than I would the Warriors for their future.
It's interesting because I think we know more about a lot of the foundational pieces for the like you mentioned Landon Roop's not a star. Like Landon Roop, like he doesn't project to be a star caliber type pitch. Like to me, it's Eldridge. Like I think who are some of the other Giants names you mentioned?
I said Jung-Hoo Lee. That's probably the next big one because of the contract he signed. Like Jung-Hoo Lee, we saw flashes where dude looked like a superstar in the making for the first 6 weeks, but then he also went ice cold at points in the season too.
Yeah, I think we know. And again, I'm in a different spot. Like I think we know, like Jung-Hoo Lee. I think we know ain't a carrier. Like he might at this point. You're hoping he can just get to be a capable, everyday player basically in right field that can help to keep the line moving with contact and play capable defense. Like I don't know. Again, and people may disagree, and I'm open to obviously being wrong on that. But like I think we kind of know more than it's the guys with the Giants that we haven't seen. I think among the young players that are the ones that I'll give the benefit of the doubt as far as obviously not knowing. I think the guys that we've seen, like Matos, no, Encarnacion, just a guy, like, maybe they're on the team, maybe they're not. Maybe they start on the team, maybe they wind up not with
Would
the team.
Would you throw a Carson Wisenhunt in that conversation?
Carson Wisenhunt is a we don't know and could be a future carrier.
Yeah.
He is more of the Eldridge category at this point, but definitely above Landon Roop, somebody like that. I would put Wisenhunt in the we don't know because we haven't seen him, but has that high end potential. But I think among the guys for the most part that we've seen, I think we know. And again, this is not to say the guys are not good players because I think there's a differentiation, to be had there. It's just, are they pillars, future pillars of your franchise? Like even going back to years where the Giants weren't good before the dynasty, like Tim Lincecum was awesome. Like not immediately, but the second year he was winning the Cy Young. Like that, you get into, 08, 09, like immediately you knew, those first full seasons in the major, second full season, like you knew. Matt Cain didn't win a lot because of the teams that he was on and the run support that he got, but you knew that dude was a dude. You knew Bumgarner was a dude in his rookie year. You knew he was a dude because of the ability to pitch in the postseason in the biggest moments and not give up any runs in the freaking World Series. Like that like you knew those guys. And so to me, like I tend to think with the guys that are truly going to be great, quicker. We always want to give the benefit of the doubt as to development and guys can get there. And there are certainly examples of guys that take a few years. I don't want to write anybody off immediately, but historically, I'm firmly of the belief in all sports that the guys that are truly going to be dudes, you see, look at Macklin. Look at Macklin. He's not even 20. And it's like, oh God, like this guy's in like the all-time great. Like this guy's like LeBron of like 20 years ago. Like it truly, that level, if you want to cross sport, like, immediately, so I think that is where I kind of lean on that. And I think we want to give time. But the truly foundational pieces, I think, show themselves quickly.
Then again, I also think about what Fred Warner told us when we sat right across from him at training camp, and he was talking about D. Winters, but he said the year 2 to 3, the leap that you can make, and a lot of it's mental and the side of football. And so Fred Warner, by his second year, you're like, oh, this guy's pretty damn good. But for someone, it doesn't necessarily happen right away, and especially in a sport like football, guys can battle injuries. So I hear what you're saying. Like, the guys who are truly dudes, you can tell right away. We had a texter, 925, says, could you trade the top half of your farm system, including Eldridge, for Paul Skeens? If Paul Skeens was a dude, he is a dude when he came right into the league, right? And I get what you're saying about your Tim Lincecums, but also, Buster Posey was someone who, like Eldridge, got the brief stint in September, and it didn't really turn into anything, and it didn't really go anywhere for him. So I hear what you're saying, but
I mean that.
No, but I'm just saying, like, guys can also
Posey
be late
came
bloomers.
Up in May, and he was. Of course. I'm just saying more often than not, the guys show you who they are relatively quickly. And I think at times we spend too much time waiting around for guys to and yes, I think waiting until like a year 3 is fair in most instances. But again, if they haven't shown it by year 3, they probably ain't showing it. And if they do, then it's more of the outlier than the norm. 925. Landon is way better than Wisenhunt. Well, duh. We know he's better than him right now. I'm talking about the projection of what their overall talent level would be. And again, I don't think Landon Roop's a superstar. We'll see. I think he's got good stuff, but I don't think he's like a future ace. Open to being wrong.
808 KNBR, your number to join the conversation. We will talk a little. Maybe we'll talk a little Carson Wisenhunt with FP Santangelo when he joins us coming up at 11:50. Yeah. Let's keep it going.
Maybe we won't.
Maybe we won't. It's Papa and Silver with JD only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Score check. Wow, TCU was up 15 at the half. It's a 1-point game against Ohio State coming down the stretch. Nebraska has created some separation from Troy. They are up 19 with 11:41 to go in the second half, and Louisville has a 10-point lead over South Florida late in the first half. Keep it right here on the Sports Leader for all your Madness updates all Thursday long. Steve Moskowitz on a Thursday. What do you do when you can't pay your taxes? Well, tax season's right around the corner, and it is an important question. So, Steve, if I'm someone out there that's struggling, like many in this country, if I can't pay taxes, if this is a source of stress, how can you help us out?
A lot of ways. And the first thing is to dispel rumors and myths and just things that people think about just aren't true. Most people, when they can't pay their taxes, they think it's all or nothing. That if they don't have every penny, that's it, no hope, and they make mistakes, like they don't file the returns. They run and hide. They stick their head in the sand. They live lives like criminals looking over their shoulders. The day the IRS says you're going to get you. Folks, you don't have to live like that. There's so many good deals, and I understand you have to feed the kids and pay housing costs, and here in Northern California, the most expensive area in the country, we understand all that. We have a free consultation. We explain everything to you. We listen to you. And then we go to the government for you. You don't talk to them, that's our job. We cut you a deal. We want to cut you a sweet deal so you have a normal life and get this monkey off your back. And that's true whether you say, look, you just can't pay your 25 taxes. Or maybe you say, no, Steve, it's not 25, it's 24 and 23. And you can go back however long it is. We'll make a deal for however many years. And then most importantly, we'll give you your life back.
There you go. Steve Moskowitz can help you get your life in order today. So don't stress. Just pick up the phone and dial 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go to moskowitzllp.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver with JD on your Thursday. Wow, we got the first game coming down to the wire. Yeah, last year's tournament, a lot of chalk, and it wasn't just all one-seed Final Four. It wasn't a lot of drama in the pathway to it, but TCU had a 15-point halftime lead. They are now down 1 with 1:53 to go. It's all coming right down to it. Protect those brackets, everybody, in the Classic 8-9. Let's go right back out to the phones as we are talking about the future. So, with March Madness, it's a day to celebrate our youth and celebrate the future of these great games. What's your optimism level as it goes to the Bay Area? Giants, Niners, and Warriors. Doug is in Santa Rosa and wants to weigh in and join the conversation. What's up, Doug? What's on your mind?
Hey, I have a lot of optimism for both the Giants and 49ers, but when you're comparing teams, the oldest team in the NFL is the 49ers, and the oldest team in the NBA is the Warriors. I think the 49ers still have a couple of years in their championship window. The Warriors would need a miracle of health, for one, for next year as the last possibility. But 49ers, also when you have 53 guys on a team, or even the Giants with 26 guys on a team, makes a heck of a lot more difference than in basketball where you have 12 to 15 and they're old.
No question, Doug. Well, let me ask you. So I get why you're optimistic about the 49ers for the short term of the next couple of years. What's your level, say, beyond the next couple of years when you said, I don't really know what the roster is going to look like, and even these free agency signings that they got, who's still going to be on the team?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, the drafts over the next couple of years are going to be vital, and they have more draft picks this year than they have had, but they're going to have to basically score some hits in the early rounds, or they're going to be in big trouble.
Yep, no question. NFL not for long, and that's why it's a fleeting and fluctuating and fragile reality. Doug, we appreciate the call, man. Appreciate it. 808 KNBR to join the conversation. All right, JD, so Doug said in the short term, taking the next 2-year window, he is feeling okay about the Giants and the Niners, but he also acknowledged with the Niners, there is a lot of this that just hinges on the drafts of this year, the next year, and then also the last couple that they've had and how those players develop.
Yeah, I think that's the key is the last part. It's the guys that maybe make a jump that you're not expecting to make a jump from the last couple of drafts. And I do think there are some potentials, as we laid out a little bit earlier, for guys in the 2025 draft to maybe grow into being those foundational pieces. And I also agree with the sentiment that, because they have Purdy, because McCaffrey's still pretty good, even though he's clearly one of the foundational pieces that's starting to get up there. We talk about Warner and Bosa and Kittle and Trent Williams, so it is truly an older core, but enough of those guys are still productive, and I think all of them really productive when healthy, to hold it up for at least another year, if not 2. So the window is open in terms of the 49ers having more time to find those guys, and that while also winning, which I think is the important part. And I think the Giants would probably believe the same thing. I think the Giants would believe, and they haven't really been able to prove it here in the last 4 years. But the one thing about the Giants, for as much as they have disappointed in their inability to be a high 80s or low 90s win, legitimate bona fide playoff team, they also haven't stunk either. And so I think the Giants would sort of, the plan has been to, be relatively good and stable and maybe make a playoff here or there, kind of be in the mix while that group of young players that they are pretty high on can start to come up to the major league roster, but they've obviously missed on opportunities, in these last 4 years to get in. It's interesting though, because the Niners do, I think, still, even though their core is older, have a core that in comparison, at least to the Warriors, is a lot more healthier and impactful in terms of the guys. And obviously you need 5 or 6 guys in the NFL. I agree with that point, compared to maybe 2 to 3 in the NBA.
Another text from 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, going back to the optimism scale. We went a little 4.5 by and large, and I think that the rationale here was a bit of a longer text, but to sum it up, essentially it's understanding that watching the Warriors without Steph right now, it's looking pretty bleak. And even the way that we've talked about the Warriors in the offseason, it's who do you go and get? Can you get another veteran piece? Can you get another third best player on the team? And is that going to be someone currently on the roster? Well, I think the way we've hashed it out after some of the games, we would kind of be led to believe no. Then 408 adds, I like Silver's point about the Niners and Giants not trying to be a downer, but just the question marks still associated with some of these guys. It's a fair point that I know you kind of said with Jung-Hoo Lee, you sort of feel like you see what he is. I mean, he really only has one complete season to this point. They did devote a lot of money to him, so I feel like they're kind of stuck with him at least this year no matter what. We have seen enough of the upsides, but then also he played, 37 games in that first season. And then with the 49ers front, I think Ricky Pearsall is another similar example where it's like, yeah, we've seen what it can look like. We've also seen what it can't look like when the availability is constantly in question and you think a 3-week injury is going to turn into a 6-week.
Yeah, and look, I think the net losses in terms of the injuries to this point with Pearsall outweigh the net gains. And I agree with you on Jung-Hoo Lee. I mean, they are stuck with him. It's a prior regime move, right? He's making a lot of money. They're trying to do the change position and change role thing, I think, before they just move on from him. They probably needed one more outfielder in the mix. They didn't do it. But I can understand wanting to give him kind of the one, all right, this is going to be the last chance, because to your point, he didn't have the full year in 24, or really any year in 24 because of the injuries. So we'll see. I mean, again, can he be a solid, capable player? Yes. Is he going to be a carrier? That's the part specifically where I think we're pretty darn close to knowing the answer to. Again, can he be a starting player? Can he be a guy that's a lesser contributor on a winning team if the players above him hold up their end of the bargain? Sure. Like he could be a guy that you like having around, but he's not going to be the guy that's carrying your freaking squad.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying on that front, especially with what we've seen so far. That's probably too much of a lofty expectation, where I think even though Eldridge we've seen less of, you at least have that type of potential, that type of vision where, yeah, you have hopes that he could absolutely be that guy for your franchise. JD, we got something coming up here a little bit unique to the March Madness tournament. By the way, TCU, Ohio State, coming down to the very wire right now. 4 seconds to go. TCU just hit a shot to go up 66-64. So while some of the other games not too close right now, although first half Wisconsin High Point, it's a 2-point game right now. For a tournament that didn't have a lot of buzz to it last year, this one, first game here in the 64 post-play-in, this one's coming down to the very, very final possession. So we'll keep you updated on that. And Walter, are we clear on all other matters? We good to go on the next order of business? Okay, gotcha. All right, so this is our time to bring in our good friend Kevin Todd, the president and CEO of thesportsbrokers.com. Kevin can be reached at 888-320-7517, and we spoke to him this last year. Kevin, good to talk to you again. Happy March Madness. What's going on?
How are you, Greg? I'm doing great. This is the best time of the year. In fact, this is better than football season.
Oh, I mean, if we're talking about just individual craze within a single day, these first 2 days with all the games, we got 32 games over 2 days, and we were just talking about TCU, Ohio State. The Horned Frogs hold on. They win it by 2. It's an 8-9 matchup, so not that there's a whole lot of rhyme and reason to any of this, but that's why we talk to people like you. What strategies do you use when you're trying to handicap a tournament that truly is appropriately named March Madness?
Well, when you look at these games right now, and this is the truth, it's very hard to handicap these games and get the odds right for the handicappers because these are every single game, I believe, is a non-conference game. So they're going to be using, I don't know what they actually use to make these lines, but they have the 5 big conferences and then all the mid-major conferences and the ones that are lesser than the mid-majors, and then they come up with these lines. It's very difficult right now for the odds makers to set these lines because, I mean, I'll give you an example. Everyone was talking about how good Troy is and Nebraska has never won a game in this tournament, and they're blowing this team out by 25 with 4 minutes to go. So you can see that it's very difficult for these odds makers to make the lines. But let me tell your listeners right now, Greg, I absolutely love a game right now in college basketball, which I'm going to give to every one of your callers for free. All they have to do is give me a call at 888-320-7517. That's 888-320-7517. They're going to get my best bet today, Thursday in the March Madness tournament, absolutely free. Not only that, Greg, I guarantee I win this game or I will give them the entire March Madness free on me. That's how strong the information is on this game.
Wow. Okay, well, I mean, that sounds like an opportunity too good to pass up. And you can talk to Kevin Todd again. He can be reached at 888-320-7517. He is the founder and CEO, president and CEO of thesportsbrokers.com. So when we're talking about a tournament, I know people like to gamble sometimes for fun, sometimes for just looking for a reason to care. How can you treat it as a business?
Well, you got to treat the basketball basically the same way as you treat the football, where it's less games, more money. Stop betting 5 or 6 or 7 games for $100 or $200 when you can find that one game that I give you. You bet $1,000, you win and quit. That's treating it like a business. Betting multiple games is basically a degenerate's dream because they just want action every single minute. You don't want to chase your money as well. When they see they're losing the early game, then they're going to bet the game that starts at 3 o'clock. When you lose at 3, they're going to bet 6, and so on and so forth. You don't do that, folks. Don't chase. Don't bet multiple games. You treat it like a business where it's less games, more money. I'm telling you, folks, I absolutely love a game. Don't try to play these games on your own. You're going to lose. I will show you how to treat it like a business. I will teach you my money management program, and I will make you money. I love a game today in college basketball. It's absolutely free. You pick up the phone. You dial 888-320-7517. That's 888-320-7517. Last year in the March Madness tournament, I went 15-4 by giving out 19 selections, folks. That's almost 80% winners, okay? A $100 player made well over $2,000 with me because as we were making them money, Greg, we were pressing their bets going up and up because we were playing with house money. I will show you how to make money in this tournament, folks. You give me a call right now at 888-320-7517. That's 888-320-7517.
All right, Kevin, well, I know you're not going to leave us without giving us something on the air as well. We just mentioned how an 8-9 game between TCU and Ohio State came down to the very final possession. And how do you pick these 8-9 games anyway? Well, I'm glad you're here to tell us a little bit about St. Louis and Georgia, which is going to be happening at 6:45, tipping off on the Pacific time zone right here on the West Coast.
Well, when you look at this game, Greg, believe it or not, this is the biggest total in NCAA history since 1998 when they set a total at 170. Basically, Georgia lives and dies by the 3. If they put up 60 shots, 30 of them are going to be threes, and they live and die by the three. If they don't make the threes, they're not going to win this game. But the good thing for St. Louis is, Greg, they're one of the best three-point shooting teams in the country. They'd hit over 40%. They average over 10 threes a game. Not only that, you know what they do that Georgia doesn't do? They play defense. They play stingy defense. They'll go run and gun, but they will play defense. I think getting the 2 points here is a gift. I think St. Louis is going to win the game outright. Let's take St. Louis here, folks, as my personal opinion, as a free play. St. Louis plus the 2. But more important, it's about tonight. I have a game where I guarantee I win, or I will give you the entire March Madness for free. All you have to do is pick up the phone. You dial 888-320-7517. That's 888-320-7517.
Well, confidence is the key to life, and Kevin Todd can help you out right now. You can go and win some money and get that advice that you need to be a March Madness expert. Kevin, always good talking to you. Again, the president and CEO of thesportsbrokers.com. And one more time, that phone number, 888-320-7517. Always good catching up with you, my friend.
That is, yes, and I will be back tomorrow.
Kevin Todd, you can catch up with him tomorrow, and we'll continue our conversation all about the youth, whether it be March Madness or our teams in the Bay Area on The Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
It's a Madness Thursday. It is a Youth Thursday. And a lot of these young guys out there living their dream right now. The question is, in the Bay Area, who's going to be next among that group? Confidence score 1 to 10. Giants, Niners, Warriors. How do we feel? This is kind of our little check-in because, well, it all started when Lou Williams and Chandler Parsons kind of froze up and we played that sound. In fact, do we still have that sound loaded up? Let's just play the first part when you get the awkward pause. How many foundational pieces do our Bay Area teams have? Well, here's what they said about the future of the Warriors.
Now that Kuminga is gone, the Warriors have blank young foundation pieces. We'll need a number here. We need a number. Anyone? Bueller?
Ain't got to lie about it.
Yeah, and sometimes the silence speaks louder than any words you could offer, even if it only takes one word, which is zero.
Anyone? Bueller?
Yeah, ain't got to lie about it. I mean, there are none, and it's okay to say it. It's so funny sometimes where, clearly they wanted to both say none, but then it's like, we're former players. Do we really want to dog these guys? And Chandler Parsons is like, I got my Florida guy there. I'm going to mention him. And it just – sometimes the answer is the answer.
Sometimes the answer is the answer. And obviously when – I think it's fair to say, in the Bay Area, right, there's the large spectrum of the Warriors right now are clearly on one end of it. The Sharks are clearly on the other when you look at young foundation and the optimism. And then a lot of it's been in between where are we at with the Giants and the 49ers? And I actually kind of said earlier when you said, are the Niners for as competitive as they were this year? Are they closer to the Warriors when you look about their next chapter and the next foundation? And I actually think they're a little bit closer to the Giants just by being in a similar zone of the unknown. I think the Warriors, look, we know what Brandon Pajemski is. We know what Moses Moody is. I think we have general idea of what Quentin Post is going to be. And in fairness to a lot of these guys, it's not a diss on them, but they were picks that were in the second round. We were talking about guys who were picked in the 50s, which typically doesn't turn into some NBA all-star, all-pro level of player. For the Giants, what among their young pieces could be nice contributors versus who you might look at as a young foundational piece that can be an all-star year in and year out and really propel a team into the playoffs? And this is a conversation that we're going to continue to have, especially when we get into baseball season, because we understand who the Giants' core is. But even in the World Series, and I know it's going to be all about the Dodgers and trying to chase them, and that's a whole different discussion of why they have constructed their roster in a way that is a top-tier contender spending the most money. But remember how yesterday when we got into the whole conversation about narratives? Well, the Dodgers came back and they won that World Series. Remember when they were down 3-2? All of a sudden there was a lot of talk about they're starting to look kind of old, JD. Dodgers are looking a little bit older. Mookie Betts quite hasn't been the same. And then because it ended the way they did, and so many plays could have decided that thing, that was an offseason discussion that quietly went away, and it became, well, they went back to spending the most money, and now they're going to try to win 3 in a row. And because of it, are we going to have a lockout? For a brief moment there, it was a lot about, are they getting too old? What's the future going to look like of baseball?
Yeah, look, I mean, the Dodgers are still the Dodgers. And I think when you look at the Giants, in terms of the guys that project to be, future carriers, I think we've talked about, Jung-Hoo Lee still a relatively young player. I don't think he is. Elliot Ramos is a nice player, but again, I still think he's more of the and a guy who's been an all-star also. But I don't think he's necessarily it's can Eldridge be? I think that's the question. It's what's the ceiling for Landon Roop? I don't think he's a budding star or anything like that. And then it's a bunch of the other guys that are, I think, still far enough away to where they aren't even necessarily on the discussion radar. But the one thing I know is, or at least I firmly believe, is the next time the Giants are legitimately good, it's probably going to be because a couple of the guys, and Eldridge potentially is one of them, come up and all of a sudden are among the top, one or two players on the team. And then we start looking at a bunch of these other complementary type players. And I think they even have, some high-end veteran complementary type players. They just don't necessarily have enough of the carriers. And obviously Devers is a veteran that could fill that role. But I think the next time the Giants are legitimately good, there are going to be carriers that we're not even talking about as carriers as the guys who are kind of leading the way.
And do you believe that we're talking about carriers that are currently within the system of the franchise, or do you think it's just not even being able to project guys that might come over via transactions with a trade or a free agency signing? Because it is a fair question. Like Buster showed, we wouldn't expect to be talking about Rafael Devers as a Giant heading into this season this time last year. There's no way.
No, I think that's fair. But I think, I think they are going to be willing to look to make trades. I mean, I think they're going to have to be. I think right now they're kind of holding on to what they've got in hoping that they can, win with what they have in some ways. I think they know they got to rebuild their bullpen if they want to be a playoff team. I think that's the number one. So could there be trades there? Could there be more trades for foundational type pieces? I think there could be. But again, I think they're holding out the hope that, the best course of action is just to have some of the guys that they've been able to draft or sign and develop can come up and fill that void. And if they can, to the level of, the Buster Posies and the Brandon Belts and the Brandon Crawfords, and look, Belt and Crawford were at times not carriers, just great complementary type players. Then I think you'd prefer to obviously go that route because it's more cost effective and more sustainable. I also think there's some unknowns as it relates to the collective bargaining agreement that would lead toward a little bit more patience. Depending upon who you talk to, do you want to make a bold move for somebody that potentially could be expensive and then all of a sudden there's a salary cap, or do you want to kind of hang on to what you have, try to compete, figure out what the new rules are going to be, and then start to play the game in terms of your roster development based on what the new rules are? Because there could be other players available to teams that maybe aren't spending as much currently, because some of the teams that are spending a ton have to shed potentially some of those players. So I think that's a component that might lead the Giants toward being a little bit more prudent here in the shorter term.
Well, I think there's no question that was a discussion going around when people were saying, why aren't they willing to be more aggressive in this offseason? And then you kind of had the two sides coming together where one contingent was saying, look, they traded for Rafael Devers in the middle of last season. Now it's the first full year. They kind of they already were starting that process of trying to build something. Then there was another saying, look, you went through all this trouble and financial resources to go and get Rafael Devers. Why not go and beef up the pitching rotation? And I think that the belief of why the Giants handed out a lot of the contracts that they did in terms of length and average annual value was, well, we don't exactly know what's going to happen in 2027, and that might be an appropriate time to have somewhat of a reset for our team anyway. Let's talk all about this with FP Santangelo when we come on back. He's been able to be on the call down in Scottsdale for a handful of these games. We talked to Dave Fleming about some of the guys that maybe weren't being talked about enough. He even said Robbie Ray maybe again might be that guy as he's continued to adjust his mechanics, and he's going on the last year of his contract. FP, always great to have him on the Sports Leader family, and he'll join us when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. It is Papa and Silver. Good to have JD once again. We are almost at the midway point, and the show is flying by here on a Thursday. It is time to go out to the UMA guest line, and it is almost time for baseball season, 6 days away, opening night, and you're going to hear a lot more of FP Santangelo right here on these airwaves. And he joins us right now on the UMA guest line. What's up, FP? Long time no speak. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on, guys. I'm doing the night show tonight from 7 to 9, so I'm just going to replay this interview on the show tonight later and cut out at like 8:30 instead of 9. So this is perfect.
I love it. Everyone's going to be like, dude, what happened to FP's voice? Like, it went from sounding pretty crystal clear to like kind of like this phone connection. But honestly, look, it's all working out. You're helping us. We're helping you. And that's how we roll here on a Thursday in late March, right before the season. So let's just start with the whole facet of spring training. And, you know, we've been talking about how teams that have success in spring training, you don't want to put too much of weight on it, but it also doesn't mean entirely nothing. And I just want to get the player perspective from your vantage point. Like, what does it mean to start having success in spring training, whether it be team success and everybody gelling, or whether it just be some individual success like we've seen from a handful of the new additions?
Well, I mean, the obvious thing is winning's better than losing. So if the Giants had, flip-flop their record, I'm sure all you guys and a lot of the fans would be going, what's going on? But they're playing a good brand of baseball, and they've been working hard down there. So when you're winning in spring training, does it mean anything? I don't know. But it's better than losing. You probably have a little more relaxed atmosphere and, with a new manager, I think, that's never managed in the big leagues before, getting off to a good start in spring training is a good thing. So there's good vibes down there. You play the music in the clubhouse. You have to get used to winning on a daily basis sooner or later. The frustrating thing about it is, you start from scratch on March 25th against the Yankees. But, I was down there for 3 weeks. I was watching the intensity of the drills, the intensity of the workouts. Everything was at game speed, which you rarely see in a big league spring training camp. It's more about, let's just go through the motions and get ready for the season, get our legs under us. But there was some really intense infield situational stuff with minor league guys running the bases, whether it was rundowns or, game situation stuff, and Chapman and Adames and Arise and Devers and Bailey. Everybody was engaged, not just lollipopping the ball around the infield, but they were throwing it hard. And it was game speed and maybe the most intense workouts I've ever seen in a spring training camp. So hopefully that's translated already, and hopefully it translates to the season too.
Well, and how much of Tony Vitello coming in is the belief, at least from the front office, that they needed to be a little bit more fundamentally sound? Again, not knocking anybody, not knocking Bo Mel or every team's different. But do you get the sense that there was a belief that last year's team specifically disappointed on the margins in terms of sloppy play and game situation stuff, and it sort of viewed FP as kind of an easy way to get more out of what you already had, in addition to obviously looking to add talent to the roster?
Yeah, I think at times last year we saw some sloppy play and maybe some less than enthusiastic games. Most notably, like day games after a night game really stands out in my mind, or a tough travel day. But, when you miss the playoffs by 2 games and you threw a bunch of them away against teams you should have beat in your own ballpark, and you weren't playing fundamentally sound baseball. I say this all the time, so forgive me if you guys have heard this and I'm repeating myself, but I've heard some really good big league players tell me they don't go out and try to win every night. They just try to play really good baseball every night. And if you do that over 162 games, you're going to win way more games than you lose. So it's not like they're in the clubhouse going, let's win tonight. It's just, let's play good baseball consistently for 6 months. Let's do all the little things correct. Let's bunt guys over. Let's get leadoff doubles to third base. Let's pick up the runner from third with less than 2 outs. Let's make all the plays on defense. Let's turn all the double plays. Let's attack the strike zone aggressively. Let's run the bases aggressively. And I think if you do that day in and day out, for the most part, there's going to be some days that are really tough. But if you do that for the most part, you're going to look up and you're going to be 15, 20 games over 500. And, I think it's that simple. Just go out and play good baseball. And I think with this team, you guys, the thing I'm excited about, I think Tony V is one of the most exciting stories in all of baseball this year. But I'm really excited for this team to play a brand of baseball that we as Giants fans can be proud of. Win or lose, we go to the ballpark and we're like, those guys busted their ass tonight. They played as hard as they could. They did everything right. They just lost. And I think that's kind of what Giants fans are craving. I don't mean to speak for all Giants fans, but if we can go out there, or the team can go out there, I should say, on a nightly basis and just play a solid, hard-nosed, fundamentally sound style of baseball, night in and night out, day in and day out, that we're going to be happy with that. And I think when we look up at the end of the year, good things are going to happen.
Yeah, it's really well said, FP. And I don't think I had heard that from you before. Like, it's so interesting when we get into the psychology of football and the 49ers and one bad fourth quarter in a 17-game season. It's like that could completely wreck your season or affect whether you are hosting a playoff game or going on the road or not being in at all. But baseball with the 162, I get what you're saying with how you play matters a lot more over the long haul because you're going to lose 70 games in a season. And if that's all you lose, that's a pretty good season. You're going to be playing in October. So FP Santangelo, kind enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Obviously, a lot of excitement, anticipation, and eagerness around Bryce Eldridge. We talked about some of his improvements, particularly defensively, with Dave Fleming yesterday. Did you get a chance to talk with him much and just how this offseason's been with the wrist surgery, what he took from that short stint in the bigs last September and coming into camp with a little bit of a different intent than he did last year?
Yeah, I did. I've gotten to know him pretty well, and lots of talks on the bench during batting practice while I was down there for 3 weeks, and watching his work ethic at first base with Ron Washington, and then watching it translate into games, and him making like nifty little short hops to the backhand and flipping it to the pitcher covering, or fully sprawled out up the right field line with his foot on the bag, belly on the ground, picking a ball from shortstop. And he's really impressed me with his defense more than anything. And I think sometimes we get too caught up in numbers during spring training, like what's his average? It's just such a small sample size. I think you got to go deeper than just average and look at, does he carry himself like a big leaguer? Is he confident? Is he freaking out because he struck out 3 times last night in the clubhouse? Like, there's all kinds of little things that determine whether you're going to make a team. And I think for Bryce, he's really shown the Giants and a lot of us around the ball club that he's carrying himself like a very mature big leaguer at age 21. So I think these last couple of games or what he does now might be the most important because it's not like what you do last necessarily. It's what you're doing against A-list pitchers that are really ramping up for the season now. I think the evaluation process really is more accurate the last 2 weeks of spring training than the first 2 weeks of spring training, where pitchers might just be going out there and say, well, today's a slider day. I'm going to throw a bunch of sliders and I really don't care about the results. And the fastballs aren't as crisp and the sliders aren't as sharp. And now with guys tuning up for opening day and it's right around the corner, you get a more accurate evaluation. So I would imagine that decision is going to be made last minute with him based on what happens or what is happening as we speak.
How much of it is it now with him, considering the fact that the defense has improved? It's just being able to make contact. I mean, when he's made contact, the ball's jumping off his bat at a really high speed. How much of it is just the ability to make enough contact to where, when he does put it in play, it's going to matter, and that he's, not putting it in play so frequently that maybe he needs to head down for a little bit more seasoning?
Yeah, I don't know, and I'm not making those decisions, so I would never, ever sit here on the radio and say, well, this is what Buster and Zach should do and Tony should do. I've never known a 6'7" power hitter that was a contact hitter, though. There's going to be swing and miss, and that's the give and take of the whole thing. You have to put up with strikeouts for a guy that has 30 home run plus potential. So I really don't want a 6'7" guy that's not very fast to be a contact hitter like Luis Arraez. I want him to run into some home runs with 2 strikes. And that's the price you pay. When I was there, and I don't know what's happened recently, he was commanding the strike zone. He was working 1-2 walks and 3-2 walks a lot and laying off pitches. And so I don't really know what's going on right now, but I wouldn't really want Bryce Eldridge to be a contact hitter, so to speak. I don't want him to shorten up with 2 strikes and flip a single to the left. Like, I want him to always be thinking from the first pitch to the last pitch, I want to do some damage. So that part really doesn't worry me about him. I mean, they've kind of shored that up with Arise and some other guys in the lineup, whether it's Will Brennan or some other guys that may make the team, where you have a little more contact in the lineup than you've had in previous years. And talking to Hunter Mentz, their hitting coach, and I asked him, I said, why did the Blue Jays have the least amount of strikeouts in the big leagues last year? And he said, number one, we had a lot of good guys with good bat-to-ball skills. But number two, we had a scouting report that was so in-depth that we didn't want to get to 2 strikes, that we had a game plan, and it was so detailed for every hitter of what pitch we were looking for early in the count, that ideally the at-bat should be, over before you get to 2 strikes. And because I went up to him like the first day of camp and I said, what was the 2-strike approach with the Blue Jays? And he goes, we didn't have one. I was like, wait, what? And he said it was more about like reverse engineering the game plan that they're going to do to you as a player and what they might throw you based on your numbers in certain counts. And even if you're not a good slider hitter, if you're looking for that, the slider doesn't become as deadly because you're sitting on it. Whereas if you're looking fastball, now the slider, you can't pick it up. So he told me like what they were going to implement this year. And I saw a Giants team in spring training that was way more aggressive early in the count. I can't remember how many times we were scratching our heads last year with the first pitch fastball right down the middle. And we're saying, swing, what are we doing? Like, let it rip. What are we looking for?
Yeah.
And I didn't see that in Scottsdale. And I don't know what their numbers are now, but when I left about 4 or 5 days ago, they were leading all of the Cactus League in batting average. And I think they were at the top in least amount of strikeouts too.
Talking to FP Santangelo here, and I love that you're talking about Hunter Mentz and getting to pick his brain, because I wanted to get into the whole collective of this coaching staff. There has rightfully been a lot of attention on Tony Vitello, and I even joked with him at FanFest when I'm asking him questions. Like, at some point, as much as I selfishly am like, it's cool to do this interview, this guy's been on a full-blown media tour for 5 months. I think it's about time he has games to manage so he can talk about his new team and everything that's ahead. So, in addition to Tony Vitello, I mean, what did you just make of this group and the variety of experience and personalities working together? Tony Vitello, Ron Washington, Jace Tingler's been a manager, and obviously you just spoke on Hunter Mentz. I mean, we're going to get to know these guys and how they work together a lot more in the coming days here.
Yeah, Justin Message, too, the new pitching coach, and Robbie Ray has been lights out working with him so far. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of things to be excited about for the season, and I know Giants fans were real frustrated in the offseason and wanted the Giants to sign all the frontline free agents, and maybe it didn't work out. But the team I saw down there was just that, a team. And I think as a ball club, if you come together, I mean, you can only go so far as your horses, right? And this whole, we're so together, we go to dinner every night. Like, those things are great, and it helps you when you lose 7 in a row. But, like, it's still about the horses. It's still about Devers. It's still about Chapman. It's still about Adames. It's still about Arise. It's still about, Patrick Bailey be a little bit better offensively, and can Elliot Ramos, who I think is a horse and maybe somebody we're not talking about enough the spring he's had, can he play a legit left field, just good enough? And Jung-Hoo Lee and right. I mean, he's a guy that was their best player in April and May last year in the talk of baseball. So like Buster always says, there's a lot of meat on the bone with some of these players, and I think for the guys that went to WBC to play intense games so early in the season and to see like high velocity and, exploding sliders and, the atmosphere they played in, that can only help them for the season. So we'll see. I just think I had one of the Padres broadcasters came up to me in spring training and said, I think the number one story in Major League Baseball this year is Tony Vitello and how this whole thing works out. And I think it's pretty cool. I think it's must-see TV, and we'll see how this whole thing does work out.
FP, what would you say would be the one thing that you're the most excited about with this team? And I know you said, maybe just the energy and the fight and, playing all 27 outs and all that. Maybe aside from that, and then maybe the one thing that's the most concerning for you heading into this season.
I'm most excited to watch Luis Arise play on a daily basis. As a guy that used to hate to strike out, and took pride in not striking out. And I just think it's cool that he's a contact here, and watching what he did in the WBC, and he had a little pop with a couple of home runs, and I don't think we should expect that, but it's kind of cool. And to see a guy grind out at bats and foul pitches off 3-2 and refuse to strike out, refuse to go back to the dugout dragging his bat back. and then how he plays second base, which I thought was really good in spring training. I was scratching my head at some of the scouting reports I had heard. So that's my number one thing. And can Rafi Devers in a full season as a Giant do some serious damage? And can he be a 40 home run guy? Can he drive in 130 runs or whatever? So that's the most interesting thing. And I think the thing that a lot of people are concerned about is who's getting the outs 7, 8, and 9 when Logan Webb goes 6 1/3 opening day against the Yankees and it's 2-0 in the 7th. Like who's getting those last 9 outs?
Yeah.
And I don't know, there might be some unexpected stories down there with Eric Miller, who's looked really good since he's been back. Can he stay healthy? Jose Butto got some big outs in the WBC. Ryan Walker has been great in spring training, but he's still got to look that demon in the eye when the lights come on. He comes jogging out of left center field in the 9th inning with a 1-run lead. So, that's still a mystery, and we'll see how he does. He wants to be the closer. I think that's a really good sign, but I guess that's it in a nutshell. And then, like I said, watching Tony grow as a manager over the next decade is going to be fun too.
Yeah, I'm with you on Luis Arraez, FP. I mean, between the World Baseball Classic and just the Cactus League, watching this guy remind everybody why he's a 3-time batting champion, I think provides a lot of optimism for the Giants, and they're going to need it in a lineup where you detailed it with Bryce Eldridge. He's a 6'7", hard-hitting, power hitter that you hope can be a 40-bomb kind of guy, where you got to balance that out with guys that can just put the ball in play too. So I know you said you don't want to get into the decisions and the specifics and things that you're not going to be making the calls on, but where would you like to see Luis Arraez hit? Or maybe has he shown preference to a particular place in the lineup to this point?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the lineup's going to change on a daily basis, and we get way too concerned before opening day what the lineup's going to be. I tell this story all the time. We were sitting on the bench in Montreal one time in September, and that's where I usually played, is on the bench. And we were talking to each other, and we said, "Can you guys remember the opening day lineup?" And we're like, nobody of the 3 or 4 guys I was sitting with could remember the opening day lineup in September. But we get excited about the new season. We get excited about a fresh start. We're excited about being the only game on TV on next Wednesday night, and the first Netflix broadcast ever. So we're excited, and we want to know what the lineup is, but I think Arraez can hit anywhere. I mean, anywhere in the top 5. If you need a contact guy in the 3 spot, and he's locked in, and he's absolutely on fire, and you need a guy to drive in a run with a runner on third less than 2, and you need contact in that situation, maybe you think about that. But I would say 1 or 2 based on Jung Hoo, based on lefties, based on righties. Are you just going to lead off Jung Hoo? Are you going to lead off Arraez? Arraez isn't slow, but he's not fast. He's somewhere in between. So I don't know. I don't know if you lead off Chapman and try to get him more at bat. I don't know what the lineup's going to be like. And Tony really hasn't revealed that, because his lineups in spring training were about getting guys at bats. You'd see Bailey hitting third a lot, and you see Adames leading off a lot. So he was just about getting guys at bats, but there's been no real tell or no real clue on what he's thinking about. Maybe here in the next few days, you'll start to see inklings of what he's thinking about in the lineup, but there really hasn't been like, oh, that's the opening day batting order. That's the opening day starting lineup. It's more about getting guys working.
And you're so right that we do get fixated on the little details of things that aren't going to matter over the course of 6 months. But hey, anytime it's a new manager, you got a new front office as far as their second year in Buster Posey, and then you got new additions like a Luis Arraez, we're going to get really excited about it in the 6 days leading up to it. So FP, always appreciate you coming by. We'll talk to you plenty more throughout the season. I know you're going to be in tomorrow right here on this slot, so enjoy the 7 to 9 tonight, and I'll enjoy hearing our voices once again when you're wrapping things up.
Dude, looking forward to tomorrow. Can't wait to be on there with you guys, and I think that interview is good enough to play tonight again. We'll see.
As long as there's no breaking
news. We'll see how you're feeling at 8:28,
FP. I'm out of here. See you guys. Just play that interview from the daytime show. All right, guys. Take care. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. FP Santangelo, good to have him on. And that sounds like an 8:28 kind of call as well for FP. So always good catching up to him, and good to just always hear from people that are right there in the thick of it. I mean, 3 weeks down in Scottsdale is certainly not nothing. And so, there is a balance to it. We don't want to overly fixate on everything we've heard from spring training. It's a lot more chatter than it is action, and it's a lot more noise than it is conclusions to be drawn. That being said, I think the way the Giants started last season, like, yes, going 12-4 and then the 40-29, that was not defining of the whole season. And everything thereafter the acquisition of Rafael Devers was inexplicably dry and slow, and they struggled offensively, and we know what happened to the pitching staff. So it is a long season, but you also like to go into the year trying to propel yourself to play the best baseball possible. And to what FP's larger point was, it's not about, oh, can we put together a 3-3 stretch? Can we put together a 5-2 stretch here? It's just the consistency of playing good baseball start to finish, because when you get to the postseason, that's what you see with teams like the Brewers, and that's what you saw with the Blue Jays, and just trying to have the right approach on a day-to-day to where it's all going to even itself out over the course of 162.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have talent and you got to win games too. I mean, that's the other thing I will say. Like, I understand the process, but I do think, given the last 4 years that the Giants have had, I do think there's a little pressure to perform here, and a little pressure to be more than a team that just looks like 3-3 and 6-6 and 10-10 and 22-20 and 28-29 and 31-30. Like, there is a little bit of a pressure, and it is a long haul. But I don't know. I think, when you make the moves or don't make the moves that the Giants didn't make in the offseason, and then make the move to hire a manager with no prior major league experience, I actually think it ramps up the pressure to have it work, and to have it work a little bit more quickly, especially when you have so much veteran and signed and traded for talent up and down the roster. So I'm kind of, I know it's kind of a wait and see, and I'm fascinated to see how the drill work and all those things, does that manifest itself into better fundamental play? Does that manifest itself into more energy? Because I've said a bunch of different times, I feel like a big part of the reason that Tony Vitello became the manager was the disappointment in the belief from the front office that last year's team specifically should have been better than they were, and basically, that Melvin and that staff was so underwhelming that that it basically robbed Manassian and Posey of what they believed was a team that was quality enough to be a playoff team. So I think they're kind of banking in some ways, and I don't think a lot of people are speaking to this, but I feel like they're banking on some ways the Giants being a team that's much better winning on the margins and winning situationally and winning with the day-to-day. And so I'm fascinated to see if that actually can ring true as the games start to matter here in less than a week.
Well, and one of the points that Carlos Ramirez brought up to me when we did a couple of shows together is this year has a lot more of Buster Posey's fingerprints on it. Now, last year he certainly made his mark, and it wasn't like it was year zero. Like, there were transactions that showed how is Buster Posey going to handle various situations. But now he's got Rafael Devers, that's his fingerprints. Willy Adames, that was Buster. Tony Vitello, that's Buster's guy, and a big risk that, to FP's point, is going to be a big national story across the league and maybe set a precedent one way or another for how we treat college coaches who have had success building up their programs. So this is a big year for Buster and Manassian, and I hear what you're saying. Like, it's not as simple as like, okay, well, how can they go 3-3 in this stretch? Like, there is a pressure to be better than a 500 team, but then we're going to find out where we assess the talent, and that actually takes us kind of right back to the big discussion of the day, optimism level on the future of the Giants, Niners, Warriors. Do they have pieces that you believe are young, foundational, and championship-level contenders? Let's continue this discussion when we come on back on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Always keeping me on my toes with the drops, Walter. It is JD in for Papa for the third straight day. The day 11 of 13 in a row for our guy JD, the ultimate machine hanging out with us, and we are talking all about the youth. You know what really propelled this conversation? I kind of lied. I told you earlier it was the Sharks and their young foundation. It's actually that JD just has the energy of a young 20-year-old who's just going and going and going. The passion never dies. The eagerness never dies. And by the way, while we're talking all things young, you want to go see the young guys right now? Yeah, why not? Dial it up. 415-896-5627. 415-896-5627. Be lucky, caller number 10, and you can win to see the Sharks take on the Anaheim Ducks. I'm telling you, this is the time. It's Grateful Dead night. It is a chance for you to win. It is a chance to make your day even better while you're watching your picks win. By the way, Siena up on Duke right now. I am going to get too excited early if it's Duke as the 1 seed that is in a little bit of early trouble. 22-16, let's go. And JD, I don't know where you're at on Duke basketball. I feel like that's just the universally easy team to go and hate. I've talked to many different people of different areas of my life, and so many of them talked about putting Duke in the Final Four as like their emotional hedge because either they get there and they have a chance to win money, or they lose and you're out, but you're happy because Duke lost.
Yeah, I think I was probably in that category.
That's right.
I wouldn't call myself a Duke hater, but I did pick them to win in one of my brackets. Not that anybody cares about anybody else's bracket because nobody does. But yeah, I did roll with them in one of mine, and I did rolled with Arizona as kind of my wild card pick in another one. So we'll see how it all ultimately shakes out. Arizona only because I feel like maybe fewer people would take Arizona, although not necessarily the case this year. But I don't know. Not a Duke hater, but also never necessarily disappointed when they go out.
Yeah, that's fair. I was having dinner with my parents and my brother and Heidi last year, and it was so funny because this was the Duke-Houston Final Four game when Duke looked in control. Houston hung around. They ended up taking it at the very end, and Duke kind of choked it away in the final couple of minutes. And then everybody at the table is so happy, except for my mom, because she was like, oh, I was going to win money. And we're like, there were like two other people at the table. We're like, yeah, so was I. I mean, but it's still Duke losing. And so then my mom was like, now I hate Duke. And we're like, cool, welcome to the club with 98% of the United States. So shout out to Siena, 10-point lead over the Blue Devils right now. Go and win those Sharks tickets while we're talking about all our young studs right now. It was great to catch up with FP Santangelo. And by the way, we are going to get a little take it or leave it action. We haven't done that for a long time, but Walter's going to cook something up. So we got a little take it or leave it coming your way while we kind of reset the discussion right here at 808 KNBR. What's your confidence level among the Giants, Niners, and Warriors with the young foundation, the young future? And, you know, by and large, when people have split it up on the scale of 1 to 10, I think it's pretty clear that the Warriors is at the bottom. And then the Giants and Niners, it's got a little bit more variability. And FP, always optimistic going into a little Cactus League, got to talk about it. And for the 49ers, that's a really interesting one because they do have the most important position figured out with who's going to be running the offense for Kyle Shanahan in Brock Purdy. But then we kind of went through it too, and we're like, is Ricky Pearsall going to be that guy? Do we put Diamador Lenore in that conversation? And what do we make of the guys that are going to be entering their third year in the NFL, their second year in the NFL? Do we believe D. Winters is a starting linebacker on a Super Bowl defense, especially now that they're changing coordinators once again? Then the conversation gets a lot murkier. So I think when we've done our scale of 1 to 10, we've gotten a lot of people in that, 6-ish kind of range on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. But, and not that we have to give our own numbers right now, JD, but where are you at in terms of the hierarchy of all of this? And you kind of threw out the question earlier too, like with the 49ers, as good of a season as they had, and with some of the veteran acquisitions they made, are they closer to the Golden State Warriors than some people might be, afraid to admit?
Yeah, and simplifying it even further, it's, whose future do you believe is the brightest? And that's where the Sharks, it was really the Warriors on the one end and the Sharks on the other end. And we can throw the Sharks out of the equation as it relates to the brightest, because I think it's pretty clear that their future is now potentially obviously having a shot to get into the playoffs, but with all the talent that we've seen them be able to put out on the ice throughout the course of this season. So it's between the other three, whose future would you say is the brightest? I also wanted to give a wild card, and I think the Giants do have, I think, the most hopium because they have the most unknown, right? Like Bryce Eldridge, we haven't seen enough to be disappointed in what we've seen to think that he can't be that guy, right? Like, we don't know that Bryce Eldridge can't be a carrier.
Still like 37 plate appearances in September for a team that wasn't making the playoffs is not going to tell you anything.
Nothing we've seen to this point for Bryce Eldridge tells you anything about what the level that he will be. So I think that's that part of it. Often, it's like teams that have a lot of picks, right? In theory, like having a lot of picks, there's always that extra optimism. The Giants have some guys in the lower levels of the minor leagues that are highly rated and coming up, but they are still far enough from being impactful to where you can kind of keep the optimism and the high end of what they could be more at the forefront. Compared to maybe some of the Niner players that we've seen to this point. And again, not to say that the 49ers don't have good players, but we're talking about the difference between good players and foundational pieces. And you even I'll use the D. Winters example. Like, D. Winters could be a starter on a contending team. That would not make him a foundational piece either. Like, we're talking about, guys that are the Warners and the Boses and the Kittles and the Posies and the
Crawfords and
the Lincecums even, and guys like that. Again, we're talking about true foundational pieces. Steph Curry's, Jimmy Butler's, guys like that, Klay Thompson's, going back to that's what we're talking about. And so I think because we haven't seen enough of the guys that the Giants have coming up in the pipeline, you're still more open and optimistic at the prospect of, they could, but then that's where the history of the ability over the last decade for the Giants to draft, sign, and develop those kinds of players makes it a little bit murkier. The Warriors, same thing. Their history with multiple lottery picks would not give you confidence, even if they wind up having higher picks, that they would be able to take the right guys, because most recently they have not taken the right guys. In a weird way, as much as we can compare, bringing it back to the 49ers comp to the Warriors, the Niners have actually been the most competent in the last decade in terms of finding these guys. The concerning aspect, though, for the 49ers is they found the Warners and the Kittles and the Boses, and they went and traded for the McCaffreys, and Brock Purdy, it comes in as the final pick of the draft. But other than Brock, they don't have that next timeline of guys that project to be, the folks that are going to be carrying the torch, so to speak. And that's been the area where the Warriors specifically have failed here as Steph Curry's time winds down, and they try to figure out what the last phase for his era will be and what the next phase of the following era will be.
808 KNBR, we will continue taking your calls. We got some take it or leave it coming your way. We got games happening all around us. Siena up 9. By the way, my mom, shout out Leslie Silver, the great, is listening, and she said, I heard my shout out, and then just goes Duke with a thumbs down emoji. That's right. All it took was one time she came around. Nobody will bandwagon a team harder mid-game or like leading up to a game than my mother. Nobody will get harder into it with a greater gear of intensity without knowing anything about a given team, and that's probably where the intensity of the Silver name really comes from. Everyone wants to blame my father for this. It's all about the genes of Leslie Silver and the competitiveness. So, hey, Mom, if you're still listening, I'm telling you, go all in on Siena right now. They're up 9. We'll pick this up when we come on back. It is Papa and Silver with JD, only here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
415-808-5627 to join the conversation with us on this Thursday. It is Papa and Silver. Great to have JD in with us. We got a little take it or leave it action coming your way. We got some sounds to get you in the 1 o'clock hour as we'll get this thing up to 2 o'clock, hand it over to Dirty Work, and then we'll both be out tomorrow. We've got Larry Kruger and FP Santangelo hanging out in this slot with you, and FP you can hear tonight on Sports Phone, and you also could catch that interview we had with him earlier on thesportsleader.com, the app, or however you get your podcast. Stay tuned for when all of those get posted. All right, JD, so we had a couple of callers. Looks like they dropped, but I'll bring this point to the table anyway. Based on what Walter was telling me, we had the argument thrown out there that there's only one of the teams, he said, that has a foundational piece. That was the Warriors going with Chandler Parsons' guy of Will Richard. Now, while I disagree with that as a truth, because number one, Brock Purdy's the clear foundational piece among any of the three, it's not as crazy as it sounds to just say it out loud at first, in the sense of it is Will Richard can still be put in that too early to tell category, to where you're not going to build a team entirely around him per se, but he could theoretically be part of a future with what he's shown in a very small sample size. Whereas when we're talking about players in their third or fourth or fifth seasons, you kind of have a greater idea of what they are. And it's why, going back to the Niners part of it too, the reason I'm so high on someone like an Upton Stout is, yeah, typically your slot corner is not a foundational piece on a Super Bowl contending defense, but we also haven't seen that much of a lot of these guys to where there are greater question marks, and the greater question marks equal greater hope, or in the term you threw out there a little bit earlier with the Giants, hopium. The greater the questions, the higher the optimism. It's how it's always kind of worked when you look at youth in sports.
Yeah, and I'm comfortable in saying Will Richard's not going to be a foundational piece. And again,
Same.
that doesn't mean you can't be. It doesn't mean you can't be a player that helps a team. It doesn't mean you can't be a good player. It doesn't mean if you're not a foundational piece, you stink. But I'm pretty confident Will Richard's not going to be one of those guys. And again, that doesn't mean he can't be impactful on another team. It's how do you get the other thing I was thinking about here was just the fact that, the Warriors with the loss last night are now 10th in the Western Conference play-in, and that doesn't matter. That's going to get handled in 4 weeks from last night. But the other thing that it did do is it flip-flopped draft position, at least for the time being, lottery position for the Warriors and the Blazers. So the Warriors right now, their pick slot, their lottery slot, if they don't make the playoffs, is 11 in the Western Conference, or in the league, 11 total. So they're in that 11 slot. In such a deep draft, for as much as the Warriors don't deserve any benefit of the doubt, based on the picks that they've made here this decade, when they've had greater picks than even 11, a couple of them. But the Warriors might actually, in a weird way, be the team that gets the next shot at trying to find that kind of, potential future building block type of a player, in the fact that they might have the highest pick of anybody coming up here, relatively soon. I know the Giants have one also based on some of their lottery luck, but that I think has to be, sort of factored into the equation.
That's a good point, and one that we didn't really get into. Now, I guess the question, and this is probably getting ahead of ourselves in the sense that we don't know for sure what their pick is going to be and how the lottery sorts out, but let's just say they get a pick around that 11 to 12 range. Do we believe that they could get a player in this year's draft that could be the missing piece as a third best player if they take the route of we're going to wait for Jimmy Butler to come back? We've talked about this a lot in the context of the NFC West. Can you get a guy that can go and be a dude from day one? That's a little bit easier to do in a sport like basketball where it's clear that, Victor Wembanyama's out there. Yeah, pretty sure he's going to be able to hang in there on an NBA floor right away from the jump. Cooper Flagg, I think it's pretty clear from his rookie season that he belongs and is going to be a star in this league. But 11 or 12, usually not around the range, although you've had your Donovan Mitchells picked around that front. Like, guys can slip to where it's like, it's not an outrageous thought to think if they get a pick in that vicinity, maybe they do have the best shot at getting the next foundational piece compared to these other teams, excluding the Brock Purdy element because he's already been paid. I think he's fully proven enough that he's going to be the guy for Kyle Shanahan. Take that out of it, though. It's not an outrageous thought by any means.
No, it just something that kind of popped into my head again, but you don't trust, obviously, the Warriors to be able to make the pick for obvious reasons. You've got, the Giants are going to have, the fourth pick coming up here as well, so they're going to have an opportunity to be able to do that. They got a lot of lottery luck, considering where they finished. Going back to last season. And then, of course, the Niners are going to be the team that's on the clock, literally, maybe not with the same level of picks, but the multitude of picks and the multitude of players and the NFL draft or the NFL overall team rosters. They have shots, and I think they're going to need to hit on a bunch of their picks, especially early. But again, to find guys that can help them in addition to sort of finding those guys that might be those foundational, pieces.
Well, and not to get too deep into the weeds on the past and conversations we've had before, but going back to some of the earliest texts in the show in the 10 o'clock hour, when people were talking about the Warriors dynasty and it's not an unusual ending and all good things come to an end and gratitude, etc., I think part of why the conversation is what it is not just that fans are going to always want to win and fans are going to have their behavior, but they did have a chance to actually hit on some of this and extend it because of a couple unique bumps in the road where they went to 5 straight finals and then everyone got hurt at the same time and they had the number 2 pick and they had a trade with Andrew Wiggins where they ended up getting another pick to get rid of D'Angelo Russell and bring Wiggins over. So, again, they had their opportunities and they took a pick number 2, 7, and 14, and that all turned into a guy that we've mentioned as a solid player in Moses Moody, but not anyone that's a foundational piece. You would have hoped that Steph's still playing at the level we see today when he's healthy. Imagine if James Wiseman panned out as a dominant 7-footer in the league, or Jonathan Kuminga panned out to be the type of player that Joe Lacob had envisioned going back to the draft. This would be an entirely different conversation, and we'd probably talk about, yes, there's going to be some drop-off when Steph Curry retires, but it wasn't going to be looking as bleak as what we saw right now, where they'd still probably be able to compete with teams like a game in Boston last night, for example. That's not the case whatsoever because of how those opportunities that they did have in a rare occasion of trying to keep a dynasty together and build off of it, they kind of blew that up, and that's why we are where we are.
Love this one from the 415, the experience of the Warriors, the desperation of the Niners, the willingness of the Giants, and the cohesion of the Sharkies would make for the optimal. Ain't that the truth?
Although I'm wondering,
ain't that the truth?
What do you think they mean by the willingness of the Giants? Because is it the willingness of Buster Posey to take big risks here in his first year and a half as PBO?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I don't know, but it's a good question. I don't know, but we'll just kind of fold it in. I still liked it.
I do like it as well, and it's easy to
We'll just
understand.
give them the benefit of the doubt. You're right. It was an actual tangible thing for the Warriors, an actual tangible thing for the Niners, an actual tangible thing for the Sharks, and it's just like, hey, and the Giants too. And the Giants too.
I'm not saying it's wrong, and I'm not saying it's a bad text.
Be there.
I'm just like, that's the one that's a little bit more of an abstract, whereas the other ones you kind of get what they're getting at.
Well, and of course, I mean, leave it to Silver to pick at the, we got this beautifully worded text. It's like, let's pick at the one part that maybe didn't fit and dissect that down to the granular, microscopic, view to make, that actually didn't fit.
I'm not saying it didn't fit. And just, we got 4 hours to sort it out. I like having conversations. That's why we get into this business, 808 KNBR, speaking of conversations, if you want to have it. And I do like that text from the 415, kind of roping in all the teams together as we've done with our larger theme of the day. Walter, how are we feeling? We got a little take it or leave it in our system to make it happen? I think we do. I think JD, back when we did this in late summer and early fall, why don't we throw out some statements and we'll see if we take it or leave it from the end of a Walter Ikabalseta. Hopefully nothing about fatherhood, because neither of us have anything to answer in that regard. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yeah, you know I'm doing the score checks all throughout the show. Wisconsin up 1 on a high point with 50 seconds to go. Louisville trying to hold on to a 6-point lead in the final minute. And my team, America's team, all my homies love Siena. Up 43-32 on Duke late first half. Let's keep this party moving on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, sometimes it's a March tradition. Let's get you out for the final 2 seconds. High Point, Wisconsin. Possible upset. Bonus coverage starts now.
So they took more than that off the clock. So 1.4 on the clock. Wisconsin out of timeouts. Well, now they put it back to 1.8. So Wisconsin must get the ball inbounds first and foremost. If you're High Point, you want to make them catch the ball going back toward the baseline, Austin?
Absolutely. You don't want them to kind of turn the corner with their momentum going downhill.
Rhodey will inbound. Rapp standing at midcourt. Blackwell on the far side. Boyd is in the front court at the free throw line. Fletcher will guard the inbound. Rhodey gets the basketball. Rhodey is looking. He'll throw the baseball pass into the front court. It is intercepted by Anderson, and the Panthers have reached their highest point. The High Point Panthers stun Wisconsin 83-82, and High Point will move to the second round.
Oh, how about it? The 12-5 happens. High Point beats Wisconsin, and a guy who never made a 2-point basket on the season for High Point ends up coming in clutch down the stretch. It's so funny hearing Ryan Radke on those calls because we hear him so much, especially when I was working a lot of nights here at the Leader, JD. You hear him on Sunday Night Football all the time. So when he's talking about that pass getting intercepted, I'm like, wait, what is this Bills Ravens Sunday Night Football? It like took me to another universe right there.
Yeah, no doubt. And a great upset for High Point as they move on. And the beauty of the tournament on full display here, just hours in, the first session still yet to be completed all across the country.
Siena leads Duke by 11 at the half. We got McNeese and Vanderbilt going as well. And Louisville looks pretty close to wrapping this up against South Florida, barring any epic collapse in the final 5 seconds. So nicely done there by Walter. And that's going to lead us right into a good old take it or leave it. Now, I understand we haven't done this one in quite a while, but I know we have music for everything. So that's the most important thing. I mean, we're talking all about the youth today. We got the madness happening around us. It's a good Thursday, and now you get to just lay out the hardest hitting prompts that you could possibly offer.
Yeah, what's up, boys? Welcome to the madness of March. How many of you guys' brackets are still alive, huh? I just gotta throw that out there.
Yeah, one thing I can't do is like a game happens and it's like only 57% of brackets are perfect, and you're like, okay, we get it. Like, hit me with this at the end of the first day and then tell me how many are left.
You know what's hilarious is that I ask you guys the questions. I myself did not fill out a bracket this year, so I hey.
So you
it's
can't
always
lose.
fun, though.
You can't lose.
I can't lose. I am perfect tonight, or today, rather. But what's up, JD? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing well. I came very close to not participating for the first time ever in any bracket challenge. There's a long time one that I've been in for, I mean, going back to like when I was a teenager, that I still participate in, and the deadline was coming at 9:15 this morning. I was getting ready for the show, and I thought I hadn't done it. I hadn't really researched anything, and I'm like, God, am I going to do it? And I just, tradition won out. But I was actually strongly considering, you know what? My life might actually be more enjoyable if I just completely sit it out, don't spend the money, and just watch for the beauty of watching it.
Just got a couple of Scrooges here on the Sports Leader, but yeah, no, for 100%.
I swore it off. I swore off fantasy. Like I swore off fantasy like 15 years ago. I've never been happier.
Yeah, that's one where, and I was talking about this with the bracket. So like, for the most part, I did similar picks, but I diverged on a couple of different fronts because you want to have it where like one game doesn't entirely ruin you in a chance to win money, but you can't diverge so much to where you don't even know what you're rooting for. Like JD swearing off fantasy, I haven't sworn off fantasy and I like doing it, but over the last couple of years, I'm now at the point where I'm like, okay, 2 leagues is fine. I can't do the 4-league thing. It's just too much. Even if like money isn't on all of them, it's just like, it's too much for the head. I can't do it.
Yeah, that's a young man's game, and my money is spent elsewhere with diapers. Anyway, I digress. Let's go ahead and get into some basketball. NBA basketball. This is take it or leave it. I'm going to give you guys a statement. You
NBA
agree?
grab bag.
Yeah, thank you. You agree or you disagree? First one, we're going to start here in the Bay with the Golden State Warriors. Take it or leave it. Steph Curry will get the Warriors out of the play-in. That is the statement. What do you say?
JD, I'll let you start with this one as you and Marcus Thompson had fun with this bit.
I'm actually going to take it. I know, surprise, surprise, considering how, and I agree with the 209. This Warriors team, very boring to watch right now. But the one thing that can flip that in a blink is Steph. And I just, short and sweet and to the point, I look at Steph coming back, and I look at the matchup as to who they would be playing. I know Portland's been a nemesis of theirs even when they had Jimmy Butler. But I just feel like Steph, for as bleak as it's been for the Dubs the last 2 months, and it has been bleak as it's been in probably 6 years, to be perfectly honest, going back to COVID. I see Steph winning in Portland and then winning at Phoenix or against the Clippers and kind of going NCAA tournament Davidson mode for Steph to win the 2 games and then get them to Oklahoma City before they get beat in either a real sweep or a gentleman's sweep.
You know, I really want to leave it in the sense that that's 2 games you got to win. A lot of things got to go right. You're also probably counting on Steph not only scoring above 30, but being incredibly clutch in the fourth quarter when there isn't a Jimmy Butler to focus on. But I still see what I get out of Draymond Green on given nights when he really needs to get up for the matchup. And I kind of think about the demon behavior of a Steph like we revisited with the Bill Simmons sound, getting into that conversation. I think I'm with JD. I think I'm going to take it. And I get that it's probably not as good for the long-term prospects of the Warriors in the final chapter of Steph Curry's career. If they don't get out of the play-in, they can get into the lottery and see what happens right there. But that's kind of a front office problem. Like, I don't think Steph Curry, if he's going to choose to get back to the floor, which he plans on doing, I don't think he's thinking about it that way. So he loves playing in Portland, and then it was what? Phoenix or the LA Clippers? I mean, it'd be tough to win 2 in a row. I think it's probably better if they don't, if we're thinking about what can you get out of this in the long term. I'm kind of with you, JD. I think you and Marcus Thompson are going to have to get on the travel bus, man. I'm taking it.
Yeah, and JD brought up the theme of March Madness with the Davidson. You know, that was 18 years ago. 18 years. Really turning back the clock for Steph Curry for him to do that. But, yeah, I love the answers, guys. All right, let's go ahead and go over to the NFL. We don't have games pending. We're a couple months away, but the Niners made a couple of big splashes or maybe a couple ripples here with Mike Evans signing with the 49ers. Their new weapon on offense is going to be interesting to see how Kyle Shanahan can implement him and use that said weapon. But here's the take. Mike Evans will be the most efficient offensive weapon for the 49ers next season.
JD, the floor is yours.
I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it, and again, not a statement as to Mike Evans' level of impactfulness, but I just don't see a world where the answer can't be Christian McCaffrey until proven otherwise. Like, I just think he is still the straw that stirs the drink. Maybe Mike Evans on the field allows for there to be less pressure put on Christian McCaffrey, and that ultimately allows Christian McCaffrey to be even more efficient than he was this year, where you could make the case still great but less than efficient. I'd even probably take Brock Purdy as my number 2 pick. I won't get into great detail on that. So I'm going to leave it. I think productive player, good player, but it's still all about CMC and it's all about Brock Purdy for the Niners.
Yeah, as much as I want to be contrarian in this, I think we know full and well by now that as long as Christian McCaffrey is available, he's going to be on the field. As long as he's on the field, he's going to get his usage. So, like JD, I don't really see a world in which a healthy and available Christian McCaffrey isn't the most efficient weapon for the 49ers. But I will say this. Thinking about Mike Evans, I've seen a lot of comparisons to Mike Evans being the Devontae Adams type of signing that the Rams had this last offseason. And so it kind of has me thinking it in this regard. And I know that this isn't a direct answer to your question, Walter, but if Mike Evans can be the Devontae Adams, can Ricky Pearsall be close enough to the Puka Nacua? Now, I'm not saying exactly that level of production, offensive player of the year, but my larger point is if Evans is going to be a go-to guy in the red zone or you throw up a ball to win a one-on-one matchup, we know what his skill set can do for this offense. Can Ricky Pearsall be the guy that's consistently getting over 100 yards on a given day? If Brock Purdy's gelling with him, that's what I would like to see out of this group. So maybe volume productivity, I want Pearsall. Evans, I want cashing in the red zone. But general efficiency, kind of hard to argue against Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, no, 100%. All right, so it's almost opening day. We got to get into it. Giants baseball, you know me. Opening night, yeah, on Wednesday. We're 6 days away against the Yankees, Marcus Boucher's Yankees. The best kept secret at the leader. But yeah, so pretty much you guys know me. I'm a Giants fan. I have my podcast, Rounding Third and King. Go ahead and check that out on YouTube. Selfish plug there. But here is the take. Logan Webb. He is the ace. He's the guy that the Giants need. He went out there, played with the Team USA. He's a big game pitcher. Logan Webb will win his first Cy Young Award this season.
Ooh. What you got, JD?
I'm going to leave it. I just don't know that you can count on this team winning enough or being buttoned up enough in a bunch of different areas to where like he could have the numbers to do it. He's certainly come close in other years with similar talent levels on this Giants team. But I think there are too many other truly dominant forces in terms of pitchers to where he would get the job done there. So I'm going to leave that one. He'll be good. He'll be in the conversation. He'll be what he always historically has been. But it will not be enough to get over the hump to win that Cy Young.
I actually see a path into taking this. And yes, you got Paul Skeens, you got Yamamoto, you got a bunch of workhorses in the National League to where it's going to be very difficult for Logan Webb to do it. But being who he is historically in the league might not work against him in the sense of durability, a lot of innings, became a strikeout guy last year, got his first Gold Glove, like has progressively added to his game. And then factor all that in with the potential of voter fatigue. Is he going to be a better pitcher than Paul Skeens? No, I'm not going to place that bet. But could he have better statistics and a relatively similar enough kind of season start to finish? That's not really out of the question in the sense of if he can be a guy that gets a lot of innings, if the Giants are a team that can pleasantly surprise, if not only the team is winning games, but on Logan Webb starts, that's a big reason why the Giants could be in that playoff conversation. If they're hanging around there start to finish and they feel like fully relevant past the trade deadline, then I think there's totally a world in which Logan Webb, there could be a consensus among the writers where it's like, you know what, maybe this is about his time that we give this guy his due. A lot of it will be predicated on team success in addition to individual success, but I don't think the history of the type of player he is works against him in this scenario.
All right, I like it. Last thing, we're going to keep it Giants. We're going to keep it Giants because, you know, I'm a diehard Giants fan. All right, so we're going to go.
Jays fan.
Yeah, Jays. Shout out Jays. Go Canada. All right, so the last thing that I have for you guys, last year we saw it accomplished. Willy Adames hit 30 home runs, ending a 21-year drought. I mean, we're talking about turning back the clock to 2008. You had to go back to 2004, the last time Barry Lamar Bonds was wearing a uni for the Giants to hit that mark. So here is the take. The Giants will have not one, not two, but they'll have three guys eclipse that number, 30 home runs this year.
Wow. All right, JD, I'll let you take it first per usual.
Yeah, and we can spread it around for future reference, by the way. I don't always have to go first. You can go first. You want to go first?
Yeah, well, you can defer the coin toss. That works.
I think this segment has greater balance if we alternate who goes first.
You're
but
right.
Go ahead.
You're right. No, I like that. We're making up the rules in the system and rewiring it on the fly. This is good.
Silver just likes to defer the coin toss every single time. That's what he's doing.
I'm like Kyle Shanahan. I'll never take it.
Yeah.
There was a time last year, and I didn't speak to this, but there was a time last year where we did this, and it was actually the opposite. I think Greg went first every time, and I was like, yeah, I don't think that's right. So again, I'm acknowledging it's not a matter of who goes first or not. It just needs to be split up, I think.
I like it. All right, so I'll take three guys going 30 plus.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, I think that's one where I do have to leave it, but it's not this far-fetched reality that it would have been in really any of the recent seasons talking about this team. I mean, look, let's be honest. The ballpark is what it is, and that's going to have elements that play into it. Can Devers get there? Absolutely. Can Adames do it again? Sure. I mean, for how much he struggled to start the season, to wind up hitting that 30 mark was pretty damn impressive. Can Chapman get it? Can Ramos get it? Like, you're kind of looking at all around. You got guys that certainly could be in that conversation. I don't know if Harrison Bader can be expected to have the offensive production that he did last year in between his time with the Phillies and the Twins. So I'll probably leave it, but I do think they can certainly get 2. And in fact, I think this team is going to need 2 if we're talking about the guys they're paying a lot to be those players. Rafael Devers certainly and Willy Adames, but having a third, look, it doesn't have to be about a third guy getting to 30. I think you're just looking at the infield as a whole of like, hey, dude, well, even the outfield for that matter, can Bader give you 15? Can Chapman give you 20? Can Ramos give you 20 to 25? Like, if you just have a well-balanced attack on that front, then you don't have to worry so much about guys being notorious bomb hitters. Who knows what Eldridge gets in terms of his opportunities and the number that he might be able to hit this year. So I will leave it, but I'm probably more worried about the balance across the board rather than who can just hit that mark of 30 that was so precious until the end of last season on the last day of the regular season.
Yeah, I see the Giants having 2, so I'm going to leave it as far as having 3. I think they're going to have 2, but I think they're going to end up with 2 30s, and I think they're going to wind up with 3 20s, which I think along the lines of what you're saying is going to be enough balance to where you're not necessarily, for the first time in a long time, maybe the fluke year of 2021, that team had a lot of home runs.
Yeah.
Collectively, where maybe you think that power isn't a weakness of this Giants team, but is instead a strength. So I'm gonna go Devers and Adames as the guys who actually get to 30, and then I think they're gonna have 3 others that wind up with 20, and I would say that's going to be Chapman, Ramos, and wild card pick
Luis Arraez.
Casey Schmidt.
Oh,
wow.
God. All right.
Okay.
I like it.
I don't hate it at all. And the question also becomes, like, when does Casey get his opportunities? Because something we did talk about with Papa after Luis Arraez came over is, like, you're playing him at second base, right? We know that there's the question marks defensively. He's a 3-time batting champion. You're not going to go sign this guy as an insult and be like, yeah, we're just going to take you out on second base. But during games, if you got a 5-3 lead late, do you take out Luis Arraez in the 7th and just go, yeah, we're going to go Casey Schmidt, we're going to go Christian Koss? Or is that the kind of thing that wouldn't go well with an established player and a first-time manager?
Well, and here's the other thing. Like, people, Casey Schmidt. Casey Schmidt's going to play a lot. Like, I love him in the role. Assuming the Giants don't trade him, which I would not do. I know that's been thrown out there. Trade it. Like I think they are going to need him to play a bunch of different positions because he's always going to be the guy that I think goes in when somebody's out due to injury, in addition to just being rotated in to give some of the veteran players the regular rest. So I do think he is going to hit more home runs than maybe his playing time would warrant, but I also think he's going to play enough to get there, and he's going to be somebody where the pop from an offensive standpoint is going to be the most important thing that he brings to the table.
Well, real quick, as we wrap up, take it or leave it. Yeah. Love the answers, you guys. But real quick, when you guys were giving me those answers, I have to channel my papa. It doesn't matter how many they hit. It doesn't matter how many they hit. It matters when they hit them. Yeah, that's my papa. Miss you, Pop.
That's pretty good. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Are they down 5-0 and it's a solo shot, or is it a grand slam at Dodger Stadium? I mean, hey, by the way, talking about grand slams at Dodger Stadium, Casey Schmidt, JD brings up a good point. One injury away from getting a lot of playing time, and when he's playing the positions that he's typically a little more comfortable in, not saying a Chapman injury or an Adames injury would be a good thing. It would stink, but when Casey's kind of playing what's more natural to him, he has shown the propensity to be a little bit more comfortable and locked in at the plate, a la playing third base, hit grand slam at Dodger Stadium. That was something that came to mind.
He has that sneaky power. He has that sneaky power for sure. I like that pick, JD. Okay. You snuck up on me on that one.
Love it.
Yeah, because I don't think he's an everyday player, which is interesting, but I do think he's kind of in that sweet spot of if you're not playing him, he needs to play enough to obviously be able to get there. But I think the value of Casey Schmidt diminishes if he were just to be named an everyday player. So there's a balance, there's a sweet spot that I think that they have to hit. And I think this year it's going to hit the fact that he's not going to be out there so much to where he gets exposed, but he's going to be out there enough to be a positively impactful power threat.
All right. Hey, Walter, good work on a little take it or leave it action. We will pick up this conversation, kind of reset, and maybe wrap up some of the thoughts on the youth and the larger theme of the day. And then we've also got some sounds for you around the landscape of sports to play on your way out of here. Dirty Work will take it at 2 o'clock. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on this Thursday. It is Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
A true pump fake in the spirit of March Madness going on today. We're just getting started. Shout out to all my High Point Panthers out there with the upset over Wisconsin, and Siena still hanging in there against the Duke Blue Devils. That's going to be the 1-16 to watch, and that'll be coming down the stretch here as we're coming down the home stretch of our show. Appreciate everybody for hanging out with us today. It's been all about the youth and the optimism, or maybe lack thereof, on a future foundation for the 49ers, Giants, and Warriors. Great take it or leave it prompts there by Walter Iqbal-Setza, making us think hard about Steph Curry willing the Warriors back into the playoffs after the play-in tournament, making us think hard about Mike Evans and efficiency and production for next year, and of course, everything we got coming up here with the San Francisco Giants. Obviously, the Niners have a long way to go before they are taking the field, but they do not have a long way to go whatsoever to that March 20th deadline of when a little bonus money kicks in for Trent Williams. Now, just want to be clear, they can mutually agree to push the date back, and Matt Maiocco clarified that with Dirty Work earlier this week. But here was Matt Maiocco yesterday on the combination about edge rusher being the obvious piece and also what might happen over the next day or so. Could we get a resolution on Trent, or is this can just going to get kicked down the road? Here's what he had to say with us yesterday.
But I think as far as immediate impact, the importance of the position and where the 49ers' weakness was last year, to me, it really just kind of lightens up that edge rusher looks like the spot. And then the other thing is, Thursday, maybe Friday, there might be some resolution with Trent Williams. And so, would offensive line be on that list at 27 as well? Yeah, it could be. But for this particular mock draft, I'm thinking a guy that kind of fits what the 49ers like, that versatility to play a number of spots on the defensive line, and a guy that had a really good 2024 season with 11 sacks, dropped off with the production his last season at Clemson, but then I think really opened some eyes when he was going up against top-notch competition at the Senior Bowl, where he looked really good, looked the part. He might not make it to 27, but I think even if he doesn't, there will be some options there, I think, for edge rusher.
All right, so a lot of that cut was actually about the prospect of taking an edge when Maiocco did his mock draft and he went Clemson's T.J. Parker. But Trent Williams is due $10 million from the 49ers by the end of the week, and neither of us are going to be on these airwaves tomorrow. So by the time we reconvene on Monday, are we going to get that amicable resolution? We kind of know how this song and dance goes with Trent because we've been through it twice before. Or could they just mutually agree to kick this can down the road while they still try to figure out some options? I wouldn't think, based on the way it's gone with free agency, and certainly with the comments Maiocco made to us about preparing for the inevitable and keeping this roster together, that this would be the time to not find a way to work something out. But until it gets done, it's going to be one of those areas of tension as we evaluate this team and the way we assess their offseason.
Yeah, I don't know what ultimately happens as far as the deadline tomorrow, but the 49ers need to have Trent Williams on their team in 2026. So they got to figure it out one way or another. I'd be inclined, if I'm the Niners, to, again, just find a way to make it happen at all costs, and don't do anything that projects this thing further toward him, maybe not being on the team. Like you can't. You don't make the moves that they've made to this point, as I've said here a couple of different times, and then go, yeah, we're going to find a new left tackle. And oh, by the way, we're going to try to draft that guy at 27 in the first round. Like that, those things do not compute. And so I think you have to take the player that you have, who is a future Hall of Famer, and count on him being around, and then figure out your succession plan, as we talk about ad nauseum, for over and over, right? Improve the offensive line, find the succession plan, figure out how to get McCaffrey on the field less, even though he's clearly their most, all of my favorite topics that we get into as far as the 49ers go. But that, to say the least, though, you got to have Trent Williams on this team this year.
Well, I was also just combing through the internet, and I know we've relitigated a lot of these topics around Trent, and you and I have been pretty clear on our stance. But what kind of caused me to want to revisit this, aside from the deadline, is the fact that you browse around different analysts and former players and experts, and you hear like your Ryan Fitzpatrick's and your Andrew Whitworths and your Rich Eisens and your Mina Kimes, and there's a lot of players who focus on the league as a whole that have spoken really, really highly about what the 49ers have done this offseason, probably thinking of it among the best in the NFL, to which I don't necessarily, although I like a lot of the moves and certainly love the fact that they went and got Evans, who, by the way, turned down more money from Tampa Bay to go and have a fresh start and do something else, as we found out yesterday. I like the fact that they've gone after addressing a lot of their holes. I don't know if I necessarily say, wow, they're having one of the best off seasons in the entire league, but it's just funny how you think about all this. This is kind of like the one thing hanging over their head, and it's like, how much would one player and a lack of resolution there change that tone of the offseason? I can tell you, if it's Trent not being a 49er next year, that changes just about everything we've said about the competence, the stability, and the efficiency of what we've seen thus far from the front office and the way they've assembled this roster.
Well, I've said to this point that I believe the 49ers have had a pretty steady, solid, nice offseason. You tell me that Trent Williams is cut or traded or whatever here in the next 24 to 48 hours, and that to me immediately goes to you're having a bad offseason. Like, it immediately goes from like whatever you think it is. If Trent Williams is just gone and you're searching for a left tackle, then it immediately flops, in my opinion, from quality, capable, steady, good, great, whatever, however you want to characterize it. Like, we can debate good, great, steady, all that, based on the individual moves. But if you're telling me Trent Williams isn't on this 49ers team, then I'm telling you they've had a bad offseason.
Yeah, surely, because you also look at what they've done to pair with that offseason, and that's focus on veterans, experience, accepting that it's going to be a lot of guys who are on one-year deals, might be playing their only year with the franchise, might be playing their last year with the franchise, and as Maiocco put it to us, gearing up for the inevitable. It doesn't track at all if they were to move on from Trent Williams right now. Say it even happens next year, that's fine. They might have an entirely different plan next year, but with what we've been told through actions more so than words, with what we've been told, this is not the time where you would make that decision. So whether it's tomorrow or whether they kick this can down the road, I'm expecting that they have a resolution. I'm expecting that the 49ers probably have to own up into giving Trent Williams what he wants. And I think you said this, or maybe it was Dieter with us, but it's been said on these airwaves, this is the last time we're going to be doing this song and dance with Trent Williams in this capacity of negotiate a new deal, more guaranteed money. Like, this is the last time in Trent Williams' career that we're probably going to have to confront this. So it's probably going to be the last time that they got to just give him what he wants, as they've done the previous two.
Yeah, it really does need to be that. And again, but don't mistake that for it needing to end right now would be the thing that I would caution the 49ers. And And so, yeah, and I think it is easier said than done to say you're going to find your succession plan. That's why I kind of mock it when it comes up and it becomes a frustrating topic, because I don't think there's anybody that the 49ers could pick at 27 or later in the draft that's going to project to be your Trent Williams replacement. Like, to me, you almost have to have like a top 10 pick to be able to get that guy or find that player on another roster. So I kind of understand, and Maiocco addressed this yesterday, like the notion of not having your future left tackle to replace the Hall of Famer currently on the roster. Like, I'm not crushing the Niners for not having that, but at some point you have to know that Trent was going to want to get paid again. And then, let's move off of him before it gets to this point, right, where it starts leaking out that maybe he's going to be, having to go somewhere else.
808 KNBR to join the conversation. 707 says, fellas, how do we know for sure this will be the last time we have this conversation with Trent Williams? I'm pretty sure they thought 2 years ago was the last time. I love Trent, but man, it sure seems like he does this every year. That's got to wear thin on the 49ers organization at some point. And I guess my immediate answer to that is, well, they might have a different philosophy here in a couple of years. And this could be a year also in which, like, Trent was largely available this year, and then he got hurt at the end of the season and played through it. This might be the time where they're saying, hey, we're going to try to start thinking about the succession plan. So I can't say with 100%, 100% guarantee that this will be the last time we have this conversation. But given that it's the third time, given where the 49ers are at, and given the state of where a lot of their Hall of Famers or All-Pros are at in their career, it feels like it is probably naturally going to be the last time with a guy who's going into his age 38 season.
This definitely should be the last time. I would not have said that 2 years ago. I would not have necessarily said that, especially when Trent has been asked really at the end of a lot of these years. I mean, he's been hell bent on, no, I want to come back. I want to come back. I'm gonna keep coming. And so he's been, a quality enough player. I think that's where the Niners do find themselves a little bit vulnerable, is that they're concerned that if they pay up again, which they kind of have to, at what point does it become, a diminishing return? And then you almost have to be stuck with him for a year where, he isn't the player that you necessarily believe that you're paying for. So that's the calculus that the 49ers are going to have to navigate here. But I don't think even that it lends itself to saying that you can withstand not having Trent Williams on your 2026 roster.
One more set of texts to revisit here, or to get to and address. 925 says, I'm kind of sick of dealing with the Trent saga. The O-line was garbage last year with him playing. Is he really that important to O-line success? And then adds, we're probably better with 5 mediocre guys than 1-star Trent Williams plus 4 duds. Well, to that I would say Trent was largely very effective last year. And I'll give you that in the first month of the season, it was a lot more mixed results than what we were used to. But we did get to see it with every snap -1 of the Bears game, and then obviously Seattle thereafter, and then what happened with Trent, he really gutted it out to play through the playoffs. But then also getting rid of Trent Williams, that doesn't guarantee you that you're going to have the solution to have 5 mediocre guys anyway. It's going to be this current iteration of the widely criticized offensive line with Austin Pleasant or Vidarian Lowe or somebody else at left tackle. So it doesn't even necessarily work that way to begin with.
Good luck with that plan if you go from having a Hall of Fame left tackle to having 5 mediocre guys. Good luck with that, because if you think the Niners were attackable with the players that they were already putting out there, the number, you go out there then without a left tackle and see how teams view you. Like it would get, if the rest of the league knows that the 49ers are not going to have a Trent Williams out there, the whole thing becomes exponentially more vulnerable immediately. That is not a scenario that you want to watch play out if you're a 49er fan.
Well, we got a couple of calls on the line as they're filtering in, so we want to hear from you at 808 KNBR, and we will take your thoughts when we come on back. Got some sounds we could possibly get to before 2 o'clock, and then a little less than a half hour from now, it'll be a Thursday edition of Dirty Work as they get all the madness in real time. It's Papa and Silver with JD, only here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. Couple more segments on this Thursday afternoon. It is Silver and JD hanging out with Walter, hanging out with all of you. And we're talking a little Trent Williams because the deadline for the 49ers to pay up on their $10 million option is tomorrow. And the reason we've been at this standoff is because the Niners are trying to make it so Trent's got a lower cap hit. Trent wants a little bit of a restructure, more guaranteed money. We've been through this before, and we are going to go out to the phones at 808 KNBR. Matt is in San Francisco and wants to talk a little Trent. Says he's an old man. Well, he's a damn good old man. Let's talk about it, Matt. What's on your mind?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Good. So before I say anything, I'm a huge Trent Williams fan. I've always have been, but I do think one of the things that I'm just not getting is, you know, we hear Niner talk on the radio and on podcasts and everything about how we're getting older and you're going to have to start evaluating guys like Fred and CMC and Kittle down the line. I don't know why Trent, who's been pretty much, on and off with availability, even when he possibly could have gone, he's almost like a load management NBA type guy, the way he was picking and choosing when he was going to go and when he was going to sit. And if you get 2023 Trent or 2019 Trent back, who is, carrying the boombox out of the tunnel and leading the young guys and playing every game, and that's the Trent you're getting, I have no problem paying him. But if you're going to get this guy who kind of decides if it's an important game or not an important game and kind of manages himself like he's aging like he did last year, I don't see how this isn't looked at like a contract that comes back to bite you, just like, some of those aging Giants contracts there were, or, not that it's the drama that it was, but the Ayuk situation. We just tied up a bunch of money in a guy we got nothing out of. And I think you risk that with Trent right now where he's at. So if he wants to make a run at a ring and you load it with incentives and you do what you got to do, fine. But $10 million flat for what we've had the last season and a half out of him, I don't see how it makes sense.
Well, I appreciate the thoughts, Matt. And before I let you go, I mean, what'd you feel like this year you would have liked to have seen? Because Trent is a guy that hadn't really played 16 games in a career in a handful of years, and then he got to that mark. It was the beginning of Week 16 when he had the hamstring injury, but by and large, he was a little up and down the first month, but he kind of was the guy that was a little closer to 2023 in terms of consistency and availability.
So totally valid point. My issue wasn't necessarily productivity. I didn't like, and I heard it on KNBR and, you hear it on TV, that there were a few games in there during that stretch when Mac was playing where he might have been able to go and he didn't. And then a few games later on where you weren't sure if where we were going to land, and he was it just felt like he was picking his spots, and that's where I'm like, hey, that's where I need my Trent Williams, my Fred Warner, my George Kittle, my leaders who are like, hey, I'm going to tape it up and go, and so are you, because this is what we do and this is who we are. It felt like the caution that he was showing just kind of turned me off. I was like, if you're going to be that veteran leader, how many years you got left? Get out there and go, man. You're getting paid. And he just felt like he was kind of putting money first, him first over the team, and that's something I hadn't seen from him before.
Hey, appreciate the call, Matt.
And this holdout kind of feels like an extension of that.
No, I mean, I appreciate the call and a lot of really, really good thoughts right there at 808 KNBR.
He missed one game.
But yeah, I get to that point, JD, he did only miss one game. And the other thing I was going to add to all that is like Trent taking the Wednesdays off and leaving out on OTAs and not being there for parts of training camp. Like that's not anything that's necessarily new. He was an older player who, by the way, survived like a big brain cancer scare when he came over to the organization. That's kind of how it's always been. It wasn't just something that started this last season where it's like, he was going to kind of do things on his terms. He's always been that player, but when the time comes where he needs to be there to play, I mean, he suited up for multiple playoff games with an injury he'd never had before in a hamstring. Like, there was a big risk for that, but he knows he has limited chances left to compete, so availability wasn't on my list of concerns this year.
Well, and look, he's played enough in each of the last 5 years to be an All-Pro in 4 of them. Now, second team All-Pro in 2025, but I mean, he goes, first team in 21, first team in 22, first team in 23. I know it's 26 now. Only played the 10 games in 24, and that obviously wasn't going to be enough to be an All-Pro, but I'm just looking at when he, and it's also, for the knock on maybe him not playing, it's, 14 out of 16, it's 15 out of 17, 14 out of 17, 15 out of 17, 16 last year. I mean, it's really the only year where he missed significant time is the 2024 year, which we just talked about. So, yeah, I think you want him around as much as possible in the offseason program. You need him around at the beginning of training camp. Like, that was the one thing with the dispute, going back to 2 years ago that was really unfortunate. And I think you also saw, and the thing that you don't want to repeat if you're the 49ers is, to me, you don't want to have this thing go down the path of having him basically be that Trent Williams from 2 years ago where he's not showing up throughout the offseason. He's not showing up because it's still at a stalemate come the summertime, and then you're getting a less productive player. Because that's the one thing I would say did coincide, right? He was more injured the less he did in the offseason in that 24 year, and I think it led to a lot of the disconnect that was really up and down the roster, plus the injuries for that 24 year. So you got to figure it out so it doesn't get to that point.
No, I think that's well said. Let's keep it going on the phones here. Gonzo is in Santa Rosa, has his take on Trent. What's up, Gonzo? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thank you, guys. Great conversation, all subjects. And I just think that, when you sign a contract, you're signing an agreement, and the agreement is based on the contract. And constantly redoing the contract is just like, okay, what are we agreeing on here? You know what I mean? And then he's going to retire with millions and millions of dollars with or without a ring. And if they can restructure, if he wants to free up some space and take one for the team, I mean, it's crazy. He might retire with no ring and millions of dollars and just wonder what if. And if he had $5 million less dollars out of 120 some million, whatever, and he finished with 115, and he had a ring, I mean, that would be the difference. I mean, we can talk about the greatest quarterbacks that never won a Super Bowl, Dan Marino, certain things. It's like that one thing. And I think for him personally, he's going to have to ask himself that question. So.
Hey, appreciate the call, Gonzo. Gonzo in Santa Rosa. I mean, I hear what he's saying on the front of there's guys in the past with sports contracts who have restructured, who have taken less, tried to keep the team together with some of the restrictions. But there's also been a precedent set on how these things have gone with Trent before. And the bottom line is it ends with Trent will get what Trent wants, regardless of whether you believe he should take one for the team or go out of his way to restructure or anything. We kind of know how these things go with number 71 since he's been with this organization, JD.
We do, and the contracts in the NFL, in particular, are built to be torn up every couple of years and redone, both at the benefit of the organization and at the benefit of the player. It works both ways in that type of scenario. So you can't, especially with NFL contracts. Look, NBA contracts, you sign it, and you gotta roll with it. MLB, you sign it, it's guaranteed. You gotta roll with it. With the funny money and the fake years and the way the NFL contracts are done to be able to, navigate the cap and bonuses and everything that's tied to it, they are built on both ends differently from the other two sports as far as that ability to change them as needed.
And football being the sport that it is, guaranteed money does matter. This is not a new thing where, you can agree to a certain contract, but if you run out of guarantees and you're an older player and you've had an injury history or a scary medical history, that's going to count for a lot to go and make sure you can get guarantees to protect yourself and your family when you're risking your life every single play out there.
True that.
All right, 808 KNBR. Appreciate the calls that we got. We will do one final segment, wrap this thing up. We do have a bit of news as far as the San Francisco Giants go to share when we come on back. It is not ideal. Can't say it's entirely unexpected, though. I'll tell you about that in about 5 minutes on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's our last score check of the show. Siena trying to hang on. Duke has tied it at 61. 5 minutes to go. Vanderbilt up 3 on McNeese with 12:45 to go in the second half as well. Arkansas off to a blazing hot start, up 17 over Hawaii. And Michigan State with the early 11-point lead over North Dakota State. Keep it right here for your Madness leader all tournament long.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Final segment on a Thursday. A couple of games coming down to the wire. Duke has the narrow 2-point lead. Siena trying to hang in there. They do not have a thick rotation, and those guys are working. We unfortunately have a little bit of breaking news as teased before the break. Hayden Birdsong is decided to undergo season-ending Tommy John surgery with Dr. Keith Meister next week. So we knew it was kind of trending that way. He was getting second opinions. Pavlovich was on it. We talked about it a little bit earlier this week. But, JD, it's kind of a horrible way to tie up the discussion that we were spending most of the day on, which is the youth and the guys that can be that next wave of great pitchers. And Birdsong at this time last year, he didn't win the fifth rotation for the Giants, but he did make the opening day roster, and we saw him in that extended bullpen role where he was going 3 clean innings a couple of times a week. Then he ultimately made his way into the starting rotation, and he lost the strike zone, never really was able to get it back, and had a couple of rough outings here in the Cactus League. Just a bummer to see that he's going to have to go through the long process of rehabbing when it's going to be a physical and mental uphill battle for a pitcher that we've seen have a lot of potential to be something for this organization.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal for him, considering the fact that it not only wipes out 2026, but a decent chunk of 2027, and it almost is kind of a career restarter, type of a moment for him. So you hurt for him, even at the age of 24, but plenty of time to be able to bounce back. I'm not sure how much the Giants were truly going to be able to count on him anyway. For this year, given how erratic his performance had become. But nevertheless, devastating to see for him that he just won't have an opportunity and now has to get healthy and see if he can kind of reclaim his career here as things shift toward a year from now as he has to rehab and try to come back.
Yeah, I mean, you got Randy Rodriguez set to miss this season. Now Hayden Birdsong right alongside him. And these are a couple of young arms that you were really counting on. And we knew Rodriguez was going to miss it for months now because he missed the end of last season. But now add someone like Birdsong to that mix. And not that I had the expectation of him as one individual to be a savior on a bullpen that had a lot of question marks, or maybe a guy that could find his way back to the starting rotation. But it's just a really tough headline when you look at this Giants team, and for all the optimism and hope with baseball right around the corner. And I mean, we got our favorite shows of the year. Some of them that I do are when we get to have opening night and then the opening day festivities on the Friday. We get to double up next week. We get the roundtable. It's awesome. But this pitching rotation is really something that is going to be concerning. You're going to have a lot of young guys step up and prove it. So when you think about the younger foundation, now, as far as your Bryce Eldridges or your Ramoses or anything, we can have those discussions and always revisit it in terms of who the foundational pieces are. But one thing is to be sure that if the Giants are to be a team that's going to exceed expectations, get above that 500 curse it's felt like they've been in for a few years, be a team that maybe can get into the playoffs, we knew they were going to have to exceed it by a lot of younger guys stepping up, and probably on the pitching front, whether it be starters or guys in the bullpen, when there are just so many question marks relative to what you had last year when you thought, oh, they're totally set in that regard. They had question marks in other areas. Now we're talking about, we got a lot of guys that can hit the 20 home run mark, but who's going to get the final 9 outs of a game even when Webb or Ray goes out and has a really quality start?
It's going to be a major work in progress, and I think they're so thin in the bullpen. And look, maybe there's some arms that they're high on that they're going to give opportunities to that are going to have to step up and be much better than expected. Maybe there's a trade or two that they have aligned here. I mean, this can be a time once you get inside the final week and the final few days, once rosters start to be pretty close to set, and you know who's on the bubble, and you know where your excess is, you know where your needs are. And I think if you're looking at dramatic Giants needs, it's bullpen help. I mean, I think you could make the case they need multiple bullpen arms to even start out the year, competently. I think, again, barring some unforeseen, positivity, and regardless of what you think of the rest of this roster, I think they're, down one at least. I think they truly are down two. So we'll see if they wind up making a move. I know you're not necessarily going to go get multiple relievers before opening day, but can you go figure out a way to get one without taking away too much from some of the guys that you're planning on, being contributors in other areas.
Yeah, it makes me think about the fact that this is a bummer of a headline, and certainly for the individual of Hayden Birdsong. He still is relatively young in his career. It's a common thing that people go through. Logan Webb learned a lot about durability and taking care of his body by having Tommy John when he was a much younger prospect and all that. So it's not the end-all, be-all for somebody like a Birdsong, but certainly for a player in which we've seen the level of upside that he can offer for the organization at the major league level. It really stinks for the team, and more so really stinks for a young player who you want to go and see reclaim their career. And now that timeline could very well happen. It's just going to have to be something that awaits for 2027.
Yep. Again, bigger blow, I think, honestly, for the individual than it is for the team, considering how Birdsong had performed. But it still sucks for the individual because he was somebody. I mean, the stuff is electric when he can command it. He had just not been able to command it. And again, the hope, I think, for him is that he can kind of use this at still an extremely young age with a lot of talent as an opportunity to kind of have a little bit of a career reset and then still come back and be 25 and be able to have a nice major league career.
Well, as we get ready to wrap up here and hand it off to Dirty Work in a couple minutes or so, first of all, JD, appreciate you continuing to just put those hours in. It was great to be back on Dubs OT with you last night. I was joking with a couple members in the chat that they bullied me back into it, but now I know that going from 6:40 to 9 last night was a long haul coming off a game that the game itself, there wasn't much breakdown, but I'm glad that we got to connect on it and kind of have the theme of the day, which is youth in the Bay Area, levels of concern versus optimism. And on one end, you got the Sharks spectrum. On the other, you had the Warriors spectrum.
Yeah, no doubt. Good conversation today. Good conversation the last 3 days, and ready to roll. Enjoy the day off tomorrow. I'll be with everybody at 7 right after the Warriors take on the Hawks tomorrow. We got a Just Dubs on Saturday. The Pistons tomorrow right around 7. We got a Just Dubs Saturday, and the Warriors do take on the Hawks on Saturday night, so we'll be with you right around 7:30 for that one. So busy weekend still ahead tomorrow evening and Saturday as far as Dubs coverage right here on the Sports Leader.
Big thank you to JD. Big thank you to Walter. Great prompts on Take It or Leave It today. And thank you to our guest, FP Santangelo. We're going to reconvene on Monday. Enjoy Krug and FP tomorrow. And we're going to have a lot to talk about. Will there be Trent resolution? We're going to be closer to the Giants playing. And is everyone's bracket going to be completely torn up by then? We'll talk all about it Monday at 10. Appreciate you all. Have a great weekend. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. And Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We know this, too.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, and we'll have Dan Dunn with us as soon as Walt gets his ass out of the chair. Hurry up, Walt. I want to see Dan's mug in there. Get out of here. Sitting to the side. Get out of here, Walt. We got a full show for you today with you until 6 o'clock. And we got the first day of March Madness underway. It's tourney time.
It is tourney time.
You can hear games over on Mike Kohler's KNBR 1050. And we'll give you some live look-ins throughout the show today. Duke, though, down at the half. And they have players admitting that they were nervous coming into this game against 16-seeded Siena.
Why? They were nervous?
Lights are bright, man.
I guess so, but you've been the cream of the crop the whole season.
I mean, I think it's fine to have some nerves. They're kids, you know what I mean? A lot of them are so young. Anyway, they're gonna win this game. It looks like there's about 10 seconds left, and they are up. They're up 4 now, 69-65 with 10 seconds to play against 16-seeded Siena, who, by the way, has only played their starters for the entirety of this game.
Come on now. Are you serious?
What are they? Is this Glory Road? What do we
Now that's one I haven't seen a lot of. I've seen Coach Carter more than Glory Road.
Have you?
Yes.
Glory Road's solid. Glory Road's it's almost like a basketball version of Remember the Titans. A little more Disney-like, I think, but it does still hit some feels.
Who's the coach in Glory Road? It's a
guy who's in like Sweet Home Alabama. He's in like a bunch of stuff. Plays Coach Haskins. And as I said,
good character actor.
Yeah, he's good. It's a solid movie. And the guy who played Boobie Miles.
Oh, yes.
Remember the Titans plays Bobby Joe Hill, who's the point guard of that. It's Texas Western is the university, but they became UTEP. Texas Western is what UTEP is now.
Right.
They changed names. University of Texas El Paso.
I think that actor's name is Derek Luke. I want to say he was Boobie Miles in Friday Night Lights.
Yeah, he's Bobby Joe Hill, who's the point guard of that team, who gets recruited and is one of the best players in the nation, but isn't getting recruited to play for a top school because he's black. They end up going to the national championship. He ends up schooling. They play Kentucky in the national championship. They go undefeated, I think, or they maybe lose one. Whatever it is, they go on a huge run. They beat Seattle on their way. And then they go to the national championship through March Madness, which at the time, I believe, we'd have to go back and look, might have been like 16 teams or something. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't the 64, it might have been 30-something, 32, but it was not the 68 team field or whatever it is that we have now. And we'll talk more about the perfect nature of what is the March Madness tournament and its design and its consistency and how it delivers.
I would say so.
But Pat Riley was the point guard for the other team.
Oh, was he?
For Adolph Rupp's Kentucky Wildcats.
That's a hell of a first
name.
name.
As I told you, what's his name? The actor John Voight.
John Voight.
As I said, he plays Adolph Rupp, and they were one of the not last, but they went for a long time after that, even before he had black players, and they decided. UTEP did, or Texas Western, they were only going to play the black players on their team. And he took over. He had been Don Haskins had been a high school girls basketball coach and gets hired to take over this basketball team on a school in West Texas that doesn't care about basketball. They're not getting recruits. They've got no money, really. All they care about is football in Texas. And so he goes out and he recruits and he says, well, the only way I'm going to be successful is I'm basically going to integrate this basketball team. There's nothing that said he couldn't. It's kind of like the way Jackie Robinson and Branch Rickey brought in Jackie Robinson, by the way, as Duke goes final 71-65. They march on to the second round from Greensville, South Carolina. Siena did not play a sub the entire game.
That's insane.
The starters played 40 minutes. So they end up recruiting black players. And actually, David Lattin, one of the best recruits they got, was their center. He ended up going, he was drafted by the San Francisco Warriors and played for the Warriors after that, but he was the starting center on that team. They go to the national championship against Kentucky, and there's a famous back-to-back plays where Pat Riley gets picked by Bobby Joe Hill.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to be the number one guy in the nation, and Bobby Joe Hill outplays him. They beat them playing only black players in the national championship.
Wow.
First time ever. I think they only played 6 or 7 guys for the entirety of the game, and they beat the number one team in the country.
Yeah,
in Kentucky.
I need to watch Glory Road again. And
Good movie, but
as
anyway,
you mentioned,
Siena didn't get it done.
No, they did not.
they didn't take down Duke. No.
As you mentioned, the two actors in that movie, Josh Lucas plays Don Haskins.
There you go, Josh
Derek
Lucas.
Luke plays Bobby Joe Hill, and Derek Luke also played Sean Diddy Combs in Notorious, the movie.
That's right, dude. Yeah. What if I play him in the part 2?
Yeah.
I don't think so. They'll probably recast that.
Yeah.
Probably get a new
The ghost of Biggie goes like, why'd you do this?
He's like, I think I'm good, dude. I don't need to.
All that baby oil? Come on now.
They're like, would you reprise your role, please? As Diddy's like, I think I'm cool, man.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I'm good off that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are going to catch up, talk some hoops a little bit later today. 3:50, Sam Amick joins us talking some Warrior basketball. Also, Eno Saris of The Athletic will join us at 4:50. One of their big analytics guys, and we can talk the start of Major League Baseball with him as the Giants get going less than a week from today. Next Wednesday, 2 o'clock at 58 Social is our Giants Roundtable. Me and Derek, Murph and Marcus, JD and Greg Silver, all talking Giants ball and our outlook on the season from 2 to 4. Free to the public, open to the public. Come on by, hang out, get a beer, have some lunch, get ready for a 5 o'clock first pitch, Giants and the Yankees on Netflix. And Barry Bonds, we'll be going head-to-head with Barry.
Oh, yeah?
He'll be doing their Netflix pregame.
How long is that pregame?
I don't know. I imagine it's their first major Netflix.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's going to be their first kind of big event. They're doing Giants Yankees. I think that's.
They work out all the bugs because actually,
they did after the boxing match stuff.
Yeah.
It's not going to get that many views.
I mean, and not to mention they also had a lot of NFL games.
They've had a couple of seasons of this. My point is now they're launching the official. They've had events.
Yeah,
but they're making this they hired Elle Duncan from ESPN.
Elle Duncan, CeCe Sabathia.
They're making this their official kind of launch. I feel like of Netflix Sports.
And Matt Vasgersian will be on the call, and he's going to join us tomorrow at 2:30.
Oh, yeah, Matt Vasgersian. Love talking to
Oakland
Matt Vasgersian.
Zone.
Oakland Zone. And I would say formerly a big A's fan. Is he still?
I don't know if probably not.
I hope he's not. But I mean, not because like he's a guy who had so much love and respect for that organization.
Yes.
I feel like he's a guy that is probably pretty heartbroken by this. And real quick, just because it's on the tip of my, like at the forefront of my mind, and I saw it again, and I want to watch it. You know the account, and it's a great account, The Last Dive Bar.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they were big on a lot of the protests, and I don't know the gentleman who runs it. I think I've seen him post.
I've communicated with him, but I don't know his name.
I think I've seen photos of him. I don't know his name exactly, but I know he's kind of like he's become sort of the hub for all that was protesting John Fisher, the A's leaving, and has been a very big proponent of like carrying the flag at Last Dive Bar. At The Last Dive Bar is the Twitter account and Instagram account. But he was a proponent, and I think very involved in the making of a documentary that came out yesterday or 2 days ago on YouTube called The Last Game. I think it's called The Last Game or The Final Game.
I need to see this.
It's like a 2-hour documentary,
Okay.
and it's a bunch of A's fans, and it's apparently for A's fans, it's really emotional and very well done and very in depth, and like I think it's like 2 hours long, but it's on Netflix, and I think it's called The Last Game. Anyway, Last Dive Bar was the account that put it out, but I think it's like a totally fan-funded and fan-made thing. So for any A's fan out there or somebody who's a big fan of Oakland A's baseball and Ballers baseball even, and is missing what it was that the A's had. I think this is not even just about that final game, but really a legacy sort of tribute to what Oakland A's baseball was. So Last Dive Bar, I've never communicated with him. Didn't ask me to plug this. I just saw it. I intend to watch it, being somebody from the East Bay and spent a lot of time at the Coliseum. I just wanted to give that a plug.
I'll definitely check that out.
I think now that baseball's here, baseball fans are going to start getting those pangs. You know what I mean? Now that the sun's out, once the clock's changed, I was playing softball on Monday and Tuesday, and the sun was out late, and the sky was pink as it was going down when I was in Potrero Hill, and I was like, man, it's that time of year, man. Feels good.
It's beautiful, man. Baseball is back in a week, and we got March Madness, and I will check out that documentary. Yeah, Last Dive Bar, great account. They hooked me up with the hat that you see me wear sometimes, the Oakland Coliseum hat that I wear on the show.
They were big on the Cell shirts.
Yes. So, yeah, shout them out, and I'll definitely check out that documentary.
By the way, shout out the Ballers. I saw they've got shirts now that say bye.
I like that.
I like that, dude. I love the Ballers just going all in on everything that's anti-A's.
I'm going to guess that Matt Vasgersian's no longer an A's fan, but I'll never forget him doing the play-by-play for the 2019 wildcard game against the Rays. He was so upset. You could tell in his voice. He had to be professional. He had to do play-by-play. He had to be impartial. But, yeah, he was definitely not happy with that outcome.
No, nobody was. The Last Game, the untold story of the Oakland Athletics. That is the name. And it launched yesterday. It came out yesterday. It's about an hour long.
Sweet.
It's about an hour long. The Last Game, the untold story of the Oakland Athletics.
It's on Netflix, you said?
It's on YouTube.
Okay,
it's on YouTube. Anybody can go check it out. Yeah.
I will check that out,
Last Game, the untold story of the Oakland Athletics. Up on YouTube, Last Dive Bar was the account I saw pushing that out. So Sam Amick going to join us at 3:50. Also, we've got, what did I say? Eno Saris at 4:50 talking some baseball. We'll give you some live look-ins at what's going on across March Madness as there's already TCU knocks off Ohio State, 66-64. The Nebraska Cornhuskers, their first tournament win in a generation and a half. They're advancing on. And Tim is out in Reno, right?
Tim is in Reno.
Taking this all in.
Taking it all in, man. He's enjoying it.
And now we go head-to-head in our spread pool at some point.
You and me?
Yeah, because the way
this
this
you and
works,
Danny already did.
Did we? I didn't even look at my teams.
Danny,
That's no problem.
Danny, what are the details?
So let me explain real quick. The way the spread pool works is at KNBR, we do it every year. 16 people get in. You throw $20 in a pot, and everybody draws a number. And first you'll do like East region. You'll be like, everybody gets a number. So whatever number you get, that's the team you're assigned. 1 to 16 based on their seed.
Yeah.
So if you had the East region, you had number 1, then you get Duke, right? That's who you're getting, okay? That was the number 1. Then you do this 4 times. So everybody gets 4 teams. Now, just because you got a bad team doesn't mean you're out of it. If you had Siena, you stole Duke. So what happens is, based on the spread, so whatever Duke was favored by, let's call it 20 points. If Siena covers the 20, then you, as the 16, get to steal Duke. So now you have Duke into the next round, and that person loses a team. So you get 4 teams, and you get to steal as you go along. So you go head-to-head with people. It's pretty fun for the office. And I think Derek and I have a head-to-head matchup at some point. But
we do. I'll check what it is.
I haven't looked at our team.
I got to look at Tim Webb's detailed spreadsheet.
So, Danny, are you going to break some bad news to me, or are you going to...
it's bad news for me.
Oh, good deal. Good for me, then. Yeah.
So I had Louisville going into the game at -4.5. They won by 4.
Oh,
heartbreak for Dan
over
Dunn.
South Florida.
I'm sorry, Dan.
So I have Louisville, huh?
Yep.
Good for me.
Oh, so
I
then
steal
you get the
Louisville.
team. Yeah, that's
South
right.
Florida
That's right.
out. Now I march on. Danny's down to 3 teams. All right, we'll get you an update on what's going on across March Madness when we come on back. And I've said this for years, and I think it's a fair debate to have. But I know that I'm not like, I actually this year spent like probably less time or the least amount of time I have in a long time in watching college hoops.
Yep.
Part of that is my involvement with 49er football. Part of that was my involvement with the Philippines and Sydney, Australia.
Your involvement?
My involvement, yeah. I got involved down there. So I didn't watch as much down the stretch in conference tournaments. But I've always enjoyed what March Madness presents. And I have some great KNBR memories as a listener, driving around the Bay Area in junior college and in college with my buddies, listening to 1050, listening to VCU against UCLA and Eric Maynor trying to come on back, Shaka Smart in his 40 minutes of hell, Breonte Weber knocking down shots. I heard all this on KNBR back in the day, but I've got some great March Madness memories. The question is March Madness, is the NCAA basketball tournament the best championship tournament in all of sports? That means all postseasons across all sports. Does it offer the best tournament of all the playoffs in every sport? We'll get into that next. Dirty Work. It's a Thursday. We got Dan Dunn and his mug on the board. Love looking at that mug. It's March Madness on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Will you have enough money in the bank when it's time to retire? That's the big question that's keeping you up at night. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Rhodey will inbound. Rapp standing at midcourt, Blackwell on the far side. Boyd is in the front court at the free throw line. Fletcher will guard the inbound. Rhodey gets the basketball. Rhodey is looking. He'll throw the baseball pass into the front court. It is intercepted by Anderson, and the Panthers have reached their highest point. The High Point Panthers stun Wisconsin 83-82, and High Point will move to the second round.
Not bad.
Never disappoints, dude. That's the thing is you get an early upset. And by the way, I think last year, did we end up with like all 4 1s in the Final Four?
I think so, yeah.
And this is something that I think people, and Tim was talking about this in his Tuesday takes, I think this is something that some people would say has changed the landscape for sure of college basketball is the NIL. Obviously, it's changed all of the major college sports.
Of course.
And how players change teams, but that you end up with these mercenary players on teams, and you can end up with situations where all the best players kind of stack onto a few teams, and you end up with these number ones that are better even than number ones we had in the past. The best thing about March Madness, though, is the uncertain nature of teams that have never faced each other, the one-and-done nature of it, you're packed away at a weekend, it's college kids, which to me has always been funny. Like the gambling on college kids, I was a college kid.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? Like, I can't imagine having
today?
Having been an athlete where like you're playing at a D1 school with the things that are going through your head as like a 19-year-old.
Yeah.
And now they're handing you money. Like, forget about that. I'm talking about when I was in college in like 07, 8, 9, and 10, like, and 11 and 12. No. Wasn't that long. No.
13, 14.
Yeah. If I finish next year, we'll be good. No.
I go to school, people are like, hey, I heard you on the radio today.
Yeah, it's what's he saying in Big Daddy? Maybe it's a 10-year plan.
Yeah, 10-year plan.
It's got a 5-year plan, man. Maybe it's a 10-year plan. But I think about like, dude, the stress over like that girl you like that then you start talking to some other guy and like you're going away and then you got a test you got to deal with coming up. You're like, you know what I mean? You're like, I never know what's going on with these guys, and then you're asking me to lay 7.
Yeah,
I don't got to lay 7 points on this kid. You know what I mean? So the March Madness tournament, I think, delivers every year. And for me, the reason it's so good, and none of us pay diehard attention to college basketball in this region, while we have had a rich history of basketball here, it's not been a focal point based on the great football we've had in the Niners and the Raiders and the legacy, the Warriors of late, the Giants who have been here since the 50s, the A's who had been here since the 60s and now, of course, have moved. The Sharks who have corresponded are now garnering a lot of attention. We'll talk more about them as they get Buffalo tonight at 7. But it's just not been a huge focal point of where people's in the Bay Area's mindset is when it comes to sports. That said, March Madness comes around, and it has always been mine and my buddies one of our favorite things. I remember trying to get my parents when I was a senior in high school to let me miss school on the Friday. I would always try to cut class on Thursday or Friday in college, take days off to hunker down and bear down. Me and my buddy would go all the time to Vegas for the weekend and just watch in the stadium style seating and gamble on games. It's one of my favorites, but the reason is it's the most consistent in its delivery. I don't know still that I think it's the best, and I'm not going to put it above the World Cup or the Euro because I think those are the best. I think those tournaments with the group draw, the group stage, the funky times, the fact that it happens so rare that we all kind of get into it. The World Cup for me, and the funny times that you get where it's like, 1 year wherever it's being played, you got everybody breaking at lunch at 3 o'clock to go watch games. I think that stuff's a lot of fun. Sometimes it's late at night, however it plays out. But I do think this offers, especially for like office pools, for groups of dudes hanging out, and people getting together on weekends.
Yeah.
This is the wall-to-wall coverage that you love. I don't even know that it's my favorite. I think my favorite, and I think the best number one tournament is still the NFL playoffs. I think that wild card weekend and the divisional weekend, the way that's delivered and the way that's grown.
It is.
The one bye in each conference, I used to really not like when they first came up with it, moving from the 1 and 2 both got the bye.
Yeah.
And now I love it. Now I think it provides a much different element to how you play out.
I don't know if I love it. It's just so different than what I was used to.
Fair enough. I think I like it more than I did originally in its idea and then its inception. And then now I like it more because I think it changes the way you navigate and play the season. And the NFL's divisional structure, the scheduling allows for all of that to be really fun with rematches and all that. But in terms of how consistent March Madness has been, we've changed college football in my lifetime, in our lifetimes.
So many times.
And we know the BCS was terrible. The CFP was really fun. And then we said it wasn't good enough because it wasn't big enough. Now it's big, and we're saying, is it too big? Are we doing it the right way? So I don't know if the CFP will ever actually offer us what college basketball does because of the nature of the sport itself.
Yeah.
Football in and of itself, like, it's just the way sports work. Yeah, you can get anybody on any given Sunday, but you still got to have the team. You got to have the guys. I don't know that we're ever going to get a George Mason-like run from a college football team like you can get any year, a Steph Curry-like run.
You're never going to have Tulane upset Alabama in the first round.
Football teams get hot, but they get hot in a different way, and you need to have the pieces. Georgia's just not going to go down. Tulane's not going to beat 3 teams the status of Georgia and Ohio State and Alabama.
But basketball's fluky like that, where like I remember a couple years ago we were doing the show and Princeton beat Arizona, and that brings everybody together. It's so much fun in that way. Again, like college basketball is not really my cup of tea, but when we get to this time of year, it is so much fun, and I do think it's the perfect postseason tournament where the NFL has changed. I love the structure of it, but I do think the adding of more teams and not having 2 of the top seeds get the bye week kind of not ruin it for me, but it's not what I grew up with. And like we've seen the MLB playoffs change so much as well, basketball too, where this has been relatively the same. We've added more teams throughout the years in the first 4 back in 2011.
Because it used to be when we were kids, it was a 64-team field, and there was always one team that got a play-in. And it was a 16 seed, and they would always be the 64th team, would have a play-in to get to play the number 1 team. Because even though there's 4 brackets of 16, there's a true number 1 overall, right? Number 1 in the nation. So that number 1 team would always play whoever that 16 seed. Then we started doing it like a couple 11s, maybe a 9. Like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that first 4. But to your point, we haven't expanded to a point where it's changed the landscape of it.
It's not drastically changing. Like, this has been the same since I was introduced to sports.
It's a play-in. It's not a different round. Now, the worst by far the worst is the NBA playoffs.
For how long it takes?
Again, it takes longer than the first round takes longer than the whole Summer Olympics.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it takes forever. It's too many teams and it's too many games is the way I see it.
And too many drastic changes.
We're talking about too many games in the regular season. I mean, we're playing 7-game series for 4 rounds.
Yeah.
And teams that shouldn't be. And now we've added the play-in tournament. And like, now we've got 30 teams in the NBA and 20 of them are competing in what is technically the postseason. And it's like, what are we even playing 80 some odd games? And it's why I think adding the play-in has added so little value.
Yeah.
That's a huge contributor to the lack of value in the regular season, which now they've tried to pump up by adding an in-season tournament, which is like, if we had just put more value in the playoffs.
The in-season tournament's a joke, but the play-in, like, unless it's the Warriors playing the Kings or, the Lakers a couple years ago against LeBron, I have not really enjoyed the play-in. I have not had much interest in it. And yes, to your point that it goes on forever. Back in the day, I remember when I was a kid, it was best of 5 in the first round of the NBA playoffs.
Which is why I remember LeBron at one point started setting records in the playoffs, like the most points ever scored in the first round or the most whatever it was. And I go, well, yeah, Jordan was dispensing of teams in 3.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Jordan's like knocking teams out in 4 games. LeBron's got to go 5 or 6 every year.
And that's the problem with the NBA playoffs where it goes on forever. And there's some games where we don't even catch it like it's on like NBA TV and you just missed it because you're watching something else. Like with this, it's single elimination. I know that's not like real basketball, like you determine things in a series, but that's the fun of it. That is college basketball. You get more upsets. And again, like the camaraderie of it all.
Also the conference tournament nature where there's conferences that are one conference bids, right?
Yeah.
Where if you're a team that was 3-25, but you go to your conference tournament as the bottom seed and you win the Horizon League tournament, even though you weren't going to go, you're the one team that goes.
Yeah.
You get to, so no matter how your season plays out, you get one ticket to your local dance for a shot to go to the big dance, which is unique in every sport.
No, absolutely. But yeah, the camaraderie of it all where I think people that don't even pay attention to college basketball do a bracket. Like, Yeah, like even if you're not in sports, like people that are in their offices today are trying to cut out early or, get their laptops open while they're trying to go on Zoom or something. Like that's the fun of it. And there's so many games, like the 16 playoff games today. And it declines as we go through the weeks and the days.
16 today, 16 tomorrow, 8 Saturday, 8 Sunday. Then we got our Sweet 16.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. So that's why I think, look, I prefer football, but as far as like the structure of it and the way that it brings everybody together, this is by far, in my opinion, the best playoff format.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And the upset nature of it. I mean, I hope we get more.
No, and that's why I think like people are more interested. Like in the NFL, I think people like it when the stars win. Like really like on a national level. Like, yeah, we
talked about it this year. We're like, yeah, it's kind of a lackluster conference championship because we knew whoever won the NFC was going to win the Super Bowl effectively.
Exactly.
And it was a
nobody liked.
It was an AFC playoff that like perplexingly like without great reason didn't involve Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar Jackson. You got Josh Allen who gets eliminated, but you didn't have the biggest names in the sport, which is rare in the NFL, and it would never happen in the NBA because 20 teams make it.
Exactly. Like we all hate Patrick Mahomes, but there was less interest in the AFC playoffs because he wasn't there. Josh Allen got eliminated. Lamar Jackson wasn't there. I think in college basketball, you want those upsets. Like unless you're a fan of Duke or UNC or those teams, you don't want to see them advance. When George Mason goes to the Sweet 16, that's fun. When Steph Curry goes on a run with Davidson, that's fun. And that's how we got to know him as Bay Area fans when he got drafted with the Warriors. So yeah, I think that there's a lot. I think it's kind of overload sometimes, but I do love March Madness and everything that brings with it.
Yeah, college basketball or NBA to me is the worst. To be fair, when I used to watch, I would say used to, I never watched tons of hockey. But at any point that I did, it was like most casual Bay Area fans. I mean, I checked in on the Sharks a lot in the postseason when I was in high school and beyond. The run against the Penguins a few years back.
2016?
2016. That was big. I mean, the Pavelski 5-minute major, I watched the entirety of that game. Again, I'm just wasn't a diehard about it, but playoff hockey I think is a lot more grueling and fun. To me, it has more of a baseball feel to it than it does an NBA feel. So I'm excited and hoping to God the Sharks can pull something out here.
They're going to win tonight, man.
Still a game back. They've got their one game. They've played one game less than the Kraken and the Kings in front of them. They're at 70 games played. Kraken and Los Angeles are at 71. But the Sharks, I think that's where they're at. But 68 or whatever it is. It's 70 and 71 points. They're a point back, but they're also a game shy. So a win tonight against Buffalo at home would be huge, but it's Buffalo.
A win would be great, and yes, the Sabres are on a roll right now. And tomorrow, we'll be joined also by Will Smith at 2:50.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Sharks Will Smith joins us tomorrow at 2:50. We'll be talking to him about the Sharks stretch run. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. March Madness provides, and this is the thing, it provides the greatest opportunity for a Cinderella run.
Yes.
I think baseball's the other major sport that provides that. In basketball and the NBA,
it's tough. Yeah,
you can
NBA,
get runs, but in baseball, it's why it's you got to be talented, but it's not necessarily a superstar-driven league, as evidenced by Barry Bonds going to one World Series ever. Yeah. Sammy Sosa didn't. You know what I mean? You've got Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout on the same team. On the same team. And they never went to the playoffs.
Absolutely.
That should tell you how hard it is to be a good baseball team. It's why guys jump to other teams with pieces where one guy going to a lineup that's bad is not going to change entirely the organization per se.
No,
whereas one superstar in the NBA going to a team, that's a playoff team.
I would say that happens in the NFL and MLB where the teams that get hot usually go on a roll in the postseason. Where in the NBA, it doesn't matter what happens in the regular season. If you have the top seed, you're probably going to advance. But in recent years, we've seen Jimmy Butler in the Heat advance, but really rarely does that happen.
He was an 8 seed, weren't they?
An 8 seed. He was a 5th seed, and both times he got to the finals and lost. But yeah, that rarely happens in the NBA when usually teams like the Warriors dominate.
Right. And when you do, you get a little run like the We Believe Warriors, which is kind of brings us to our next point.
Yes.
March Madness provides the greatest Cinderella opportunities, but what are the best Cinderella stories in Bay Area sports history? We Believe Warriors are up there.
Absolutely.
And you got to go to the 81 49ers, right?
I think with the fact that they beat the Cowboys, yes, they had a dominant season, but many people didn't believe they win that game.
It's also about how you were viewed coming into that season. Can we talk about this year's 49ers? Was that a Cinderella run? We'll talk about that.
So.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. What do you think are the best Cinderella runs or best Cinderella teams in Bay Area sports history? We'll talk about that next. Dirty Work. It's a Thursday. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Thursday, March Madness Thursday. Tournament started this morning. We're all paying attention to our spread pool here at the Sports Leader. The spread pool where you get 4 teams, 1 in each region. We drew them out of a hat. And then based on whatever the spread is, you go head-to-head with another member of the KNBR staff. If your team covers the spread, you move on either with your team if they won, or you get to steal the team from your opponent. Danny and I went head-to-head earlier, and Danny had Louisville. I had South Florida. Louisville minus 4.5. South Florida lost by 4. Louisville advances, but I steal Louisville from Danny. Now, you and I are going head-to-head.
Yes, we are.
Right now. We're at the half right now. It's Hawaii. Derek's Hawaii Rainbow Warriors.
Let's go, Warriors.
Against my Arkansas Razorbacks, Pig Suey.
Yes, and they're down by exactly.
It's a 15.5-point spread right now at the half. 15 points, 54-39 is the spread. So Derek needs some help in the second half.
Yeah.
To move on. I'd like to hold on to Arkansas. So we'll see what happens. SEC was tough this year, so I'm told.
I wouldn't know either.
The game of the day so far for me was Siena. I know they lost. Well, the upset was High Point over Wisconsin, of course.
Yes.
83-82.
As far as upsets, yes.
That's the first big upset. But the high point of their season.
That wasn't a bad call. Wasn't a bad call.
But the other game was Siena was up at the half against Duke. 16-seeded Siena against Duke.
What was their biggest lead today?
I think double digits.
I think so.
I think they were double digits at the half. They only played 5 guys for all 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's insane.
40 minutes of hell.
When's too early to say, oh, this is over, Siena's going to win? First half, right?
College basketball, I'll tell you this. College basketball is a game of runs.
Yes.
It's all about, is your team going to get the run? And usually about, if your team hasn't gone on the run and they're the better team, and it's like the 7-minute mark, 6-minute mark of the second half, you get to that under 8 timeout, TV timeout, and they haven't gone on the run, you're like, it's about time to do that. If they don't go on the run or shots aren't falling.
And that makes sense in the second half.
Yeah.
I've watched so many games with Dan Dunn. He will say in the first half of anything, football, basketball, this is over. We're watching the game today with Siena and Duke, and I'm like, dude, they have a whole second half to play. Also, they're Duke. They're bound to turn it on in the second half. He goes, no, it's over, Derek. Siena's winning this thing.
Danny sees a game down in the first half, a team down in the first half of any sporting event, and he has the same reaction as when he sees a pack of ketchup. This is over.
Yeah.
It's
going in my mouth,
It's going in my mouth. This is over, dude.
Just laughing.
Just packed to mouth, dude. Danny, would you call yourself a pessimist?
The High Point
Panthers. Generally speaking, no, because I remember a couple years ago, Derek, just converse your point, is that the Giants were what? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Still
you were very
somewhat
optimistic. You were very optimistic.
And you were taking the opposite approach where you're like, damn, their season's over.
Was it in a game or was it in a season?
In the season.
Yeah. Through 2016, I remember Bonte was still working at the Leader. And at one point, Bonte was one that trained me when I started at KNBR.
Yeah.
I remember the Giants kind of were teetering in 2016, and then they started to go on that run at the end. Because remember, the second half, they were the worst team in baseball after being the best in the first half. Johnny Cueto started the All-Star game, and then they all just kind of fell apart. But they still made the playoffs, ended up losing to the Cubs. But I kept saying there was that magical feeling about the 10, 12, 14, even into 16 Giants, where Bonte kept saying to me, it's over, bro, it's over. And I kept saying, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. And that's been one of our things for years is when something flares up for the Giants, I'll text them, I'm just saying, bro. And of course, we were both stoked that they ended up making the postseason. But I in general, that era was magical. 2010, though, if we're talking Cinderella runs, the 2010 Giants is near the top of my list. And people on the text line were checking in 916 says, I didn't hear a mention of the 2010 San Francisco Giants. We didn't get into the list yet of best Bay Area Cinderella teams.
Okay, but how are we saying teams are Cinderellas? Does it have to be where they're a low seed going into the postseason, or expectations when the season started?
I don't think all. I mean, I think it changes. It's a scope, right? A team that goes on a run at the end of the season and wasn't expected to make the playoffs. A couple of years ago, the Tigers were absolutely a Cinderella story. Remember, they were under 500 and they lost to the Giants at Oracle Park, and then they went on that run where they lose nothing for the rest of August and all of September and March into the ALCS, right?
Didn't the Guardians have a big The
Guardians did that this year where they were about 500.
Yeah.
The problem was the Guardians were viewed as a top team in the Central coming into the season.
Right.
So while they had one of the greatest comebacks, or a top 3 or top 2 comeback in the history of any division that late in the season, because this year the Guardians went on that crazy run and then got bounced. But I think it was that was perplexing based on how the season had gone. But I think they were viewed because of how well they played the year before.
Season before, yeah.
Vote was manager of the year the season before.
Exactly.
I think they were looked at as a better team. So it just sort of depends on, one, how the season goes. Nobody, I don't think, saw the Niners as a super low-end team coming into this year, there was just a lot of questions. But after how the season played out, I think you look back and retroactively say they were kind of a Cinderella team whose clock struck midnight on there, and they turned into a pumpkin against Seattle.
Oh, absolutely. The injuries played a factor in that. And yes, going into the season, I think we expected them to be a wild card team. I think the favorite was the Rams for the additions they made with Devontae Adams. And then, I remember us doing the round table, and all of us said maybe 11-6, and they were a 5th seed, a 6th seed this year in the postseason.
Cinderella can also be a team of like nobodies.
Yeah, exactly.
A team of, like the 2010 Giants, that was their whole thing, was they were a team of misfits and cast-offs, is what they said.
Right.
Aubrey Huff was not an elite player. He'd had a pretty good career, pretty bad post-career.
Yeah.
But he was a good player for Tampa and for Baltimore, but had never been on winning teams. And when they signed him, I remember being like, he's kind of a DH, like he's a power hitting first baseman. I kind of viewed him as a Klesko, but he'd had a decent career to that point. DeRosa they had signed, but he had gotten hurt. And then John Bowker's the opening day right fielder. They had a bunch of pitching, but they weren't viewed as a team that was going to go on a big run, even after the 88-win season. They weren't picked to win the division in 2010. And then they go on that run in August and September. The Padres end up kind of peeing the bed.
Right.
And the Padres, even in the final day of the final weekend of the season, had to sweep. The Giants only needed to win one. They lost Friday. Saturday they lose, and they get the Don't Stop Believin' from Steve Perry at the ballpark, leads the song.
Steve Perry.
And then they come out on that final day where I left work and I got written up.
Yep.
Remember?
Yep.
I called my manager, and she's like, well, if you get written up, then I said, what happens then? She goes, well, then if you get a second one, then you can end up with a third time. It's an opportunity check, and then you can get fired. And I was
First strike, I'm good.
I was like, so this is strike 1 of 4? See you on Monday. So I'm going to the ballgame to watch John Sanchez.
I'll take my tongue lashing. That's fine with me.
But, I mean, that was unexpected. And then they go on the run, of course, through the postseason and win. I mean, 2012 was fairly unexpected. I mean, they go down also 0-2, and then that becomes a huge comeback, and they sweep. But I wouldn't call them
But can
Cinderella.
you be a Cinderella when you've already won? Two years prior.
Not really. So 10, I would say yes. They're in the Cinderella window, absolutely. Because they came out of nowhere, too.
Okay, but what was the bigger surprise?
They hadn't made the playoffs and were like clawing at it and then finally got it done.
As far as the playoff run, what was the bigger surprise? The 0-2 Giants being a wild card team or the 2010 Giants?
The 0-2 Giants were Barry Bonds was hurt at the deadline. They traded for Kenny Lofton. They didn't have a leadoff hitter. They were a wild card team.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the 0-2 Giants were maybe more of a – this is the thing, though. When they had that payroll and they had that talent, you had Bonds off of 73.
You still had Bonds, yeah.
By the way, there you go. Had Bonds hit 73 homers. Jeff Kent was the reigning MVP, and they didn't make the playoffs in 0-1 because they didn't have the pitching.
Yep.
They just didn't. And still didn't really have tons of it in 2002, but they'd made moves in the offseason to acquire more.
They also lost the division by 2 games to the D-backs, so not that wide of a margin.
In what?
In 0-2.
In 0-2, right. But the D-backs were far and away the best team. They'd won in 2001. They still had Johnson and Schilling.
Yep.
They were pretty incredible, that duo. So, and then the Padres weren't all that good. The Rockies were nothing really at that point. The Dodgers were around, but they were near the end of the McCourt era, and they weren't doing a ton. They actually weren't near the end yet. They hadn't gone into their Manny Wood era quite yet in 0-2. Right. The point was the 0-2 Giants, once they got in and they made that run, they weren't supposed to get past the Braves. They weren't supposed to get past the Cardinals, who I feared was a team of destiny with all the emotions around the loss of Darryl Kyle and Jack Buck that same season.
Yeah.
I remember being like, oh, man, they lost Darryl Kyle and Jack Buck and were playing against them, and you got Joe Buck and Tim McCarver on the call, like the Cardinal Hall of Fame broadcaster and the son of the guy who passed, a legendary broadcaster, and Giants ended up pulling it out in 5, and then they ended up losing to the Angels, who, by the way, were also a
wildcard team.
Cinderella team.
Yeah.
They got past the Yankees. Adam Kennedy hit 2 homers in a playoff game and won ALCS MVP. They got past the Twins after the Twins beat the A's.
They're a Cinderella story in themselves with the run the A's had that year, going 22 consecutive victories.
I was going to say 20.
Yes, yeah, 20.
I was going to say the 0-2. If the 0-2 Giants are a Cinderella, the A's have to be too, because that's the Moneyball story, right? Is yes, they lost the MVP and Jason Isringhausen, their closer, and there was another big piece I think they lost.
Johnny Damon.
Johnny Damon leaves, right, and goes to Boston.
Mm-hmm.
And they had traded for Johnny Damon from Kansas City previously on a cheaper deal. So they then have Miguel Tejada, who becomes the MVP that year.
Yep.
Zito wins the Cy. Mulder and Huddy are incredible. But they weren't expected to be better than they were the year before after losing those players. Usually when you lose talent, you don't get better. They lost the MVP.
No, that 0-1 team was miles better than the 0-2 team.
And the 0-2 team then with Scott, I mean, that has to be viewed as a Cinderella story.
Oh, absolutely.
The 2012 A's
for where they were to where they finished, yes.
The Bob Melvin 2012 A's is a Cinderella story for me, too.
Yes, with no
They
expectations
had
going
like
into the
78
season.
wins or something the year before, and they come back and win 96 or 97 and win the division. Also, what was that year? It might have been the following year, but they were better that year when they beat the. Actually, it might have been the 2012 season. I think it was when they beat Texas in the final day of the year.
Yes.
Coco say no. The Bay do it like Coco's burning on doing the burning on home plate. The 2012 A's were a party. That was a really fun team, and I thought that was Cinderella.
And then Verlander.
07, yeah. Well, you see Verlander in the playoffs, unless you're the Giants.
Yeah,
in the World Series. The 07 We Believe Warriors, because they were an 8 seed.
I think that's like when we're talking about like the definition of a Cinderella team, like that was an 8 seed. They were going up against the mighty Dallas Mavericks, and even though they beat them,
Dirk
I think
was the MVP. I think
he
that
was, and I think they beat them 3 times in the regular season, but no one put a lot of stock into that because I think the Mavericks were resting. But the fact that Don Nelson going up against his former team, they dominated that series. And I remember living in Houston at the time. There were some Mavericks fans like, "There's these sorry ass Warriors ain't winning this." And sure enough, Baron Davis.
Well, and they made that trade.
Steven Jackson, yes.
That was an in-season trade because I think they got Baron the year before.
Yeah, I believe
I think
so.
they traded for Baron the season before. And then that season, in-season in 07, was the year, 06-07 was the year they traded for, with the Pacers, right? They traded Speedy Claxton and Dale Davis.
Yes.
I want to say for Al Harrington and Stack Jack. What a deal that was.
Absolutely.
And then Don Nelson just rolled the ball out and said, go play ball, boys. You know what I mean? Just like go run until you can't run anymore.
But that, to me, like that team is the epitome of Cinderella, where I don't think anybody was expecting that, and the dominating way that they finished that series. Kirilenko, the dunk on him, and then, yes, they ultimately lose to the Utah Jazz next series, but for a while
that was the Kirilenko dunk, was the Jazz
series.
series.
Yeah, Jazz series, yeah. But for my money, like I think that's pretty much number one in my book when it comes to Cinderella Bay Area teams. Like, yes, you could say like the 2010 Giants went on a roll, the 1981 49ers went on a roll, but that's where we knew they were good in the regular season. This is where it was a complete surprise once we started the postseason. So I think that the Warriors, if I'm going to say a Cinderella team, it's the We Believe team. For a while there, like before Steph and Clay and Draymond won their championships, everybody's favorite Warriors season, if you're watching them in Oakland, were definitely the We Believe Warriors.
It was our only run. So I think what Bay Area fans would say, people older than us, and I think this has to be it. I know you said the 81 Niners had a good season in 81. And
but going into it, no one expected them to do anything.
I think that has to be it because that is the number one, like the 80s Niners, and you have to have this perspective about them. Like they fostered and built the foundation of what fandom for any sport became in the Bay Area for a generation beyond. Like, again, my parents are of the 80s 49er generation, right? The Giants came in 58, and the Mays era was all good, and that helped build the baseball foundation here. And I think in 2010 and 12 and 14, we showed we're a baseball town, and now we're starving for a Super Bowl title because, again, if you're our age or my age, you haven't seen one. They're 2 and 3 in my life, and I don't remember the 2 they won in 89 and 94. So the 81 Niners, though, as somebody checks in here on the text line, 408 says, dude, they were 40-1 to win the Super Bowl going into, the 81 Niners were plus 5,050-1 to win the Super Bowl in 81. The 2010 Giants were 40-1. So we're pretty good on the 2010 Giants. I'm with you. But it's more to me about exactly why the 2010 Giants I view as a Cinderella. The 49ers in 81, like, if you hadn't been clawing in the playoffs, like it was a surprise the Warriors became as good and as dominant as they were.
Yeah.
Of course. With Steph Curry once they hired Steve Kerr.
But they were in the postseason.
But they'd been to the playoffs, and
Yes.
it was, man, they can't get over the hump. Same as Oklahoma City last year. They were clawing already, and we kept saying, they're coming. They're going to be really, really good. They're on their way. And sure enough, now they're building a dynasty. But for teams that weren't in the playoffs, jump in and then explode, that's where you're like, how could they not be viewed that way when they weren't viewed as an up-and-coming team in the preseason?
No, it went from them in 1979 having 2 wins, and then 1986 wins, and then in 1981, 13-3. I just think that they were dominant that season. So, again, what's our definition of Cinderella? But it does apply because at that point in time, the Dallas Cowboys dominated the NFC and historically always dominated the 49ers in the postseason. That moment is a Cinderella moment where Dwight Clark goes and gets the catch. So that, changed the fortune of both franchises where the Niners dominate in the 80s and the Cowboys lose conference championships. That's, to me, the Cinderella moment. But I don't know if 1981 49ers are a Cinderella team, I would say.
Yeah. It's funny. There are some organizations, there's no such thing as a Cinderella team in Yankee lore.
No, of course not.
If you're the Yankees,
it depends on the franchise. Yeah.
Nobody would ever be like, this lowly Duke basketball team defies the odds and shocks the world. We're like,
no.
You're Duke.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a blue blood.
You may have a down year, but come on now.
Okay, let me ask you this. When we talk Cinderella a lot, I think Cinderella gets the most run of any princess in just like general talk because of sports talk.
Yeah.
A Cinderella story.
Started with Caddyshack, Bill Murray. Cinderella story.
It's a California Sensimilia. Kentucky Blue. It's a hybrid. You play 36 holes on it in the afternoon, get stoned to the bejesus on it at night. Where does Cinderella rank, though, among the great princesses in like
good question.
Storybook lore? Like, I don't know that I even rank her that high.
Well, just name alone, that's the go-to. Or like Rapunzel or who else.
Well, like, here's the thing. Like, she's sort of interchangeable, but I feel like the Cinderella nature of it is because she's the downtrodden, like, she's got the evil stepsisters. It's almost like she's third in the division. They're picking on her. And then she has a flare-up. She gets like Kurt Warner and Steve Breston and fits, and all of a sudden she's a force for a minute. But then she gets to the bowl against the Pittsburgh Steelers. She turns into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
It's almost like a Cinderella story isn't a Cinderella story.
Not really.
When they're like, really to complete the Cinderella story, you've got to win it all.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because doesn't the prince finds her in the glass slipper?
Yeah.
Which I always wonder, why
wins it all.
Why doesn't the glass slipper turn back?
When she puts
like
it on?
How, like everything else, like it turns back into a pumpkin, the dress is gone.
But not the glass slipper.
Why does how come that still exists?
Yeah, she's got to walk in those things.
Why
man.
was no, but like the prince finds it like it's like sitting still it is. You know what I mean? Why isn't it like a pile of leaves once it? You know what I mean? Like whatever Godmother made it into.
Yeah, no, that's an oversight on Disney. But
yeah, we have to get into the science of it. Everything wrong with Cinderella.
We definitely do.
It's okay, so let's get into this because I'm not even talking about like, I mean like she's pretty. She's not my type, Cinderella.
Okay.
But like that's not what I'm going after. I mean like if we were gonna break them down like
on looks, or are we going by like Cinderella's story?
No, maybe like Cinderella's story. Like she has obviously a top one, but like did she overcome more adversity than anybody? I sort of feel like her adversity was light.
Oh yeah,
she wasn't like
in comparison to recent Disney movies. Yes,
I mean, like, dude, Rapunzel got gaslit into a tower for the entire.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you can't leave.
Nope.
If you leave, that's it, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She didn't have any witches or poisonous apples or beasts or.
I would say Snow White dealt with more adversity than Cinderella did.
I mean, you got
seven men.
The internal. Let's get into this. 808 KNBR. Where does Cinderella rank? I think we've got to break it down in terms of like which Disney princess did like if we were going to go category and we were going to break it down like it was like a draft prospect. If we went by like adversity overcome, like the curse / spell difficulty that they had to
spell difficulty.
You know what I mean? Like I don't know. They could play the casting spells and stuff.
Yeah.
That's what we're getting at. And then there's got to be like a dirty work index, dirty work rating.
Okay.
Like they're not just singing in a castle.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
They're actually like going through it.
We're going to break this down.
We need like Eno Saris' help with the analytics on this.
Cinderella stories in sports, but also, I don't know that Cinderella cracks my top 5 in terms of Disney princesses or princess lore. We'll get into that next. Dirty Work on a Thursday. It's the only place you're getting Cinderella breakdowns on the Sports Leader.
Keep it up, and you're looking at a written warning. 2 of those, that'll land you in a world of hurt.
Opening day is less than a week away for the Giants, and Jack of all trades, FP Santangelo, joins Silver and JD today to break down all things Bryce Eldridge. Catch that podcast and more on thesportsleader.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Part of your world. Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, the first day of the tourney, March Madness. Later on the show, we'll be joined by Sam Amick at 3:50 and Eno Saris at 4:50. Earlier in the show, we were talking about the best Bay Area Cinderella teams, and we did not mention, I got to mention this, the 1980 Oakland Raiders, because they were the first wild card team to make the Super Bowl, and they won it against the 1980 Philadelphia Eagles, who were the top of the NFC. So, yes, you got to mention them when you're talking about the best Bay Area Cinderella teams. But before we went to break, Copes mentioned Cinderella. Is she actually a Cinderella story? Because when you think about it like in Disney princess lore, is she at the top? Yes, she goes through adversity, but there's other princesses out there, Mulan, Snow White, Belle, Pocahontas. Does Cinderella crack even the top 5 there?
So I came back from the bathroom, I was like, oh, man, we're on air. I saw the light on, and then I come in, I hear Derek going, yeah, Cinderella's great, but is she at the top, man? 11-1 coming in serious breakdown. This is the kind of stuff you're getting on Dirty Work.
Oh, yeah.
That's why, like yesterday when Van said, dude, I don't come to Dirty Work. He texted in, he said, I don't come to Dirty Work for you guys to break down the rotation for 4 hours. And I was like, you're going to get that. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
We're here to be your sports talk buddies.
We'll do that during baseball season, absolutely.
There's people who check in and are like, when'd you guys become Siskel and Ebert? I was like, when they gave me a microphone and I had to fill 4 hours, and I like talking about what I...
2 thumbs up.
What I like. Speaking of, and we'll get into this later, I went and saw the press screening of Project Hail Mary last night.
Nice.
Dude, solid movie.
Yeah?
It's one of those movies where I've been thinking about it since I saw it. Got me.
That's a good sign.
Hey, dude, hits on multiple levels. I was thinking, though, at one point in the movie, I'm like, I think this is one of those movies we talked about.
Yeah.
Where they tell you the plot of the movie a couple of times throughout.
Oh, they pulled a Conan and Sterling K. Brown?
Yeah, they have to tell you a few times what's going on, which I didn't forget.
Right.
But also the character himself. It's a little bit like that. The character himself has a memory loss, and he's trying to figure out exactly what he's doing, too. So you're sort of doing it with him. But the premise of the movie, it does one of those like Tarantino things where it kind of starts at the end, then it comes back, and they sort of meet in the middle, you see. Right. But it's a solid movie. Lighthearted, good laughs, good sort of sci-fi movie, good story. Written by the same dude, I forget the guy's name, Andrew Weir or something weird.
Peter Weir, I think.
The guy who wrote it.
Oh, not Peter Weir.
Anyway, it's the same guy who wrote The Martian. And the same guy who adapted The Martian to the screenplay did this book to screenplay. Anyway,
Gotcha.
it's about 2.5 hours and didn't feel like it was like too long.
Okay.
Like it moves, it's lighthearted, there's some good comedy stuff and some heartfelt stuff. It was a good movie.
I'm not a big sci-fi guy, but I haven't seen The Martian. I heard it's very good.
Martian's great.
Yeah.
And that's not really, I guess it's sci-fi, but it's good premise of a movie. Dude gets stranded on Mars and he's a botanist and has to figure out how to survive. So yeah, it's technically sci-fi.
In comparison to, Interstellar, how is it?
Much different. Way different. Interstellar is more of like a psychological thriller almost.
And a little too much, if I had to say.
Well, do you ever see Tenet?
Yes.
Tenet's where
way too much.
Tenet's where Chris Nolan jumped the shark. That's a movie where they stop it like 5 times to retell you the plot, and I never got it. They're like, by the way, this isn't time travel. It's just a mirror universe. I'm like,
I've always said
he's out of his mind.
No, I've always said Tenet is basically Christopher Nolan loving the smell of his own farts, just like, oh yeah, this is my script, and I'm going to say over and over again why this script is so fantastic. Although you guys can comprehend it.
So the question at hand is in the Cinderella runs that happen in March Madness, and we're talking the best Cinderella teams in Bay Area sports history. I asked the question: is Cinderella even the top princess in princess lore? I don't even want to say Disney, just sort of like in princess lore. I don't think she is, and we're going to
epitomizing the Cinderella story. You're saying?
Yeah, we're going to break this down because I'm sort of talking about different things here, not just like would you make it with Ariel? I'm getting into like and we'll get into that. Not when she's on land, bro.
Yeah,
way different scenario. She probably would need some strong SPF though. Is the impression I get?
Yeah,
I think Ariel would probably burn.
She's kind of pasty.
She kind of burn easily.
She's got the red hair too.
Adversity overcome by each princess. Like how much do they overcome? How much do they have to come with we'll call it the CSD, the curse/spell difficulty.
Okay.
Like, what's that rating? And then their dirty work index. Were they really doing the dirty work or were they in a castle singing? You know what I mean? Let's go out to the phone lines, 808 KNBR. Jennifer is in Oakland. Jennifer's got a thought on the princesses on dirty work. Jennifer, what's up? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling, Jennifer. What's up?
Well, I mean, now that I have the opportunity to showcase my near encyclopedic knowledge of Disney princesses
nice. What you got?
in general, with my favorite sports talk radio show. I couldn't pass it up.
You're the best,
thank you, Jennifer. You're part of the filth.
Yeah, what do you got for us?
To answer your questions, the reason why Cinderella is the gold standard for Cinderella teams in a sports analogy is because she's one of the only rags to riches princesses in the iconography.
True.
So essentially, everybody else is a princess who is then restored to what is owed to her because she's born a princess. Whereas Cinderella is a slave in her own house because she's orphaned and then becomes a princess. But there are two other princesses I would like to offer you that I think qualify.
Please
one
do. Because I have one I'd like to counter with if you don't name her. So we'll go with Cinderella to start. You're saying gold standard, rags to riches. I do have a counter on that, but go ahead.
Okay. So I would say Princess Tiana because she's also poor and then becomes a princess and works for it. But I think Mulan offers the best opportunity because she becomes a literal warrior after being a civilian and then is elevated to empress. And I think that's probably the best.
Okay,
Jennifer, number one in my book.
Dude, you nailed it. That's where I am. Number one princess. I'm going Mulan. It's funny you said Tiana because I've got Tiana number 2 on my list for the exact reason you mentioned. I mean, she went poverty to business owner. And she got turned, getting turned into a frog topped that adversity. You know what I mean? I mean, we're talking, that's a pretty high index. She's pretty high on the gold standard for the dirty work index. But when you're talking Mulan, having to defeat the Huns, saving China while hiding her identity while dishonor looms.
Yes.
I mean, she's got to be number one.
the dragon.
Exactly. Training for war, infiltration, the blue-collar trench work. You can't top Mulan in my mind.
Absolutely. So I do think that the term Cinderella story is probably more ubiquitous, but again, that's because we adopt from Western culture rather than Eastern culture. But, always opportunity to change that. So also the reason Cinderella shoes don't disappear is because they are magic pulled out of thin air, whereas everything else is something raggedy that's converted to something fantastic, which is why they go back.
It's akin to Dorothy's her slippers at the end. Right. I mean, they make it back from what might have been a dream. Okay, the one thing I would say to counter the Cinderella, I don't have her at the top. I've got Mulan there. I've got Tiana there. You know who I've even got above her? I've got to go Belle. Because I know you said true rags to riches. I mean, Belle voluntarily imprisoned to save her father's life.
She's not a princess to start.
She's not a princess to start either, Jennifer.
True. I would agree with that. I like that she reads. I don't know that Cinderella.
Jennifer, you're the best. Call anytime.
She doesn't have time for Gaston.
Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, no time for Gaston, dude. She's got more. That's what I'm saying is Belle, dude, she's reading books. She's flying around on that ladder trying to get books off the top shelf.
So I have her in the top 3. So
I've got Belle top 3.
I'll give you my list real quick. I got Mulan number 1 for the exact reasons that Jennifer just said.
Mulan's tough to beat, dude.
I got to go Snow White because, she started as a princess, correct?
Was she a princess or was she? Yeah, well, I can't remember how because she gets put to sleep by the apple.
Yes,
I thought she wasn't. I thought she was I didn't think she was a princess. I'll give her like a legacy pick, but
she comes back from the dead basically and has to deal with 7 dwarves and that whole scenario. So she's number 2 on my list. I have to go Belle 3 because she's not a princess to start. She has to deal with the Beast and the Talking Clock and Gaston and. Who's the
talking clock? Don't forget about Chip, dude. He's out there.
Chip and Lumiere,
the candlestick.
Yes, be our guest.
The French candlestick. Dude?
Yes, and she has to, basically make it with the Beast and learn how to love him, and then in the end, he becomes a normal person. But
I think Belle is she's a value. Like if you get Belle, where you could get Lamar Jackson, or you get her in the middle rounds, I think she's a steal of a pick, dude.
I would say so too.
She handles wolves. She stands up to the Beast. She's more emotionally resilient. Too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's not. It's not a big power play, but she helps break that curse through compassion.
Yes,
which is something that can't be lost on.
Agree with all that. Okay, number 4, I have Pocahontas. Doesn't start as a princess either, and she's got to deal with obviously everything going on. Mel Gibson telling her what to do.
You got to deal with Gibson. That's adversity, dude.
Yeah. It's the most tolerant I've ever seen Mel Gibson in a movie.
But see, she's got guidance, too. She got Grandmother Willow out there in the tree telling her listen with your heart. You will understand, she says.
The power of the wind.
Let's go out to Shauna. Shauna's in Los Gatos. Shauna's got a thought on Cinderella. Shauna, you're on the Sports Leader. Where does Cinderella rank in the lore that is Disney princesses?
You guys, this is one of the most hard-hitting conversations I have ever heard on KNBR since 1992. I couldn't help but call in. So Cinderella has the world's worst stepmother in the world. She's constantly abused by humans, right?
Yeah.
I get it. The girls got the 7 dwarfs. They kind of like her. And Lumiere in, Belle, like they're fun. She's got like a fun French guy around. She falls in love. Like Cinderella is constantly being, spat on, and she's actually doing dirty work every day. She's on her hands and knees. She's cleaning things up. And then I just have to imagine it would be so psychologically debilitating to have this random woman turn your pumpkin into a whatever glass thing. You've got this whole night that you think happened, but then maybe it didn't really happen, and nobody believes you. And like you're living in this constant state of, was that even real or not? And I just think psychologically she had the most to overcome. I think Mulan still ranks up there. Obviously, she did the most dirty work, but like Mulan's story doesn't roll off the tongue the way Cinderella's story does.
It is, yeah.
And one other thing is, I know we're not like comparing it to athletes, but when I think about Cinderella, I do think about Sir Jimmy Butler and just everything he had to overcome in it. And I like bring them, like Jimmy is my Cinderella when I think about it.
I give you Patrick Willis too. I'd go like a P. Willis on a Cinderella.
That's not bad.
Like Rag Sturgis. Here's the thing. I think what you just kind of brought it home a little bit, because we're talking about like the Disney lore of it, but Cinderella relatable in the fact that, dude, she's not like a magical curse. She's trapped in life. You know what I mean, Shauna?
Oh, yeah.
I guess it's real stuff.
I'm going to throw it out there, guys. All of these princesses are relatable to the majority of women today. Like
I hear
each one of these gals has had it handed to her in one way or the other. Ariel's aunt took her voice and her boyfriend, her aunt.
Dude,
That's true.
Yeah, she did. She took her voice and her boyfriend.
Doing?
Wait, Ursula's her aunt?
Yeah, dude, Ursula's out here messing around, man.
I didn't even realize that. Jesus.
See the original, Ariel story until I was 30, and I watched the movie when they did the remake. I was like, this is horrific, and we're just showing these things to 6-year-old girls. This is no wonder I was kind of sketched out by my aunt when I was younger.
Can I offer you one more real life one? I said this to Derek earlier. Rapunzel just gaslit her entire life into oblivion.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
I know these girls. It's really good work what you're doing today, bringing this to the forefront. I really appreciate it.
Shauna, I appreciate you calling. Thanks so
Shauna.
much. Dude, I love that we've hit the Venn diagram of dirty work and like Disney, the princess lore. Because again, this isn't just about like, she's a babe. No, I'm talking.
No.
And here's where I think, like, if we're going draft pick, I got nothing wrong with anything because Cinderella makes my list.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. And everything she said, absolutely true. Dude, being abused emotionally by family members, by this horrific stepmother. Which, by the way, a great step. I love my Mama Susie. Stepmom's get a rough rap because of some of these Disney princesses.
They do.
So do women who love Dalmatians, but that's a whole nother story. That's a whole different deal. I think what I would say is like Cinderella, when I'm looking for like high character for my organization, like she offers like elite character, but limited upside, I would say, in that like she's a bit more passive.
Well, she's the originator of this whole thing. So I think you have to put her on the list.
She has to make the list.
She's top 5.
Snow White. See, you said Snow White. I'm going legacy pick for Snow White.
You know what? Snow White may be too high on my list now that I think about it.
Snow White is like, I'm putting her on my like Clayton Kershaw just gets to make the All-Star team.
Yeah.
I'm just putting her on like that.
Yeah,
like,
I got you.
It's my
She's been there.
She's going to retire.
She's the withered veteran that's been there for a while now.
She trusts a random old woman with food. That's not smart.
I have to deal with these 7 guys all the time.
A random old woman. Eat this, lady. It'll be delicious. She goes down early, by the way.
She does.
That's a red flag, an injury red flag for me.
Yeah, I know.
How early Snow White goes down.
Yeah, not good.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go to Mario. Mario's in Hollister. Let's talk underdogs. Mario, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Enjoy the show, and I enjoy your candor and your take on most things. My Cinderella story is the dance, and you guys probably remember it because you've got great knowledge, as Radnage used to say. You remember when Santa Clara was a 16th seed and they beat U of A, which is number 1 seed, and I believe they had the Ogden brothers, and they just hit a bunch of threes?
I don't remember that. I don't think it was a 16-1, though, was it? You're talking 1993.
Right. It wasn't six. Okay.
Because the first 16-1 was just a few years ago, but it was. I'm trying to find the seeding here. That was a major upset. That was in Salt Lake. Yeah, 64-61. Santa Clara upsets. Upsets Arizona. I'm trying to see who was on this Arizona team, too. Chris Mills was on this Arizona team. How about that?
Wasn't Lofton on that team?
Kenny Lofton was not on that Arizona team. He played with Tom. Damon Stoudemire was on that team. And on Santa Clara, they featured Steve Nash. Played 30 minutes in that game.
Of course,
off the bench. Didn't have a big day, though. 1 of 7 from the field for Steve Nash. We do got to run. Hey, I appreciate the call, Mario. Call anytime.
Thanks, Mario.
There's a big upset. I do have to shout out one more because we were talking the best Cinderella teams in Bay Area sports history.
Yeah.
Our guy Todd Husak checked, and of course he did. This is a great one. Todd, props to you, man. You're the man. 1999 Stanford Cardinal football.
Okay.
They were picked You remember there was 10 teams in the Pac-10.
Yes.
They used to actually have the number of teams that associated the number to the conference.
What a concept.
The Big Ten had 10 teams. Who'd have thought?
Yeah.
Now what is it? There's like 17
I don't
teams.
even freaking know.
99 Cardinal were picked to finish 10th in the Pac-10. They lost their opener by 52.
Ooh, to who?
They went to their first Rose Bowl in 30 years.
Oh, nice.
I didn't look at who they lost to, but Husak, shout him out, dude.
Good rebound there.
Goes to a Rose Bowl. Adam Copeland, Depop, and our guy Dan Dunn with you. We got plenty to get to. Danny's Double Dips is coming up. Plus, we'll get you an update on what's going on across March Madness. Also, we got plenty more to get into in terms of your picks for the top what are we going? Princesses.
The princess that epitomizes really the Cinderella story.
I'm going again. I gotta go Mulan number one with you because she fights the hardest.
She has to be, man.
She fights the hardest for it.
She has to become a man to get respect.
I love that my girl Tiana's getting love because she is a dog. Again, poverty to a business owner overcomes the adversity of the frog. One of the absolute best.
I have not seen that, but I'll take your word for it. But
Princess and the Frog.
Yes.
You know who else? I bet Tim hasn't seen it either. A couple we didn't even mention, like when we were in high school, maybe or a little before.
I missed it.
We haven't talked much about Jasmine and Ariel. Shauna did bring up Ariel. We got to get into them too.
Did Jasmine really go through a lot of diversity?
Jasmine was more of I would say she's more of like the Steph or the Clay. Like their dad, she was born into it. You know what I mean?
She's the Nepo princess?
I mean, really, the rags to riches. Here's our guy Aladdin.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But she's got to overcome Jafar.
He's the male Cinderella.
I don't know. I mean, Jasmine's tough. She's got a pet tiger. We got to get into this more.
Yeah, we do.
KNBR, and a lot of people have checked in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I will get to your thoughts on the rankings, but a lot of Mulan, a lot of Tiana, and not as much Cinderella, though I'm with my girl Shauna being like, dude, she's trapped in life.
She's on the list.
We got plenty more to come. Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday on the Princess Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
I mean, maybe not only the number one princess in my rankings and Derek's rankings, and I think a lot of you guys, when we're talking Cinderella stories, did she actually have the best one? And a lot of us are putting, in terms of like adversity overcome, the spell or the curse you had to overcome, plus doing the dirty work. Mulan, number one, also maybe the best song going.
Oh, I'd say so.
Yeah.
This
Did
is
you
a banger.
send me daughters
When
when I
I
asked for sons?
For sons.
Yeah, and I know that
You're the saddest.
I know this song is fallen by
met.
the wayside a bit because of the "be a man" mantra of it.
Yeah, but that's part of the story.
It's all about like, hell yeah, I love the story of Mulan. One of the absolute best. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. We've been asking, is she in fact Cinderella, the best Cinderella story or the best princess going? And here's somebody else checks in here at 808 KNBR on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 530 says, hey, where does Princess Leia rank in all of this? We're going to add her to the lore of princesses. Says her dad killed her mom. Got separated from her twin for 20 years. Dad tortured her in the Death Star, made her watch her adopted planet blow up.
Yeah. Does she ever lose her crown, though, or, like, is sentenced to
She's
slavery?
fighting for the rebellion.
Yeah, she is.
She's kind of fallen a bit into the Mulan ranks, but I'm still going Mulan number one.
No, definitely Mulan number one. For everything she had to deal with. And there's no spell or anything, but she has to be a man in order to get respect.
What's the planet? She watched the destruction of the planet Alderaan? Was that
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
I think that's it, dude. Tortured by Vader.
But she did that on her own volition, too, where she set it up.
Kidnapped, dude, thrown in the gold bikini by Jabba the Hutt. Yeah, dude. She still doesn't break, dude.
No, she does not.
She never breaks. She's like a seasoned vet.
Kisses her brother, too?
I don't think she knows at that point that he is.
Don't tell me that.
I don't think anybody does. Don't tell me that. What, you like that?
No,
you
I'm
like
just
keeping
saying.
that up?
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm not buying that.
Yeah, she was captured and enslaved. So, I mean, no spell, but she does fall into the same classification as some of these others. If you might put her at the top of the badass index next to Mulan. Like,
yeah. But are we going, like, straight Disney princesses, or are we going off the board here?
Yeah, we're kind of, I mean, that's a little bit off the board. And again, like, no royalty in practice, but she is in the trenches.
Okay, what about Princess Fiona?
Fiona's a tough one, too.
Because in the end, she doesn't get what she wants. She turns into an ogre.
Yeah, she does. Well, but
and then she
opts
learns
to.
true beauty.
She learns true beauty internally, yeah. I mean, she does have to get saved. She is in the castle singing and all that.
But she is kind of high and mighty about it first. She's like, oh, they sent an ogre to save me, and then she learns to be a good person.
831 checks in and says, I'd say the 2025 Warriors are more of a Snow White story, except without her waking back up.
Yeah, that's kind of right. Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, dude, they're all just kind of 7 dudes out there running around without Snow White. 209 checks in and says, what about Pocahontas? Wasn't she a princess? We talked about Pocahontas.
Well, yeah, she was the princess of the chief. And then I guess she becomes a princess, then going, with John Smith or whatever.
Yeah.
The true story of Pocahontas is much more dark. But,
yeah, not quite as a Disney friendly. 510 says the 2002 Niners kind of came out of nowhere.
2000, sorry, which team?
2002 Niners. I mean, you mean because after the Steve Young goes down and then Garcia took over?
2002, yeah, I guess. No, they were a playoff team the year before. No, I'm not going with that one. No.
Yeah, that was maybe Jeff Garcia's best year.
That was the year that Terrell Owens pulled the Sharpie out of the sock. Yeah. No, they had expectations. Nah.
Junket. That was the trade junket year.
Yes.
808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Let's go out to Josh. Josh is in San Jose. He's got Princess and Cinderella thoughts. Josh, you're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Josh?
Hey, guys. First of all, this is an amazing topic. Kudos to you for this.
Thanks, man.
You kind of took my thunder. My kids actually it's opening night in Morgan Hill, California. I have 3 kids in theater, and they are in a musical production of Shrek Jr.
Nice. Oh, nice.
You know, and just to correct you, Fiona is cursed. She's a princess that turns into an ogre at night.
Right.
And a princess by day. So she actually embraces her true self when she meets Shrek and turns into an ogre permanently. But,
Take some time, though.
Rough life. You know, you're a princess by day and an ogre at night. That's got to be a rough life.
And she's not even really getting to embrace what it is to be a princess. You know what I mean? She's locked away in that tower, away from anybody, you know, waiting for a prince.
Exactly. You're a half princess, right? You can be princess some of the time, but not all the time.
Hey, well, you know me, man. I love performance. I love stage. I love anything that's theater based and stuff like that, man. Tell your kids to break a leg and have a great run of that show, huh?
Appreciate it. Take care.
Much love, brother.
Thanks, man.
Anyway, KNBR is the number to call. Eric is in Redwood City. I love everybody calling and be like, dude, I love this princess talk. I told you earlier, I was like, I want to get into this because I saw best Cinderella stories in the Bay Area. I was like, we're giving Cinderella a lot of love here. What about my other ladies?
Yeah. I mean, she is the originator of rags to riches, but yes, there are better dirty work stories when it comes to princesses.
Well, that's the thing. It's like Jasmine, Princess Jasmine, royal but restricted. I mean, she didn't overcome tons of adversity. She was born into it.
But what is she restricted with? Just not finding...
Remember, she's forced to marry Jafar.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
She's told she's got to marry Jafar, and then because you got to marry a prince.
Because his beard is so twisted.
That's why Aladdin shows up trying to woo her in other ways.
Right,
Prince
yes.
Ali, Fabulous Ali Ababwa.
Oh, great song. Great song.
He's feasting what she says, 100 bad guys with swords. I love that song. It deals with Jafar. She's confrontational, though. She's bold. She's got like a Deion Sanders swag to her.
You think so?
Jasmine, I think so.
And the outfits, too, are on Deion's level.
Oh, yeah, dude. She's showing up. She's got Princess Jasmine like embroidered into her sleeve.
Yep. And who's her tiger by her side? What was his name?
Raja.
Raja.
Raja the tiger did? Yeah.
But you know what? I think that in that scenario, Aladdin had to deal with a lot more because he's actually a street rat, and he becomes a prince.
Scoundrel. Take that.
He becomes a prince himself. He has to deal with his buddy, was it Babu or what's his monkey? Abu.
Yeah.
Abu. And then
Apu is the Simpsons, Abu is the monkey.
No, I know. And then who's Iago?
Still, I think he's rather tasty.
Yes. And then Iago, voiced by who's my guy?
Gilbert Godfrey.
Gilbert Godfrey with that annoying voice.
Yeah, that's the thing about Jasmine is she's like bold, but she's not a grinder. I think at one point, dude, she plays a little temptress to Jafar.
Oh yeah, you have to.
On that red outfit.
You have to a little bit to throw him off.
You got to throw him off the scent, dude.
Yeah, you do.
Eric's in Redwood City. Eric, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Eric?
Very, very long time listener, and first time I ever called. I don't know why it took Cinderella to get me to call.
That boy.
Question: when the prince went around trying all the shoes, if that shoe was Cinderella's, why did he have to try it? Why did it fall off?
What do you mean?
Cinderella's shoe.
Yeah,
why did it fall off?
her shoe fall. Well, she's running to get back to the carriage because she's got to get back by midnight. Otherwise, she turns into a pumpkin.
Yeah, she's in a rush.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, I thought. And then another question I have is, I don't know, I can't remember her name, but the princess, Shrek's girl.
Fiona.
Fiona.
That's what we were just talking about, Princess Fiona. Shrek's girl, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right, man.
Everything's fine.
And that's all I got. What about Princess Fiona? Yeah, we talked about her.
All right, that's it, baby.
And
that's all I got. I like that, dude.
Yeah, no,
I like that. I like that it's got.
All right, man.
I love that this is what it's taking to get people to call. Whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes.
All right, what about Princess Vespa from the text line? Princess Vespa from Spaceballs.
I mean, she just falls into the Leia category.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I would say so. She doesn't go through a lot. She has to get a nose job. And dealing with, she's Druish.
408 says, no love for Elsa, had to overcome her own powers, isolation, societal judgment, all while freezing her A off. You see, I've seen Frozen, but not in years, and I don't remember
I've seen it once.
The lore
I
of her.
I didn't grow up with it,
enough, yeah. I mean, that came out probably 15,
when
16?
I was in college, I saw it once with my family.
16, 17?
Songs are great, but it doesn't stick with me as far as princesses.
A lot of people checking in on Moana as well. I do have Moana on my list. Yeah. I haven't seen Moana, but I did look up her background. Moana seems to have overcome some tough adversity. She leaves her island to defy some generational fear of leaving her island.
Moana.
She takes down a literal lava demon and restores goddess identity.
Okay.
So, I mean, Moana's out here kicking ass.
Oh, Danny was waiting.
Is this Moana, Danny? Are you a Moana guy, Danny?
I haven't seen it, but I've seen it.
But you had a song holstered, huh?
It's a good song.
Yeah. All right.
What's your favorite Disney princess? Just based on the dirty work criteria we're talking about here.
Well, I think I'd go opposite of you guys. I'd actually go with the royalty. I'd steer into the Princess Jasmine.
Really?
Yeah.
You pick her as your number one princess for overcoming adversity?
Not for overcoming adversity.
It's just like who you want to date?
Just for princess
Looks?
sake.
Yeah.
She's the royalty.
I mean, if we're going with that, I go with Esmeralda from Hunchback of Notre Dame.
See, here's the thing. Like, I don't want to swoop on. Yeah, Esmeralda's nice.
Yeah.
She's nice.
Yeah, she's nice.
I don't want to swoop on. But my problem is, I think I have too much respect for Aladdin. You know what I mean? I feel for my guy.
Just swooping on his girl?
I mean, dude, the guy's been working. He's working hard. He finds that lamp.
Yeah.
He's out here stealing bread so he could eat. And then, dude, he gives it to the kids.
I will say, though, it takes Aladdin a long time to marry that girl.
He's barefoot.
Yeah, he is. He wears shoes later on, even though he becomes a king.
Got to eat to live, got to still to eat. Otherwise, we'd get along.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But it takes like 3 movies for them to actually like get married.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about that, dude. Everybody on their
come
own.
on, man. You locked down Jasmine. Come on.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to get through. He wasn't an actual prince. There's a lot to go over.
And then there's the Return of Jafar, and then the Prince of Thieves. Robin Williams comes back to the third one.
Yeah, we
finally getting married.
Yeah, it's like American Pie 3, Aladdin's wedding.
Yeah.
Aladdin 3, Aladdin gets married.
Yeah, but he's like Robin Williams and Flubber was like, come on, man, just marry the girl already.
Yeah, Bicentennial Man, he wasn't getting married.
No, he wasn't.
No, he's a robot.
Patch Adams, he wasn't getting married. Shaq, he wasn't getting married.
Yeah, he did get married in Good Will Hunting, though.
He did.
Yeah, he missed Game 6.
Yes.
I don't care if she's Helen of Troy. It's Game 6. That's what Matt Damon tells him. What Will Hunting tells him. Yeah, I see. For me, like Jasmine, I feel bad about swooping on my guy Aladdin. I don't feel as bad about swooping on that dude who's after Ariel. You know what I mean?
No. Oh, what's his name?
Yeah. I'd risk it all for Ariel.
No, he's kind of a douche.
I mean, when she's on land.
No.
She's my type, I think.
I mean, in the end, like he's a nice guy. But like, yeah, he's kind of...
When she's on land.
When she's on land. Yeah. Or, I don't really care about the Beast. The Beast was kind of a douche for most of the movie. Then, yes, he becomes normal. But, yeah, Gaston, a terrible villain.
650 says, what about Jane from Tarzan? She's not a princess.
She becomes Princess of the Jungle, though, Copes.
Feels like the standards for that are a little bit lower.
Yeah,
you know
maybe.
What I mean? I think you just declare it.
Yeah.
Nobody else talks. You know what I'm saying? You just say
But then
it.
you go from riches to rags.
719 says, movie Princess Bride was awesome. How about that one?
Oh, you know what? I haven't seen it in a long time, and I don't remember the story.
She's married into. It's a little bit different.
Yeah.
A lot of people saying Princess Buttercup from The Princess Bride.
Okay.
916 says, I don't even know what this one means. 209 says, I guess no one wants to go Aurora from Sleeping Beauty. I got to tell you, I don't know that I ever saw Sleeping Beauty.
I did.
Danny, what do you got on Sleeping Beauty?
She was asleep the whole movie.
As if Danny,
she was a beauty.
As if Danny was going to have the expertise on that.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, she. God, what's the name of the villain? Maleficent or whatever her name
Maleficent?
is. Yes, she.
So she gets cursed at Aurora's christening. Oh damn, dude! She didn't have a say in this. She's like a baby at her christening. The uninvited. So she was originally invited. The uninvited evil fairy, Maleficent, or Caraboss, maybe, whatever.
Yeah.
She curses the infant princess. That's rough, dude. Witches right here cursing babies, dude. Saying she will die on her 16th birthday, a fate amended by a good fairy who put her into a deep sleep instead.
But she had 16 good years.
Yeah. Also, like, okay, I can't totally erase the curse, but I can make it so she's just asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a ton of adversity, but although it's...
By the way, if she's asleep...
Starting young, though, that's rough.
You talk about how I didn't really understand the science of Sleeping Beauty's shoe, or not Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella's shoe not disappearing at midnight. And then Jennifer, I think it was Jennifer, our caller, said, the reason it doesn't is that was pulled from magic. Everything else was like turned from the pumpkin.
Of course.
That was turned from magic. So I'm in on that one. This one, like... I don't know. Like this doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. Like you're not putting an IV drip on her.
No.
I mean, how's she staying alive?
Okay, can we bring princes into this equation? Because we brought up Aladdin. What about Prince Kuzco? Or Emperor Kuzco?
Where's that? What's that from?
Emperor's New Groove. He's turned into a llama.
That one, I forgot about that one too. That's a little different.
By far,
the poison for Kuzco.
The poison for Kuzco. Kuzco is poison. I didn't know it was your birthday.
I wasn't an Emperor's New Groove guy.
Oh, dude, it's by far the funniest Disney movie.
Yeah,
hands down.
I think I saw it, but I might have been a little bit older for it.
I still laugh at Emperor's New Groove. It is hilarious.
Now, to avoid the curse in Sleeping Beauty, Aurora's raised in secret by 3 good fairies, Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather, in a forest cottage, unaware of her own royal identity.
The third one takes a turn there. Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather?
Yeah, she was an afterthought. Which one of you did your parents not know was coming?
We'll call her something.
We thought we were having twins. It was triplets, so we'll just...
You don't want to go with another F? No, Merryweather's totally fine there.
It's like the doctor's last name.
Yeah.
While living in the forest, as Briar Rose. She meets and falls in love with Prince Philip, with whom she's betrothed as an infant without knowing his identity. Anyway, she ends up knocking out, I guess. Yeah, I guess she overcomes some adversity.
Yeah.
That's good. She doesn't really even know her princess.
She doesn't correct my
nature.
top 5, though.
You know what I mean?
Doesn't correct my top 5.
Anyway, I think we've exhausted this, but I'm in on that. I'm in on this. It
was
debate.
a good topic. I like.
By
this
the way,
debate.
Derek, you know the Disney horror movies I've been watching. You know, like the Winnie the Pooh, the Mickey Mouse one.
Yeah, where they take the original, like those are open to the public now, where people could take that and turn their own
You're
thing.
saying they've gone public domain. So like Winnie the Pooh, they made that horror Winnie the Pooh a couple of years ago.
I don't like that.
So just relating it back to this, they made one about one of Cinderella's ugly stepsisters. They call it the Ugly Stepsister.
That's
supposed
in the
to be
movie?
It's supposed to be like a gory, like human deformity kind of thing.
Oh,
I haven't watched it
So
yet.
she
but
takes
it's on
her
the list.
vengeance on the world because she's ugly?
No. He's saying it's another spin on because they're the ugly stepsisters. He's saying, but they've
She doesn't get revenge on anybody. She just she does something to her body. It's weird.
It's body horror. I got you.
But there's only one.
Yeah.
And there's Winnie the Pooh, and what else is there now?
Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey 1 and 2. There's
Blood and Honey 1 and 2. That's what
Electric Boogaloo.
1 and 2. There's 2 of them. And then there's a Bambi Reckoning.
Oh my God, Bambi the Reckoning. What, she pull a shotgun and get vengeance on the.
You can get vengeance on the hunter.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the preview for that one yet.
He comes back as like a deer. He's like a minotaur.
Yeah, a minotaur.
There's a Peter Pan one.
Oh my God,
where he sends kids to Neverland.
This is demented.
He sends kids to Neverland, but it's like Michael Jackson's house.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just a horror movie. Adam Copeland, Depop.
This is sick, Dan.
Dan, done with you. Danny likes his Disney horror movies.
He does.
But he's not
Screamboat Willie.
Screamboat Willie? The original Disney classic with Mickey Mouse?
Yeah, and it's not a giant mouse. It's a little mouse that's killing people on a boat.
You gotta be kidding me. We get hold on.
You've seen all these?
I've seen most of them.
Is that a live action, Danny?
It is a live action.
Screamboat Willie?
But
it might just be called Screamboat.
Okay, but is it like
2025.
Does it look like the original Mickey Mouse character?
Dude, no, it doesn't. Look.
It looks like a rat.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
He's a little rat. It's not disgusting. It's just weird.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It's just weird. But there's an audience. Screamboat is a 2025 horror film based on the
Danny's front and center at every one of these premieres.
It's based on the 1928 Mickey Mouse cartoon Steamboat Willie. The movie centers around a serial killer mouse named Willie who terrorizes passengers on a Staten Island ferry at night. David Howard Thornton, known for his role as Art the Clown in Terrifier, portrays the 3-foot-tall mutant. As you well know, Terrifier, one of Tom's favorite horror movies.
Love Terrifier.
We got to take a break. Adam Copeland, Depop.
What's next? Toy Story?
Dan Dunn. That's basically
Small Soldiers.
5 Nights at Freddy's or whatever it's called. The toys are killing everybody.
Yeah.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we got Danny's Double Dip coming your way in just a bit. Plus at 3:50, Sam Amick going to join us talking some Warrior basketball. Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Dan Dunn with you. Danny was giving us all of his Disney movies that have been, or like, I think it's all Disney that have now been.
Demented Disney movies turned to horrors now.
Hit public domain. So I think part of the reason that everyone's like, why are they making all these live-action Disney movies or remaking them? I think part of it is to avoid that stuff from going into the public domain.
Oh, really?
I think like if you use the character, you can extend some
but
of that.
If you don't use it, you lose it.
I think there's some stuff about that. While they have the rights, like it extends. So they've built on to like Aladdin, they've added on to Toy Story. They keep making I think they can extend some of that because they don't want Winnie the Pooh to fall into the hands of the wrong people.
It's too late now.
They didn't want Steamboat Willie to fall into the hands of.
So they need to make a live action Winnie the Pooh
of the Terrifier. Well, Danny's watched all of them. People are checking in. Somebody did say 925 on the text line. The new one on Peter Pan looks sick. It's just the 925. 510 says
sick and demented.
510 says it's Van. Says Danny Dunn sounds kind of demented. And then 415 says Danny's one sick F. Check his crawl spaces.
Now, Danny loves his horror movies. He did like a top 31 list last October.
Yeah, 31 on 31, where I watched 31 movies in October.
And I remember number 5 on your list was Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, which is a classic.
It was in the top 5. That's a good memory, Derek. I don't even remember my list.
Yeah, was this because it was scary, Danny, or just because it was just a solid movie top to bottom?
Yeah, it was just a solid movie altogether. I remember it greatly from my childhood, so.
It holds up, huh?
Yeah, it holds up.
It's terror time again, and that's when the monsters are real, Copes.
A little bit better than the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown or whatever that one's called.
Right.
I was never really into that.
No, not really scary. I would say Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island's a little better than that.
All right, well, Dan Dunn, when he fills in for Tim, I guess this is a new thing. He never did it prior to filling to my trip.
Oh, heck, he's got music
but
too,
I checked in while I was gone on my trip, and Danny was doing something new we're calling Danny's Double Dip, where he dips with both of us, but he gives us each a couple of topics. We debate it for a minute, and then he picks a winner, huh?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Danny, why don't you open us up on Danny's Double Dip?
All right, yeah. So I was tired of doing Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia as Danny. That wasn't working for me. So, I'm doing Danny's Double Dip, and
nice.
Derek always likes to comment on the double part. That's not the point of it, Derek. It's not about how many questions I ask you.
I'm sorry.
It's about me double dipping into the world of sports and asking you guys questions about it.
Fair enough. Danny makes a point. Tim rarely gives a take. So, what do you got for us, Dan? So we each get, a minute to respond?
Right. A minute and 30. It's on the clock right there.
If you see on the clock, you'll get a minute 30 to respond to my question. If you go over, you'll hear the buzzer. And it's as simple as that. Then at the end, I give you guys a point, and at the end, there's a winner.
Okay. All right, there we go. Let's do it, Dan.
All right, something you touched on earlier about the NBA being a little too crowded already and there being too many teams in the playoffs. They're actually talking about expanding the league and having teams in Vegas and Seattle. And with the tanking epidemic going on in the league currently, does the NBA have enough talent for an expansion?
Who's going first? I guess me, since is it starting, Dan?
Yeah, why don't you start, Derek? Go ahead.
Okay. Does it have enough talent? Yes. The problem is the talent doesn't play every single night. And that's unfortunate. We're dealing with a lot of injuries now. Cade Cunningham going to be out for the regular season with the collapsed lung. Hopefully he comes back for the postseason here. But I don't think it's a talent issue, Dan. I think it's the fact that we have load management issues and guys just not really caring about the regular season. Once those franchises move to Seattle and Las Vegas, those cities will be invested. I think that Seattle's been starved for basketball. They loved their Supersonics back in the day. They loved that team with Kevin Durant, and then he left. And then with Las Vegas, we know that if you bring the Raiders over there or the A's, they really don't care because it's not their team. Like the Las Vegas, the Demons that are not the Demons, whatever the team was for the XFL back in the day, like they love that team. That's one of their biggest teams back, going back to 2001. But their biggest team is obviously the Vegas Golden Knights. If you bring another like NBA team in there, an expansion team, I think that people will care. So I don't think it's a talent issue. I think just the NBA is down because the regular season is not a big deal. We need to treat it as such. But if you bring teams to Seattle and Las Vegas, those cities will care.
All right, Copes, throwing it to you.
He didn't even need all 90 seconds to make his point. Interesting. By the way, we'll start off by letting you know that the XFL team from Vegas was the Vegas Outlaws. The San Francisco Demons, of course, right here in our own backyard, lost to the LA Extreme in XFL Bowl 1 or whatever it was.
To Tommy Maddox.
The question being whether or not there's enough talent. Derek makes a good point. There's enough talent. Every league across North American professional sports is more talented than it's ever been. The leagues have grown. It's a superstar league. You'd be hard-pressed to find 10 teams in the NBA who didn't have one superstar. To Derek's point, the players aren't playing. It's the structure of the league itself. If you'd like the playoffs to be an exclusive class and expand the actual roster of teams, then you need to keep the number of playoff teams at where it's at. Is there enough talent? Absolutely. Do I want this to happen? I don't care. I don't think anybody cares. I think everybody agrees Seattle should have a team. And if they get it, they'll get their records back. Does Vegas need a team? I don't know, and I don't care. I don't know that Vegas really cares. They've got the A's coming. They show up a little bit for the Las Vegas Aces, who won a WNBA championship a few years back. They show up for the Vegas Golden Knights. I don't think they'll ever be able to recreate what the Vegas Golden Knights did in their inception of a season. So I don't really care about where the teams are. It's about there being too many teams and too many games and too many teams that go to the postseason. The NBA's product is not lacking because they need more teams in other cities. If this is they're trying to tap in to new markets and get some of this back, by all means, but all your games are nationally televised or streamed, and your biggest moments, your biggest stage on playoff weekend is a dud. So it's not about is there enough talent, it's do we need this? Does anybody need this? Does it help the league? I don't know that it helps the league. It adds more eyeballs, and that's what they want, but is it better for anybody? I don't really care, Dan.
All right, both well thought out and crafted answers, but I'm going to give the point to Derek for hopping onto it first.
Hey,
for being. Then I'll go first now. that's why.
Sorry,
you got
different
the
criteria for question number 2.
This sucks. All right, go ahead, Dan.
All right, with the Max Crosby trade null and void, what is a Bay Area sports trade that comes to mind that you wish could have been axed?
What is a Bay Area sports? You want to start the clock, Dan? What is a Bay Area sports trade that I wish had not gone through?
Yes.
Ooh, that's a tough one. A trade that I wish was not made. I know exactly which one it was. The Giants go down in 2003 to the Florida Marlins in 4 games, right? They win game 1 behind Jason Schmidt, complete game shutout. They lose game 2 behind Sidney Ponson. Game 3, they drop. Game 4, Dontrell gets the ball for the Marlins in Miami at Pro Player Stadium. Jason Schmidt tells Felipe, I'm ready for game 5, but I can't take it today. He turns to the righty, Jerome Williams. You get the drop fly ball in the outfield by Jose Cruz Jr., the Gold Glove winner of that year. And they, by the way, had 43 saves that season from Tim Morrell, who was on the hill when that ball gets dropped in the outfield. We all know how it ends. JT plowing over Pudge Rodriguez. The problem here is that after that season, Rob Nen was done. Worrell was gone. They did not have a closer, and they had a dude waiting. He became a borderline Hall of Fame closer, Joe Nathan. They traded Joe Nathan that offseason to the Minnesota Twins for a catcher named A.J. Pierzynski, who came over and before he plays a game for the Giants, wins his arbitration case. They pay him like 30% more than they had to pay him the year before. Not only did they give up a future closer and future All-Star in Nathan, they give up Francisco Liriano, who became a longtime starter across Major League Baseball, an All-Star in his own right, and Boof Bonser, who did have a cup of coffee and pitched okay for the Twins at the Major League level. If the Giants don't trade Joe Nathan for Pierzynski, the rest of that era where they're losing to Finley in the final day of the season is a lot different. So that's the one I want back.
All right. I love that one. Derek, you are up.
All right, I got 2. Yoenis Cespedes in 2014, that totally tanked the A's season. He had 17 home runs, and for whatever reason, I know the reason, they wanted more pitching, so they traded him for John Lester, who didn't do anything, and then at the wildcard game, he totally crapped the bed there.
Couldn't throw it first.
No, it was terrible. So I'll give you Yoenis Cespedes. I think that was just a terrible trade by the A's. They overthought it. Not to mention that offseason, they traded away Josh Donaldson to the Toronto Blue Jays. But, of course, the one that hits me the most is Khalil Mack, where the Raiders didn't have the funds to give him the new contract. And I totally understand that, but at the same time, he was a generational talent. In the end, you get 2 first-round picks for him. You trade away Amari Cooper to get 3 first-round picks in that draft. And the only people that you hit on were Josh Jacobs. That was ridiculous. And I understand that at that time, the Raiders were cash poor. But come on, find a way to get the money. When you have a guy that's a generational talent, the likes of Lawrence Taylor picking up people by one freaking bicep, you find a way to get that guy a part of your franchise for years to come. And that's the second shot the Raiders have with Max Crosby right now. But if I'm giving you 2, Cespedes and Khalil Mack were the biggest what-if trades in Oakland sports history.
All right, well, fired up answer there, Derek. I was really only looking for one answer. So Coach is going to get the point on this one.
Because he gave you 2. By the way,
this is a bad criteria, Dan.
Johnny Gomes said that tanked their season. And by the way, Cespedes was still under contract the following year.
I know.
That's what was so tough.
I probably would have sided with Copes anyway because the Joe Nathan was Joe Nathan one does piss me off a lot
because of who Przinski was also after that. Like,
yeah, it's not just second guessing, it was first guessing. It was like they didn't want him. It was terrible. And then, yeah, it led to the Armando Benitez stuff, and it was just...
See, it set him back for a generation of closers, Dan.
It was awful. All right, rounding it out here with question number 3. You guys are tied 1-1. Winner take all here. All right, have the Warriors failed Steph Curry in the twilight of his career?
Ooh, am I going first, Dan? Have they failed him? Yes. Because at this point in his career, he should have a good running mate, and he does in Jimmy Butler, but, I mean, you can't account for the fact that he was going to tear his ACL. But have they done enough for him? No, they haven't, but I can't really blame Mike Dunleavy Jr. for that because he was put in a weird situation where he takes over for Bob Myers. Like, hey, make this team a championship contender. I will say this. Have they done enough for Steph Curry? No, but he's given more of a luxury than other Bay Area legends that careers ended with, like, you know, with Joe Montana, Barry Bonds. Those guys were traded off the team or not re-signed, where Steph's going to have his time to decide when he wants to go and be a Warrior for life. But have they done enough? I mean, that's hard to say. Like, yes, they probably exhausted all options. They try to get Giannis. They try to make other moves out there. So have they let him down? Yes, but I don't think Steph is angry by any means. I don't think he wants to leave because the Warriors didn't do enough. At least he knows they're trying. So I think that Steph has been given more, like in comparison to Joe Montana or Barry Bonds. But have they done enough for him? No, they haven't.
The question was have they failed Steph Curry at the end of his career? I say absolutely. The guy's averaging 27 points a game still, and he's going to enter his age 38 season. Have they tried to do things to help him? Yeah. And have those things failed? Yes, absolutely. We knew he was going to be breaking down. We know that you can't rely on a player of his caliber with this many miles on his legs to play 80 games a year or 70 games a year or maybe even 65 games a year. In the last 2 seasons or 3 seasons, since they won the championship, what have they done around him that led you to believe they were championship contenders? Last offseason, not the one right before this year, 2 off seasons ago, and they added Buddy Hield, they added Melton before he got hurt, and they traded him for Schroeder. And before they get Jimmy Butler. Prior to all that, even Steph Curry was like a deer in the headlights. So have they failed him? Yeah. What should they have done differently? That's a discussion or an argument for a different day. But did they set themselves up to be successful beyond that championship year? Tell you what, I did not like the Draymond contract when they handed it out.
Yeah.
I was vocal about that with Tom. I said, I don't like that he's going to get $100 million for 4 more. If it was a 2-year deal, I was in. I didn't really think that was the best allocation of those funds for how long that deal was going to be. Could you find success without him? I think absolutely. But as the question is Steph Curry still capable of being the best player on a championship team? My answer is yes. Have they put a championship team around him? The answer has to be no, which means they've failed him. So I say, yeah, Dan. At this juncture, I can't say they've done enough to help Steph win another one.
All right, another great episode of the Dips here. And you guys actually took some time off the clock, unlike Kruger with his 10-second answers. O.J. Simpson, period.
No said.
So who won that point, Dan? Did I win or did Derek?
Copes, I'm giving that point to you. I liked your answer better.
Hey, there we go. So I'm 1-0 in the Dips.
I'll remember this, Dan.
What's Derek's record in the Dips? Do we know? We should keep track.
Ooh, I'd have to go back and see.
I
gave him the win over Greg Silver. And I don't remember. I think
that's my only win, Dan.
I think I gave the win to Krug.
All right, we should keep track of records just all time.
I think Tittle won. I think Ted Ramey won. So
I like this, dude.
I'm 1-3.
It's like around the horn, and Derek just catches L's.
Yeah.
It's Danny's around the horn, but it's Danny's double dips. We'll take a quick break.
By the way, Copes, Walt checked in on the trade. Carlos Beltran would have been his. For the
a couple of people said Carlos Beltran. I don't know, man. The Giants had just won a World Series. They were still in the playoff hunt. Buster was out. I really liked giving up a minor leaguer to go get Carlos Beltran, and they tried to keep him. They tried to re-sign him. And by the way, if you do re-sign him and you keep him, you don't get Hunter Pence, who ends up leading you to 2 more. So I'm okay with it. We'll take a break. When we come back, Sam Amick of The Athletic joins us. We can talk some Warrior basketball with Sam. Also, discuss with him where is Steph Curry's career going now? He had that conversation with Marcus Thompson. How does this thing end for him, and will they put enough around him? Sam Amick joins us next. It's a Thursday on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Tim Webb out watching March Madness, as we all are here in the studio. Joining us on the UMA guest line, it's Sam Amick, covers the NBA for The Athletic. We do it with Sam every Thursday. Sam, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? Have we connected with Sam yet? I think we got him. You got me, Sam? No, it looks like we don't have him yet. I think we're video connected. I don't know if you can hear me yet. Anyway, we're working to make the connection.
We'll work out the kinks.
With Sam Amick. I think
All
he's
good.
Maybe talking to somebody else there. Anyway, Dan's working to connect with him. The Sharks do play tonight at 7 against Buffalo. Huge game tonight at 7 for the Sharks. We will be at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark tomorrow from 2 to 6. We'll be hanging and watching March Madness. Derek and I were just talking about how we're getting down there. We decided probably public transit so we can have a few.
Yes.
We can get into our bag on
the
Friday.
Jacks people are very generous people with shots and drinks, so probably in our best interest
I don't think we have a choice. I think we show up and the shots start getting poured. We've made the connection with Sam Amick, joins us on the UMA guest line, covers the NBA for The Athletic. What's going on, Sam? How you doing, man?
Good afternoon, guys. Doing well. Just juggling a little bit of news stuff here, but sorry for the delay.
No worries.
How are you guys?
Oh, sorry on our behalf.
Dude, anything good? Anything you want to break?
No, I mean, it's already, to be honest, kind of already out there. It's a little bookkeeping thing with the Miami Heat with Terry Rozier and his looking likely that he will not be on the Heat's playoff roster. Not done just yet, but it appears that will be the case.
Well, the other news today, significant for the Detroit Pistons, Cade Cunningham going to be out for, I guess, the regular season. We'll see about the postseason with the collapsed lung, and people are comparing it to, I guess, C.J. McCollum a couple years ago where he had the same situation. And, you know, it's hard to tell with people's timelines, but what do you think this means, Sam, when it comes to his return and what it means for the number 1 seed in the East with the Detroit Pistons?
No, it's tough. I mean, Cade, you know, it's funny. There's been a bunch of great individual seasons this year. His has been on the short list, and so much fun to see the Pistons kind of having this renaissance and have it be so similar to the nostalgia of the Bad Boys Pistons and just how tough and gritty this team is, you know, and I mean, shoot, you know, Cade is a bigger, more physical guy than Isaiah Thomas back in the day, but special in his own right. And so you kind of would like to see a guy like that have his moment in the spotlight with momentum, right? Like, he's going to be back, but, you know, this is a serious condition or situation that he's dealing with. Like you said, see, McCollum went through it years ago. It's a big deal. And so when he comes back, it's going to be, how is he feeling? Is he all the way back? They were already scuffling a little bit, at least by their kind of elite standards. You know, the other part of this, guys, as you know, is it certainly kind of reignited the debate and the conversation about the 65-game rule, because Cade's at, I think, 60 games, and it's really unfortunate for a guy like that he's going to miss out on All-NBA because of this new stipulation, which, you know, I think at the time, to be honest, I liked the 65-game rule. I understood why they did it, because I was tired of seeing guys sit and load manage, but it has not, you know, worked out in practice as they had planned, and guys like Cade are paying a price.
Talking to Sam Amick here of The Athletic, joins us on the UMA guest line. It's funny, we just kind of were talking about that. We were discussing March Madness being such a fun tournament and how much consistency there is, and it seems to deliver in the same way every year, and that the NBA playoffs, in my opinion, have kind of become the worst of the postseason tournaments. It's 20 teams are involved in it now. You've got Steve Kerr saying maybe too many games being played. They try to put this stipulation in for awards, but as you point out, it hasn't materialized in more games being played by these guys or changing in how they see these awards. So does the expansion of 2 more teams have any impact on the direction of the league in terms of games played, travel, how they re-navigate some of this stuff?
No, I mean, it's a good question. I just haven't heard that, you know, as part of the talking points just yet. You know, the schedule thing is it's funny. We have our annual anonymous player poll coming out in a couple of weeks here, and as a little sneak preview to that, one of the questions is, if you could be commissioner for a day and push one thing through, what might it be? And it's, you know, some of the answers will make Steve Kerr smile, because it's a lot of players indicating that they'd like to see fewer games. And I do wonder, to your point, if you add 2 teams and the map gets a little even more complicated, you know, how does that change the conversation? But so far, not hearing that. And I think that, the dilution of talent question is certainly a fair one. It's hard to get, I think, to me, like clarity on even my own opinion there, because there's not a through line between tanking and talent level in the NBA, because you are willfully sitting, capable players in order to improve your draft stock. That's different than just having a bunch of bad teams. When Bam Adebayo puts 83 on the Wizards, it's not because they have no good players. It's because the few good players they have were sitting on the bench and shut down for the year. So, but I think that's another fair concern as well. But, money makes the world go round. And right now the business kind of perspective from the NBA makes sense for them, and they're going to forge ahead.
What's so interesting, Sam, is we're watching the NFL now. I mean, their goal, and they've sort of made this clear, is to get to 16 international games a year. And that, the Niners are going to Australia, and they're going to play a game in Paris this year. They've done Brazil. They're going Mexico City. Like, they've gone all over the globe now. And their goal is to have every team play one every year. The NBA, to me, seemed like the league that was growing globally faster at one point by the NBA Africa League and all that's happening. You look at all the international players being the top talent in the NBA as it stands right now. I think you could name 5 or 6 as the best players in the league before you even get to an American and Anthony Edwards or something. What's the NBA's logic in the expansion of the league at home versus overseas? Because it seems to me the overseas game is where you can find more here, but the dilution of talent is one thing, but what's their logic here in the expansion here in the U.S.?
Those two things go together, because the NBA Europe venture that the league is growing on at the moment, the money on that, on that front is, my understanding is kind of putting them in a more advantageous position to do expansion. I mean, first of all, the expansion fees that come with this are pretty exorbitant, and so a lot of pockets are going to get filled around the NBA for every single team. But it is interesting, to your point, that it wasn't too long ago that it seemed like the NBA was going to go for the world domination route themselves, and to actually have, NBA teams on the other side of the globe, on the other side of the pond, and even not to get too like Jetsons on everybody, but there was a minute when they started talking about, could the supersonic kind of flight come play a part, and we didn't know where air travel was going, and that's just not feasible. You know what I mean? So now plan B is you have kind of a sister product, if you will, on the other side of the pond that has your brand on it. You make a bunch of money that way by kind of, reshaping the Euro leagues that have had a hard time making money. And then, you just go the expansion route back home. Now, the backstory with the two cities in question, or in the spotlight with Vegas and Seattle, is obviously that Seattle, you get to finally put a team back there and right the wrong that was the Sonics leaving town. And then Vegas has just been, it's long since become a partner of the leagues, with Summer League being there every single year, All-Star games, NBA Cups, things of that nature. They had this deep, long relationship with Sin City, and now want to make that more of a thing as well. So we'll see how it goes.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line. The Warriors still hopeful this offseason they could pull off a Giannis trade, and we're always curious about what's going on with Giannis and his relationship with the Bucks. They want to shut him down for the rest of the season, with the Bucks pretty much being out of it, and he wants to play, kind of a Max Crosby situation going on. But how do the Bucks view this right now, Sam? Are they trying to make it where they don't want him to play because they're in hopes of trading him this offseason, or are they going to do what he wants because they want to mend fences at the moment?
It's interesting. They, not a good look. It's not been a great look all year, but you didn't really have times when Giannis and the Bucks, the reality of this situation is they are at odds with the way they see his health right now. He wants to play. And I mean, listen, I've covered so much of his career. The reality is that, okay, the team is saying that he's not medically cleared and that he hyperextended his knee and that it's black and white, that he should not be playing. He is adamant that he is ready to go and that he can play and that he should play. What I do, think is fair to highlight as context is that, when they were in the NBA Finals against the Phoenix Suns and he had also hyperextended his knee, they were none too pleased when he was able to drag his battered body out there and play on the behalf of the Bucks because of the stakes. And he did that. And it was, in sports terms, it was pretty heroic stuff, and they won the championship. Now that they need to lose because the season is lost and it would help their position draft-wise, suddenly, they don't want the heroics. And when it comes to a guy like Giannis, who, A, wants to compete if he can compete, and B, I think, and I can't read his mind, I think if you look at the summertime and the question of if he's going to finally really push his way out in a more aggressive type of way, the optics of this situation, in my opinion, they make the Bucks look like the bad guy and make it a little bit easier for him to skip town, where he can say, look, they wouldn't even let me compete. So yeah, it's prickly out there right now, but they are absolutely at odds on this situation.
Is there a case for the Dubs just doing this with Steph too?
I mean, it's a good question. No, because the draft, incentive is not the same for the Warriors.
Sure.
You know what I mean? It's just not. And on top of that, it's you have a puncher's chance and you're going to be in the 10th spot. The Bucks they're deep in the 11th spot. Right. They're unofficially out of this thing. So, that's the idea. That would be more akin to the Mavericks years ago, if you guys remember. Although but it actually paid off. So, this, I guess, that argument falls flat. Yeah, it worked. But, that was, seen as kind of sacrilege that you had a play-in chance and you kind of kicked that away. To me, the Warriors situation is different.
Yeah, I'll always remember Jason Kidd in that press conference announcing everybody that was going to be out of that game, Sam, and then saying, well, you can't cheat the game. And it's like, well, yeah, that's exactly what you're doing, Jason.
Right. You just can't tell people you're cheating the game.
No, exactly. One more for you. You wrote about Victor Wembanyama, and, if he's not MVP, he truly is this season with what he's accomplishing. And, SGA a year ago getting MVP and Finals MVP, he's the favorite right now. But in the truest sense of MVP, doesn't that belong to Victor? Because I know that maybe SGA is having a better season, but taking a team that was below 500 and now they're the 2 seed in the Western Conference, I would say he's kind of epitomizing what an MVP is. And at the same time, do you think that writers this time around would have, it's only 1 year removed, Sam, but would they have SGA fatigue after 1 year of him getting MVP?
I'll take the last question first. I don't think so. And I'm probably a good case study for that because, honestly, at times SGA's, antics and foul baiting have driven me crazy like they have a lot of the fans. But my goodness, the way that he took on that challenge of Joker and the Nuggets last week and hitting, kind of unofficially 2 game winners in the same game and just the way he's competed and played for quite some time now, I was very comfortable voting for him again and probably would still right now. To your point, though, about Wemby, admittedly, when I wrote this column, I was kind of straddling the fence of like, all right, is this an MVP column, most valuable player, or am I writing a most valuable person column? Because I do believe that a lot of the things he's done this season have really helped the NBA when it comes to its PR and the optics around the league. He's been a real bright spot amid a bunch of controversies. But when you dig in on the basketball stuff, I'm kind of with you, Derek, that I was like, man, net rating, just to give a few quick stats, the net rating swing for both guys tells you just, point blank how they look when the guy's on the floor versus off. The Spurs are 16 points better with Wemby on versus off. With SGA, it's just shy of 10, pretty significant margin between the two. And it's the defense. Like the bigger conversation is why do we continue to undervalue defense in this game? Because what Wemby does on that side is tremendous, and it far exceeds what SGA provides for the Thunder on the defensive side. And then you talk about narrative, a team that had 38 wins last year, didn't make the playoffs, looking like an actual title contender. And I think the only chance he has is they've got to pass the Thunder in the standings and have the league's best record because that will force voters to really look at it. I don't think the voter fatigue thing is there yet with SGA. I think most people are pretty comfortable voting for him.
Voice you hear, Sam Amick covers the NBA for The Athletic. Make sure you're reading him, following him. Sam, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Sam.
All right, boys. Be good. Thank you.
There you go. The great Sam Amick of The Athletic. Yeah, I hear him on the difference between the situation the Warriors and the Bucks are in, but I think just in terms of what you're hoping for the future, it's sort of, I think there's a case to be made, but for the season itself, no, it's a much different spot both organizations are in where Giannis may be traded this offseason. That's not the case with Steph either.
No, not at all.
They're looking for value here and also draft pick status versus the Warriors where they're not looking for that pick to change their fortunes next year.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I want Steph to return, and then we have a better chance of that playing game where it's probably going to be 9 versus 10, but it's only, it only increases their chances by a little bit at this point.
Date with OKC, is that what you're staring down?
I mean,
that's what I mean.
I even think that's a tall order where I don't even know if they're going to beat the 9th seed in this play.
That's kind of where I'm at. So what, you get out of that, then you got to beat another team, and then
exactly.
you get a date with OKC?
Yeah.
Cool.
And I have no idea,
sick.
Let's be honest, I have no idea how Steph's going to play with Kristaps Porzingis at all. Like, he still needs that acclimation period. He's probably going to get it because...
Tingus Pingus?
Yeah, Tingus Pingus, because Shams Charania yesterday said that most likely he's going to come back by the end of the month here. But I don't know how it's going to look.
He's like, Tingus, I'm just going to run around.
Yeah.
You find me.
You, basically.
Tingus, you break.
It's not hard to play with Steph Curry, but some guys can't play with Steph Curry.
He's off the ball. Adam Copeland, Depop, Dan Dunn with us. We did his double dip just a little while ago. I feel good being 1-0 in my first dip.
Yeah, take pride in that.
It felt good. How many dips have you done, you think? Like 4?
I've done a little dips here. You've
done one against me, one against Silver?
Yes.
One against
I filled in because my
Ted.
pops left early. I did one. Did we do one with Ted, Dan? No? Yes?
I don't know if we did one with Ted.
Well, you did
I
Tittle
think
and
we
you
did one
did
with
Kruger.
Tittle.
Yeah, we did Tittle and we did Kruger. So I think
this was your 5th then. Me, Silver, Tittle, Kruger.
4th.
Oh, 4th. So you're 1-3.
I'm 1-3, yeah.
That's a tough deal.
Well,
start off good.
Yeah, well, Dan's a hard judge.
Well, he'll tell you that there's parameters that you weren't. You have to pay attention to his exact rules. Give me one example. Of
Well, he gave me a point because I went first. I guess I should go first every time.
You kind of got the 1 point you got was kind of sad too. Sort of sorry.
What?
Just by going first.
Well, I thought it was a good point, though.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back,
nothing for Khalil Mack and Cespedes. Jesus.
So tomorrow we have our show at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark. Come on out by New Park Mall. Come on by, say what up. We're going to be eating, drinking, watching March Madness. We'll give you an update on some of the March Madness games going on right now. North Carolina against VCU, the 11-6 matchup. The Rams trail by 4 right now. 9 minutes to play in the first half. We've got some of that going on over on Mike Kohler's KNBR 1050. But what we also have to get into is tomorrow is the deadline for the Trent Williams $10 million contract bonus, right?
Yes.
Is this Trent Williams thing going to be ironed out or figured out by tomorrow?
We're running out of time here because I think it's midnight by tonight.
They could also push that deadline. We'll find out more.
They could.
We'll talk a bit about this. We'll give you the update. And people are asking, outside of Jack's tomorrow, how are they spending their weekend? And even without Tim here, Dan Dunn has delivered on the KNBR Dirty Work Unsponsored Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar. That's coming your way next. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday, only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
A little power line here? I'll ride with a Goofy movie till I die, bro.
Stand out.
Goofy movies is a hit.
Seem fitting for today.
Even if I gotta shout out loud.
I'm all about it, Dan. Dan Dunn on the ones and twos today as Tim is out in Reno and Tahoe watching some March Madness.
Do you notice me?
As he does every year. Dirty Work with you on a Thursday. We are going to be at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark tomorrow. Come on by to the East Bay fam. Going to be a beautiful day. Call out. Tell them you got to get out and see some Dirty Work and hang and watch some hoops and drink some beers.
Your bosses will understand that.
Yeah, ours will. That's where we're going.
I'm sorry, I can't come into work today. Why? Well, it's Dirty Work.
Well, it's Dirty Work's at Jackson, Newark, and they'll be like, oh, okay.
Okay, but yesterday you told me you took off work for the March Madness. Well, yeah, you understand, though, 2 days in a row.
Those are two different things, dude. Yeah, you know what I mean? So
2 types of illness.
One deadline we got to deal with tomorrow, or maybe at midnight, we'd have to find out exactly, is this Trent Williams deal. So he's due $10 million tomorrow for his bonus, assuring his place on the team and the roster for 2026. Now, again, this is a self-imposed or mutual deadline between the two.
Yes.
So you compared this to Dallas Goedert had a deadline with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, so last week they kept kicking the can down the road when it came to his.
And they didn't reach an agreement, but they decided to push his deadline back.
So his was different, though, where his contract was voided. And it gave them more time to come to an agreement on a new contract. And eventually they did that on Sunday right before the deadline.
They're not voiding Trent's.
No, they're not voiding it. It's just if he makes $10 million this year, it kind of seems like he's coming back this season. And Matt Maiocco told us on Monday that they've given Trent the freedom to go out there and see if teams are willing to give him what he wants as far as a contract.
And I said, so is no news good news on the front that we haven't heard anything about him being shopped or getting a new deal since that open of the negotiation period 2 Mondays ago.
Yeah.
And Matt said, yeah, I would kind of go with that they're still in negotiation. But I said, can you confirm that? Do you know that they gave him permission? He said, yes, they did give him permission and his agent to go say, hey, if you can find somebody who wants to pay you to give you the 2-year deal that you want, plus we need a first rounder in return or whatever the asking price was. Maybe it was a 1. So now you're going to find somebody who's going to pay the 38-year-old that level, that dollar amount ahead of the draft and give up that top pick. I mean, you're looking for a contender because there's only a few teams he'd want to go to. If you didn't find that, then my thought is he turns around and goes, okay, well, we're not getting that, so what can we do? So that's probably the situation the Niners are in. But there was an article the other day. I can't remember who wrote this.
Bill Barnwell?
No, it was somebody. It might have been Branch.
Okay.
In the Chronicle I think it was Eric Branch about how the Niners negotiations have gone on, and they've been strenuous and stressful for a lot of these players. That George Kittle found out that in his negotiation, this is a business.
Yeah.
That they will tell you what they think your value is, and if you can't get value elsewhere, that's just kind of what you have to deal with. And so the Niners, in the mindset they've been in or in the process they've been in of drafting, and we talked about how different they've gone about things relative to the Rams, who have gone in every year all in with their draft picks because, one, it was the them picks model, and they just kept acquiring talent. And then they went and they got Matt Stafford, and now it's the model of, hey, this may be the end of Stafford. We got to do everything we can to try to win right now. They've shored up a bunch of their pieces. The Niners have gone about it in a way of drafting, developing, and retaining that talent. Since they've done that, they've retained a lot of it, but some of that talent has become some of the most expensive in the league. They've also acquired guys like Trent and paid him numerous times. I would be, again, surprised if Trent weren't here because it feels like something they have to do at this juncture.
Yeah, honestly.
And he knows that.
Honestly, I think the Niners kind of hold the cards here because you look at the teams that were linked to Trent Williams. You have the Chiefs, you have the Texans. They have younger options at left tackle, cheaper and younger options.
Are they giving up first-round picks?
Probably not. So at this point, I would say I would be surprised, too, if he's off the team. And I think this is going to be a good thing for the 49ers because most of their contract negotiations have always gone into training camp, and then we'll have resolution with this hopefully by tomorrow. But there's three outcomes that could happen here, and 2 of which go in the Niners' favor. 1, they give him a contract. 2, they don't, and they come to a mutual parting where he's probably traded to a different team. Or 3, they come up with a different deadline for the contract, which says to me that they both want to get this done. So we'll see what happens. I don't know the exact time when this is a deadline. I would assume midnight tonight. And you got to believe that something happens here eventually. I haven't heard anything at this point, but as Matt Maiocco told us on Monday, if there's no news, probably it's good news.
Yeah. Here's the question I would ask. Do you expect to hear that there's been an extension of the deadline? Or do you expect to hear there's a deal done? I expect there to be an extension of the deadline announced.
I think so, too. I think tomorrow we'll get a
report that the Niners and Trent Williams are in negotiations, and they've pushed his $10 million roster
to Monday
back. Yeah.
Yeah. So they could go over the weekend and figure it out.
That would also indicate that they're probably close.
Yes. Now, once this happens, I do think that frees up everything else that they've been trying to do as well. Like last weekend when we heard that Nick Bosa was converting his salary into a signing bonus. That's going to help them with Trent. Once that's done, maybe look for Joey Bosa to finally sign, because that's been a rumor for a week now, and that'd be great for their defensive line. But, yeah, if I had to guess right now, I think maybe the deadline gets moved to Monday.
That's what I'm thinking. I think we hear about a deadline getting pushed back, and I think we could get that as early as tonight. I think we could hear that by the time the show ends. We could hear that tonight before we go to bed sometime this evening. I think we'll get a Schefter or a Pellicer, somebody reporting that the deadline's been pushed.
Or Trent maybe doesn't want to play ball. He's like, no, I either come up with a new contract or give me $10 million tomorrow.
I mean, so here's the deal. If the Niners have to pay the $10 million tomorrow,
he's on the team.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if we get to the deadline and he's paid the 10, what does that say about, and there's no new deal, what does that say? Because that would be the most interesting, I think, of how this plays out. The best scenario is you find out about a new deal.
Yeah.
The next best scenario is the deadline's been pushed back, and that would indicate to me they're working on a new deal, and they're probably getting close.
Right.
The weirdest and worst case scenario would be there's no deal reached, there's no new news, but we find out we've hit the deadline, and they have to pay Trent the 10. Then what?
Well, then what? It could be where Kyle and John say, Trent, no.
Well, now you're here. Now you're on this deal.
No new deal. You're on a 1-year deal right now.
We've paid you the 10. Now you're on the deal. You didn't reach the deal by the deadline, and we're holding up our end of the deadline. We're paying you the 10, just like we're holding up our end of the contract. We're paying you for the season.
If that happens where there's no new deal and he's getting his $10 million tomorrow, it could be the case where Trent is just playing on an expiring contract this year and he's a free agent.
So I was going to say, do you think it's a? I mean, what does that do for Trent? That's where I'm
He's
just
probably
like,
pissed off.
That's what I'm saying is if they it's so funny. They have to pay him 10, he's going to be pissed. It's kind of where I see it, right? Like that's how you feel like.
But he wants that stability past the season.
He wants another year, and he wants big money for this year and potentially for next year.
I get it.
Playing on an expiring contract, he won't be happy. It's just funny to think of it in the logic that if we find out they paid him the 10, he's not going to be happy.
He's not going to be a happy camper.
He's playing ball and he's not happy.
If you're paying me $10 million, I'm pissed.
We're going to catch up a little bit later with Eno Saris of The Athletic, covers Major League Baseball. But before we do that, Tim is off.
Yes.
And Tim's a big part of letting us know what we do each and every weekend. And Danny Dunn sits in, does a great job. We do Danny's Double Dips. Danny's given us his creepy horror movie, Disney movie comp.
Very creepy.
Crossovers. He's been a great contribution to the show, great contributor, especially with the music coming in Powerline.
Oh, yeah.
But Danny knows that we at Dirty Work provide a service. He knows that of all the shows here at KNBR, we carry the biggest responsibility to the listeners and the filth. And that is that every week we provide to you, because you don't have internet, you don't have phones or cable or any other way to find out what's going on in the outside world. We provide to you here on Dirty Work the KNBR Dirty Work unsponsored Bay Area weekend sports calendar presented by no one. Go ahead, Danny. Open it up, dude. Yeah. Get that going.
Yeah, there
we
you
love
go,
a calendar,
Dan.
girl. Now, Danny writes here, the sponsor could be you. Just get a hold of our hardworking sales staff. Okay, here's what you got to know. As always, we will start with the basics, and that is tomorrow, 2 o'clock. First of all, 9 a.m. March Madness is rolling on with 16 more games as the round one continues. It's underway right now. But at 2 o'clock tomorrow, Dirty Work goes live to Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark to go see our friends in the East Bay off of 880 Corridor, of course. Come on by, say what up, watch some March Madness, have a few pops, get yourself a Dirty Work burrito, and then maybe when you leave Dirty Work on Friday night, you cruise over to the arena in Oakland, because at 8 p.m. tonight, B2K and Bow Wow for all of your early 2000s hip-hop needs.
Oh, I'm down for that.
How about that, dude? Dan Dunn's not missing a B2K.
Let me see that bump, bump, bump.
And Bow Wow. Bow Wow was in the news the other day, by the way, talking about why he looks so good and young. And it's all about how he it's things that he does and does not eat, or he doesn't smoke or drink or whatever.
Good for him.
But then everybody was like,
good for Bow Wow.
Everybody's like, dude, you don't look that young, dog.
What is he, 40 now?
Everyone's like, you kind of look your age, Holmes.
Yeah, probably.
All right, whatever. We move on to Saturday. Saturday, how about this? We got the Sharks back at the tank tonight against Buffalo. But Saturday, the Sharks take on the Flyers at SAP Center at 1 o'clock. A little day puck at SAP on Saturday. And if that's not enough for you, and you happen to be down in San Jose, the San Jose Bicycle Club is proud to announce the 50th edition of the Cats Hill Classic Bicycle Race. It'll be held on Saturday, March 21st, 2026, the Los Gatos Roofing Cats Hill Classic, with the start to finish located at the corner of Tate and Nicholson Avenue, Los Gatos, California, offers bicycle racing action all day from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. with a free kids race presented by Donna Tam of Christie Serrano at 12:20 p.m. Pre-registration is required on the day. Racers of all levels from beginner to pro and all ages from 9 to 60 plus will be competing throughout the day on the 1 mile loop. Also on Saturday, thought that was it. It's not.
No, there's more.
The women's empowerment match. It's Bay FC against Angel City FC at PayPal Park at 5:45 on Saturday. Bay FC is proud to honor the women who are fundamentally redefining leadership both in the global industries of the Bay Area and on the field at PayPal Park. This evening celebrates athletes and innovators who are dismantling barriers and setting a new standard for excellence. Women are changing the game, and we are here to celebrate.
Hell yeah,
Nicely done, Dan. Now, it's not the Black Girls Greenhouse. Or what was that one called last week?
Yeah, you got it. That was it.
Tim Hill? I don't know. We'll just move on.
Yeah.
On Sunday, the San Jose Barracuda are taking on the Abbotsford Canucks at the Tech CU Arena in San Jose at 2 p.m. That's right. The Barracuda taking on the Abbotsford Canucks at the Tech CU Arena in San Jose at 2 p.m. Plus, if that's not enough, you get your Barracuda on at 2 and then head on over to San Jose Civic Center at 8 p.m. to catch a little Foreigner live at the San Jose Civic Center. And that is your KNBR Dirty Work unsponsored Bay Area weekend sports calendar.
Nicely done,
presented by no one.
Could be sponsored by you.
Could be sponsored by you. Dan, you going to get out some Foreigner?
I'll probably skip that.
Yeah.
I think John Joe called me in for a shift.
Yeah, okay. When we come on back, how about this? Netflix has opening day next Wednesday at 5 o'clock. The Giants and the Yankees opening day on Netflix as the good Lord intended. How about this? Netflix has announced officially Barry Bonds will be a part of their pregame festivities. Does Barry Bonds' media appearance or the appearances he's made improve his image publicly at all? We'll talk about that next. Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday. Barry at the ballpark and on Netflix next Wednesday on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
And the pitch, and Bonds hits a drive to right. Over the head of Dalgo, he's up against the wall, and it is out of here! A game-tying home run for Barry Bonds. Home run number 659. How about that? I do not believe that's what Jimmy Williams had in mind.
Dude, did you? For all the Bonds home runs, Dan went 659, okay?
A little preview of this date in Giants.
A little preview of this date. I was going to say, we're getting close because Bonds hit 660 on home opening day 2006, I want to say.
Yes.
Which, by the way, think about that. Home opener, he hit 660. It was a day game because I wasn't there for that, but I was there the next night for opening night, and he hit 661 to pass me. 04, there you go. So we went from 04 and then barely played in 06. So we went 04, barely played in 06, and then 07 he hit 756, which is pretty incredible. He goes like 90 homers over those like 3 seasons and change. Dirty Work with you on a Thursday. Barry Bonds going to be part of the Netflix broadcast next Wednesday for opening day. Before we do that, a little update on what's going on across March Madness. North Carolina, 46 seconds to play in the first half. They're up 14 on number 11 VCU in that 11-6 matchup. Number 1 Michigan just tipped off against Howard, the Bison. into the tournament. That's a 1 against a 16. That one just tipped, and then St. Mary's just got going. Our Gales are trailing 2-0. But
Gales gone wild.
Just started. Gales gone wild. Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Jason is in L.A. Wants to do some tourney talk. What up, Jason? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, boys?
What's up, dude?
What up, Jason?
Hey, I just want to let you know I'm sitting here on the couch watching YouTube TV multi-view, but it had me thinking back in the day, we had to grind to get all 4 games up. We had to get our laptops going.
Yeah.
We had to get maybe somebody's phone. These kids these days, they have it so easy, but now I can just flip from, TBS, Kevin Harlan, TNT, CBS. So nice. And the best part about March Madness, boys, is tomorrow we get another Christmas Day. It's not good.
Yeah, it's like it used to be. Dude, it used to be that way. We get a laptop going, you'd get the live look-ins where it was like just CBS had it, and then they added. I remember when True TV got added in, then TBS and TNT like
changed the game.
All parts of the CBS family. You know, the other thing, Jason, is you get more Impractical Jokers this week than any other week of the year.
Yeah. The thing is too about this is the only 2 days the entire year I watch True TV, and then you'll have Impractical Jokers going at night. That's the only time you get it, but. By the way, boys, next week we do have opening day. Been loving the Barry Bonds talk. Going to be on the broadcast. But as a Giants fan down here in LA, it is nauseating seeing the Dodger blue everywhere. And can't wait to take it to those boys in blue this year. Go Giants.
Appreciate the call, Jason. Thanks so much.
We shall see.
Yeah, we'll see, man. I saw, like I told you, one of my first things I do every year since I was a kid is check the Giants schedule for my birthday.
Yeah.
It's in April. I just like to see are they playing. Because if they are, I'm like, I'm going. I want to go. Mm-hmm. I saw they're playing this year on my birthday. I was like, it's a Tuesday. Maybe I'll get a weak opponent.
Oh, it's Dodgers?
It's Dodgers.
You got to go, though. Come on.
I mean, there's a debate there where it's like, yeah, I want to go see my guys play because what I love more than to go on my birthday, get myself a crab sando and watch Logan Webb shove on the Dodgers. That'd be great. I could also just have my whole day ruined.
But if you go in with low expectations,
because it's not just going for the game; it's like dealing with the Dodger fans at the game.
I get it, but that doesn't stop you, though.
No. But if it's like 11-1 in the third, I wouldn't like that.
I know. You go in with low expectations, and then if it becomes a good game and they win, hey, happy birthday, Copes.
If it's 11-1 in the third, find me at Momo's.
And that's an easy transition for you.
I'll be there.
It's still a good birthday. Either way, you're going to drink, so you might as well go.
I'll be there. It'll be a Tuesday. I'll be there for sure.
Okay.
I went last year, remember, and then I had to dip out early because that's when I had the burn on my gut. I went to the game because I burned my gut on
That was your birthday weekend?
Well, it happened the night before Easter because it was a Saturday night was when I was making that pasta and I burned myself.
Yeah, I remember.
And then I just tried to like power through.
Dude, I remember you doing the show that Monday. You were like, oh, God, this sucks.
So I think my birthday was that Monday. So I think Easter Sunday, I went to had a steak dinner at Morton's and I was like watching the Warriors and the Timberwolves. I think it was game 1 that night. So I was eating there. Then I went home and I was like, dude, remember I couldn't sit normal? I was like, it was in my crease.
Yeah.
I kept saying, I was like, the burns across my stomach, it's in my crease when I sit down.
Sweat.
So
it's in the crease.
Went to the Giants game that night, and that whole day, that Monday, I was miserable. I went to the game and I was like, I can't even sit comfortably at the game.
Yeah.
My buddy was
It was a bad burn.
I ran into a buddy who was there. He had a friend with him who was a nurse, or EMT is what it was. He goes, let me see. I showed it to him. He's like, bro, you got to go. I was like, what do you mean? He said, you got to go to like urgent care like now.
Yeah.
He's like, that's gnarly. Then I think I took the next day off.
Yeah, didn't you patch it up yourself over the weekend? You put some like Scotch tape on it?
Yeah, I didn't have anything. Remember, I talked to my buddies.
Elmer's glue.
Talked to my buddies in EMT, and he was like, "All right, just put some Neosporin on it." I put, which was like not the move.
No.
Put Neosporin, and then I didn't have any gauze or anything, so I took like paper towel and Scotch tape.
No wonder it didn't heal.
We're still here. I made it, dude. I made it through.
No, you made it. You made it.
Anyway, made official today. Barry Bonds going to appear on the pregame for Netflix as an analyst on the broadcast of Giants-Yankees.
Yeah.
On opening day, does it improve his image? The question I would ask is why is he doing it? One, they're paying him.
Oh, yeah,
they're paying him. Is his improvement of image any reason as to why he's doing this?
No, of course
I don't
not.
think Barry really cares. I do think here's the thing. I don't really believe him at all when he says he's made peace with the fact that he's not in the Hall.
How could you? No, he hasn't.
I think it's just something you say. I don't think you have that kind of ego or success and not believe relative to your peers. When Jeff Kent's going in, you're like, really? You know what I mean? So we all know why he's been kept out, but I don't think any of this improves those chances.
Not at all.
I think the further we get away from him playing, his image improves much like that of Pete Rose, right? Like there's so many people who are like, I can't believe that they haven't put Rose in, even though that gambling scandal happened way back when. I go, yeah, but if it happened today, you wouldn't want that guy in your lifetime. You'd be like, kick that guy out. That guy cheated the game and whatnot. With Barry, I think as we get further away from it, while people don't remember necessarily the impact or the magnitude of his career and how he changed the game entirely, like I think I had to remind Murph, like, dude, the shift in baseball when that got so dramatic, I'm like, they used to do that to Barry every time he batted from like 02 through the end of his career. Where they put the second baseman in right field, move the shortstop over to second base. Like, you would have to play the game entirely different and manage the game differently because he was in the lineup. 2 pitches a week to hit, and he'd hit them both out. So, I think people have forgotten his impact on the game, younger people who haven't seen him play. But I think when they look at the numbers and the magnitude of it, they go, how is this guy not in? Why wouldn't he be in? The same as they thought about Pete Rose. So, I don't think this changes any of that, and it doesn't do anything for me. I think he's in. I know who he was and what he meant to the game. So, but the image stuff, I don't really think he cares all that much.
No, he doesn't. I think he's doing it because he just likes talking baseball, and it's the Giants Stadium. He gets to be home and go there. I think some of the stuff he's done in recent years, like going to Rickwood and talking to Murph and Marcus, that's because he wants to talk about Willie.
He'll do anything for Willie Mays.
Absolutely.
I think A-Rod will do anything for himself.
Yes.
A-Rod's about the image. I don't think Barry is.
The reason we bring this up is because that's a common thing. We say, like, if a guy had kind of a checkered past or not really a great image, if he goes into TV, it changes things and maybe increases their chances going to the Hall of Fame. Like, I don't think that changes anything for Alex Rodriguez. I think that regardless, you can think that he, was, whatever as a player, he's kind of a cheese D when it comes to TV, but he's good at it. Derek Jeter, nothing's going to change my opinion of him. He was an all-time great, and him being on TV, whether he's good or not, that's not going to change my opinion of him as a player.
He's also pretty good on TV, I think. Like, he's fine.
He's just a little more stern.
He's a little more chapped, which I kind of like.
No, I like that too. Same thing with Tom Brady. He could suck at being an analyst on Fox, but he's still one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, if not the greatest quarterback of all time. With Bonds, I think he just likes talking about the game. I think that he likes being involved. I think that, the fact that it's here, it's the Yankees, it's the Giants, it's on Netflix. They're probably paying him a ton of money to do this. And nothing's going to change his image as far as getting to the Hall of Fame just because he does a couple of media appearances, whether it's going on Baseball Tonight or Sunday Night Baseball or doing an interview with Kipe or, whatever he's doing these days. But as far as like his image of being maybe like a crusty guy, maybe not the most friendly guy, not a great teammate, maybe that changes with him being friendlier and being a part
of it. I don't know. I think with all these new stream services, we just want to hear different stories and angles, and the bigger names you can get. I mean, it's sort of like, this is akin to me as like the NBA on NBC saying, we did this big, long Tirico MJ interview, and we're going to play pieces of it throughout the year. Like,
this is better than that, though.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just saying, like, it's because of the name recognition. But the name recognition doesn't necessarily bring the best content.
No, it doesn't.
What I'm saying.
No, it doesn't.
It's a big get to get Barry. Look, it's the best player I ever saw, best hitter I ever saw. I believe anybody who saw him knows he should be a Hall of Famer. We saw the steroid era, and we know he was far and away the best player regardless, right?
Right.
Even if it improves his image, does it change anything for his Hall of Fame status? I don't really believe so because that's not how it's determined.
I think you nailed it where it's not changing his image or his chances of getting in the Hall of Fame. It's just a name attached to something that needs to grow. Where baseball starting out on streaming, we're getting this game to start the season on Netflix, and the Rickwood game is going to be, or the Field of Dreams game, I should say, is going to be on Netflix as well. So they want big names attached to this thing. That's why Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit are doing Thursday Night Football, because it's a name. To me, this would be the equivalent of, like, let's say, I don't know what streaming platform is going to carry the Australia game between the 49ers and Rams, but let's say for whatever reason they have Jerry Rice as part of the pregame show. And then Jerry Rice is not trying to have a TV career. It's just Jerry Rice. Barry Bonds is not trying to go on TV. It's just a nice payday for him to be a part of something new.
I'm Jerry Rice.
Exactly. But like Jerry, we've seen Jerry on TV before, and he's, okay. But as far as
speaking of Rice, check out the Orso at Nick the Greek.
Exactly. But at this point, it's just to get Jerry's name attached to something that's trying to become, a new platform for sports. That's what this is with Netflix and Barry Bonds. So I think it's just because they paid Barry a lot of money. And it's cool to have him there, but if we're anticipating he's going to be in media, that's not going to happen. And then his perception and his chance of the Hall of Fame probably don't increase either.
On our YouTube chat here, I got Jack on NorCal says, Copeland, I swear you have some of the worst takes. I said, well, what didn't you like? What do you disagree with? He said, if Pete Rose doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame because of gambling, then Ohtani deserves the same treatment when his time comes, but nobody's willing to have that conversation. Okay, two different things here. My take on Pete Rose was always that Pete Rose broke a law or a baseball rule that was in place, and the punishment was in place. There was already a precedent. So my logic was if he broke the rule that we knew the punishment for was banishment for life, then you have to serve that punishment. That's what we established was the rule. And baseball determined that he was betting on games. Say what you want, it was a pretty shady situation. I don't disagree with you about Ohtani. If Ohtani were found guilty of of being involved in any of this gambling, by all means, he should have faced the exact same punishment.
But he hasn't yet.
The issue I have is I don't know that anybody really believes the Ohtani story, as it was told to us, is accurate or true. My belief is more that there's no way dude didn't know what was happening to some extent. That's more of my
Probably
logic.
right, yeah.
Was he involved in the gambling? I'm not so sure about that because we've seen the transcripts of Ipe and we know what a lunatic gambler this guy was, how addicted to gambling he was. The other part of this is none of the bets Ipe was caught up for had to do with baseball.
That's right.
It was a lot of international soccer and other things. So I'm even if Ohtani were caught for being involved in that illegal gambling stuff, he wasn't betting on the game of a team that he was managing. Though if he were betting on any baseball, he should face the same punishment. I think that whole thing is shady. I think he knows more than was ever let on.
Yeah,
his accounts
probably
were in play. But I don't really believe he was gambling on baseball, as there wasn't ever really evidence of any baseball being bet on. That said, I think Ohtani got a break. I think he got a break from any drama and news because I don't know that he was guilty of anything except maybe knowing more than they let on.
He probably did, but there's no concrete evidence to say that he was guilty of anything. So, I understand, Giants fans, they see Ohtani in the news with gambling and they want him ostracized from baseball, but that's not going to happen. Where we have clear-cut evidence of Pete Rose doing that. And, yes, he was a manager. He was betting on his team. It's much worse than whatever Ohtani's accused of.
Again, he's why only ever bet on my team to win? Okay, but on the days you bet them to win, how did you manage yesterday if you knew you were going to bet today? Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. No Tim Webb. Sorry, Dan Dunn with you. Tim Webb out in Reno watching some March Madness, which we are paying attention to here in the studio. St. Mary's down 13-7 to Texas A&M early in this one. About 12 minutes to play in the first half. We'll take a quick break when we come on back. More baseball talk. Eno Saris of The Athletic is going to join us. Talk about the start of the 2026 season. Eno joins us next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
It's tourney time. The madness is officially underway. We had a thrilling one this morning. TCU hanging on to beat Ohio State 66-64. You could hear wall-to-wall coverage of the tournament on KNBR 1050, the sports leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Opening day on Wednesday. The Giants and the Yankees from Oracle Park to kick off the 2026 season, not just for the Giants, but for all of Major League Baseball. Joining us to talk about it on the UMA guest line, he covers Major League Baseball for The Athletic. It's Eno Saris. What's up, Eno? Long time no talk, man. How you been?
Yeah, great to hear from you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man. So have you been down to Scottsdale? Have you been to the Grapefruit League? What's been your preseason assignment?
Yeah, I have sworn off the Grapefruit League. It is really difficult to get around. You're up against all the spring breakers, and it's more expensive and terrible. It's just terrible. It's Arizona for me. And, I was sitting on the berm in Scottsdale, and I think that's my favorite berm, too, because they've got trees in the berm.
Shade, yeah.
Yeah, and it was like 90, in early March, and we were very happy to have that shade. So Scottsdale Stadium is really great, even if it's one of the older ones.
Saris joins us here on the UMA guest line. So we were just talking as it's March Madness time about Cinderella stories and Cinderella runs. And we were discussing the run that Cleveland went on last year after being buried. And 2 years ago, you had Detroit. Is there a team you look at this year, young talent maybe that wasn't on the scene last year, that's poised to make a jump and maybe some noise into the playoffs?
I think everyone's favorite is the Pirates. They're finally projected to be above average. They spent some money in free agency, getting Marcelo Zuna and Ryan O'Hearn. They've got a great rotation. I think that's a good one. The Reds are a favorite of mine. The Royals are projected by one group to win the Central there because they've got a bunch of young hitters that hit the ball really hard and make contact, which might sound familiar from the last time the Royals were relevant on this stage. So I think those are my favorite three young teams.
Talking to Eno Saros on the UMA guest line. So you just put out your starting pitching rankings going into the season, and you have Logan Webb ranked 12th. Not a bad ranking by any means, but what keeps him out of the top 10 for you?
It's just a question of strikeouts. It's mostly a fantasy ranking. So strikeouts are a category. Some teams have like an innings cap, so you got to get the most strikeouts you can out of every inning. I do think, last year's Logan Webb, strikeout surge, that was pretty cool. It had something to do with his new cutter. But, by all intents and purposes, he's probably going to regress a little bit there. And he's not, Garrett Crochet and Scooble, they strike out 30% of the guys they see. Webb is around 21, 22, 23 around league average.
Pitching is kind of your sweet spot. You've done so much with Stuff Plus and that analytic. What's something fans misunderstand about evaluating pitchers?
One of the most basic ones is that a pitcher's current ERA is not predictive in any way. So, if you're talking about how good a pitcher is, it's better to talk about strikeouts and walks. Those are really powerful and simple numbers that you can talk about. It's even better to talk about their WHIP. That's more predictive than their ERA. ERA is basically a team stat because every ball in play that you allow, the whole team has to get together to make an out. And so that's a source of noise where it can be defense, it can be luck, it can be the ballpark, any sort of those things can contribute to having a bad ERA. So that's the one thing I'd say. ERA is not predictive.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It's what the guy has done and how he's fared among his teammates to this point. I think it's a great point. But we've also seen a lot of trends. Baseball and all sports are copycat kind of leagues, but like the sweeper was one that was big in the last couple of years. Is there a sweeper trend? What's the next pitch to explode, or what's the 2026 version of a trend for this year?
Well, I think last year's trend is going to continue in a way. Last year was the kick change, and that actually originated with the Giant, with Hayden Birdsong, was throwing a weird version of the changeup where you kind of take your middle finger kind of off the ball or like up off the ball. It looks a little bit like a circle change, but you're really taking the middle finger off the ball. That's a kick change. It's everyone's got one now. It's a big trend, but I think generally we've gotten better at dialing in what happens with the seams and how the seams make movement and how you can use high-speed cameras and things like that to, figure out what grips are best for each pitcher. So I think changeups are the real innovation space right now. And if you look, there are more and more pitchers, like Paul Skeens has 2 changeups, maybe 3. And I think that while we had guys that had 3 or 4 breaking balls at some point, we're going to start having guys that have 2 or 3 changeups in the future. And we're going to really dial this in. Somebody's going to be like, I have a splitter, I also have a kick change, and I have a straight change. You're going to have people that can use all 3 changeups to good use.
When you're evaluating declining Stuff Plus, how do you weigh like age-related decline versus like injury recovery?
Yeah, that's a big one. I would just say generally Stuff Plus is most useful for guys who don't have a track record. And so the most useful that Stuff Plus can be is like a debut, a prospect, someone that you only have 1 or 2 or 3 games. Then Stuff Plus is one of those things. It's like bat speed. It tells you something after 1 game or 2 games, which for fantasy players and scouts can be really, really useful. The longer a guy's been around, the less it matters. Yamamoto, for example, doesn't have great Stuff Plus, but he has 2 seasons now where he struck out 30% of the batters he's seen. He's been an ace. He just got the final out of the World Series. Like, I'm not too worried about his Stuff Plus anymore. When it does come to older pitchers in spring, some of these guys are leaving bullets in the tank on purpose, and they think they're going to, get a couple ticks between now and opening day still. And other guys are actually injured. So I'm really worried about a Carlos Estevez. He's throwing 89. His Stuff Plus is terrible. He's supposed to be the closer for the Royals. I am worried about that because relievers should be able to ramp it up pretty quickly. But I don't know. There's other guys whose stuff is down that I don't know exactly how much. And then I rely on their track record as pitchers.
Talking to Saris here of The Athletic, covers Major League Baseball. I'm always worried about aging pitchers, and like the Giants are banking on some guys coming off injuries this year. Plus, you've got Robbie Ray, who had one full season in his last 3, and he's in the final year of a contract, and an aging pitcher. What's a sign you look for, or what's a number even, or something in your model you look for when it comes to player regression?
I mean, it's silly to say, but I would say something like fastball velocity is still very predictive, and it's one of the biggest parts of Stuff Plus. And yes, there's movement and pitch types and all that sort of stuff. So, I mean, something like the fact that Robbie Ray had the second worst fastball velocity of his career last year. It's just part of the aging process. I'm not saying he's going to go off a cliff or anything. But that is something that I look at when you're talking about aging. The other thing I'll look at is declining strikeout rates. I mean, the most powerful thing, like I said, is strikeouts minus walks.
Yeah.
Last year he had 24.6% strikeout rate. His career is 28.4. So you just know that he's on the other side of his peak. He's 34. When there's a bigger drop, Shota Imanaga with the Cubs had a 5% drop in strikeout rate. That's when I really circle a pitcher and say, what was going on here? And it turns out probably he was hurt last year.
Are the Giants doing anything interesting analytically compared to the rest of the league?
They have in the past.
Are they now,
Right now, I can't say that anything sticks out. I think when you look at the acquisitions of Tyler Mahle and
Hauser
and Adrian and Hauser, one thing I can say about the back end is that those guys both have good command and multiple pitches. And I think that you see even the acquisition of Tidwell, that's a larger arsenal. So I think that they are jumping onto that. In the past, they've had more command than other bullpens. I don't know if that's necessarily true of this one. I think that one thing that's kind of cool about what the Giants are doing now, it does remind me a little bit of past teams offensively, where they put together a team that mostly makes good contact around the team, around the diamond. There's really not that many holes this year offensively, and they've gotten back to their roots with good defense up the middle. It took them a while. It was hard to do, but I think Bader, Adames, and Bailey is one of the best defensive trios up the middle they've had in a while.
Talking to Eno Saris on the UMA guest line, you mentioned spring ERA is not the most important thing. So for fans, what should be the most important thing when they're looking at a box score when it comes to pitching?
It's those Ks and walks. I mean, that's the big thing for me. And that's something that I think matters even in spring when they're going against, uneven competition. Because most of the time what you'll see is the starters start at the beginning of the game and they're starting against, other starters, the other major league players. They're not, Robbie Ray's not pitching the 6th through 9th when the double A's are out there. So you can still get some signal from strikeouts and walks. Robbie's got 15 strikeouts in 14 innings. Atlanta Rope's got 15 in 13 innings. In Wisenhunt, as bad as the ERA looked, the velo was up, the stuff was up. There was a new cutter, and he had 14 strikeouts in 9 1/3. I know, he's not going to open, with the rotation, but I'm much more excited about seeing Carson Wisenhunt this year than I was last year when the velo was down and he only had a sinker. You have to have multiple fastballs in today's league.
Yeah, he didn't have enough last year in the arsenal when he came up. I'm excited about his stuff as well. I love talking ball with Eno because he sees the game from a different perspective. You're such an analytic guy. What's the baseball take you have that you think would get you yelled at on Sports Talk Radio?
I thought maybe ERA is not predictive.
Yeah, that was pretty tame, dude.
Yeah, that's pretty tame. I guess it's a stat one. I think projections are the best actual way to value a player. Not actually looking backwards at what they've done, but projections, because projections look at what they've done, but they take the most important parts of that and say, this is what they are. Because the real question is, what is now, right? If you're saying how good is a player now, you're not saying how good were they last year. You're kind of saying how good are they tonight. And the best way to do that is projections. So I get yelled at for that one, but I think projections are the best way to figure out how good a player is.
So when you look at like projection systems versus like what teams believe internally, how big is that gap? Are teams projecting correctly, I guess is the question.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that internally they have more data that they can put into the projections. They have whole R&D teams that are really fine-tuning them. But I have heard from, R&D people that public projections are pretty good. They use them to benchmark their own. So they'll say something like, steamer projections on Fangraphs, if you can't be better than that, then there's no use doing it, right? Yeah. So they use public ones to kind of benchmark. And, what they can do that we can't do, like I would love to have in Stuff Plus, biomechanical markers. Like, for example, changeups are one of the things in Stuff Plus that bother me all the time. They're not the best in Stuff Plus. Changeups, a major league team could put arm speed into their Stuff Plus model or into their projection. And now you can start to say, that guy's changeup doesn't move that interestingly, but it's the exact same arm speed that he has on his fastball. And so, there's something there in terms of how good the changeup is. So there's stuff there that I would love to have.
Sorry about that. A couple more minutes with Eno Saris on the UMA guest line. Just going back to Logan Webb for a second. If he were to jump in your rankings as far as like a top tier pitcher, what would he need to change in your opinion? Would it be velocity, pitch mix, or usage?
It would just need to be something that augmented his strikeout rate. And he did do that to some extent last year, but he's just not with the sinker. You're going to allow more contact. And so he's not going to jump into that 30% strikeout rate. But, in 2021, he had a 26.5. Last year, he had a 26.2. I mean, if he could really maintain it, he was last year the 19th best pitcher. So I guess the other thing would be to reduce balls in play somehow, maybe better defense behind him, whatever it is. His whip is high sometimes. So if he can just do something with that, so, either strike more guys out or allow fewer hits in play. The second is something that, people don't even think pitchers can necessarily have that much control over.
If we're sitting here in October, what's a storyline relevant to the Giants that plays out that you would not be surprised by?
That the Padres fall back, don't make the playoffs, and the Giants are, I don't know if I can't predict them to necessarily win the division, but are battling for it, are playing meaningful games into September, and are ahead of the Padres for the wild card race. And among the teams, the Giants and Pirates and Reds, those teams that I mentioned, they'll all be battling for one of those wild card spots.
So do you think, from an analytical standpoint, the Giants are on their way to building a sustainably competitive roster? Are they doing this right now?
Yeah, I mean, the sustainability part is the difficult part, because they need to be bringing up young guys that are killer, pitchers or hitters or whatever. And there's some inkling of that. Maybe Eldridge is going to be that guy. And, I like Tidwell and now Wisenhunt a little bit. So something needs to happen in player development, because as much as you can do in free agency, it would cost, if you wanted to create a playoff team with just free agent money, it would literally cost $700 million.
Yeah.
And, not even the Dodgers are doing that. They have young players that are cheap for them, So, that's the thing I harp on a lot is player development. It needs to be a little bit better, honestly, in San Francisco. I like what they've done I like the Devers trade. I like putting together this roster. I like, a lot of the free agents they've signed, but they need to be augmenting this with more Elliot Ramoses.
Yeah, they've got to develop at the big league level. I think that's the hope for Vitello and the number of new developmental coaches they've brought in. Eno Saris covers Major League Baseball for The Athletic with us on the UMA guest line. It's here, man. Less than a week away. Excited to see you at the ballpark this year. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Thanks, Eno.
Yeah, we're opening it up for everybody, so that'll be fun.
That'll be fun, dude. Catch you later, Eno. Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Good deal there. Make sure you check out his pitcher rankings. He's a really good analytics writer and a digestible writer in terms of how he writes about analytics, because it can get dense. I mean, it can be a nerdy sort of math.
It's a lot.
Latin statistics, rates, and all that. But he's right in that, ERA is a good note in terms of how a guy fared previously, how he has pitched. But when you look at the future, and you were asking the question about a box score, that's the first thing I look for.
Yeah.
Is walks versus hits and number of innings pitched.
That's what I usually
Whip is my number one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get into all that stuff with whip and ERA. I just look at, strikeouts, walks, all that stuff. But I like the way that he puts it down. He definitely goes into the weeds of all the stats and everything. But as you said, he makes it digestible.
And I would say, sort of to the point he was making about guys having so many different fastballs and changeups now, like there's a lot of pitch tinkering that happens and pitch crafting and the science behind it, how they develop and they cook up a new pitch. But I think we're entering a new era where like pitch design and velocity kind of go hand in hand. Like you're watching Logan Webb succeed without throwing 98. And I think we asked him at one point last year, like, or Tom asked him, I think, when he was still here, like,
yeah.
Do you take pride in that, throwing 92 and getting all those outs? And he goes, I mean, I'd love to rock back and throw 98. I'd love it if that was in my arsenal, but It's not. So you've got to work around what it is that you have. That said, Paul Skeen's throwing 100 every time out is great, but he's got to throw 3 different changeups to make sure he's getting the outs that he needs. You've got Wisenhunt, who is getting swings and misses, but when he came up, he really had like 2 pitches last year. Lincecum, when he debuted in the majors, really had a fastball and a changeup, that split change, and then developed that get-it-over curveball where he could give you a different look. So it's all about how you navigate this stuff. But pitch crafting, I think we're hitting a new generation or developing a new era here where we're seeing guys who throw hard but also have to get that movement back. It's not just all about blowing guys away, and that's something Barry Bonds has talked about at length, that he felt like his era was harder because of all the different dudes you had to face. And I would grant him that you could face because of his, how many bullpen arms you could bring in for every hitter. He'd see an entire bullpen sometimes over the course of a series, right? Versus now, you're not going to see everybody because they got to throw a full inning or face 3 batters and whatnot. So it's just different. But I think we are moving into a more diverse era in terms of all the velocity is there, but you need to have other weapons as well. Right. Adam Copeland, Depop. Dan Dunn with you on a Thursday evening. Larry Kruger's coming up at the top of the hour with Niners and Diners Nightly. We'll tell you about that in just a little bit. When we come on back, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Lou Williams and Chandler Parsons were doing their FanDuel podcast. They were talking about the Warriors having a foundation. Do they have a foundation? Beyond Steph Curry, Chris Webber revisited the infamous timeout that he took in March Madness. Ooh, the Fab Five. Jaylen Brown had a historic night from in Boston, and he was asked how he's getting to know his teammates. How about that?
Interesting answer for
how
them.
He gets to know his teammates. One of the smartest guys in the league. Plus, Afro Man makes national news. We'll hear more from Afro Man.
Dude, he was all over the place
in
today.
the song that he released before winning his lawsuit against the cops who raided his home. Hashtag lemon pound cake. More to come. The best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dude, my guy Afro Man.
Oh, yeah.
Taking the world by storm yet again. Afro Man was being sued for defamation. So what happened was back in 2022, he's sitting at home with his kids. He gets his door kicked in by the FBI or some the sheriff's department.
Yeah, sheriff's
and they raid his house on suspicion of drug trafficking and kidnapping. They find absolutely nothing.
Kidnapping.
And then he takes his own CCTV surveillance camera footage and ends up mocking and making a few songs about the police officers who raided his house and broke down his door.
Rightfully so.
He said some of his money was missing. He said there was a thing of lemon pound cake sitting on the counter.
Had a
that
slice.
his mom made. And he said there was one officer who glanced down to it a couple of different times. So he called this guy Officer Lemon Pound Cake. And then he wrote that song called Lemon Pound Cake. So then the officers decide, there's four of them, they get together and they say he defamed them and they sued him.
Yeah.
And he showed up to court in a three-piece American flag suit and matching sunglasses.
Rest of the nines looking
Rest of the
good.
nines looking funny with his afro and everything. And basically put him in a body bag and said, oh, we're talking about the victims here? No, we're talking about the predators. I'm the victim here.
Yeah.
The judge and the jury, it's actually a jury of their peers, said, no, he's the victor here. So
Absolutely he
Afro
is.
Man comes away victorious. No reason he ever should have been sued for any kind of damages.
No, they mess with the wrong guy. If you know Afro Man's history, he makes hilarious songs, good storyteller. He's going to make fun of those cops.
And we got another song here that he released before winning the lawsuit against the cops who raided his home. It's all part of some of the best sounds from across the sports and Afro Man world you might have missed with today's Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Thursday, March 19th, 2026. And it starts, where else would it? With the FanDuel podcast featuring Lou Williams and Chandler Parsons.
Do you hear this more on this show than Kay Adams?
No, Kay Adams is still because we talk so much football.
Yeah.
And Kay Adams
I never
talks a lot of football. I
ever
guess.
catch this FanDuel show with Michelle Beadle and who's it, Chandler Parsons?
I actually have seen it on. Is it on Fox Sports? Or
No,
is
it's
on
on FanDuel. Yeah,
I've seen clips of this somewhere.
the same thing that Kay Adams has her podcast on, but she has more stars on, NFL stars that we know. Yeah,
I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Lou Williams and Chandler Parsons. I actually like them both.
Yeah,
I actually do. Here they are on the FanDuel podcast. They're asking the question: do the Warriors have any foundational players? Here you go.
Now that Kuminga is gone, the Warriors have blank young foundation pieces. We need a number here. We need a number. Anyone? Bueller? Like,
I like Will.
Are we doing zero here?
I like Will Richard from the Gators.
Oh, dear Lord.
I think he's a good role player. Pods, listen, I'm not ready to say Pods is a franchise player. I like his game. I think he's a solid 6th, 7th man, and I think he can obviously get in some starting lineups and have career years, but
So zero.
maybe one.
Maybe one.
Like Moody, I feel like had his time.
I got zero.
That's not it. Lou?
Chandler's dancing because he got a gator over there.
Yeah,
I
he
got
doesn't know
zero.
what to do. You got zero.
Well, foundational pieces, like I would love Pods on my team
Well,
coming off
young
the bench.
pieces is
Foundational.
just everyone. So that's-
Franchise
what's wrong
pieces.
with saying zero?
Franchise
We're
pieces,
talking
zero.
foundation.
Foundation pieces, I think they got one or two guys that they can find rotation.
What's the
in
difference between a foundational piece and a franchise piece?
Like young youth all-stars, potential all-stars, that would be closer to zero.
No, there's no closer to zero. It's zero.
Well,
and
again,
then
these
there's
kids are
one.
young. I'm not just gonna be like zero. What if they come?
Oh, now you're worried about being nice to somebody? That's,
Will
that's
Richard from
fresh.
Florida is a stud.
Please stop doing that.
I mean, yeah, he could be a stud, and there's promise in Pajemski and Moses Moody. The answer is zero. Like what was telling was the silence going into that question. No, they don't have anybody to look forward for the future.
I'm with Lou Williams, though. Define that for me. What's the difference between foundational and franchise? Because they could be hand in hand. But when you're talking a franchise player, I think of somebody like Parsons was saying at the end, somebody who's a potential all-star.
Yeah.
I don't think the Warriors have a young potential all-star.
No.
I think Brandon Pajemski could be a really, really good player on a quality championship contending team. I think he's that type of player. You know what I mean? I think he does a lot for you. I think he's
Please
a great.
stop doing that.
I don't know that he needs to be a starter. Like I don't know that I view him as a starter. And if
He's
I
not
did,
a starter.
He's like a swing starter, a guy who comes in and situationally would start for you. But ideally, he's his best for you, I would think, when they're saying a 6th or 7th man. And that to me is like you need those pieces to be a championship contender. Is he the right type of guy to help build for the future? I don't know. I could see him being a really good long-term veteran. Like, he's a guy who I think in 10 years we're going to be like Brandon Pajemski's a vet you want on your team.
Yeah, he jumps from team to team, and yeah, he's a good 6 man, but like foundational, no.
I don't think they have any future All-Stars currently.
No, they don't.
No.
That's the
There's
issue.
no closer to 0.
I just laugh at the end there. He just didn't want to say it. All right, Chris Webber. How about this? Chris Webber, the infamous timeout with no timeouts left for the Fab Five.
Former Warrior, yeah.
By the way, we talked earlier about trades you'd want back when Danny was doing his double dip. He said the Max Crosby trade got pulled.
Yes.
What's one that you wish a Bay Area team didn't make? Somebody checked in and said, don't forget about what the Warriors gave up to get Chris Webber, only to trade him away a year later.
Yeah.
They traded the number 3 overall pick that year, who was Penny Hardaway,
Yep.
to Orlando, and 3 future ones.
Yeah.
3 future ones plus the number 3 that year for Chris Webber for 1 season, and then they traded him away.
Yeah. Do you remember the 30 for 30, this magic moment between Shaquille O'Neal and Penny Hardaway?
I do. That's a good one.
I think Shaq played a hand in that where he was like, I'm not playing with Chris Webber. I'm not playing with him.
Yeah, he didn't want to.
Nope.
He didn't want to play with the guard. He didn't want
Nope.
to play with him.
Nope.
Here's Chris Webber. He's revisiting the famous timeout with Ernie and Chuck.
On the other side of the timeout game, how did that impact you? How did that change you? And what did it teach you?
Well, I always say this, EJ, if I had one game to show my children, I would show them the timeout game, because that game I was the best player on the floor. I led the points in scoring and rebounding and others. And I would show them how it doesn't matter, that you can have a great game and you can still lose. And I would hope that their thought would be, damn, Daddy was that good and he continued to get better after the worst moment. It took a lot and a lot of wonderful people around me to keep encouraging me. And, you know, luckily I was the number 1 pick right after. It was a difficult process right after calling it, because you feel lonely. You know what you did, you know what others did, you know how it could have gone. You're mad at God, you're mad at yourself. And so it was tough going through that. And then a lot of NBA dudes reached out like, oh man, don't worry about that. This is what you need to do. You know, it was encouragement to get to the next level. So EJ, I leaned on a lot of people to get through it. I wouldn't change a thing. You know, there's so many mistakes that we make in life. And what I've learned is that how we define ourselves is really how we handle our moments.
I love that answer. And I love his comment about it. What I would show my kids. It doesn't matter how well you play, you can still lose. Andy said I'd hope their takeaway would be, and Dad continued to improve and get better. The thing that I took away, I was like, damn, dude was mad at God. It's like, bro,
no, man,
what?
that was you.
He's like, I was mad at myself, everybody, God. I was like, plus, why be mad at God? You know Jesus roots for Team Venezuela.
Absolutely.
He was with them the whole time.
Jesus, he was with us the whole time.
That's exactly, Danny. You're an A1, dude. The Jesus, I was Eugenio Suarez. He was with us the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, Chris Webber's mad at God because he called the timeout.
Why, God? Why?
Why the Final Four, dude? So
honestly, though, that's a real answer. And look, I'm not gonna remember Webber's rookie season with the Warriors. My dad tells me all the time he was a head case, and there's a reason why
he and Nelson were not. Didn't get along.
There's a reason why he needed to be traded out of town, and he went on and had a great career.
I said trade his ass away now. Get rid of him. I don't want Webber here any longer.
And of course, remember his days with the Kings, and he had a good career. But I think he's definitely more humble these days and more mature. So to hear him say that, where that's probably obviously the worst moment of his career, way before the NBA, going to college. That's good self-reflection to be like, I would show my kids that and, you know, let them learn that you can have a great day but also have a bad moment.
I'd say worst moment of his career to that point. I'd say worst moment of his career, I would guess, sports like disappointment-wise.
Oh, the Western Conference
would
Finals?
Be the Western Conference Finals against the Lakers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say Big Shot Bob was maybe kind of a gut punch.
Yeah, that too.
Know what I mean?
That too, yeah.
1993, April 5th, 93, called a timeout for Michigan. 11 seconds remaining. They had none left. Mental error resulted in a T, allowing North Carolina to win the title 77-71 in the national championship.
And on my birthday.
And on your birthday, dude. And on the day, well, I guess it was 9 months before was the conception.
All right.
Chris Webber was just starting his number one draft pick season.
When 93, so I was 2, yeah.
93, yeah. That was your birthday.
Yeah.
Right, because the Dave Stewart no-hitter was that was the day you were conceived.
Yes.
Yeah, gotcha. Moving on.
I'm so glad I know that.
I'm so glad we all know that.
Yeah, exactly.
One of my favorite notes about you is that Greg brought up that you were that you were conceived the day of the Dave Stewart no-no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fernando threw in that day too. Don't forget.
Yeah. Hey.
I caught Fernando's. Only the back half though. Only caught the 6th through the 9th. I was busy innings 1 through 5. All right. Just keep going, dude.
Jesus Christ. You guys know way too much about me. Good Lord.
Oh, man. All right, here's Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics, former Cal Golden Bear.
Yep.
He was asked how he gets to know his new teammates when he gets them. Here's Jaylen Brown.
I mean, I learned a lot about each and every one of our guys, like even down to astrology, even down to everything. Like I learned kind of communication styles that work best for each individual, and started utilizing that when I speak to each and every guy. So it definitely, I didn't know if it would work before the season started, but that stuff definitely works.
Did you make flashcards?
No, I memorized Mimi's. He's Year of the Rabbit. I mean, so his communication is different from D. White. D. White's Year of the Dog, so his communication style is different. Hugo's also a dog. Peyton's is a tiger. JT's a tiger. Ron is a dragon. Joe's a dragon. Nicolo, he's new to our team. He's Year of the Horse. He's Year of the Horse right now. Each of those have different communication styles, and you can go into numerology as well. Sam is a 5. I'm a 5. So different breakdowns, and then you can also go into star signs, between JT's a Pisces, etc. I learned all of that different type of stuff, and I was able to communicate to guys in different ways that kind of helped with my leadership this year.
Where did that idea come from, to do that?
I had some friends that kind of, who are into that stuff, and that kind of suggested it. Maybe try it, see if it works. And, everybody has a different kind of makeup of who they are and how they approach things. And if you learn a little bit about each person, kind of what makes them tick, you can kind of learn more about, how to maximize potential. So.
Wow. Damn, dude.
Good perspective, Jesus.
Chinese zodiac signs and understanding. I mean, that's
a good teammate.
This is all I've talked to you about, perception versus perspective, putting yourself in somebody else's shoes.
Yeah.
And not just trying to empathize or have empathy, but what are their biggest fears? What are making them happy when they get up every day? What you can understand that about somebody. It'll help you communicate with that person. But he's going even deeper to I just looked up what you were so I could understand you better.
Oh yeah.
And you're 91, right?
I'm 91.
You're the GOAT.
Oh hell yeah.
Hey, you're the GOAT, dude.
Well, that could be also a bad thing.
Generally loyal, creative, and compassionate, often possessing a strong, resilient inner nature despite polite, soft-spoken, and a sometimes shy exterior.
I would say that probably, yeah.
That's fair to you?
That's me, yeah.
Yeah? You wouldn't look me up, though, huh? You don't want to look up Year of the Earth
I was
snake?
just trying to listen to what he was saying. And, man, astrology, we need to get Jaylen Brown to talk to, is it Andrea that calls in, or Andrea, or, sorry, the woman that usually calls in on the weekends?
Somebody's going to tell her. She's going to. Phone's probably ringing now the second you said it. Sorry, Andrea, we're not taking it. It says Chinese zodiac for 89 me, the year of the snake. Wise, charming, intuitive, strategic, though can also be introverted and possessive. I wouldn't say I'm introverted.
No.
Almost never.
No. So that is a fit.
I sometimes I will shut off for a while though.
You will,
from the outside world.
You will disappear. I've seen that.
I will disappear, but I don't. I wouldn't say I'm I'm not locked up in my apartment though.
No.
You know what I mean? I'm not introverted in that way.
No, but you like your space sometimes.
Yeah.
As we all do.
I do like my space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That kind of fits.
Do we know a lot about each other? I mean, I know a lot about you. We know a lot about each other personality-wise for sure.
I think so.
How we communicate. We definitely communicate with each other differently than we do other people in the building.
I would say so, yeah.
And you got to navigate conversations with people that get sensitive at times.
Yes.
But if we did we should maybe do this sometime. If we did
a Family Feud?
No, the marriage game. What do they call it? The newlywed game?
Yeah, the newlywed game with you and I?
Yeah, with me and Derek. How would we fare?
Well, that's a segment for tomorrow, Dan.
You think we do okay?
I think so. We should do the KNBR newlywed game with the 3 shows. So Murph and Marcus.
It'd be a lot of fun if we did that.
Silver and JD for now.
This would be a good thing to do live tomorrow, though, at Jack's. If Danny had the questions for us and we just filled them out, we wrote it down.
That's not bad.
Danny, if we had the topics.
Okay.
Do the newlywed game. How well do we know each other?
Sounds like a segment.
I think we'd do that.
All right.
Maybe we'll do it tomorrow at Jack's in Newark. Come on by, hang out, watch us do the newlywed game. All right, last piece of sound here in the sound soiree. We just told you the background of Afro Man who beat the lawsuit against him. Thank goodness, too. The good people, whatever whatever state and county that was in.
Yeah, I don't know where he lives these days.
I forget where that was.
He's from Palmdale, but I don't know if he lives over there.
Anyway, he wrote a song, and because he was writing several songs.
Yes.
And because he was like mocking the police officers that were
Makes a lot of songs, a lot of albums.
Yeah, and I love when they were questioning him too. They're like, so you saw the deposition of the other officer and how she cried and said this was affecting her family and kids? He's like, yeah, I saw.
What about my kids?
They were like, he did. He said, what about my kids? He said she wasn't crying. He's like, maybe she got a little taste of how my kids felt when she was standing over me holding an AK with her hand on the trigger.
Absolutely.
I mean, she wasn't crying then. That's basically, he said that.
Yeah.
And then,
good for him, man.
He said, but then you still went out and you recorded these songs.
Why not?
He's like, yeah. It's in my. And remember, he said, and I think I'm a sport for doing it. That was his line.
That's a fantastic
He said, yeah,
line.
I'm allowed to kick the can around my backyard on my property with my camera footage. And their names are out there. They're wearing badges. They got body cam footage.
He's a creative person. He's allowed to do that.
I'm allowed to exercise my right to free speech. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, is what he said.
I'm a sport.
Here's Afro Man with a song he released before winning his lawsuit against the cops who raided his home.
All you crooked cops in the world that's doing wrong, you better stop, you crooked cop, before I put you in a song. Make your family and your friends laugh out loud and sing along. My proof's on the internet. Afro Man will bring it to ya. Afro Man is gonna do ya. Afro Man is gonna screw ya. The proof's on the internet.
He did you. He's going to do you. He's going to screw you.
He's going to do you.
Do you, and I'm going to screw you. And the proof's on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
And he's walking away victorious here.
God.
I feel like that cop's daughter's probably going to get a few more.
Probably
not going to feel great.
You should never. I mean, you shouldn't do that in the first place, but never do that to a person that's creative and goofy, and they'll definitely make fun of you.
That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, don't start wars with people who buy ink by the barrel, but don't. You can't pick fights with people who are funnier and more clever than you.
Oh
are.
yeah.
Happens to me sometimes on Twitter, and I'm like, dude, I got time, man. I was like, I'm funnier than you, and I have time.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Dan Dunn with
stop
you.
doing that.
That is your Sound Soiree for Thursday, March 19th, 2026. We'll take a quick break. Dan, we got some time for a crap section? Dan Dunn's going to feed us some
a
crap.
Dan D crap
a
section.
A big old steaming pile of Pat H crap is served by Dan Dunn. That's next on The Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
What kind of questions show up in the Newlywed Game? We're going to try to play one of those tomorrow, maybe. That's a good Friday bit for us.
What's your favorite place to make whoopee?
But it's got to be really like it's things that we know about each other or like us, right? It's like what would we? It's they ask you a question, then you each write it down and you hold it up. We see if we get the right answer. Right.
I mean, it's couples related stuff, so it's sexual usually.
No, I mean not always. It's about
your favorite turn. What
I mean is we would do it host version of it.
Of course,
we wouldn't do it.
Of course.
We haven't slept together in years.
No. Years, Copes.
Yeah. We thought it'd get too messy once we started hosting.
Yeah. You can't have that. You can't be sleeping with your co-host.
Yeah, dude. Can't be sexing where you eat. You know what I mean? That's so ridiculous.
What the hell are we doing?
So ridiculous. I don't know. Just having fun. Just messing around, dude. Having a good time.
Yes, we are.
Because they ask things like that, like, if he were to, who's more, you can ask the person question, like, who's more likely to get up and go to the gym? And you do that one.
Okay.
And you can ask the things,
Right.
Who's more likely to ask this player for an autograph in public? Or,
I like
you know
that.
what I mean? Things like that. So,
Okay, so Dan, if we do this tomorrow, are you
Danny,
down?
get to work.
Yeah.
I'm
down. You're down? All right, Dan's down.
Danny's down, dude. As long as
Dan's down for anything.
Yeah, I love my guy Dan. Love that mug, too. Love that mug. Danny, when does you only do the beard in November? Is that the move?
Yep, and it usually bleeds into December, and then right around Christmas, I'm like, I gotta touch this up a little.
Danny, by the way, you said it to me the other day. How'd you feel about the new Spider-Man trailer? I'm hyped about that.
Oh, I loved it. It looks really good. I'm excited to see Hulk and Punisher in it.
Yeah, dude. I'm
excited to see how.
Are we going man spider transformation? Is he becoming man, or is he possessed by the Sadie Sinks character?
Yeah, I don't know. It was a nice teaser for us.
Typhoid Mary, I think is her name, by the way.
I am looking forward to see how Peter gets back to telling people, hey, I am Peter Parker. Because from what happened in the last one, everyone who ever knew him forgot he exists. So I don't know, how does he do anything if no one knows who Peter Parker is?
Then you get the Hulk, of course, Bruce Banner going, what did you say your name was? In the preview. So I'm intrigued too.
Peter Parker, that's peculiar.
That's peculiar. I used to know Peter Parker.
So is Tom Holland your favorite Spider-Man, Dan?
Yeah, probably. He's up there.
He's really good.
I would have liked it if there was movies where it was just him and not Iron Man, not Nick Fury.
I mean, you kind of get his origin over Civil War and Iron Man 2. Is that it? I know his first one, Homecoming. I guess you get a little bit of it, but I'm okay with it. We got too many origins already. I'm good with doing it different.
But just movie where I didn't really need an origin story. Just a movie where it's just him carrying the film. Whereas Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield got movies where they could just mess around.
Yeah, they relaunched the franchise. Yeah. They did it differently this time around. Because his first one, you get a little bit of Iron Man in it. Spider-Man 2 is basically just him, isn't it? In Far From Home, when he's overseas.
Yeah, him and Mysterio.
Oh, no, that's
Nick
Mysterio.
Fury.
Nick Fury's in that one. That's just kind of how Marvel is now. You get the Gyllenhaal in there. Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal. And then the last one was the best. No Way Home, one of the absolute best where
you get everyone coming
all
back.
Three converge, yeah. And you get the Green Goblin in it, Willem Dafoe, you get Jamie Foxx, you get the Sandman. That's a good one.
Yeah. Alfred Molina as
Alfred Molina,
Doc
legend.
Ock.
Yeah. Anyway, we get some time for a big old steaming pile of crap section. You know it as the Pat H crap section.
I should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. You ought to have, a crap section. Yeah. It should be out in the dumpster.
What you got for us, Dan, in the crap section on Thursday, March 19th?
All right, leading off here in the crap section. Copes, you were just in Australia, correct?
I was.
All right, well, you just missed it then. A real possum appears among the plush toy animals in an Australian airport gift shop.
Turn on the music just a hair there, Dan. I just want to be able to hear you. You said a real possum showed up in a
Australian airport gift shop among the other toys.
Oh, dude, there's a bunch of stuffed animals. Somebody reaches in and there's a possum is one of the grossest looking animals out there.
Oh, they stink.
It's like a rat with that big tail on it, dude.
No, they're gross.
And their chief superpower is pretending to be dead.
Yes,
playing possum.
Shout out Aurora in Sleeping Beauty.
That's true.
As we were just talking about.
Okay, so what are worse, possums or raccoons? Because we're not we're not fans of raccoons on the show.
I think raccoons are more dangerous.
Yeah,
again,
possums too. They can bite.
Well, yeah, you don't want to roll up on. I mean, a bunch of rats would be gross too. You don't want to roll up on that; they'd bite you too. I would say not to be confused with What was the Steamboat Willie? Danny, what was it?
Screamboat?
Screamboat Willie. Not to be confused with that kind of rat.
They'll kill you.
That one will kill you.
Yeah.
I guess that's the thing too, is normally, I don't know if I've ever seen a pack of possums. Raccoons are rolling in. You see one, there's a few.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's a gang of them.
There's not one ant. If there is, he's out scouting for the
there's
others.
ants.
They're on their way.
There's always ants.
If I was working in that gift shop, I would be concerned because they still haven't gotten to the bottom of how it got there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a type of rodent, isn't it? Kind of.
I guess, but you figure an airport, where's it gonna? I don't know. Where's it gonna sneak?
So wait, were they selling like stuffed possums?
They're selling like other stuffed animals and plush toys.
There's like kangaroos and like other Tasmanian devils.
Oh, so like kids are like trying to like find another stuffed animal. They're like, oh, this one's cute. Oh my god.
Yeah. That's disgusting. So it's got a long tail, Mom. The bats and the bilbies. Don't forget, I was seeing.
And this was in Australia?
It was in Australia. Hang on.
I went to that zoo in Australia, don't forget, and I saw a whole bunch of Australian animals. My little buddy Louie ran up to me. He said, Uncle Adam, I found the bats and the bilbies. I said, thank goodness, dude. I was looking for the bats and the bilbies. Bilbies are like a little
Bilbies?
I guess a bilby's like a little, it's a nocturnal animal. It's almost like a bandicoot.
Okay.
But dude,
bandicoot.
They had it in an enclosure where it was made to look dark, so there's bats flying around in there and then hanging because they've got like a red light. It looks like nighttime in its enclosure. It's kind of cool. So the nocturnal animals are all out there in the daytime thinking it's night.
Yeah, so it was at the Hobart Airport in Tasmania.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, Tasmania. You run into some wild stuff down there, man.
But a possum coming in and kind of playing possum to believe that it's actually a stuffed animal? That's gross.
Tasmania, I believe, one of the 6. I think they only have 6 states in Australia. They have the same like landmass as the U.S.
But only 6 states?
But they're broken up way different. Yeah. It's like New South Wales, Victoria, which is where like Melbourne is, I think. You've got like Western Australia, which is where Perth is, Northern Territory, South Australia, and Tasmania.
Are they all the size of Texas?
They're all massive. So like New South Wales is on the East Coast and it's huge up here. Then you get Victoria's below it. It's big. Middle Australia, which would be like Middle America, it's 2 giant territories. Northern Territory takes up all of the north, and then the Southern Australia takes up all the south. Then you've got Western Australia, which is like the whole West Coast, like California. That's where Perth is. Tasmania is an island, like off the southeast coast of Australia.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
All right.
What else you got, Dan?
Moving on in the crap section, a man was arrested for a DUI while riding an electric unicycle.
An electric unicycle?
Yeah, it was a Port Orchard man, Port Orchard, Washington. A 34-year-old man was arrested for driving under the influence after a deputy spotted the man on an electric unicycle.
So how does that work?
Well,
I'm looking it up right now.
Electric. I mean, like I get the the electric bikes because you can like ride them uphill and all that. Like you can just use it at the same
I see.
pace.
Okay, yeah.
It sort of feels like this guy's. If you're using a unicycle for transportation, that's you're either a retired clown
or just a regular clown.
Or I don't really understand the point of using it for transportation. Like it's not faster than a bicycle, right? But if you get an electric one, you're for sure using it for transportation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, because you're using it to go up hills and whatnot. You're also really looking for attention.
No, definitely. So hold on. Was this guy on streets or sidewalks where he was bumping into people while he was drunk?
The dash cam showed he was heading down Bethel Road at 12:30 at night, riding erratically. I'm not really familiar with the Port Orchard area, but I saw that it was like about an hour out of Seattle.
Could you think you could get up on a unicycle?
Ooh, I'd probably bust my ass.
If my motor skills, balance is one of my better ones. It would take me a sec, but I think I could do it eventually. Like I'm not bad on a pogo stick if you give me a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like if you practice at it.
Could you get up on it? Like that's the thing. I don't think I could be like riding it around forward. I think I could just be up on it for a minute, like stay standing. You know?
Yeah, you can probably get like I don't know, minute, 2 minutes on there. But like, yeah, if I'm gonna ride around, I'd probably bust my ass. Yeah.
831 checks in from, of course, the Santa Cruz area code. They've never texted before.
Okay.
They simply say possums are immune to poisonous snake bites. It's also very hard for them to carry or catch rabies.
Well, that's a fun fact.
Interesting note there from the 831. Much appreciated. 925 says Australian possums are much different than American possums.
Are they cuter or?
650 says, I know people with possum-like features. And while not visually pleasing, they are just lovely people.
What?
Maybe possums are the same. Thank you for this. 650 says, I won't stand for possum slander. Are you even real patriots? Our nation's only native marsupial. I'm with you on that. There you go.
They're still gross,
Yeah,
though.
native marsupial. I'm with it. And then 650 says, Love you guys. Never change. Just keep getting better. Much love to you, 650. What else you got, Danny?
All right, final one. Would either of you care to venture a guess on the world's happiest country?
World's happiest country.
And it won for the 9th year in a row.
Whoa, 9th year in a row, the world's
The happiest
country
in the world.
Wow, this is good. Okay, give me a sec here. I'm gonna run through. Like Sweden feels like it might be up there for me.
Yeah,
I was going like Sweden, maybe like Switzerland could be there, but I want to go Sweden, or
Sweden makes sense.
Or like Norway could be there. I don't think Japan is there. I'm gonna go with Sweden, Danny.
That was close. Sweden did make the top 10, but it is Finland.
I mean, I was basically
Finland.
right.
Yeah, Sweden and Norway also made the top 10.
I was okay.
Iceland and Denmark made the top 10.
Did Japan?
Japan did not make
Okay.
Did we make the top 10?
No.
Oh, dude, that's
US
surprising.
came in 23rd.
That's surprising. Out of 23 or?
No.
That's how many countries there are, right? 23?
No. But our old pal Venezuela came in 80th place.
80th?
Jesus, he was with us the whole time.
They polled them before the WBC final, though.
Yeah, probably.
Do we know this poll was before the final, right?
I'm assuming so.
Yeah, it was before the final. The annual report published by Wellbeing Research Center at University of Oxford.
These guys, they fell 80th. We're 23. We tell them you got to be better.
We're very happy people.
If you want to be American, you'll be 23 instead of 80.
The criteria that they use for this report is GDP per capita, social support, life expectancy, freedom, generosity,
okay,
and then another freedom of corruption.
All right, so Finland's the place to go, everybody.
Sounds like it.
Finland's where we want to be. The happiest people in the world.
Yes.
How about that?
Conan's huge there in Finland.
Is he really?
Oh, yeah. He went over there for one episode, and they love him.
He's pretty tall here, too.
Oh, yeah.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Dan Dunn. Nicely done on the crap section. Dan, 925 just says, Norwegia is where they guessed. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Larry Kruger getting you ready for Niners and Diners Nightly. We'll do that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
very, very long time listener, and first time I